My name is Lu Ning. When I woke up, the sky was gloomy, heavy clouds blocking the sunlight. The air had the damp, earthy smell of a forest, mixed with a faint, unpleasant stench. I found myself among 30 people, standing before a massive, rusty iron gate. Beyond it lay a mansion straight out of a horror movie, decayed, peeling paint, and dark wooden structures resembling bloodstains. It was eerie. I instinctively reached for my phone, hoping to check the time, but there was no signal. Instead, a countdown appeared on the screen. 7 days? I didn't understand. Then, a new message popped up. It was unsettling. The message welcomed us to the Ghost Mansion and warned us to survive 7 days. It mentioned ghosts and gave rules. The first 3 hours were safe. Ghosts couldn't kill then, but after that, each ghost could kill 1 person per day. We could find ways to fight back, and we were advised to work together. Everyone else checked their phones too, their reactions mirroring my confusion and fear. A professional-looking woman in a suit tried to calm us, organizing the group. She asked if anyone remembered how they got here, but no one did. She suggested we compare messages. Everyone had received the same one. When she proposed we enter the mansion, people hesitated, especially a hot-headed man who loudly opposed the idea. But in the end, we followed her inside. The mansion was surprisingly well kept despite its decayed exterior. The grand hall gleamed under vintage chandeliers, and a long table with redwood chairs caught our attention. On the table, small booklets were placed at each seat. I picked one up. It was a guidebook detailing the mansion's layout and history. It included a map, showing the main building had 3 floors and a basement, and the grounds featured gardens, a shooting range, and stables. The woman suggested we explore in groups of 3 or more for safety and regroup after 2 hours. People naturally formed teams. I ended up in a group of 4 and decided to check the 3rd floor rooms. With nervous curiosity, we began our search, wondering what we'd uncover in this terrifying place. When we reached the 3rd floor, it felt completely different from the bright 1st floor. The lighting was dim and yellow, and I could already imagine how hard it would be to see at night. As we climbed the stairs, we introduced ourselves. The woman in the suit was Yin Lian, a young entrepreneur. She didn't share much, but mentioned celebrating her company's impending launch with her partners before ending up here. The older man, Gong Sunyu, was a 56-year-old professor specializing in ancient Chinese. Though not in the best health, he seemed sharp. Then there was Shi Song, a big, sturdy guy who worked as an illustrator. Despite his size, he was polite and easygoing, living with his younger sister. I shared a bit about myself too. I'm a second-year college student, studying science and engineering. I don't like sports much, but I can probably run fast if ghosts are real. That got a laugh from Shi Song, who joked that he'd carry me if needed. I smiled, but made it clear survival was the priority. As we reached the study on the 3rd floor, the conversation shifted to the mansion's rules and the booklet. I pointed out something odd. Why did the booklet spend so much time describing the mansion's collection? Yin Lian and Gong Sunyu agreed it might be a clue, though Yin Lian cautioned us not to get too optimistic. There were only 15 items listed, and their usefulness against ghosts was uncertain. We entered the study, a large room filled with dusty bookshelves and an L-shaped desk. Each of us took a section to search. I noticed the dust layer was thin, suggesting no one had been here for 6 months to a year. I shared this observation, explaining my interest in detective novels, but added it was just a guess. While searching the desk, I found a glass box containing a small golden figurine. It matched one of the items described in the booklet, a prayer statue, said to have protective powers. I called the others over to examine it. The figurine was heavy, made of high-purity gold, with intricate patterns on its base that contrasted its crude design. Yin Lian insisted I keep it, saying it might be useful for protection. Yin Lian also found something, a book titled The Mensal Manuscript. It was a collection from the mansion's list, written by a 17th century black magician known for curses and rituals. She planned to skim through it, though none of us could fully read Latin. Meanwhile, Gong Sunyu mentioned some odd-looking notes he had seen earlier, possibly related to the manuscript. Ian Lien's excitement grew as she suggested they check them out together. Elsewhere in the mansion, other groups were busy too. In the basement, a mechanical engineer named Zhang Fuyuan and his team were inspecting the generator. It wasn't in good shape, and fuel was running low. Tensions rose when one of the younger members complained about fixing it, but Zhang scolded him, pointing out the risk of leaving it unfixed. Another group in the storage area discovered plenty of food, including fresh supplies and canned goods. However, their carefree leader joked about ghosts, trying to keep the mood light, even if Zhang found their attitude irresponsible. As for us, we kept searching, each discovery raising more questions than answers. This mansion held secrets, and we needed to uncover them before it was too late. After 2 hours, everyone gathered back in the main hall. I noticed the changes in people's expressions. Some looked worried, others excited or pale, and a few seemed overly confident. Clearly, we'd all found something. Ian Lien took charge, suggesting we share our findings. She started by explaining what our group had discovered in the study, a collection of texts on ancient and modern witchcraft, including the mensal manuscript. It was written in Latin, and although she could read a bit, she passed it to a woman who claimed to be a translator. Other groups shared their findings. Zhang Fuyuan, an engineer, reported that the mansion's 8 diesel generators were in poor condition, with only enough fuel for 5 days. Another group found that the storeroom had ample food, water, and tools. Meanwhile, the aggressive man who had been skeptical earlier surprised everyone by presenting a detailed map of the mansion, marking escape routes and obstacles. One group, however, stood out. 3 people huddled in the corner, visibly shaken. They refused to share what they had seen, only yelling angrily when questioned. Another group mentioned exploring the guest rooms and finding enough beds for everyone, though the TVs were broken. The strongest-looking group, led by a muscular gym coach named Hong Ziho, revealed they had ventured to the gardener's shed, the shooting range, and the greenhouse. While they didn't find weapons, they pointed out that something in the gardener's shed had terrified the trio in the corner. We decided to investigate. The shed's door was ajar, and muddy footprints showed that someone had fled in a panic. Ian Lien, Hong Ziho, an arrogant young man, and I entered cautiously. The shed smelled faintly of rot, and the real horror waited behind one of the doors. Inside, the room was painted with dried blood, splattered on the ceiling, walls, and floor. A grotesque scene of body parts lay scattered, with 2 eyes hanging eerily from the chandelier. On the bed was a bloodstain in a human shape, surrounded by a carefully drawn blood circle. It resembled something out of a nightmare. Even Hong Ziho, who had seemed fearless, looked shaken. Ian Lien struggled to keep her composure, and the young man who usually joked around turned serious. I felt the initial shock but quickly regained my composure, crouching to examine the scene. The blood had long since dried, and the organs were shriveled. This wasn't recent. But oddly, there were no bones. The young man broke the silence, suggesting that this looked like something from a game, where a body was used to summon a skeleton. His words sent a chill through the room. Whatever had happened here wasn't natural. After we found the horrifying scenes in the gardener's shed, the news spread quickly, causing fear and chaos among the others. Some people even started believing ridiculous theories, like the idea that ghosts were actually skeletons. The panic was palpable. Ian Lien decided to press on and explore the neighboring room. Inside, we found a mummified corpse, a woman slumped in a rocking chair, her body waxy and stiff, a dagger embedded in her eye. Dried blood streaked her face, pooling below the chair. It was a disturbing sight, but Ian Lien shocked us further by pulling the dagger from the corpse's eye socket without hesitation. She calmly explained it was one of the collectibles listed in the booklet, a ceremonial dagger said to absorb souls. Wrapping it carefully, she added it to her belt. None of us objected. These items might save our lives. We left the shed with 15 minutes before the 3-hour safe period ended. A few people were too scared to stay out any longer, choosing to head back to the mansion. Others split off, including the engineers group and the translator who wanted to work on decoding the manuscript. Our group, led by Hong Ziho, decided to check the greenhouse. Rain began to fall as we reached it. Inside, we found another collectible, a wooden sword engraved with 8 trigrams. According to the booklet, it was a powerful Taoist artifact that could harm ghosts. A woman named Ling Yan, who moved with practiced grace, found the sword and effortlessly slung it over her back. She introduced herself, revealing she had inherited martial arts from her family. The greenhouse didn't have much else, aside from a creepy, dried up hand that another group discovered. It could supposedly warn of ghostly danger when paired with a lit candle. The couple who found it clung to it nervously, but everyone reassured them we didn't plan to take it. As we made our way back to the mansion, we felt a bit more optimistic. We'd gathered several useful items and thought they might give us an edge. But when we returned, reality hit hard. In the hallway near the restroom, we found the body of one of the frightened men who had left earlier. His neck was bruised with deep hand marks, his limbs twisted unnaturally, and his stomach was brutally ripped open. The sight was nauseating. The man's teammates were in shock, one trembling uncontrollably and the other completely unresponsive. A clap of thunder and the pounding rain outside added to the dread. The air smelled thick with blood, and the truth hit us like a hammer. The ghosts were real, and this nightmare had just begun. The rain pounded against the roof and walls, its relentless drumming making me uneasy. I usually love rainy days, but now, with thunder rumbling in the background, it only added to the tension. When someone asked who found the body, a white collar worker silently pointed to a woman who was too terrified to speak. Ian Lien decided to investigate deeper into the hallway, dismissing concerns about the risk. She reasoned that since one ghost had already killed, the odds of encountering another were lower. Her boldness amazed me, and I decided to follow her. The scene was gruesome. The man's body was contorted, his neck broken, and his face frozen in a twisted expression of fear. Having already seen the horrors in the gardener's shed, I wasn't as shocked as some others, though many couldn't even approach. Ian Lien and I began examining the body, ignoring the gasps of disgust from others. The obnoxious man, whom we called the show off, accused us of being crazy for touching the corpse. This sparked an argument, with Zhu Jicheng, a smooth, talking member of our group, calling out the show off's selfishness. It turned into a heated exchange, exposing his cowardice and willingness to sacrifice others to save himself. The man smugly claimed he had a magical pill to repel ghosts, but Ian Lien's calm response shook him. The pill might repel ghosts, but it wouldn't guarantee safety from everything. He stormed off, clearly unsettled. Among the dead man's belongings, Ian Lien found a strange wooden cylinder inscribed with symbols, a summoning catalog, from the collectibles list. It was said to summon ghosts as protectors, but was also known to backfire, killing the user. She handed it to Zhu Zicheng, trusting him to handle it responsibly. Her reasoning was clear. We needed to spread out the items, not put all our eggs in one basket. Later, as we regrouped and moved the body to the gardener's shed, the atmosphere grew heavier. The translator reassured us that the catalog hadn't been used yet, based on its pristine condition. She'd been making good progress on translating the Mental manuscript, focusing on rituals that might help us fight back. Lunch was somber. A few volunteered to cook, and while the food was simple, it brought a brief sense of normalcy. The show off and his lackeys ate heartily, but most of us had lost our appetites. Afterward, someone suggested taking a bath since many of us had gotten wet from the rain. Surprisingly, Ian Lien agreed, reasoning that danger wouldn't decrease whether we stayed idle or cleaned up. Groups formed to visit the bathhouse, with Hong Ziho's team leading the way for protection. I stayed behind with Ian Lien, Zhang Fuyuan, and a few others. As we picked rooms to rest in, Ian Lien confided that keeping everyone together wasn't practical. The items meant to protect us had become barriers, dividing the group. She seemed deep in thought, hinting that she had theories about our situation but didn't share them yet. The room we chose on the second floor was luxurious, with Western-style furnishings in warm tones that softened the gloom outside. Even the bathroom had a vintage charm, making me marvel at the wealth of Tang Yuanjin, the mansion's original owner. Ian Lien speculated that his obsession with mysticism likely led to the mansion's current cursed state. As I looked around the beautifully designed room, the reality hit me again. Beneath all this elegance was a place steeped in danger and secrets. Whatever had happened here, I knew one thing for certain: I needed to survive. Ian Lien and Lu Ning each lay on a bed to rest for a while and chatted about their own things. I feel like I've forgotten a lot of things, but they are just scattered fragments. My parents were very good to me. When I was a child, I didn't like sports, so they took me to art exhibitions and learned Go. In short, they let me do everything. Now when I think about it, I'm afraid they spoiled me. Lu Ning smiled unconsciously when she thought of the past. Later, I did get better at playing Go, not only Go but also chess and other games. I participated in several competitions and won first prize. At that time, they put my trophy in the most conspicuous place in the living room, and they would praise it when guests came. I felt embarrassed and secretly moved the trophy to the bedroom. They are really good parents, Ian Lien said with emotion. Yes, they were also very worried when I went to college. I think I was probably the kind of child who grew up in happiness. My chess teacher taught me to concentrate, and my calligraphy and painting teacher taught me to cultivate my energy. It seemed like everyone was very nice to me. As Lu Ning spoke, she suddenly turned her head, the expression on her face more serious than ever before. Sister Ian Lien, do you understand? Even for the sake of my parents, teachers, and friends, I must stay alive and leave this haunted place. I absolutely cannot die here. We don't want to die here, Ian Lien said affirmatively. Lu Ning smiled. Sister Ian Lien also has something she can't let go of, right? Of course, didn't I tell you that? Our company is going to be listed. This is a business that we started slowly when we were college students. During this period, many people left and many came. We went through a lot of hardships to become what we are now. Now the fruits are about to be harvested, and I have to go back to pick them. When I get back, I want to see the products of Sister Ian Lien's company. What do you do? Communication equipment. We have some cooperation with the military. When Ian Lien talked about this, her face lit up. Although it was a coincidence, the connection with the military also demonstrated the strength of our products. It also saved us a lot of trouble. It sounds like Sister Ian Lien is also involved. Well, but this is within the confidentiality regulations. I won't say more. Lu Ning, let's stop here about going back. Ian Lien suddenly interrupted the topic. Dwelling on the past is of no help to us now. Let me ask you, if you mention a place like an ancient house, if the owner is hiding a secret, what will you think of first? Lu Ning was stunned, and her mind started to work quickly. Basement? Safe? Code? Secret room? Yes, so far we have found nothing except a basement that is exposed in plain sight. But I don't believe there are no secrets here at all. But shouldn't I tell this to everyone? Only if there are many people. I'm not a selfless person, Lu Ning. Ian Lien interrupted her. Like everyone here, I want to be one of the last people alive. I gathered everyone, divided them into groups, and led the action from the beginning, because only in this way can we avoid chaos, and this way we will have a greater chance of survival. Did you believe what it said from the beginning? I take it seriously. Otherwise, I'd be playing with my life. If this is really a prank, that I won't lose anything, and now I know it's not the case, right? Lu Ning, even though I've said so much, the pattern of ghosts killing people is still not clear. Maybe there is no pattern. I can't guarantee that I won't get into trouble, so I'll try to tell you more, which can also be regarded as passing on my thoughts for the future. Lu Ning frowned. Why are you suddenly saying something so unlucky? Because things may be more serious than I thought. At this moment, there were suddenly chaotic footsteps in the corridor outside, and many people were shouting loudly. Ian Lien quickly sat up from the bed, listened carefully, and then sighed. Something happened. The door of one of the 3 rooms near Lu Ning and her roommates was already crowded with people. 2 men dressed as singers from Yu Jisong's team stopped people outside the room. Only when they got closer could they see Yu Jisong standing at the end of the small corridor at the entrance with a gloomy face. His expression no longer looked relaxed as before. That woman is dead, the nouveau riche said coldly, and was immediately grabbed by the collar. The person is dead, and you are still making sarcastic remarks. This was the last person in Yu Jisung's team. He was a tall boy with some acne on his face. He was usually not very talkative. When he stood out at this time, Lu Ning discovered that his face and eye circles were red. What's going on? Yin Lian's voice had already had some effect in stabilizing the morale of the troops. Yu Jisung heard it and waved his hand to ask the two people at the door to let Yin Lian and Lu Ning in. Then they saw what was inside the room. The only young woman in Yu Jisung's team, who had cooked for everyone before, fell on the bed with a look of fear and despair on her face. She was wearing a large bathrobe provided in the room. There was a huge cut in her throat and blood was still flowing out. A sharp razor blade fell beside her. There was also a small makeup bag next to her. The lipstick, eyebrow pencil, small mirror, and other things in it seemed to have fallen on the bed and the floor in a panic. It was obvious that there was a moment of struggle. Yes, is it this bathrobe that we also wear? Will we die if we wear it? She was fine when she left. Why was she targeted by a ghost? Stop making noise! Yu Jisung suddenly yelled. After a moment of silence, the crowd's voices became louder. Why are you so fierce? You can't even protect your companions. Who can I blame for your arrogant behavior? We haven't confirmed yet that this was killed by a ghost. How did you determine it so quickly? Yu Jisung's face turned cold. He was very familiar with scaring people with just one sentence, and when he said it now, people were stunned immediately. What do you mean? Asked a lackey under the nouveau riche, with some trembling voice. The door is not locked, and blades are installed in every room and bathroom. Anyone can come in and commit a crime. How do you know it was done by a ghost? What if someone thinks she has some treasure and wants to kill her for it? Yu Jisung sneered. I didn't let you in to prevent someone from destroying the scene. If a human commits a crime, at least some evidence will be left behind, so I can know about it. I don't need a ghost to do it, I'll kill him myself. His words were so vicious that even if someone suspected him, they would not dare to say it out loud now. Yu Jisung, control yourself. Yes, this time it was most likely done by a ghost. Yin Lian and Lu Ning stopped Yu Jisung's somewhat impulsive behavior. Now only their words could calm Yu Jisung down. After a while, he responded in a muffled voice. What do you mean? Her hair was still wet. She was indeed killed after she came back from the shower. The cause of death was a slit throat. The attack happened when she was changing into a bathrobe and preparing to put on makeup again. However, judging by the wound, it was done by a ghost. A ghost did it? Can you tell from that? It's not that Yu Jisung doesn't believe Lu Ning, it's just that the amount of information this time is really too much. That's not the case. Lu Ning pointed to the deceased's right hand. Her lipstick fell on this side, and the mirror fell on that side, which means she was right-handed. The blade was also near her right elbow. The wound on her neck went from deep to shallow from the left side to the right side, and it went all the way to the end. This is actually more consistent with the scars of suicide, but she had no reason to commit suicide, right? Then the only explanation I can give is that the ghost possessed her and drove her to commit suicide, and then left before she died. You mean ghosts possess people when they kill people? Another piece of evidence is that Lu Ning and I had been in a nearby room. The soundproofing here is not very good. If someone really came to kill us, it would be impossible that we couldn't hear any noise at all, at least there would be screams, right? Yin Lian added. But if you cover your mouth. Lu Ning sighed, asked Yin Lian to sit on the other bed, and gestured with her right hand. Even if you want to cover her mouth, sitting on the edge of the bed, you have to approach from behind if you want to do it easily. Cover her mouth with your left hand, and cut her throat with your right hand, not to mention that the wound formed by this method should be from shallow to deep. It is difficult to attack like this without being discovered across the half-meter wide bed. It is really impossible to prevent the other party from making any movement. Unless he is someone who has practiced martial arts or is proficient in fighting. Lu Ning did not say this. Yu Jisung seemed to be convinced as well. Please accept my condolences. Her death was not meaningless. At least we know that this ghost can possess people and prevent them from making any sound before they die. Yin Lien comforted him. So terrifying? Then, how do we deal with it? Isn't it invincible? The white-collar worker outside screamed. Need I ask? Stick together, keep an eye on each other. Pin down anyone who moves unusually. The hot-tempered man curled his lips with a look of disdain. Although the words were rough, this was indeed the solution Lu Ning had thought of. Oh, thank you very much. Yu Jisung shook his head and let the two people at the door come in. Allow me to say a few words. It seems like you knew each other before? If you had just met, you probably wouldn't have gone to this extent. Lu Ning asked when she saw that each of them had a sad look on their face. We are alumni. Yu Jisung pointed at the two people. Yang Na wrote a lot of songs for their band. I am their investor. Although we are of different ages, we are together for the same goal. Yang Na is usually a homebody and doesn't even dare to listen to the audience's reaction to the song she wrote, but she really helped us a lot. Yu Jisung slammed his fist on the table and gritted his teeth. Watching Yu Jisung and the others help Yang Na close her eyes, then wrap the body in a sheet and put it on the bed, Yin Lien and Lu Ning quietly left. The tall boy at the door had red eyes, and Yu Jisung didn't introduce him, but from this expression, he probably had a close relationship with everyone. On a night when many people were anxious and unable to fall asleep, Lu Ning, who shared a room with Yin Lien, slept soundly. The remaining 28 people formed groups to ensure that there were no less than 2 people in each room. In fact, it seemed more reasonable to gather together, but Yin Lien said that the number of people would not be very useful for ghosts to kill people except hiding and running. It would only distract the ghosts from chasing and killing, and might even get in the way. The most important thing was that both ghosts had killed people before, so instead of being afraid of the last kill, it was better to rest and conserve energy. In short, except for a few who understood this whole set of theories, everyone was confused and finally went back to their rooms to sleep. And this night seemed to have passed safely, just as the frightening rhythm of the day was enough. In the morning, the air washed by the rainstorm finally had a fresh smell. Lu Ning opened her eyes and saw that Yin Lien had gotten up, opened the curtains and opened the window to let in some air. Sister Yin Lien, good morning. Lu Ning rubbed her eyes and said good morning in a daze. Good morning. After she woke up a little, Lu Ning suddenly saw 2 black-covered books on the bedside table between the 2 beds. She subconsciously reached out and took one. Go wash your face first, there's no rush to look at this. Lu Ning had just opened the book and was stunned for a moment when she heard Yin Lien's words. She shook her head and said, Sister Yin Lien, where did this come from? You still remember that desk, right? If you turn the handles of those drawers 90 degrees to the right and then pull them upwards, another drawer will appear inside. Lu Ning recalled that the drawer capacity was indeed a bit small compared to the width of the entire table, but her attention was on the golden statue at the time, and she ignored this point. I'm sorry. I was the one who checked that table. It's normal. I only realized there was a problem today when I noticed the wear and tear on the drawer handle when the light was good. It was cloudy outside when you checked, and there was only a yellowish light in the room. I wouldn't have noticed it if I were you. Yin Lien shook the quilt and spread it on the bed. Her tone was light, but Lu Ning could tell how carefully she searched. No, wait, you ran out alone so early in the morning. Perhaps it was because of the lack of blood supply to the brain when she got up. Lu Ning only reacted at this time. Do you think it's wrong for me to leave you behind? I'm sorry if that's the case. I just feel that. No, there is still a ghost that hasn't taken action yet. What if you were in danger? Lu Ning sighed anxiously. Yin Lien smiled after hearing this and patted the dagger on her waist. It's just a ghost. Even if it wants to kill me, I will kill it first. Don't worry. This is too dangerous. Lu Ning, we are racing against time with the ghosts. Yin Lien stopped her from continuing. After the first day, the ghosts can kill people again. If we don't try to search for things that are beneficial to us during a safer time, what's the difference between us and waiting to die? Staying alive is not only a matter of luck, but also depends on your own efforts. Lu Ning nodded but didn't buy it. Next time, wake me up. We agreed to have more people to act. Nothing you say will work. Okay, Go wash your face. The two diaries that Yin Lian brought back were Tang Yuanjin's diaries. Judging by the contents, that was the case. These diaries were kept in a secret compartment in the drawer, with a total of more than 10 volumes, and Yin Lian only brought back 2 to look at first. Tang Yuanjin's handwriting is beautiful and regular. Although it is in traditional Chinese characters, it is not difficult to understand. The diary does not mark the year, only the month and date. Each diary is neatly written from January 1st to December 31st. He did not write every day in between. Many of them are records of thoughts and feelings. Reading this was a big project. After all, Tang Yuanjin also mixed in some of his own understanding and opinions on mysticism. Lu Ning was afraid of missing any key information, so she carefully read every sentence. On the other side, Yin Lian was much faster. She just looked for the diary content that mentioned the collection and quickly finished a quarter of it.
Bite.
The sound of a cell phone alert pulled the two back from their diaries. Lu Ning quickly picked up the phone and checked the battery while unlocking it. That consumes about 1/7 of the electricity. A new text message appeared in the message bar. Like the previous one, it had no sender information and had new rule prompts added. Dear tourists who are still alive, I hope you are satisfied with the thrilling life on the first day. Here are some additional tips for ghosts. The second and third ghosts each have different abilities, but can only use one method of killing and can only kill people when certain conditions are met. If you cannot kill people within 24 hours, the quota will not be accumulated. In addition to special abilities, the movement ability of ghosts is the same as that of humans. 3 will be unlocked at the end of the second day. I wish you all a pleasant journey. The message was not long, and it only supplemented the second rule of ghosts. However, when Yin Lian and Lu Ning raised their heads, their faces did not look very good. Lu Ning, what do you think? It's terrible. In addition to giving us means to fight back and limiting the number of kills, there are actually so many restrictions. So far, all the information is unfavorable to ghosts. This can only mean the conditions are actually overwhelmingly unfavorable to us, right? Yin Lian said worriedly. However, there are still only a few people who can think so much about the two of them. Most people who received the second text message looked relieved, including Hong Ziho. They all felt that ghosts were not that scary after all, especially since their mobility was the same as that of humans. This meant that as long as they spotted a ghost approaching, they could run away if they wanted to. As for how to detect the approach of ghosts, the rotten hands of the lovers have never stopped burning candles. In such a situation, even Yin Lian couldn't say anything to pour cold water on others. In addition, there was good news about the translation of the Mensal manuscript, so most people were in high spirits for breakfast today. The news about the Mensal manuscript came from the furniture lover named Pang Lingling. The bespectacled woman Fong Min stayed up late last night to translate the manuscript and has already deciphered a large section of information. It is confirmed that it is about the method of forcibly returning the dead to the underworld. If it can be done, at least one ghost can be reduced. This news is more exciting than the text message. Now, in order to ensure Fong Min's safety, someone has taken turns to guard there, and they must translate this method. Today is the day for us to fight back. The two band members are now standing on the front line of the battle against ghosts. Yu Jisung also acquiesced to their actions, but he looked much more decadent, and the dark circles under his eyes showed that he did not sleep well last night. We should do more searching while it's still daylight and sunny outside. There are still some items in the collection that we haven't found yet, and we weren't able to search everywhere yesterday. Yin Lian spoke again. However, her words were doomed to be useless now, as everyone's attention was on the ceremony. Besides, the collections in her hands were enough. Compared to those that she didn't know when to find, it was more useful to grasp the actual things in front of her. Once again, no one responded to Yin Lian's words. She seemed to be used to it. However, at this time, Lu Ning, Song, and Gong Sun Yu were still standing on her side, and Ling Yan and the hunchbacked man also quietly walked over. We feel that it is necessary to make additional preparations. This side is indeed critical, but with so many people, they don't need a few of us. Ling Yan lowered his voice and whispered to Yin Lian and others. The man also gestured and said a few words, but he couldn't speak. Ling Yan looked at his gestures and explained, Uncle Xing is a mute, but he's been on the battlefield before and is very reliable. He also feels that the current atmosphere is too optimistic. He doesn't ask for others to wake up, but at least we have to continue to prepare for the backup plan. Yin Lian glanced at the people who were discussing enthusiastically over there and asked in a low voice, Then at least tell me the truth. Does Uncle Xing have anything useful?
Yes.
Ling Yan gave an affirmative answer. In fact, before finding the wooden sword, the only thing their team found was in Uncle Xing's hand. It was a small copper bottle filled with fine red sand. Among the collections is the red quicksand that even demons and monsters fear. It has evil energy and will cause severe burns to anyone who touches it. However, the amount of it is really small. The sand in the bottle is at most enough to form an area in the center for 3 people to stand in. In this way, it's safer with candles in the house. Then Uncle Xing Ling Yan and I will go out and search outside again. Lu Ning, Song, and Mr. Gongsun will stay in the main house. Don't act alone and try to maintain everyone's emotions. Yin Lian made a decision immediately. No one had any objections, so when no one was paying attention, Yin Lian and the other 2 quietly went out. The couple in the hall, persuaded by everyone, finally agreed to take the hand of Decay upstairs and squat outside Fong Min's door to warn them, so Lu Ning and the other 2 had to follow them upstairs. However, except for Fong Min's own teammates, no one dared to go in and disturb them, so a large group of people squatted in the corridor, which was a very funny scene. Time passed slowly, and Lu Ning returned to her room to take out her diary and continued reading. After an unknown amount of time, the door suddenly opened, and Fong Min and Pang Lingling came out. How is it? Someone immediately came up and asked. Most of it is done, but some of it is really hard to understand. I need a relevant professional Latin dictionary, even if it can be translated into English. Where can I find this? Lu Ning closed the book, stood up and stretched her body, then said, It's in the study. Come with me and get it. Song also stood up immediately. Seeing this, Hong Ziho also remembered. Fong Min quickly said, Well, although I'm a little embarrassed, I still hope Mr. Hong can stay.
I'm
very nervous. Lu Ning glanced at Fong Min and agreed with her words, and said immediately, It's just to get something. Song and I are enough. We will be back in 10 minutes. Be careful.
Gong Sun Yu said softly.
Lu Ning and Song walked to the door of the study on the 3rd floor. The light was still yellowish, but because Yin Lian had come here before and opened all the curtains, the light was still sufficient. Lu Ning quickly walked to the bookshelf, pulled out a dictionary and placed it on the desk, but did not leave in a hurry. Instead, he opened the desk drawer according to Yin Lian's instructions and took out all the diaries inside. Song was a little surprised. Sister Lu Ning, what are you doing? Let's take the dictionary and leave. The last few days of this diary record Tang Yuanjin's acquisition of the Golden Prayer statue. If I find the diary for the next year, I might be able to figure out how to use it. Song, come and help me find it. You don't need to look at too much, just the relevant things written in the first few days will do. This was also the reason why Lu Ning volunteered. Partly out of selfishness, she didn't want to tell too many people about this. Song was the one who found the golden statue with her from the beginning, so naturally, there was no problem. If there was one more person, it might be troublesome. Oh, okay. Song came over immediately to help search. I thought you would object. Haha, I'm not particularly smart, but I know that what you do is useful, and Sister Lian is also doing useful things. You want to help us survive. Lu Ning nodded. I guess so, but it's only within the scope of my ability. Are all girls like this at this age? Song laughed and picked up a diary. My sister is about the same age as you. She also likes to talk in a very awkward way. I don't understand it, but I know you have no ill intentions. Your sister. You seem to mention her often. Yes, her name is Xining. I can introduce you to her when we get back. She has a lot of friends, and you will definitely get along well with her. Is this it? Lu Ning hurriedly took the diary from Song's hand and looked at the open page. The research on the golden statue of January 5th is almost complete, and the results are gratifying. Just like the rumors, it does have powerful aura attached to it, and can even suppress the attacks of evil creatures. But after all, it is an object of prayer, and it needs to be imprinted to obtain short-term protection. Even though this effect is very powerful, it is only a temporary effect, which is a pity. Yes, that's it. Later, I also described the researched usage method, which is to use a flame to heat the pattern at the bottom of the golden statue and burn it on the human body, and then you can obtain a protective function against evil spirits. After testing, it is effective against a variety of evil objects, but only the first one is used. The branding will only take effect once, which is why Tang Yuanjin lamented that its effect is powerful but useless. However, for Lu Ning's current situation, this function is enough.
Squeak.
A soft sound on the floor made Lu Ning, who was highly concentrated, suddenly raise her head. What's that sound? The study was covered with a thin carpet, and even if you stepped on it, the sound of the wood underneath was very subtle. The sound could only have come from the corridor. Shi Song also turned his head and looked at the open door of the study. After a moment, another slight noise was heard. This time it sounded like the sound of someone walking into the room and stepping on the ground. However, in their eyes, no one came in. Lu Ning instantly picked up the dictionary on the table, took 2 steps back, and leaned against the bookshelf. Based on the slight creaking sound, she was sure that something was coming towards them from the door.
Run.
Shi Song roared and rushed towards the source of the sound. Unexpectedly, he was not stopped at all, and he bumped into the door frame, screaming. Lu Ning was slightly stunned, and immediately reacted by flipping over the desk and rushing to the door. The footsteps that entered the room also turned around and walked towards the door again. Hurry, Shi Song, let's run now, it can't catch up with us. Lu Ning pulled up the dizzy Shi Song, and the two rushed out the door, shouting and stumbling towards the stairs. However, the study was in the middle of the corridor, about 10 meters away from the stairs. The corridor was already dark at this time, and all the curtains had been drawn at some point. A clear creaking sound came into my ears, which was the sound of the ghost walking out of the room. Help! Lu Ning no longer cared about being afraid, or not at this moment. She just made the loudest noise possible to attract the attention of the people downstairs. Shi Song finally regained his balance after running 2 steps. Just as he let go of Lu Ning's hand, he heard more frequent creaking sounds coming from behind. The more dangerous the situation, the more likely problems will arise. When Lu Ning ran forward, Shi Song's footsteps suddenly sank, and a piece of wooden floor on the ground snapped in 2, and he also tilted his body and fell into it.
Lu Ning.
Save me. Lu Ning turned around after hearing the cry for help and immediately saw Shi Song's eyes wide open, and both arms began to bend behind his back in an unnatural manner. With a clear sound of fracture, blood spurted out from the cracks in the flesh and splashed onto her face along with Shi Song's screams. Shi Song struggled hard to push his body out of the hole in the floor, as if he could get out of it this way, but it actually had no effect. After his arms were finally wrapped around his back in a strange posture, his legs also began to bend behind his back. Help, help! Ewa! As the blood spurted, Shi Song's voice became weaker and weaker. He could only stare at Lu Ning, who was so close to him, with desperate eyes. However, Lu Ning felt that her hands and feet were cold. It was difficult for her to take even one step. Her mind seemed to become dull. Save? With what? The golden statue? She wanted to find the flame and then brand Shi Song with a mark? This was an idea that even she herself found ridiculous. She finally understood why Tang Yuanjin said that this thing was so useless. Under the current situation, it really had no effect at all. Finally, Shi Song's head was bent backwards, and when his neck was broken and torn, more blood sprayed onto the ceiling and onto Lu Ning's head and face. The fat but still strong body finally stopped moving, but this was still not the end. The huge force tore his stomach from the navel, and his internal organs flowed out, disappearing in mid-air with a sticky chewing sound. When the blood had solidified, the force supporting Shi Song's body in mid-air suddenly disappeared, and the body hit the floor with a slight sound. During this period, Lu Ning just stared at it blankly with his eyes open, motionless. Yes, but how long has it been? He waved a hand in front of Lu Ning twice, and seeing no response, he grabbed her shoulders and shook her hard. Lu Ning slowly turned her head and saw Yu Jisung's somewhat haggard face. Where have you been? Lu Ning's image was not good at all. Her face and body were covered with large patches of half-coagulated blood, and her eyes were frighteningly wide open. In addition, her tone was so calm without any emotional fluctuations. Even Yu Jisung felt a chill on his back.
Sorry.
We heard the noise, but it was chaotic downstairs at that time. Chaos?
Fong Min is dead.
Yu Jisung sighed and said directly, she died in a very strange way. And the candle flame in her hand instantly turned blue and quickly recovered. I only thought of the early warning function of this, but I didn't expect how much chaos it would cause if there was a real early warning.
Yes.
This is it. Lu Ning slowly turned her body around, but her knees went weak, and she fell to the ground. Yu Jisung hurriedly helped her up. Are you dead? Are you okay? There was no answer. Lu Ning, with the help of Yu Jisung, slowly walked to the stairs with him and went downstairs. At this moment, the downstairs was not so chaotic, but there were fewer people. Hong Ziho squatted at the stairs with an annoyed look on his face. He looked up and was shocked to see Lu Ning covered in blood. What's wrong? Could it be? A ghost killed someone. Yu Jisung raised his head and gestured upstairs. Sure Song is dead. She witnessed the whole process. Don't ask too many questions. Where's that woman? Where did she go after such a big incident? The nouveau riche's angry curses came from the corridor, and soon, everyone discovered that Yin Lian was missing. For a while, there were many voices of condemnation. You usually lead the team like a leader, but where are you at the critical moment? 2 of them died, and there's still one of her teammates. What was she doing? Do you know the severity of this? Lu Ning turned her head slightly and glanced at the people still in the corridor, the 3 nouveau riche, Fong Min's companions, and even the couple and the 2 band members from Yu Jisung's team, who looked a little indignant. Yin Lian, did she do something wrong? Don't think too much. Yu Jisung gently took the dictionary that Lu Ning was still holding tightly in her hand, threw it to Hong Ziho, and then helped her slowly go downstairs. How did Fong Min die? Lu Ning suddenly asked. When she was checking the manuscript, her head suddenly tilted and she died. We only found out when Pang Lingling handed her coffee. She screamed and ran out of the room. We also saw the flames change color and become a mess. The strangest thing is that Fong Min had a smile on her face when she died. You know, it was like a mocking or I understand smile. It was very weird. Even though he described it that way, Lu Ning didn't feel any fear. It was nothing compared to the direct experience she had just had. She also discovered that she was not immune to fear. When faced with something truly terrifying, she was just like everyone else, unable to move, and her hands and feet became weak. When Yin Lian and the other 2 returned to the main house, they heard a noisy quarrel. She raised her hand to rub her temple, suppressing some of the bad emotions in her heart, and then walked into the door. You still have the nerve to come back. The nouveau riche took the initiative with a cold face. How many people died? Who died? How could Yin Lian be the kind of person who would be led by others in the conversation? She got to the point in one sentence and glanced at the people in the hall. She already had an idea in her mind. Fong Min is dead, Hong Ziho said in a muffled voice, and Sure Song and your team.
Oh.
That's your reaction? Someone's dead. It's okay if you don't know them, but which of these 2 people do you dare to say has nothing to do with you? The one with a bit of bad temper in the band slammed the table and stood up. Yu Jisung shouted. What does it have to do with you? Sit down. Brother Yu. I'm just so angry. She was always in charge of the autopsy, and she wasn't there when the accident happened. Why on earth did you listen to her so much? Fong Min Sure Song, right? Yin Lian glanced at him coldly. The 3rd ghost hasn't killed anyone yet? That's all you care about? This time the irritable man couldn't help himself. How cruel and heartless are you? And what were you doing when everyone was working together? Let's go find something to save our lives. Ling Yan answered from the side, We searched the outside area carefully again and found 3 collectibles and weapons. Isn't that enough? Weapons? The upstart sneered. What are you going to use weapons for? To fight against ghosts?
Click.
As the nouveau riche looked a little green, Uncle Shing raised a shotgun and pointed it at the nouveau riche's face. I can deal with people like you. Yin Lien crossed her arms and sat on an empty chair. Wei Boyong, you just said that we should work together. Why don't you tell me what happened? It will be much more useful than the meaningless accusations now. Wei Boyong is the name of the hot-tempered man. He was stunned for a moment after hearing it and opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. Let me tell you. Yu Jisung sighed and briefly explained what happened downstairs. When Lu Ning and Shi Song went to get the dictionary, Fong Min said she wanted to do a final check and asked Pang Lingling to get some coffee. She was staying up late translating and wasn't in a very good mood. We didn't dare to disturb her, so we all waited outside the door. After Pang Lingling brought the coffee in, she suddenly screamed. At this time, we also found that the candle flame turned blue. Pang Lingling ran out of the house and said that she saw Fong Min give her a terrible smile, and then she died with her head tilted. Everyone was in a mess. Some rushed into the house, and some ran outside. I heard what seemed to be a cry for help, but it was mixed with the cry here, and I couldn't distinguish it clearly. Later I learned that Lu Ning and Shi Song had also met with an accident upstairs. What Yu Jisung said was basically the truth, and no one could find any fault with it. After Yin Lien heard it, she crossed her hands and rested her chin, and raised her head slightly. So, why are you panicking? The ghosts are out. Why are you still trying to panic? Oh, the ghost in the house has already killed Fong Min, right? Shi Song upstairs is also dead. The ghost kills one person every 24 hours. Since it has already killed someone, why are you making a fuss? Who the Hades can be so talkative in a crisis? Wei Boyong shouted irritably. Sorry, I won't. In my opinion, you just gave up resistance, picked any one of them and killed them, and then lived for another day. Forget it. What else is there to say? Fong Min is dead. How about the translation work? We used the dictionary to piece together a rough idea, and we can understand it. Everything else is easy. As for the materials, we need to prepare 30 servings of blood sacrifice. We don't quite understand what it means. Yu Jisung's words were also the reason why the atmosphere worsened. Blood sacrifice, which doesn't sound like a good word, actually requires 30 servings. Could it be that all the living people are sacrificed? That's not enough. You're worrying too much. This is just the name they use internally. Tang Yuanjin mentioned it in his diary. Literally, blood sacrifice means a sacrifice of blood, that is, human blood. The standard amount for one person is 1,500 milliliters. Yin Lien gave the answer immediately. Before she knew it, the rhythm was back in her hands. 1,500 milliliters. I only donate 400 milliliters of blood each time. 30 servings? That's nonsense. Wei Boyong widened his eyes. I'm a doctor. Miss Yin, do you know that the total amount of blood in an average person's body is only about 4,000 to 5,000 milliliters? Of course, this depends on body size, but an average 60-kilogram person only has about 5,000 milliliters. The amount you mentioned is enough to be fatal. A man with a weak presence in Fong Min's group said tremblingly. Yin Lien nodded. Of course I know, but I didn't say I would use this method. You guys just kept thinking this was a way out and kept clinging to it. What should we do? Hope was dashed. Everyone looked at each other, and no one made a sound. Lu Ning, how are you? Yin Lien didn't care about people's confusion. She stood up, pulled Lu Ning to the wall, and asked about her situation in a low voice. I'm sorry, I think. There is nothing to feel sorry for. Shi Song may have died because of you, but it was not entirely because of you. Blaming yourself won't solve any problems now. It will only affect your thinking. When you get out, you can mourn him in any way you want. Yin Lien interrupted Lu Ning directly. After a moment's silence, Lu Ning nodded. Sister Yin Lien, you didn't finish what you were saying just now. Haha, it's useless. The number of people pressing the death point has lost its effect when the ghost has already killed 4. This manuscript repatriation ceremony is just giving false hope to people who have no way to survive. Lu Ning nodded vigorously. Don't worry, take this. Yin Lian stuffed something into Lu Ning's hand. It was a paper mask folded with paper with strange patterns, with simple thin ropes passed through the two sides. It was also one of the collections. This is the face of nothingness. If you wear it when a ghost is far away from you, it can make the ghost mistake you for a companion. However, if you are too close, you will still be discovered. Use it with caution. Sister Yin Lian. No, I can't take this from you. I won't hide. Do you think I was just standing there talking without any pain in my back? Hiding all the time won't solve any problems. I already know the purpose of this dagger. There are still many useful things in my diary. Yin Lian smiled at Lu Ning, and Lu Ning's still cold limbs finally felt a little warm. You want to kill ghosts? I want to kill ghosts, yes. The afternoon passed slowly in this shaky and uneasy mood. Although there was only one ghost left, no one would take any chances. Even the three nouveau riches stayed in the hall downstairs and never returned to their rooms. If the ghosts killed the lone people on the first day so that they still felt at ease by sticking together, then the two killings in front of them today clearly told everyone numbers are meaningless to ghosts. Lu Ning washed her face and didn't even change her clothes. She was still covered in blood, but she didn't plan to go find a change of clothes by herself. This discomfort was still bearable. But things were not that simple. After the shock, Lu Ning felt her head begin to feel dizzy. She knew something was wrong and put the back of her hand on her forehead. The back of my hands is cold, but my forehead is slightly hot. Sister Yin Lian, I seem to have a little fever. Lu Ning turned her head and whispered to Yin Lian beside her. There should be medicine in the warehouse, let's go get it.
Ah?
Now? What are you afraid of? Yin Lian pulled Lu Ning up, and their actions also attracted the attention of others. Yu Jisung immediately asked, Where are you two going? Lu Ning is sick, let's go get some medicine. Are you stupid? You dare to leave now? Don't die in the warehouse then. The nouveau riche had a gloomy face and spoke in a bad tone. Don't worry, just protect yourself. Yin Lian didn't care about these people's tempers, and was about to leave with Lu Ning. At this time, Ling Yan and Yu Jisung also stood up. Let's go there too. It's useless even if there are more people. Yin Lian said, turning her head. No. Ling Yan stays here.
On ira au-dessus dans l'ISPOC.
This sentence was a bit unexpected, and even Ling Yan was stunned. Your wooden sword is obviously something that can protect us. Having strength alone is useless in front of a ghost, so.
Please stay.
Hong Ziho lowered his posture, and his tone became a little pleading. This put Ling Yan in a dilemma. Stay, we will be fine. Yin Lian patted Ling Yan and took Lu Ning to the warehouse. Yu Jisung seemed to want to follow, but in the end, he did not take a step. He doesn't have Yin Lian's courage. In the warehouse, all kinds of items were placed on many shelves in different categories, arranged neatly like a supermarket. The innermost row was a refrigerator, which not only contained some meat and drinks, but also many medical instruments. Yin Lian easily found an area full of blood donation bags and a complete set of blood drawing equipment. She picked up one and looked at it carefully. It was a standard capacity of 400 milliliters. It was obviously given to them for the ceremony. It was a pity that it was no longer used. On the other side, Lu Ning also got the antipyretic medicine in the daily medication area. It is worth noting that the medicines here are not differentiated according to prescription drugs and over-the-counter drugs. There are even several kinds of poisons, and almost all of them are pills of the same shape and can only be barely distinguished by color. After discovering this problem, Lu Ning immediately called Yin Lian over and pointed it out to her. It's a malicious arrangement. Yin Lian stretched out her hand and fiddled with the medicine bottle and said thoughtfully, We don't need to kill each other. This medicine is made like this. It seems to be intentionally misleading us.
Why?
Just in case, Lu Ning, you should give the medicine to the doctor. We must be careful now.
No.
Are you still afraid? It's over that feeling. Lu Ning took a bottle of medicine directly, then turned her head and glanced. Let's
get something to eat.
I think this place is actually a dangerous area. Although they had prepared some food in the kitchen, The things they brought back were still very useful in emergencies, and the atmosphere became better. Luning asked the doctor to help confirm that the antipyretic medicine was fine and prepared to take it. Ling Yan and Pang Lingling took her to the kitchen to get some hot water and brought back dinner. Nowadays, few people have the mood to cook. Although the kitchen is next door, this is considered a solitary action. Many people still hold on to the candles of their lovers. After all, no one knows how far the warning distance is. Even if they are a little further away, they look scared. Some people even eat and drink less in order to go to the bathroom less often. So tonight's dinner was a thick soup made by stewing various ingredients in a pot. Luning was sick and couldn't eat meat at all, so she took a chocolate bar and ate it slowly. The others didn't really have much interest, but they drank some reluctantly for the sake of their energy. It was as if when it rains it pours, and perhaps that was their current situation. When they were halfway through dinner, the whole room suddenly went dark, with no light except for the candlelight on the table. Screams, shouts, and curses were heard all at once, and someone even overturned a chair. Everyone calmed down. Move towards the candlelight. Yu Jisong shouted, which made the chaos less chaotic. At this time, the nouveau riche's angry voice rang out. That electrician. Didn't he go to check? How could such a problem happen? I checked it, but it can't be fixed. Didn't I tell you that?
Saw the en fuyant les oreilles à cigarette.
Also, I'm not an electrician. Although I don't mean to be rude to the electricians, I still want to emphasize this. Can't be fixed? The master said it's a problem of aging parts. Without replacement parts, it can't be repaired. A calmer young man under Zhang Fuyuan spoke up. Also, we didn't have enough fuel to begin with. Even if the generator was fine, it wouldn't be able to run at full capacity for 7 days. We've already stopped 2 of them as backup. Backup? What are you waiting for? Start up those 2 machines right away. The nouveau riche said impatiently. Who's going? Are you going? Zhang Fuyuan laughed, blowing out a puff of smoke from a distance. It's dark here, and there's a ghost in the house who hasn't killed anyone yet. I don't dare to go. At worst, I can sleep here tonight, and then go and check it out tomorrow morning. If you're not afraid, go and start it. The upstart cursed in a low voice, but he was not stupid. He did not dare to anger Zhang Fuyuan in this situation. He could only vent his anger on the people around him. Get out of the way. I want to get closer to the candle. Luning, is it okay here? If you really feel uncomfortable, let's go back to the room and sleep. Yin Lian was still very concerned about Luning's health. It's okay. It's just one night. The weather is good now. It's nothing. Luning smiled at Yin Lian and huddled in the chair with her hands on her knees. Not long after, she suddenly felt warm. It was Yin Lian who covered her with her suit. If you have a fever, you must keep warm and not catch a cold. Thanks. You're welcome. Go to bed. Compared to the little warmth here, a quarrel broke out on the other side. The candle flame was the only source of light, and it must not be extinguished, but the lovers held on to it tightly and refused to let go. That night they had to discuss a shift order to watch over the candles. Everyone had an idea about how to distribute the light, and no one could convince the other. 1 class per hour, so who'll go first and who'll go later? You want to guard the first half of the night and the second half of the night? What if I fall asleep after guarding for so long?
I'm tired.
In the end, Hong Ziho had to use force to arrange people's schedules. As it was more difficult to guard in the second half of the night, the final order of assignment was: Policeman Xiao Lu was in the first shift, the couple was in the same shift, followed by Wei Boyang, the man with dyed hair, 2 band members Yu Jisong, Xing Shu, Zhang Fuyuan, Ling Yan, the tall boy, and Hong Ziho. The nouveau riche was not allowed to get close to the candles. After all, this man could not be trusted anyway, and the others tried to let them rest. For some reason, Yin Lian was not considered among the people on duty at night, which made people feel a little strange. Zhang Fuyuan put out his cigarette, coughed, and said, The weather is going to change again. It was indeed changing again. The weather in the mountains also changed very quickly. In the early morning, Ling Yan was woken up by someone. After Zhang Fuyuan woke Ling Yan up, he immediately raised his index finger to his mouth and made a soft hush sound, then whispered to Ling Yan, Don't panic, the upstart is dead. Ling Yan was not the kind of person who would panic. After hearing this, he just nodded and looked outside. There was already some dim light, but there was also the sound of raindrops hitting the window. It's moderate rain. It's been raining for a while. Do you think we should wake everyone up? Zhang Fuyuan didn't look panicked by the death of someone around him. Instead, he talked about the matter as if he was reading a newspaper in the morning. You found it? It was still dark when I took over before dawn. The thin candle could only illuminate 1 meter around it. The boy died in his seat.
See.
Ling Yan looked up and saw that because the nouveau riche was excluded, even if he sat as close to the candle as possible, he was still 3 meters away from it. It was really dark at night. Now he was lying on the chair with his head tilted back, with a huge cut on his neck, exactly the same as Yang Na's death before, but because there was no one around, he just fell on the table and chair. He was confident that he would not die, but now… Ling Yan sighed. Well, let's wake everyone up. Soon, everyone was woken up. The two of them were going to wake everyone up one by one, but Pang Lingling woke up right opposite the nouveau riche and woke everyone up with a scream.
What
happened? Luning felt her head was heavy, and she opened her eyes drowsily. Yin Lian's hand was already on her forehead. Your fever has gotten worse. Sister Yin Lian, I don't feel well. What happened? Someone died. He was killed last night. This has nothing to do with us now. I'll take you upstairs to rest. No, wait, who? Luning slowly sat up and saw the body of the nouveau riche. Although her mind was fuzzy, she still remembered the scene. This is the ghost who killed. The one who cut my throat. Yes, don't think about it. I'll take you upstairs. Ling Yan, can you help me? Get some hot water. I'll help her change her clothes. Yin Lian turned around for help. Good.
Hey.
Don't you have anything to say? Wei Boyan couldn't understand what the woman wanted to say. Wasn't it proven yesterday that ghosts can kill people in a crowd? What's there to say?
He just had bad luck.
Instead of worrying about this, you might as well wait for the text message this morning. Yin Lian replied coldly and went upstairs with Lu Ning. Why is Sister Lian so nice to me? Lu Ning asked with some confusion as she gave the suit to Yin Lian. Maybe it's because you're lucky. Didn't you say that you always meet people who care about you? Don't joke, Sister Lian. I still know that the relationship between people is cultivated slowly. Well, it's not a bad idea, if you really want to know. Generally speaking, you're the kind of person I envy. Yin Lian smiled slightly, opened the door, walked into the room, and took out the large pajamas prepared in the closet. If your childhood were reversed, it would probably be a reflection of my childhood. Well. Lu Ning slowly took off her blood-stained clothes and listened to Yin Lian talk about her past. I mentioned before that my classmates and I started a company. Actually, I became financially independent very early. As for my parents, my father was born in a family that favored boys over girls. He was very unhappy with my birth, and therefore he didn't look at my mother well. My mother had been out in society at an early age, and she had a bad temper. The two of them had quarreled a lot since I can remember. Then, when I was 6 or 7 years old, my mother suddenly took the family passbook and left in the middle of the night. My father was stunned at the time. Yin Lian seemed to want to make this sound like a joke, but Lu Ning couldn't laugh, no matter what. My father went to the police station to report the case, but he couldn't find me, so he could only report me as missing. Later, when I grew up, my father told me that he would only support me until junior high school, and he would definitely not support me in school after the compulsory education. I didn't want to care about him at all, so I applied to a high school far away from home, worked part-time, and got scholarships. In short, it was similar to those inspirational stories you have read. Later, I stumbled in society, but I didn't grow up badly.
Sorry. Sister Lian.
I don't need to apologize, lie down. Yin Lian pressed Lu Ning onto the bed and covered her with a blanket, staring into her eyes and saying, I know that no matter what others do, I will love myself, so I am not unfortunate. And you, since you have been born with happiness, I don't want to see this happiness die halfway. How do you really have no principles, Sister Lian?
Lu Ning glauket.
Go to sleep. I still need your knowledge to help me. At this time, footsteps sounded at the door, and Ling Yan came in with a kettle and said, it took a while to boil the water. How is Lu Ning? I let her sleep. I'll be here to watch her just in case. Thank you very much. It's okay, do you need help? Are you okay with leaving? Ling Yan raised her eyebrows. It doesn't make sense for so many people to rely on me for protection. It's okay that people were panicking after the incident yesterday, but after a whole night, you still can't adjust? Is the thing still in your hand? Yin Lian suddenly asked. Ling Yan nodded. Lu Ning asked curiously, what are you talking about? Although the things we found yesterday cannot be used to fight ghosts, they have other uses. Ling Yan, you can show them to Lu Ning. After hearing Yin Lian's words, Ling Yan took out a palm-sized glass bottle from his pocket. It looked like a drifting bottle, and there was a piece of white paper inside.
This seems to be.
The message in a bottle is a thing that can read the last thoughts of the deceased. We tried it on the body of the first victim. Although it has great limitations, it does have this function. Yin Lian explained. Tried? Speaking of finding so many collectibles, except for the Hand of Corruption which really came true yesterday, they have not really verified the true efficacy of other collectibles. This was also a hidden uneasiness in Lu Ning's heart, and now it was finally confirmed. If you place it next to the body for 10 minutes, the note in the bottle will show the deceased's last thoughts. However, after all, he was killed by a ghost, so the information we get is all about saving lives and not wanting to die, which is of no practical use. Ling Yan said with some regret, you can see that the note is not big, so it can't show much. When the second 24 hours passed, the text message arrived again as expected. Lu Ning was already fast asleep on the bed. Yin Lian and Ling Yan picked up their mobile phones and clicked on the message. This time the message was full of information. Dear tourists, do you feel reluctant to leave on the second day? Between death and life, have you found the beautiful light of humanity? Please cherish the present time and the people around you. Additional tips about ghosts. 3. The first ghost has the ability to be invisible and extremely powerful. Don't expect to fight it in any way. That is unrealistic. The invisible ghost kills by breaking the victim's limbs and neck backwards, then disembowels and eats part of the internal organs. The invisible ghost is not afraid of light, but cannot physically touch humans in strong light. That is, the invisible ghost can only kill people in dim light. 4. Will be unlocked at the end of the third day. I wish you all a pleasant journey. You gave us information directly about a ghost. In this way, we can basically infer what will happen in the next 2 days. Yin Lian gently stroked the handle of the dagger with one hand to her waist and showed an interested smile on her face. And this is information that is unfavorable to the ghost. Even its weaknesses are directly told to us. Why do I feel that it is even worse? Do you think so? Ling Yan didn't really think that much, but as long as we can ensure the lighting conditions, that's fine. Don't think too simply. First, although it is said that people can only be killed in dim light, what is dim light? Second, when there is not enough fuel, it is still okay during the day, but we have experienced power outages at night. How to solve this problem? Third, how can you be sure that other ghosts can't kill people in that environment? A dim environment is more conducive to these guys. Fourth, and the most important one. Yin Lian paused here. The ability of the first ghost is invisibility. Invisibility is counted as this ghost's ability. In other words, our previous idea that ghosts can approach and kill people without a trace is not feasible. Only one ghost has the ability to kill people invisibly. Ling Yan was shocked. That's right. If other ghosts can't become invisible, where are they hiding? Or what ability do they rely on to hide? Do they transform into the objects we see? Or do they hide in the shadows?
Or
is it possible that a ghost has already sneaked in when the 30 of us entered? Yin Lian smiled bitterly and expressed this guess.
Let me tell you one last thing.
My dagger has the function of absorbing the soul of the person it kills. If it is not a coincidence, what do you think its real function should be? Kill the demon who sneaked in among us in human form. This was Lu Ning's answer. A comfortable rest made her feel much better. After being awakened by the whispered conversation between the two people, Lu Ning had been listening silently. After waking up, she took her mobile phone and scanned the text messages. It must be said that although she still had some ideas, It was still difficult for her to understand them all at once as clearly as Yin Lian. Awake? How do you feel?
Yin Lian asked.
Very good. Did I feel my head isn't heavy anymore? Is everything all right? I just received a text message. The ghost's killing quota has just been refreshed. What can happen? Yin Lian poured her some water. I'll soak your clothes in hot water and wash them after the blood melts. There will definitely be traces left, but at least it won't be so uncomfortable to wear. Thank you, Sister Yin Lian. Lu Ning nodded slightly. Yin Lian patted her hands through the quilt, turned to Ling Yan, and said, We will go read Fong Min's memory at noon today. Ling Yan, I hope the matter of the letter in the bottle will not be made public, and don't read every dead person's memory.
Oh.
This is my advice. I suspect there are mysteries in these things that save our lives. The number of uses of the message in the bottle may not be unlimited. All things must be used at the critical moment. Do you understand? Ling Yan also felt that this was fine, so she agreed immediately. Yin Lian felt relieved and stood up to wash clothes for Lu Ning. Lu Ning touched her head and gently closed her eyes. Her gradually clear mind began to think about what she needed to pay attention to next. Ling Yan sat on the other bed with her arms folded and started the shift in place of Yin Lian. Yin Lian had almost used up the soap in the bathroom before she managed to make Lu Ning's clothes somewhat clean. The marks were not particularly obvious after being soaked in water, but there would definitely be marks left after drying. The fact that everyone had only one set of clothes became a problem at this moment. There were some old clothes in the bedroom on the third floor, but except for some leather ones that were relatively sturdy, the others would almost fall apart at the slightest touch and were not as comfortable as bathrobes. But after getting the information about the first ghost, it is easier to speculate about the other ghosts. The ghosts have a fixed way of killing, so judging from the current deaths, their hiding methods can also be traced, but we can't rule out too much. Yin Lian was also analyzing the known situation in her mind. Fong Min's death is a breakthrough, but whether it is the same as I thought needs to be confirmed. The invisible ghost is actually the weakest among the three, so detailed information was given to the first one. In this case, ghosts also have the rule of survival of the fittest? No, maybe it's more serious. Not only are we humans competing, but ghosts are also competing. Can they communicate with each other? Can they help each other set up a plan?
Wait.
Why at that time a flash of inspiration flashed through Yin Lian's mind, and at this moment, the corner of her eye allowed her to see something moving. Almost at this moment, Yin Lian's hand had touched her waist. She looked up at the back of her body in the mirror, but there was nothing behind her. What moved was her own hand in the mirror. This is the last puzzle, Yin Lian thought to herself, but she couldn't open her mouth to shout out. Yin Lian in the mirror gave a wicked smile and put her hand on her mouth, also preventing Yin Lian outside the mirror from making any sound. The second ghost moves in the mirror. It doesn't exist in our world at all, so we can't find it. As for the third ghost, Yin Lian's brain had never worked so fast before. She quickly pulled out the dagger and stepped back. However, the ghost in the mirror was still standing in front of the mirror. He reached out and picked up a blade next to the sink. It didn't exist in reality and pointed it at his neck, cutting it hard.
Go.
Yin Lian made an indistinct sound from her throat, which was quickly drowned out by the blood gushing out of her neck. The massive blood loss made her vision blurry. The ghost in the mirror finally loosened his hand, grinned at Yin Lian with the same blood gushing out, opened his hand slightly, and the blade in his hand fell to the ground with a ding sound. Landed on the ground in reality. Yin Lian's eyes went dark, and she had almost lost all her strength. The severe pain disturbed her thinking. The only thing she could still remember was the cold, hard object that she was still holding tightly in her hand. At least, in the end. The body fell backward. I want to verify. She gathered her last bit of strength and swung her right hand. Is this meant to kill you?
Snap. Crash.
The loud noise coming from the bathroom made the two people in the bedroom jump up from the bed immediately. Lu Ning and Ling Yan rushed into the bathroom in a few steps, just in time to see Yin Lian lying on the ground covered in blood and the mirror smashed to pieces by a dagger. Sister Yin Lian. Lu Ning shouted until her voice became hoarse and rushed forward to hug Yin Lian. However, her wide-open eyes had become blank, and the red liquid representing life was no longer gushing out quickly, but gradually slowed down its flow. Ling Yan squatted down and placed the small glass bottle next to Yin Lian. He glanced at the broken mirror, reached out, and gently closed Yin Lian's eyes. My condolences.
No.
How is it possible? The day has just begun, and we haven't done anything yet. Why would they kill someone now? Lu Ning glanced at the mirror hatefully. Mirror? Is it a mirror? Killing someone with a mirror?
No.
The dagger had fallen to the ground, lying quietly among the broken glass. The ghost is in the mirror. This is what Sister Yin Lian wanted to tell us in the end. Lu Ning's voice gradually became calm, with a hint of coldness in it. The mirror ghost kills people by slitting their throats, so its weakness is obvious. It can't kill people without a mirror, right? Lu Ning, you need to calm down. Ling Yan noticed that Lu Ning was in a bad mood and immediately tried to dissuade her. So that's what's happening. I made a mistake. After being so cowardly yesterday, I made such a mistake again. I'm sorry, Sister Yin Lian. Lu Ning slowly lowered his head, laid Yin Lian's body flat, then walked over and picked up the dagger. You're a little crazy, Lu Ning, it's not your problem. Ling Yan frowned and raised his hand to hold Lu Ning's shoulder. I'm watching you now. Don't go anywhere. I'm fine, Sister Ling Yan, don't worry. Sister Yin Lian's death will not be in vain, and I will not make the same mistake again. It's just that there are some things I still need to confirm.
Not now.
I want you to calm down. If you go looking for ghosts everywhere now, you will just die. Lu Ning looked up at Ling Yan, then nodded gently. I won't do such a stupid thing again. 1 or 2 stupid mistakes are enough. Then, I'll call someone now. You go change your clothes. Ling Yan glanced at Lu Ning's bathrobe, which was stained with blood again, and added a sentence. Okay. Lu Ning behaved very well. People went upstairs one after another. Yu Jisung, Hong Ziho, and others showed expressions of disbelief. What's going on? How long have you been here? Where are your things? Are they useless? Although Wei Boyong had always been at odds with Yin Lian, he still couldn't believe that he had seen someone die. It only took a moment for the ghost to kill someone. We didn't react until we heard the noise, but the person was already dead. Ling Yan briefly described the situation. At that time, the people downstairs had just received the message and were discussing it, and temporarily ignored the 3 people upstairs. They didn't expect that something would happen in such a short time. So, it was a mirror? Yu Jisung stood at the door of the bathroom and tilted his head to look at the situation inside. She smashed a mirror before she died? Do you think the ghost is in the mirror? It must be in the mirror. Lu Ning sighed. How do you know? Maybe she was being restrained and wanted to make some noise to attract your attention. Wei Boyong still didn't quite believe it. Sister Yin Lian told me that even if I die, I will kill the ghost with a knife. Since she smashed the mirror, the ghost must be there. TSK, people don't have so many thoughts when they are about to die. Wei Boyong took another look. Where's the knife? In my hand. What are you doing with so many things, a little girl? You don't know how to use them. Giving them to us can protect you. Wei Boyong said as he was about to walk over, but was stopped in the corridor by Yu Jisung and Ling Yan. Sorry, I really can use it. Besides, I am the one who can decide your life and death now, so don't show that attitude to me. Hey, that woman is dead and you're acting so arrogant again, right? Wei Boyong glared at him. Lu Ning was not afraid of him. She jumped off the bed and walked closer. She shouted past Wei Boyong, Uncle Zhang Fuyuan, you have a lighter with you, right? Lend it to me? Zhang Fuyuan was also straightforward and threw a disposable lighter directly into the house from the door, and it fell accurately into Lu Ning's arms. Thank you. Lu Ning took out the prayer gold statue. Yin Lian had secretly moved it inside her bathrobe before, but now it was exposed, and it didn't matter. She pressed the lighter and brought the bottom of the gold statue close to the flame and burned it for a while. It was not known whether it was because of gold or some other reason. The gold statue was only heated up and did not change color at all. Seeing that it was almost burned, Lu Ning extinguished the lighter in her left hand, turned over her hand and pressed the bottom of the gold statue on the back of her hand. "What are you doing?" Wei Boyong hurriedly reached out to grab him, but was stopped by Yu Jisung and Ling Yan and could not get close. The pain made Lu Ning more focused, and even her condition seemed to have improved a lot. She waited for a while, and then lifted the golden statue. There was a square burn on her arm. If I had told Sister Yin Lian earlier, she wouldn't have died. Lu Ning looked at it with some self-mockery. After she found out how to use the golden statue, Song was killed in front of her. The series of shocks made her almost forget about this thing until she woke up this morning and touched it. As a result, before she could talk about this, Yin Lian was quickly killed. Even if you are sad, there is no need to hurt yourself. Wei Boyong was not in a hurry to come over. He waved his hands and took 2 steps back. "We don't have to take your things. This brand can block the attacks of ghosts. Of course, I don't know how many times it can block. If you believe it, burn one on your body too." Lu Ning threw the golden statue to Yu Jisung. After he took it, he immediately understood what he meant. He asked for a lighter and burned one on his body in the same way. After the second one, the third one was interested. Wei Boyong was still stubborn at first, saying, "This girl is just in a bad mood and wants to drag us down with her." But who among the people present has not read the collection catalog several times? This thing is indeed in the catalog, and it won't hurt to burn it. If it is really useful, wouldn't it be a big profit? So after the golden statue passed through Yu Jisung and Ling Yan's hands, it immediately became a hot commodity, and everyone took it to get their stamps. "What are you going to do?" "Lu Ning." Ling Yan turned her head and asked. "Make trouble for the ghosts, delay time, and find another way to complete what Sister Yin Lian wanted to do before." Lu Ning tied the dagger around her waist, just as Yin Lian had done before. "Well, this is for you." Ling Yan stuffed the letter in the bottle into her hand. "I'm better at physical things. Since Yin Lian trusted you so much before, you should be responsible for finishing it. Also, see what she wants to tell you in the end."
Thank you.
"Then, Duck, can you leave me alone for a while?" Yu Jisung frowned. "Be alone and quiet? In this situation? Don't joke with your life, okay?" Lu Ning shook her head. "I won't." "Never mind. I'm sure that I'm in this room, and the ghost can't kill me." "Did you find anything?" Ling Yan asked. "Yes, but I can't guarantee it if you two stay here. As for this discovery, I'm sorry that I'm not sure of other special conditions right now. It's best not to mislead you any further. Since you said so that we are downstairs. If anything happens, just shout out loud, and I will come as soon as possible." Ling Yan said. "Me too." Yu Jisung also nodded to her. Yin Lian's body had been moved to another room, but the bathroom had not been cleaned yet. Lu Ning didn't allow anyone else to interfere and just kept it as it was. Lu Ning returned to the bathroom only after she was completely alone. The blood is still thick, but the person is gone. She picked up the clothes in the sink. Yin Lian's blood fell into the water and dyed the clothes red again. Now when she took them out, there were still some broken glass pieces in them. It was almost a mess. Maybe it can't be washed clean. Lu Ning muttered to herself, took out the clothes and shook them a few times, removed the broken glass and wrung out the water, took them back to the house, turned on the heater and started drying the clothes. It was bright outside the window, and the dark clouds could not completely block the sunlight, making the house even brighter. The diary in Yin Lian's hand was placed on the bedside. Lu Ning took it carefully and found that several pages were folded. Inside were some records of Tang Yuanjin about the usage of collections and knowledge of mysticism. Lu Ning felt her nose a little sour at this moment. She thought for a while, took out the letter from the bottle, pulled out the cork from the bottle, and carefully poured out the paper roll inside. There were a few lines of printed content on the note, not much, but no nonsense. If the dagger can kill it, it's one less ghost. If it can't, it's something to kill the third ghost. The diary in my hand also records information about Tang Yuanjin's secret room. The few collections that were not found should be there, but the location of the secret room is not recorded. Other diaries may need to be found. That's it. I will find it, Sister Yin Lian. Lu Ning gently smoothed the note in her hand, re-rolled it, and put it back into the small bottle. Then she picked up the diary and started browsing the folded pages. On July 2nd, the commotion in Yu's laboratory has subsided and the mole has been found out. Unfortunately, Alan had already killed him before he could be caught. But does this kid think he can hide any secrets by dying early? Naive people will never understand what terrible methods there are in this world. Rain on July 3rd. I hate continuous rainy weather. To prevent anyone from sneaking into the lab, I placed the video recorder there so it could be quickly accessed if the alarm went off. Originally, as long as I didn't covet the secrets of the Tang family, I had always turned a blind eye to the property information and so on, but this seemed to be considered weak and could be bullied. It's time for them to remember their fears. Sunny on July 5th, the 3 moles have been executed, which seems to have deterred those with evil intentions. But I'm getting old, and I don't know how long I can continue to support you. Down syndrome cannot fall into the hands of those greedy guys, but today's young people are not considered to be talented. How about asking my old man? What about friends? Cloudy on July 7th finally waited until today. It seems that the boy still hasn't figured out what's going on with him. The boundary between death and life is actually blurred in the eyes of people like us, and what secrets can a mere ghost hide? But I didn't expect that someone would actually be interested in the blood of the divine bird. Is the temptation of eternal life really that great? Don't they think about it? If they can really gain eternal life, why am I still getting older year after year? Greed has blinded them, and I must take action. Ian Lien circled a few words in 4 consecutive diaries with a pen. Laboratory, video recorder, 3 moles, blood of the divine bird, immortality. Lu Ning could understand the meaning of these words. The laboratory was a facility that did not exist in the main house that they had checked, and it did not appear on the map. It should be the secret room mentioned in Ian Lien's will. The video recorder and the blood of the sacred bird were also recorded in the collection catalog. There were question marks next to the 3 traitors, and it was not known whether they were related to the 3 ghosts. The final eternal life was probably something like a motive. The whole villa might have been related to this. But how far has Ian Lien come? Has she figured out the remaining ghost's killing limit? Or has she thought of a better way to deal with the ghost? However, Lu Ning is not Ian Lien after all. What she hoped for was not for everyone to get out alive, but just for herself to survive. She did not have that sense of responsibility and would not be touched by the death of strangers. Song, Ian Lien, and the rest of the people who might be considered relatively familiar were Gong Senyu, Yu Jisong, and Ling Yan, but the rest were not within Lu Ning's consideration. I need to wait until today for the invisible ghost to kill someone, and act within this safe period. As the light gradually dimmed, Lu Ning also came downstairs. The generator had been restarted during the day, and now everyone gathered downstairs. Whether cooking or going to the toilet, they all worked together, even though everyone knew it was of little use. Today, it's so quiet. Perhaps the atmosphere was too tense. A young man spoke up. He was another one of Zhang Fuyuan's men, and he was a bit rash, so no one paid much attention to him. But now he suddenly said something like this, and it seemed to touch people's sore spot, and he was immediately denounced. So many people have died. How can we not be quiet? You are so heartless. Can't you come up with something useful? The young man was stunned for a moment, and Zhang Fuyuan pulled him back, keeping a calm face and saying nothing. After all, he was now in charge of electricity, so everyone didn't want to make things awkward, so they only said a few words and stopped. Let's analyze the current situation. Yu Jisong changed the subject. We already know about the existence of the invisible ghost, so as long as we take corresponding measures, we can prevent it from killing people, which will increase everyone's survival rate. However, the conditions of the other 2 ghosts limit us to today and tomorrow to find out. Does everyone have any good defense methods during this period? How about keeping it as it is? No one responded, and first a boy in school uniform from Fong Min's team raised his hand. Don't come out and talk nonsense, little brat. Wei Boyan yelled angrily.
No.
I'm serious. We haven't taken any special precautions against ghost attacks so far, but the 3rd day is almost halfway through and only 6 people have been killed. Does this mean that we are making it difficult for ghosts to find opportunities? Also, I've seen a lot of horror movies, and the more panicked the people in those movies are, the more likely they are to die. If we maintain our normal routine. Although it is an idea, relying on the limitations of ghosts is too passive now, said Yu Jisung. But what this kid said does make sense. Only 2 ghosts took action on the first day, which means the third ghost never found an opportunity. This not only increases our chance of survival, but also exposes our weaknesses. Wei Boyong grinned and slammed the table.
Great.
Let's analyze the ghost's weaknesses from this aspect. I'm afraid you can't analyze it. Lu Ning poured a basin of cold water on them.
What?
Because this is the wrong approach. No matter what weakness we find, the ghosts can kill people right in front of us, and we are only relying on those collections to resist. The only good news now is that the things we have are rarely used. The bad news is that these things may not be of much use. Wei Boyong was about to refute, but Yu Jisung spoke first. It won't be of much use? I've seen the invisible ghost before. It took less than 10 seconds for it to kill Song, and the mirror ghost that killed Sister Yin Lien took even less time. I want to ask which of you has the confidence to take out something to fight it before you die? Lu Ning rolled up her sleeves slightly to show the mark on her wrist. Such preventive measures may be of some use, but at most, they can only stop the ghosts.
If they want to kill people.
At this moment, a short scream interrupted Lu Ning's words. Pang Lingling, who was sitting at the other end of the table, jumped up from her chair and pointed at the candle on the rotten hand on the table and screamed loudly.
Ghost.
Ghost is coming. I don't know when, the candle flame has turned into a faint blue flame. Everyone don't panic. Yu Jisung wanted to say something, but Pang Lingling had already pushed aside the people next to her and ran towards the corridor in a panic, knocking over 2 chairs. Xiao Lu. And that big guy. Hurry up and chase him back. Everyone, pay attention to the movements around you. It should be an invisible ghost. Hong Ziho raised his voice and began to direct everyone. After hearing the order, the police and the tall boy rushed to the corridor together. At this time, Pang Lingling let out another more terrifying scream. What's going on? She was in the room when Fongmin was killed, and now she is more traumatized than others. Yu Jisung frowned. Pay attention to the flames. Wait, Lu Ning. What do you want to do? In the chaos, Lu Ning had easily snatched the hand of corruption and was walking slowly around the table while keeping a close eye on the movements in the corridor. I'll go check it out. Ling Yan jumped onto the table and drew out the wooden sword with his backhand. He took a few steps and jumped directly to the front of the corridor. At this time, Xiao Lu, who was running faster in the corridor, had already caught Pang Lingling, who was a little out of control, but the collar behind him suddenly tightened, and he was lifted up in the air.
Run.
At the last moment, Xiao Lu suddenly pushed Pang Lingling towards the hall, and then he bent his hands backwards, making a crisp breaking sound. As Xiao Lu screamed, the tall boy who was a little slower grabbed Pang Lingling, who was pushed and staggered. He looked at Xiao Lu in midair with a trembling body and screamed at the top of his voice, "Help!" In a flash, Ling Yan had already rushed into the corridor and stabbed the invisible ghost with a wooden sword. At the same time, Xiao Lu's head was suddenly twisted back in the air. Oha! For the first time, people heard the screams of ghosts. Xiao Lu fell to the ground suddenly, making a loud noise, and a series of dense footsteps gradually faded away in the corridor, as if the invisible ghost was escaping. Xiao Lu, Hong Ziho, and others rushed over, but were stunned on the spot. I am late. Ling Yan glanced at the corridor and said regretfully. Although they failed to complete the final act of disembowelment, the neck was bent backwards nearly 180 degrees, making it impossible for anyone to be alive. I told you, it only takes a moment for a demon to kill someone. Lu Ning walked over slowly, with the hand of decay in one hand, his tone indifferent. Sister Ling Yan's reaction speed was fast enough, but even so, she was not able to rescue us in time. How useful do you think these collections are? At least we are sure that the ghost killed someone. Yu Jisung, not far behind Lu Ning, shook his head slightly, and we also know that the ghost is coming. Lu Ning, your mood has been a little strange since Yin Lian's death. I hope you can pay attention. The second time, Yu Jisong's words were also interrupted by a loud roar. Huang Peng. He turned his head in displeasure, but saw the tall boy pushing Pang Lingling out with a look of horror. His face turned blue, his legs went limp, and he sat directly on the ground. What are you doing? The tall boy named Huang Peng pointed at Pang Lingling's body, which was thrown to the ground but still motionless, and said, She's dead. Everyone was shocked, and Yu Jisong immediately rushed over and grabbed Pang Lingling's shoulders. The body was still warm, but there was no breathing. Pang Lingling's eyes were wide open, and there was a strange smile on her face, just like Fong Min's, which seemed to be mocking and cursing. Thunder. It was another rainy night. Although the hall was brightly lit, the atmosphere was extremely solemn. After two of their companions were killed in front of them, no one could remain optimistic. The previous discussions were just as Lu Ning said, and they were useless. There's no need to look so gloomy. Aren't you mentally prepared yet? After Lu Ning returned the hand of corruption to the couple, he found a corner to stand in. I'm not in the mood to talk to you now. Wei Boyong pointed at Lu Ning viciously. Don't jump out and ask for a beating. I don't hit women, but that's when I'm not mad at them. Well, before I go, let me tell you something helpful. You're leaving again? Yu Jisong didn't know whether he was angry or helpless, but he laughed. Okay, then go ahead and tell us. The detection range of a candle is about 10 meters. I can't measure it very accurately without tools, but it's good within this distance.
Lu Ning sighed.
How do you know? Asked the man in the couple. Do you think I'm frightened by walking around the table with a candle? Although everyone felt that Lu Ning's tone was not right, at least they would not think that she would be the same as yesterday. As of now, the Hand of Decay has no positive effect. Now let me tell you its alert range, 10 meters. This distance is not very meaningful. Generally speaking, this item is quite useless. Lu Ning spread his hands. But I also inferred a second conclusion based on the changes in the flames. The invisible ghost walked through our hall to the corridor to kill people.
Ah?
What do you mean? The reckless young man under Zhang Fuyuan asked first. The brightness of the hall exceeds its killing limit, but not the corridor. This is already a good reference. Lu Ning finished speaking. That's not good news. Zhang Fuyuan laughed. Even if we have tried our best to repair it, the generator still has hidden dangers. It will be difficult to hold out until the end of the 7 days. That's your problem. Now I'm leaving. It's getting dark. Where are you going? Wei Boyong asked. Of course, we should make good use of this safe time. By the way, I wish you all a good sleep tonight. Lu Ning left these words, turned around, and went upstairs. What does she mean? Wei Boyong asked others with his eyes wide open. Yu Jisong rubbed his temple with a headache. All 3 ghosts have killed people today. We don't have to worry about ghost attacks until we receive new text messages. Yin Lian is dead, Hong Ziho is a man of action, Zhang Fuyuan remains a bystander, and Lu Ning now looks sarcastic again. He can no longer put on that relaxed look. Were thunder and lightning outside the window, and the lights in the room were dim. Lu Ning was the only one in the study, sitting in front of a huge desk, slowly flipping through Tang Yuanjin's diary with a pen in hand. There are 18 diaries in total, and of course there are gaps in the years. However, there are only 2 large sections missing, and the rest can still be connected. Lu Ning can be roughly divided into 3 periods, early, middle, and late. In the early period, Tang Yuanjin was about 30 years old. At this time, he recorded a lot of his thoughts, experiences, and aspirations about occultism. It seemed that he had just come into contact with occult knowledge at this time, and his tone was more enthusiastic and passionate. The middle period is when he was 40 years old. At this time, Tang Yuanjin should have established his own mystical force and began to collect and study related items from all over the world. Some articles were written more like research notes and even recorded many names of collections that were not included in the booklet. The effects were also strange and varied, and there were even things like formations and talismans that could directly seal ghosts. In the later years, when Tang Yuanjin was in his later years, the mystical things became secondary. The problems inside and outside the family gave him a headache, and his research tended to stagnate. It can be seen that Tang Yuanjin gradually hated his family in his later years. He used many words such as burden and waste to complain, and also mentioned events such as execution without any hesitation. The Tang family gradually declined in Tang Yuanjin's later years. Tang Yuanjin's two sons left home to make their own way, but their situation was not very good. The eldest son was evaluated as mediocre. If the Tang family was just an ordinary wealthy family, it would be fine, but Tang Yuanjin started out in the mysticism. Although he made countless friends, he also had many enemies. He could put on his face and ask a few friends to protect his family after his death, but it was not a permanent solution after all. Luning spent a whole night sorting out the information in Tang Yuanjin's diary. When it was already getting light outside, she felt a little dizzy. The fever had not completely subsided yet, and now he had been reading and thinking all night. Luning coughed twice, looked out the window, and then slowly took out 3 booklets from his pocket. In addition to her own copy, there were also 2 copies held by the 2 people who died first, and Luning took the opportunity of the autopsy to get them. She looked at the map carefully, then tore off each floor and stacked them together in front of the window. All maps use the same scale, which means that their outlines should overlap. If the laboratory in the diary is hidden in the main house, there should be something unusual on the map. The result was just as Luning had guessed. The corridor on the second floor is a little wider than the corridor on the first floor, not by much, but the corridors in the main building are on both sides. The corridor is shaped like an concave structure, with rooms on both sides. If the second floor was wider, the 2 sections together would be enough to accommodate 1 person in and out. The ghost's first murder was in the corridor on the first floor. It was not accidental. Luning recalled that there were only toilets and some simple houses in the corridor on the first floor. When there were enough rooms on the second floor, not many people would consider going there. Moreover, the first person died in the corridor on the first floor. That place was subconsciously regarded as a dangerous place by everyone, who would pay attention to the details of the corridor being a little narrow. But even so, there were a lot of rooms on the first floor. Including the toilet, there were a total of 16 rooms on the inner side. If Luning searched them one by one, he might encounter ghosts and die suddenly. It's impossible to hide the laboratory here, but the secret passage leading to the laboratory is likely to be there. Luning fell into deep thought. If I try to convince others now, Sister Ling Yan and Yu Jisong might be willing to help, and Grandpa Gongsun might be willing to help, but others might not. There's no point in searching like this if we don't split up. Splitting up will give the ghosts a chance to attack us. It's a real dilemma. Is it this time already? Just right as a reference. Luning opened the window, stood directly at the window, opened the information, and started to check. Dear tourists, according to the weather forecast, the next 2 days will be pleasantly sunny, but the probability of precipitation will increase to 100% during the weekend. Please cherish the good weather for 2 days, enjoy the leisurely life in the villa, and do more outdoor activities that are beneficial to your body. Additional tips about ghosts. 4. The second ghost lurks in the mirror and can move freely in the mirror world, but cannot appear in the real world. It can find any surface that can clearly reflect the image of a human being and manipulate its reflection to move. At this time, the damage suffered by the reflection will be fully reflected on the main body. In addition, when the mirror ghost manipulates the reflection, it can transfer all virtual and real objects in the mirror and in reality, including sound. The mirror ghost must kill by cutting the throat with a sharp weapon because a clear image is required, so the mirror ghost cannot kill in a place without light. Similarly, when being attacked by the mirror ghost, blocking the light and making its own image disappear can prevent it from killing. 5. Will be unlocked at the end of the 4th day. I wish you all a pleasant journey.
Ha.
Luning looked at the text message and suddenly laughed. A more powerful ghost with more stringent restrictions, and even provided a practical counter-strategy. And yet, all Luning could see was malice. The killing environment was completely opposite to that of the invisible ghost. The killing speed was even faster, and it couldn't even catch the main body. In 4 days, all the information about the ghosts has been revealed to us. So, what are they going to give us on the 5th and 6th days?
Luning.
Yu Jisong suddenly appeared at the door. I found you. Hurry up and get out of here with me. What do you want to talk to me about? So anxious? Lu Ning did not cover the diary on the table. She just folded the few pieces of paper she had sorted out twice and stuffed them into her pocket, then walked to the door. Yu Jisung didn't care and said, "The safe time is about to pass. If something happens to you again, I will be exhausted to death. Come back to the hall with me." Something happened? Something happened. It wasn't a ghost that did it, it was everyone who started arguing. Lu Ning glanced at him. Yu Jisung had just received a text message and ran over. It seemed that he hadn't checked the text message yet. It might be something urgent. However, she regretted this thought after going downstairs. What are you two hiding? Hand it over now. I was wondering why there was nothing on that guy's body after he died. It turns out it was on you guys. In the hall, the two followers of the nouveau riche, I remember they were called Lao Lin, and Xiao Deng were being chased by several people. Wei Boyong was in the lead, and the two younger brothers, Couple Man and Dyed Hair, were the closest. Even the doctor, Huang Peng, and the two band members were chasing. Although the others did not actually chase, they all had unhappy expressions on their faces. This morning, the two of them sneaked into the corridor to eat something while everyone was sleeping. They were caught by Wei Boyong, who got up to go to the bathroom. He found out that it was a bottle of pills with more than 10 pills. He was furious at the time. Is it the Qingjing pill from that nouveau riche? Lu Ning thought about it and knew what it was. Yes, Wei Boyong threatened them, and they said that this thing can prevent ghosts from killing them. Although I don't believe such a cheap thing, it is clear that many people believe it. Yu Jisung shrugged helplessly. Ling Yan has to stay here in case of any accidents, so let me go up and call you down. Do you want to intervene? If you want to die, no one will stop you. Lu Ning intentionally raised her voice, which immediately attracted the attention of several people. Good morning. There's such a commotion so early in the morning. It seems that everyone had a good rest last night. I hope you can stay energetic today. Then he started to mock. Yu Jisung smiled bitterly. Ever since Yin Lian's death, Lu Ning had treated almost everyone like this. Only he and Ling Yan were slightly better. He didn't know where all this hostility came from. Hey, you've been with that woman the longest. Do you know what this thing is used for? Wei Boyong had already pinned one down, and with his head held high, he asked loudly, ignoring Lu Ning's ridicule. Of course I do. Lu Ning stretched out her hand. Throw me one, and I'll tell you the true efficacy of that thing. At this time, the other one was also held down by someone else. After hearing Lu Ning's words, he did not hesitate, took out the bottle, poured out a pill, and threw it over. Explain. Lu Ning took the medicine and wrapped it in paper. Then he chuckled and said, Qingjing pill. The specific effect is to give you an aura that ghosts hate. For example, put 2 bowls of noodles in front of someone who hates coriander, one of which has coriander in it, and then that person will not choose that bowl. You said this thing is just coriander? Wei Boyong thought about it before he understood the key point. Yes, after you eat it, you will just be a bowl of noodles with cilantro. But this is just medicine after all, and its validity period is only 1 day. 1 day? Everyone stared at the medicine bottle. More than a dozen pills were a lot. If it was for 1 day, it would not be enough at all. Wait, so if they eat this and stay with us, the ghosts will kill us first? The doctor suddenly reacted. What? Wei Boyong's eyes widened. So it's a scam? It's not really a scam. If we count based on the initial 9 quotas, this bottle of medicine is enough for 3 people to survive until the end of the 7 days. Ah! A crew-haired band member suddenly clapped his hands. So after you found it in the beginning, the 3 of you huddled together and hid it, right? I was wondering why that idiot was so arrogant. It turns out he made something like this. Wei Boyong snorted. No, he is still dead. At this time, Lao Lin, who was being held down, spoke in a low voice. We don't know the exact effective time. He always ate first and then gave us the food. I'm afraid he didn't manage the time well and was taken advantage of. Otherwise, why did Xiao Deng and I rush out this morning? There's something wrong with your brain. Hey, do you have any other questions? Wei Boyong raised his head and asked Lu Ning again. Well, let's use that analogy again. If there were 2 bowls of noodles with cilantro in front of this person and he was starving and had to eat, What do you think would be the result? Nonsense. I'm almost starving to death. Why would I care about coriander or not? Wei Boyong muttered with his head down. He was a little slow to react, but many people present understood it immediately. The two people who wanted to cheat on each other caused everyone's dissatisfaction, and this dissatisfaction turned into disgust after knowing the effect of the drug. Perhaps people can accept props with protective or offensive functions, but this kind of thing that shifts the target to others is not among them. Now, no one was confident to let others take the pills, but they were reluctant to destroy them, so they were at a stalemate for a while. Finally, after a long period of intrigue, Yu Jisung took charge of the safekeeping, on the condition that he would take out the pills every day for everyone to confirm the number. Lu Ning was just watching the show on the side. In fact, after such a mess, the effect of Qingzeng pill was basically gone. It was just that little bit of luck that made them argue for so long. On the other side, Lao Lin and Xiao Deng had their pills robbed, and they looked distraught, and no one paid any attention to them. You will die sooner or later. Xiao Deng suddenly said viciously. Go ahead and grab it. You'd better die holding this useless thing. So, what if we don't have anything to defend ourselves? When we die, it will be your turn.
Same thing.
You're quite reasonable, aren't you? Wei Boyong snorted. Right?
Of course I am right.
We have already agreed that whoever finds something will own it. Why do you guys just grab it now? Xiao Deng raised his hand and pointed at Wei Boyong angrily. You are so capable. Why don't you grab someone who has more things? After that woman died, did that little girl take away all her belongings? Why didn't you grab hers? Seeing that the criticism was directed at her, Lu Ning smiled instead. You didn't brand yourself with the golden image of prayer?
I branded it.
What's the use? Didn't those two people die instantly yesterday? Xiao Deng stared at Lu Ning fiercely. Maybe what you gave us is a fake. How do you know the detailed effects of the elixir? Do you already know the purpose of all the collections? Oh, I know most of it. Lu Ning retorted lichtly. Everyone was shocked. You knew? How did you know? What are they used for? Tell us now. Lu Ning glanced around and pointed upstairs. In the study on the third floor is Tang Yuanjin's diary. There are many things recorded in the diary. If you are really curious, you can go and take a look. I won't tell you.
Why?
Ling Yan suddenly spoke up. Tell everyone what you know so that at least everyone will know what's going on. First of all, everything is inferred by me. I cannot guarantee that my guesses are completely correct. Lu Ning raised her hand and pointed her fingers one by one. Second, even if I told you, you would suspect that there is concealment and lies. Third, this is still a survival competition game after all. Why should I make my advantages public? Wei Boyong clenched his fist with an obvious threat in his eyes, but was immediately stopped by the people around him. Besides, instead of caring about my selfish thoughts, you should pay more attention to the people who really want to kill you. Lu Ning suddenly said this, then lowered her head and lay under the table. As everyone was stunned, Yu Jisung glanced and immediately saw Xiao Deng secretly holding up his phone, and immediately shouted, What are you doing? This sound woke everyone up, but Xiao Deng also showed a somewhat crazy smile. You want us to die? Then come on. We will all die together. Wei Boyong was relatively close and rushed over in 2 or 3 steps. At this moment, a sound of flesh and blood breaking was heard behind him. Brother Yong. Wei Boyong turned around suddenly and saw the male lover dragging the dyed-haired man and kneeling on the ground. The dyed-haired man had his eyes wide open, and a huge wound on his neck was spurting out. A blade fell into the pool of blood, announcing the completion of another killing. Wei Boyong was so angry that he turned around and knocked Xiao Deng to the ground with a punch, then reached out to pick up his mobile phone. The screen had already entered camera mode, clearly reflecting everything in the camera. As long as there is a clear image, the mirror ghost can kill people. Lu Ning slowly crawled out from under the table and explained leisurely, in theory, as long as you carry something like a mirror, you can induce the mirror ghost to kill people. There's no need to worry about the safety period after that. This is a good plan. Great. I'll kill him now and see if he can still be so proud. Wei Boyong raised his fist and held Xiao Deng down to hit him again. Xiao Deng laughed with his mouth bleeding from the beating. Go ahead and kill me. If you kill me, You can kill one more person. Maybe it's you. If you don't let me live, I won't let you live. I'm going to beat you up and feed you to the ghosts. Wei Boyong's eyes widened, and he punched Xiao Deng again. After 2 or 3 punches, Xiao Deng was breathing more and less, and was then held back by someone again. Brother Yong, that's enough. We can't let him get away with it so easily. The couple stared at Xiao Deng hatefully. Let's lock him up and let the ghost kill him. Okay. I'll go find a rope and you help me hold down this rascals. Wei Boyong was angry and went straight to the warehouse after saying that. Hong Ziho quickly followed him with a few people.
Luning sikhet.
Although it was only a matter of time, seeing that the group of people who were initially united had reached this point, she had already vaguely sensed a glimpse of the future. There is not much time to waste. Luning stood up, took out her cell phone, turned on the lighting function, and walked into the corridor.
Wait.
Ling Yan stood up. I'll go with you.
Thank you.
Please stay here, Sister Ling Yan. Ling Yan was stunned for a moment and immediately refused. It is very dangerous to be alone. The invisible ghost can kill people at will in that corridor. It can't kill me. Luning turned her head and smiled. I'm fine. But I can't guarantee the safety of one more person. After saying that, Luning took out a white paper mask and put it on her head. You'd be careful. Ling Yan looked at Luning with complicated eyes, but the worry in them was not false. Luning nodded to show her relief, and then walked into the corridor. The face of nothingness is a ghost mask. This mask was used by Tang Yuanjin when he was young to sneak into the demon banquet. As long as the person wearing the mask is at a certain distance, the demons and ghosts will think that the person is the same kind and ignore him, but if he gets too close, he will be identified after all. This cannot completely cover up the human smell on him. An indescribable force surrounded Luning. This force brought a reassuring feeling. Perhaps the mask was starting to take effect. The rooms on the first floor were used to store the bodies, Yang Na, Fong Min In Lien, Pang Lingling. Except for the first deceased who is still lying in the gardener's hut outside, everyone put the bodies here to save trouble. Although it was already autumn, the temperature was not too low, and there was no foul smell in the room. This made Luning think of the corpse in the gardener's hut that had turned into corpse wax. There was an eerie feeling throughout the villa. Luning had no particularly good way to find secret passages, so she could only knock on the wall and carefully check every corner of the room, but this greatly slowed her down. But perhaps because of the mask, she didn't hear any strange noises after checking 3 rooms. What are you looking for? Yu Jisung noticed Luning's strange behavior and came over to ask. The secret passage leading to Tang Yuanjin's laboratory. The collectibles we haven't found yet must be there. Maybe there are other good things. Luning answered truthfully. Can you tell me what this summoning catalog is used for? Yu Jisung took out the wooden cylinder. I haven't dared to use it yet, but I think I might die if I don't use it. There is a summoning array with another dimension hidden in it. As long as you recite the corresponding spell, you can summon a ghost to be your bodyguard. However, its ability to restrain ghosts is limited. After a period of time, the summoning restraint will disappear. At that time, not only will the ghost kill you first, but a new ghost will also be added to our house. Yu Jisung broke out in a cold sweat. Is it really that bad? If something is really useful, it won't be placed outside. Luning spread her hands. Tang Yuanjin didn't say how long the restriction will last, so you'd better not use it recklessly. I'd got it. I'll come and help when it's safe. After saying this, Yu Jisung quickly ran back to the hall. Luning continued searching the room. Finally, when she found the 6th room, Luning discovered that the sound coming from a section of the wall was different from that from other places. She knocked carefully and found the edge, which was about the size of a door, but she couldn't see any obvious mechanisms around it. She was not the type to be obsessed with breaking mechanisms, so she went out immediately, planning to find a few people to break down the wall. Unexpectedly, as soon as she came out, she heard wild laughter, cursing, accusations, and crying. Can't they just have some quiet time? Luning had never felt so tired before and immediately thought of finding the tools to solve the problem herself. Someone died again. It doesn't seem to be a big deal now. The key is the person who died. Basically, Someone felt uneasy about tying Xiao Deng up there, fearing that he might run away, so a boy volunteered to take a Qingzheng pill and guard him, but was killed outside the door by an invisible ghost.
What
is he thinking? Lu Ning couldn't understand the train of thought of this group of people. Xiao Deng in the room was still laughing wildly. He had given up at this point and laughed at the same time. Didn't expect that I still had one pill hidden? You idiots want me to be fed to ghosts? No way. I won't die until I see all of you die. Ha ha ha. Shut his mouth. Wei Boyan tore a piece of cloth from his clothes and threw it to the couple next to him. Soon Xiao Deng could only make a woohoo sound, but he was still laughing. No one pleaded for him. After all, he had been filming everyone with his phone from the beginning, which immediately put everyone on the opposite side. In such a situation, no one would have extra sympathy for a guy who wanted to kill them. Lu Ning left quietly. The last ghost had not killed anyone yet. Although most people were angry, they did not dare to leave casually. It was unrealistic to rely on others. Ling Yan had courage and Yu Jisong could think, but they still couldn't let go of the people in the hall and wouldn't follow her to find a laboratory. Gong Sun Yu had the will, but he was powerless. It was a miracle that he had survived until now when he had nothing. But Lu Ning didn't want to give up. If it was the other things, it would be fine. But the blood of the divine bird had been described in Tang Yuanjin's diary. It had a coveted effect. Resurrection. Bathing the whole body with blood, the dead returned to the living world. Although Tang Yuanjin also explained that such a resurrection was only a temporary awakening, and the resurrected person would die again after an hour, but even so, holding a hammer found in the warehouse, Lu Ning began to slowly break down and knock open the wall. As a large amount of white solidified paint and bricks fell off, the black iron sheet inside gradually appeared. Slowly, the outline of an iron door appeared, but there was no door handle or anything like that on the door. Lu Ning was sure that the door was originally meant to be opened by a mechanism. But where is the mechanism? The door and the passage behind it are tightly connected, making it very difficult to destroy. Even if the surrounding walls are removed, the exposed parts are all thick metal walls. Tang Yuanjin did not cut corners in protecting the laboratory. Seeing this secret right in front of you, who would give up? Lu Ning couldn't break the iron door violently, so she turned her attention to the mechanisms inside the room again. After all, there weren't many things in the room. Apart from large furniture such as beds, desks, and wardrobes, there was nothing to block the view. Look again. However, her luck seemed to have run out. After searching the entire room, Lu Ning was unable to find anything resembling a mechanism, and her body was already too tired to hold on. Lu Ning, what's going on here? Finally, Ling Yan came over out of concern. As soon as she entered the room, she saw the iron door that had been removed from the wall and Lu Ning sitting on the bed with a disappointed look on her face. Sister Ling Yan, can you open this door? Lu Ning looked at Ling Yan for help. I'll try. Ling Yan walked to the iron door, pressed it, and knocked a few more times, frowning slightly. The door is very thick. The lock should be on the inside, but I don't know what kind of lock is used here. I see. Lu Ning knew it was a mechanical lock, but what was the use? She couldn't find the switch. Forget it. Now that you've found it, there's always a chance to open it. You need to rest now. Ling Yan turned around and pressed Lu Ning's forehead to test her. It's okay. The fever is gone, but you are in poor health now. Go back and rest immediately. Good. Lu Ning also knew that it was useless to force herself, so she agreed. Ling Yan pulled Lu Ning up, and when they walked back to the hall, there was no one there and only a few lights were still on. This was the first time in a few days that the hall was so quiet. Where are they? We are tired of the hassle. Anyway, there is only one ghost left to kill, and there is a free bundle downstairs, so they will go back to the room. They can't all be so naive. Lu Ning muttered, but she was very tired now, and her brain was much slower, so she was too lazy to think about the relationship between them. Since she still had to abide by the rules of the group, Lu Ning simply went to bed with Ling Yan. She knew what was going on and slept peacefully, but Ling Yan often got up at night to pay attention to her surroundings, and she had some dark circles under her eyes when she woke up in the morning. No one died last night? Lu Ning took out her cell phone. After a good sleep, She felt refreshed. She sorted out what had happened before, and suddenly had some ideas in her mind. I don't know, I just woke up. Ling Yan yawned loudly and walked into the bathroom. After Yin Lian's death, everyone had taken down the mirrors in the house, wrapped them with cloth or something, and stuffed them somewhere. Although covering it up couldn't guarantee that the mirror ghost couldn't kill people, at least they didn't have to pay attention to the mirrors around them all the time. Lu Ning rubbed her eyes and waited for the moment to come with her phone in hand. As the last second of the countdown skipped, the text message was sent to the mobile phone on time. Ling Yan, who had just finished washing up, also picked up the phone. But after reading the text message, they realized that the tense atmosphere that had already been created yesterday would probably never be resolved. Dear visitors, are you enjoying the sunny weather? Although the villa is full of surprises, please don't forget to go out and experience the natural scenery. Of course, the premise is that you don't leave the villa laughs. Additional tips about ghosts. 5. The third ghost has the ability of a substitute. It will directly devour a person's soul and live on behalf of that person until it finds the next victim. When a substitute ghost possesses a human, it will get that person's memory. Because it has a human body, the effects of some props on it will be weakened or even disappear, but at the same time, the substitute ghost can only act in a human posture. The substitute ghost kills people by devouring the soul and completing the transfer the moment it comes into contact with the person. The empty shell left by the person it kills will have a special smile on its face. As long as you don't make physical contact with anyone, the substitute ghost cannot kill you. 6. Will be unlocked at the end of the 5th day. Wish you all a pleasant journey. Found you.
Lu Ning smilade.
Ling Yan was somewhat surprised at the content of the message. When she heard Lu Ning's words, she turned her head with a puzzled look. Do you already know who the substitute ghost is? I roughly guessed that this ghost's ability was to possess someone, but I didn't dare to act rashly without conclusive information.
Now.
This information is enough. Lu Ning shook her phone. Fong Min, Pang Lingling. Whoever touched Pang Lingling when she died would be the substitute ghost. The answer is already obvious, Huang Prung. What are you going to do? Sister Yin Lian's dagger. The dagger that can kill a person and absorb his soul is simply a coffin tailor made for this ghost, isn't it? Lu Ning had never been so excited. Ling Yan nodded. In this case, I will protect you. As long as we find a way to kill the substitute ghost, more of us can survive. Just as the two people opened the door and came out excitedly, a loud shout came from outside the stairs. The white-collar worker sat on the ground, rubbing his head back and shouting, "Don't come near me." Opposite him, two band members opened their hands in confusion, looking a little overwhelmed. On the stairs leading upstairs, a figure was curled up sitting on the steps. From the back, it was Huang Peng. The body is cold. You two, stay away from me. The white-collar worker yelled, waving his arms wildly.
He's dead.
Where's the ghost? Where did the ghost go? Wait, explain it clearly. The young man in the flat-headed band stood still, but still looked confused. You guys are close, right? Who is the ghost? Is it you?
Or you?
Or that showy man? All of you, get away. Don't get so close to me. Are you going to kill me? The white-collar workers were screaming hysterically, and people were attracted to the corridor one after another. Lu Ning was standing at the door of the room at this time. It was impossible for her not to be disappointed. After looking around, she silently put away the dagger and turned back to the door. Lu Ning? Sister Ling Yan, I could have killed Huang Pring yesterday. Lu Ning's tone made it hard to tell what she was feeling at the moment, but I was afraid that my judgment was incorrect or that my guess was wrong. So I waited until I got the information today to take action. Do you think I was wrong again? Do you still believe me? Ling Yan leaned against the door and did not answer the question directly. You're the only one I can rule out as a substitute ghost. Ling Yan smiled softly. You don't have to feel guilty. We all make mistakes, big and small, and some mistakes may even change the trajectory of our lives, but I don't think it's wrong to be cautious.
Caution.
Or hesitation. I can't tell the difference myself. Lu Ning was a little dejected. I was lazy in martial arts training when I was young, which resulted in my weak foundation. When I was in junior high school, I relied on my martial arts to form gangs at school, and my father confined me to my home for a whole summer vacation. When someone came to my house to spar with me, I was afraid that I couldn't beat the other person, so I hid. As a result, my father broke 2 bones. Ling Yan suddenly said, I have made many mistakes in my life, and I still can't forgive myself in the past. I understand your current mentality, and I can be sure that this is not a mistake. You are trying to comfort me. Even if it's really a mistake, don't be so disappointed. Often, only those who have been hurt know how to grow. Ling Yan gestured outside. Besides, the situation can't get any worse, right? Lu Ning was silent. After a little mental preparation, she stammered, Well, Sister Ling Yan, the situation is really going to get worse. Xiao Deng downstairs is dead. Just as everyone expected, after the effect of the Qingjing pill ended, the invisible ghost killed him immediately without wasting any time. No one felt sorry for his death, but the existence of the substitute ghost had made everyone suspicious of each other. Huang Peng finally sat on the stairs, and there was no way to tell who was the last person to contact him. Now almost everyone deliberately kept a distance from others. In addition to Lu Ning and Ling Yan who still trust each other, the only other couple who can maintain close contact is the other couple. The two said that they had never left each other's side, and it was impossible for them to run out in the middle of the night and have any contact with Huang Peng. In fact, no one had ever seen the two of them act separately. Among the initial 30 people, some knew each other and were not complete strangers. The couples, Yu Jisung's group of 5 and Zhang Fuyuan's group, who were obviously familiar with each other, all showed a level of familiarity with each other that went beyond the level of people who had just met. It's just that now it almost doesn't exist. Apart from the couple, there was already a distance between Yu Jisung and the 2 band members. The 3 people on Zhang Fuyuan's side each pulled a chair and sat down, also keeping a distance of about 2 meters. Not to mention others. Everyone, this is not a solution. Yu Jisung broke the silence. How about this? Everyone clearly say who you suspect, and act together if you trust each other more. What? I think you're suspicious. The white-collar worker immediately stood up excitedly. Not only you, but also those 2 people. Weren't you together yesterday? You are the ones most likely to be replaced. I don't deny that we slept in the same room, but Huang Peng died in the corridor, where anyone could have gone. Yu Jisung immediately retorted. That sounds nice, but who do you suspect? The white-collar worker curled his lips, looking unconvinced. Yu Jisung thought for a moment, then said, Huang Peng, no. If there is anyone who is easier to deceive than a substitute ghost, it would be Wei Boyang.
Hey.
What do you mean? I think if the substitute ghost tells you privately that he has discovered something and asks you to come out, you will definitely come out to see others. Wei Boyang immediately slammed the table and said, Why should I bother with a guy I didn't even know before? That guy was your man, and he died, and dumped him here? Oh. For example, he said he found a secret passage out of here or something. You really won't go? So I haven't heard of such a thing. Wei Boyang yelled, pointing at Zhang Fuyuan. Isn't this guy even more weird? So many people died, but a group of 3 of them are not hurt at all? Do you believe it? If I were that ghost, I would be hiding among them, watching you guys talking nonsense here. Hey, Brother Wei, what you said is not right. Zhang Fuyuan quickly raised his hand. We are lucky to be alive today. We don't have anything special in our hands, and we have been managing the thankless job of electricity. You should speak with conscience. Conscience? Do ghosts have conscience? How can I not believe you when you look like a hermit? Wei Boyang bared his teeth, his eyes a little red. Calm down, Brother Wei. We're just guessing. I am not angry when you say that. Zhang Fuyuan raised his hand and pressed twice, then turned his head. It's about that little girl Lu Ning. It's not that I, Zhang, have a problem with you, but you know too much. If I were a ghost, I would have to kill you first. Lu Ning just smiled after hearing this. I do know a lot. So why do you think the ghost could lure me out to meet it? Like how to open the door? Zhang Fuyuan's words changed Lu Ning's expression. You spent the whole day searching yesterday. I think you were looking for a secret passage or something like that. Old Zhang, I saw you taking tools from the warehouse. Since you found it but didn't rush in, does that mean you can't open the door?
Huh.
This could indeed lure me out. But the probability is very small. Lu Ning admitted, it won't take long to open the door, but I am very careful about my own safety. Really? Zhang Fuyuan pressed on. But judging from your behavior these days, I don't see how much you care about your own safety. It seems that Uncle Zhang has chosen me? Lu Ning looked at Zhang Fuyuan with a smile. Young man, don't be so angry. I've said that I'm just raising doubts for everyone to discuss. It's not enough to make assumptions about anyone. Zhang Fuyuan smiled slightly, crossed his hands, and lay down on the chair calmly again. The atmosphere returned to being dull. Lu Ning, who do you suspect? Yu Jisong's question made Lu Ning feel very bad. Why should she waste time on such meaningless topics? Except for Sister Ling Yan, I suspect everyone. Lu Ning stood up, turned around, and walked towards the warehouse. Everyone here makes me feel insecure. Sorry, I didn't open the door, so I have to keep trying. If you want to continue playing this werewolf game, I'm sorry. Why are you running? Are you feeling guilty? Wei Boyong shouted immediately. A ghost won't feel guilty. It will just have fun while trying to kill you all. Lu Ning left without looking back. After she left, everyone looked at each other. Some put their heads on the table, some sighed and shook their heads, but the topic of who to suspect ended there. When Yin Lian showed leadership, you suspected that she was dead. Ling Yan suddenly said. When Lu Ning was actively exploring the secret, you were suspicious, and she left. What do you want to say? Wei Boyong asked dissatisfiedly. Nothing, it's just that, because of this internal fighting, have those possible opportunities slipped away from us time and time again? Ling Yan said this, and stood up.
Ling Yan.
Hong Ziho said in a deep voice. Uncle Hong, I'm sorry, I think Lu Ning is fine, and she can't die. I can't use my brain, but can I protect the one among us who is willing to use his brain? Hong Ziho stared at Ling Yan seriously for a long while, and finally sighed.
You.
Know what you want to do, just do it. However, there are still some people who are not very tactful. Leave the things here. Wei Boyong stood up. Ling Yan paused. As for that wooden sword, I know that Lu Ning has a lot of good stuff on her, so I won't take that idea anymore. But we don't have any defensive items, so at least leave us something to fight back. Wei Boyong's words were convincing, but everyone understood that it was Ling Yan who had indeed injured the ghost with the wooden sword, which was what made people jealous. What do you mean, Wei? Hong Ziho immediately stood up and stopped Wei Boyong. Wei Boyong tilted his head and said, Hong Ziho, stop pretending to be a saint. Your muscles are useless in front of a ghost. Do you dare to say that you have no thoughts about that sword? Are you looking for a fight? Hong Ziho frowned and blocked Wei Boyong to prevent him from chasing him. At this moment, with a clang, Ling Yan threw the wooden sword and its sheath onto the table and said seriously, He's not wrong. Uncle Hong, Uncle Xing, it's up to you to protect us from now on. Come back here. Hong Ziho failed to call Ling Yan this time. He lowered his head and picked up the wooden sword, and for the first time, he showed a hesitant look. The human heart cannot stand the test. Lu Ning walked towards the stairs, with a look of regret on her face. From the moment they entered the villa, the seeds of suspicion had already taken root in everyone's heart, and today's mutual suspicion was just an outbreak. The substitute ghost's killing ability was not strong, but it was precisely because of its devastating impact on team relations that it was announced today. So, do you think what you said is true, Lu Ning? Ling Yan was following about 2 meters behind. Putting down the wooden sword also meant that she had put down her responsibility. Her tone now became more relaxed, and a hint of nervousness appeared in her usually calm expression. That's not what I think, Sister Ling Yan. Lu Ning also knew that what she said to Ling Yan this morning was a bit alarmist, but she had become more and more confident in her judgment. Information, the ghost's killing methods, killing order, killing time. All these things are meaningful. Although I haven't found all the key points yet, I am very confident about the information for tomorrow.
Why?
Shattered hopes will make people more desperate. That's about it. The design of this competitive game is so malicious that I have to assume the worst possible scenario. Fortunately, I still have the blood of the divine bird as my collection. I will wake up Sister Yin Lian when necessary. I see, but how do we get there? The two of them came to the second floor from another flight of stairs at the end of the corridor. Luning took out two maps, compared the locations, and then walked into a room. Yesterday, I was stuck in a dead end. There is indeed a gap between the door and the surrounding walls, but if the door is actually a wall, it is useless to look for a switch there. If I guess correctly, the passage below is actually sealed by metal plates.
The real way
Is to go down from above. As she spoke, Luning had already found the position just above the wall. She looked around and immediately discovered that one of the dragon-shaped ornaments at the foot of the bed was much more worn than the other corner. That's it. She grabbed the dragon-shaped ornament and tested its strength, then found the direction and began to twist it. After one circle, a tiny sound of a mechanism rolling reached their ears, and the wooden floor close to the wall began to sink, slowly revealing a hole that was large enough for a person to walk through.
Luning smilet.
There were still 4 kinds of collections that had not yet appeared. She already knew the effects of 2 of them. As long as she could get them all, she could at least guarantee a 70% chance of survival.
Us.
At this time, Lingyan suddenly reached out and grabbed Luning and stretched out his hand, holding the mobile phone to shine a light into the dark cave. There was only a steep staircase. I'll go ahead, you be careful. Luning was slightly stunned, then smiled. The smell of dust in the air indicated that no one had passed by here for a long time. The stairs went down all the way, even deeper than the basement. Luning and Lingyan held hands, used their cell phones to illuminate the front, back, left, and right, and walked carefully. Tang Yuanjin's diary was mostly written in beautiful and neat handwriting, with very few typos. However, in the section where Joseph came back, recording Joseph helping Tang Yuanjin teach the younger generation of the family, instructing Tang Yuexin in managing family affairs, and preparing for the Tang family to slowly get out of the mysterious circle, there were various scratches on the paper, as if someone had circled and dotted something here before. However, the scratches were so messy that they couldn't tell what was written here. From this we can see that Tang Yuanjin trusts Joseph very much, but the person who made the scratches probably doesn't agree.
Luningin ferret.
Lingyan thought for a moment and said, what if it was drawn by Joseph? If there was something wrong with Joseph, it's understandable that he would deliberately draw here to mock him. If he really has a problem, why would he mock the dead after the Tang family was wiped out? I don't understand.
Wait.
Luning suddenly thought of something, grabbed the notebook page on the table and stuffed it into Ling Yan's hand. She stared at the parchment for a while and slowly smiled. What did you find? That notebook page is a talisman. Tang Yuanjin completely dispersed the evil spirits used in experiments here, extracted the memories inside, and transcribed it into a talisman. As long as it is torn into pieces, it can directly impact the spirit and make the ghost fall into those painful memories. Ling Yan glanced down at the diary, which happened to be the part where Tang Yuanjin recorded his memory-stripping experiment. This is probably the last achievement of my life. If this method of using the pain of ghosts to attack can be promoted, I think ordinary people will not be disturbed by evil spirits. Thanks to Joseph's help, I can complete this experiment with the remaining energy. Anyone who inherits this method from the Tang clan must not use it to make huge profits, not use it to blackmail the masses, not rely on being alone and arrogant, and not be arrogant because of being a stranger. The method of fighting poison with poison is not an evil path, but it is difficult to follow the right path. It only punishes the evil spirits and does not touch the good souls. Benefiting the common people is not limited to me alone, but is encouraged by all comrades in the world. Luning, do you feel? Lingyan hesitated for a moment and continued. This Mr. Tang, does he have a kind of naivety that is not in line with his status? I've noticed it a long time ago. Luning slowly pulled out the quill from the ink bottle and replied with some emotion. Tang Yuanjin is not naive. He is the kind of person who hates evil and has a strong sense of justice. However, there is no exact standard for justice in this world. Even he himself did not make any comments on the private execution of spies in his family. In other words, his justice is just the limit he set for himself. But he does have a clear bottom line. That's right. He was able to achieve helping the world when he was successful. Countless studies on the mysticism were done to uncover the mysteries in it, so that people would not be harmed by demons, ghosts, and evil monks. However, he also overlooked that the reason why the mysticism has such a name is because of the mystery. Lu Ning smiled and turned to face Ling Yan. Speaking of this, Sister Ling Yan, do you have some idea of the world outside the villa? Ling Yan's eyes widened slightly. You mean, this is not just a set for a survival game? I guess so. At this moment, 2 different message alert sounds came from the mobile phones in their hands. Before we knew it, a night had passed, and the dawn of the crucial 6th day had arrived. Well, Sister Ling Yan, as I said before, if my guess is correct, I will help you escape from this disaster together. The time was dawn of the previous day. The situation could be worse, Sister Ling Yan. What did you say? In a death game like this, there is no reason to give us so many vacancies to compete for. 9 people. Don't you think this number is too strange? Strange? What does that mean? Sister Ling Yan, I hope you can help me. I will say something next. It is very likely what we will face next. I don't have the confidence to survive alone. In the laboratory, Ling Yan turned on his cell phone. He didn't know what emotions were in his heart, and even his hands, which had been steady, began to tremble. Dear tourists, heavy rain is coming. Please be prepared for flooding. Late at night and dawn, it is the time when demons dance wildly. Those who are still wandering around should be careful behind. The last and most exciting moment is coming. Are you ready? Additional tips about ghosts. 7 days, 30 people, 3 ghosts, kill 3 people every day. Under this premise, how can we kill all of them? 6th, the previous entry has published information about ghosts, and correspondingly, certain convenient conditions will be provided for ghosts. How to increase the number of killings by 9 in the most natural way. Tang Yuanjin's diary gave me a reminder. That is time. The first convenient condition is the heavy rain in the last 2 days. The outdoor lighting conditions will be reduced to the minimum, which is enough for the invisible ghost to launch an attack. On the 6th day, or in other words, 5 days after being killed by a ghost, that person can be resurrected as a fierce ghost. The second convenient condition is that the person killed by the ghost will become a new evil ghost after 120 hours and abide by the previous evil ghost constraints. So, the number of kills on the 6th day is 6, and on the 7th day, it is 9. The third convenient condition is that the newly born evil spirit has randomly given new abilities and killing restrictions, which will not be announced in the following information. Ling Yan raised his head with a look of astonishment. 7. Will be unlocked at the end of the 6th day. Wish you a pleasant journey. At the same time, in the hall upstairs, a crystal ball hit the floor, making a crisp shattering sound. Uncle Xing held the bottle of red quicksand tightly in his hand. Just outside the barrier, a mass of thick black fog was hovering, as if spreading from the torn space. Behind it was the main door of the house, which had been pierced with a round hole of the same size. Around Uncle Xing, Wei Boyong, his couple, Yu Jisong, and Hong Ziho gathered together. Hong Ziho did not have a wooden sword in his hand, and the candle on the hand of decay continued to be a dark blue color. On such a gloomy morning, not a single light in the hall was turned on. It's a ghost. A loud roar broke the deadly silence. Zhang Fuyuan rushed over from the basement with his 2 apprentices. The power outage was not discovered until he woke up in the morning. Zhang Fuyuan had to rush over to check the situation. The others had not gone downstairs yet, but as soon as the morning information came, the attack followed. There was no time to react at all. Zhang Fuyuan and his 2 apprentices were running for their lives in the corridor. The wooden sword was handed to him for protection, but now it seemed to be of no use. The generators were destroyed. In the basement, Lao Lin, another henchman of the nouveau riche, fell to the ground with a strange smile and a hug. Zhang Fuyuan didn't hesitate at all when he saw Lao Lin's body. He turned around and ran with his 2 apprentices. But just as they returned to the corridor, they saw the wall slowly crawling.
Lao Zan.
Hong Ziho shouted, "Come back to us quickly." Zhang Fuyuan immediately responded loudly, "Wall. There is a ghost inside the wall." Hong Ziho was startled, and Lao Xing just shook his head slowly. The corridor became extremely long when the evil spirit was chasing him. Zhang Fuyuan never thought that he could run so fast. In fact, the three of them felt a little exhausted at this moment.
Ah!
The more reckless of the two disciples suddenly stopped, as if he had hit a wall, and was thrown back. The calmer one immediately reached out to pull him back. Zhang Fuyuan had not expected this sudden change, and when he tried to pull back, he rushed forward a few steps, instantly opening up a distance of about 2 meters. Invisible ghost. Stab it! Stab it! Wei Boyong almost shouted at the top of his lungs. The calm disciple's eyes turned, and then he was pulled to a standstill, so he grabbed his companion's arm and pulled him hard, turning half a circle, bypassing the invisible ghost's blockade, and throwing him towards Zhang Fuyuan. Then he ran in the opposite direction towards the depths of the corridor. Come back here, you little rascals. Zhang Fuyuan waved the wooden sword wildly, glared at his apprentice and shouted loudly, but in just a moment, the apprentice's figure disappeared into the dark and deep corridor. Master! Master! Senior brother is gone. Senior brother is gone. Another disciple beside him pulled Zhang Fuyuan up, while crying. The two of them used their last bit of strength to run into the protective shield and collapse to the ground. Yu Jisong walked over and comforted him. My condolences. I have only accepted 2 disciples in my life. Zhang Fuyuan's eyes were red, and he took out a cigarette tremblingly. He didn't light it, but just held it in his hand. We all feel bad. Yu Jisong lowered his head. Last night, when everyone was afraid of each other and gathered in the hall, the young man in the band with a flat head stood too close to the window, giving the mirror ghost an opportunity to take advantage of him. No one thought that the shadows cast by the light on the window at night could also form the conditions for the mirror ghost to kill people. Although everyone united again after the incident, such unity became useless after the information arrived this morning. We're all going to die. It seemed like a long time ago that someone had said this. Yu Jisong leaned weakly on the table, muttering to himself, repeating this sentence. No one would expect the protective shield formed by the crystal ball to last for 2 days. Judging from the location where the ghost was wandering, the radius of the protective shield was only 5 meters, which was neither big nor small. When the protective shield was over, probably another person would die. Don't give up so early. Hong Ziho shouted loudly, looking around vigilantly. Let's take advantage of this time to find a way to survive and see where it is easier to escape. This ghost's mobility seems to be similar to that of a human. Ling Yan and Lu Ning, who ran out of the laboratory, quickly realized that there was a power outage outside. Without electricity, it will be difficult for the mirror ghost to kill people. Don't contact others, and be careful of invisible ghosts. Sister Ling Yan, take the blood of the sacred bird to the room where Sister Yin Lian's body is placed. I will set up the camera on the 2nd floor. Lu Ning quickly thought of the next course of action. Aren't there still 3 ghosts? The first person to die has been moved outside. If he wants to come back to attack, he will most likely come in through the main gate, not here. The second one is Fong Min. If he can't split himself, he can only chase 1 person at most. As for Yang Na, she hasn't been dead for 120 hours. I have the appearance of nothingness, and you have the memory of pain. If we act separately, it will be more efficient, and we won't be afraid of sneak attacks. After the arrangements are completed, I will go downstairs to meet you. Please ensure your own safety. Okay, you should also pay attention to safety. Ling Yan knew the situation was urgent, so he didn't waste any more words and immediately ran to the stairs. Lu Ning also ran to the end of the corridor, cleared a table with bonsai, moved it to a darker place in the corridor, set up the camera, and began to adjust the angle. This camera can be started at a scheduled time, but if you use past recordings, it will display a 5-minute countdown, which seems to be the maximum recording time using this function. Lu Ning had just adjusted the angle when the door of a room not far away suddenly opened a little, revealing the slightly bluish face of a white-collar worker. He had been hiding in fear in the house for a while since he received the text message. His instinct for survival had just overcome his fear, but he was frightened to death by Lu Ning's movements in the corridor. When the white-collar worker saw Lu Ning, his eyes lit up. He was about to push the door open to go out, but then he thought of something and slowly shrank back. After Lu Ning set the camera position, she confirmed the sturdiness of the table and tore off a piece of tablecloth to cover the indicator light. Then she took 2 steps back with satisfaction and prepared to leave. At this moment, a creaking sound was heard behind me, and something rushed towards me quickly. Lu Ningyi showed a look of astonishment for a moment. She had been wearing a non-existent appearance the whole time, so the ghost couldn't discover her unless it got close to her. But it was too late to turn back.
Boom.
There was a dull sound from the back of her head. The intense pain immediately made Lu Ning feel black in front of her eyes. She fell to her knees on the ground. Fortunately, she supported herself with her hands in time and did not fall down directly. The white-collar worker was holding a copper candlestick. His hands and feet were shaking constantly. He used a lot of force this time, and although Lu Ning did not fall down, she was still dizzy. Seeing that Lu Ning was still struggling to turn over, the white-collar worker gritted his teeth, raised the candlestick again, and smashed it down again.
Bang!
This time, Lu Ning leaned to the side and completely fainted.
Yes. I'm sorry.
Anyway, you have a lot of good things on you. I just want to live. I'll just blame you for having a treasure. The white-collar worker threw away the candlestick, gritted his teeth, and reached out to take off the blood-stained mask on Lu Ning's face. He didn't care about the blood on it and put it on his head hurriedly. Then he patted her pocket and took out the Qingjing pill from her coat pocket. You. Lu Ning also had a strong will. The moment she woke up, she saw the white-collar worker searching her body. She endured the severe pain in her head and kicked him away.
Ah!
The white-collar worker was kicked in the vitals and sat down on the ground in pain. Lu Ning quickly rolled to the side, covered her head, and supported herself to stand up slowly, her face cold. What do you want to do? What do I want to do? I want to live. The white-collar worker was desperate and yelled at Lu Ning, then leaned over to pick up the candlestick again. Seeing that the situation was not good, Lu Ning endured the pain and turned around and ran to the stairs. Don't run. How come you have so many good things in one person? As long as I have what you have, I can survive. The white-collar worker had gone completely crazy. Several days of mental stress and the constant deaths had already broken his mind. Now his eyes were red, and he only saw Lu Ning, ignoring everything else. There was no staircase on the 3rd floor for Lu Ning to escape. She didn't know whether she was dizzy or in pain and couldn't tell the direction, but she actually ran towards the balcony at the end of the corridor. Ha ha ha. You can't run away. Finally, the white-collar worker who had blocked Lu Ning in front of the balcony burst into laughter. Lu Ning was panting heavily, blood flowing down her fingers to the back of her hand, making her hand that was covering her head slightly sticky. The cold wind and rain on the balcony swept over her body, but it made her a little more sober from the severe pain. Looking at the crazy look of the white-collar worker, she couldn't help but say, I can jump from here.
Huh.
Jump down? Even if you die, I can still retrieve things from your body. Do you still want to scare me? The white-collar worker approached slowly and proudly, but his hands covering his vital parts made his movements look quite funny. Wei Boyong checked the house on the first day. There's mud underneath here. I may not die if I jump down on a rainy day like this. Lu Ning took a step back and held the railing with her hands. The half-extended roof of the balcony could no longer cover her, and the rain poured directly on her hands and body. You're not going to get hurt if you jump down. The white-collar worker laughed grimly. There are so many ghosts. Any one of them will die if they find you. Lu Ning's expression darkened. Seeing this, the white-collar worker burst into laughter and held up the Qingjing pill wrapped in paper in his hand. Did you see this? I didn't expect you really didn't want to eat it. An honest man like you, he swallowed the pill in one gulp, is just making wedding clothes for me. Haha, so you've been waiting for this moment. Lu Ning leaned on the railing and suddenly smiled. Listen to the sound behind you. Sure, Song died here. The corridor is the territory of invisible ghosts. That's right. Just when the white-collar worker was showing off, the sound of the floor began to be heard behind him. This time there was no trace of human. It was an invisible ghost that followed the sound and the smell of blood and chased here. It turns out that smart people can also become confused when they die. The white-collar worker opened his arms and laughed loudly. Little girl, have you forgotten that a ghost can only kill one person? I took the Qingjing pill, so the only person who will die here is you. I won't do anything stupid again. Lu Ning sighed softly, stood up with the help of the railing, and walked towards the white-collar worker.
Oh.
Do you want to beg for mercy? But no, although I can be merciful and let you go, ghosts probably don't understand human language. But don't worry, after you die, I will make good use of all the good things in your body. The white-collar worker stood in place and slowly lowered his arms. The noise on the floor behind him was getting closer and closer. Lu Ning walked towards the white-collar worker step by step and put down her right hand that was covering her head. Rain mixed with blood flowed down the back of her hand, splashing dark marks on the floor. You actually said I'm a smart person. Walking to a position half a step away from the white-collar worker, Lu Ning put his left hand in his pocket, stretched out his hand, and took off the mask on the white-collar worker's face, revealing a horrified face under the mask. The invisible ghost walked in front of the white-collar worker and did not walk past him to find Lu Ning, but grabbed him directly. Yuta, you are not a human. You are a substitute ghost. You are a ghost. The little girl is a ghost. The white-collar worker screamed, but Lu Ning turned a deaf ear to it. She slowly put the mask back on her head, shook her head, and sighed. You really don't understand anything until you die. Then, Lu Ning walked around the restrained white-collar worker and passed by the invisible ghost who had already started killing people. After letting out a long breath, she killed. Behind him, there was a sound of bones breaking. In the hall downstairs, a black mist-like ghost seemed to be staring at the crowd in front of it. Even though there was obvious movement from the second floor, it did not leave and continued to patrol around the protective shield. Yu Jisung and his men would not sit and wait for death. After a low discussion, they decided to flee in different directions. Whoever the ghost would chase would be left to fate. They did not wait for the shield to dissipate on its own, but took advantage of the opportunity when the ghost went around to the other side and rushed out collectively. The corridors and stairs on both sides were escape routes. Yu Jisung rushed into the kitchen and climbed through the window, while Wei Boyong ran straight up the stairs. The ghost was stunned for a moment when everyone suddenly ran away and then gave a short and sharp whistle and chased after them. Its target was the couple. The hand of corruption had been thrown away by the two men, and at this point this collection was no longer of any use. But even so, it was not easy to get rid of the ghosts chasing it. The man dragged the woman up to the second floor. Wei Boyong glanced back and immediately waved. Don't be in a daze, both of you. Come over here. Brother Yong. The man was overjoyed, but at this moment the black fog also floated up the stairs, and the two of them turned around inadvertently and were scared to death. The man hurriedly shouted, Brother Yong, it's catching up. What should I do? Run with me. Wei Boyong roared and rushed to the other end of the corridor. The couple followed him. When they ran to the balcony on the second floor, Wei Boyong kicked the wooden railing in half and then jumped down.
Ah!
The woman screamed. The man rushed to the railing and looked down. Wei Boyong had rolled in the mud and stood up. He looked up and shouted, Jump down. This is too high. Before the woman could say anything, the man grabbed her and jumped off the building, and they both fell into the mud. Get up, let's leave the main house. The ghosts are all here. Wei Boyong hurried forward and pulled up two people. The three of them were not seriously injured, but it was a critical moment, so they all exerted their fastest speed and disappeared in the rain. On the balcony on the second floor, the belated black fog lingered for a moment upstairs, then slowly spread out to the surroundings, turning into wisps of fine black smoke that seeped into the heavy rain. At the same time, in the corridor on the other side of the second floor of the main house, which was the corridor where Lu Ning set up the camera, a figure sneaked out of the door, saw that there was no one downstairs, let out a long sigh, then grinned with an evil smile, and left with slow steps. On the first floor, Hong Ziho ran for a while in the corridor and turned back to take a picture with his mobile phone. He found that the black fog was not chasing him. His pace gradually slowed down and he hesitated between rescue and escape. At this moment, Lu Ning slowly walked downstairs and met him. You! Hong Ziho couldn't help but take a step back. The sound before bailing died was very loud, and Hong Ziho actually heard it vaguely. He didn't dare to guarantee whether Lu Ning was a ghost, but he dared not let her get close to him no matter what. The wound on Lu Ning's head was still bleeding, and she felt a little nauseous and uncomfortable now. The white-collar worker was ruthless. Fortunately, he was a little hesitant about killing at the beginning, otherwise Lu Ning would have died on the second floor. Yes, Uncle Hong. Ling Yan was frightened by Lu Ning's appearance, but there was no medicine in the room to treat the wound, so she could only use a bed sheet to bandage her wound to stop the bleeding. Even so, Ling Yan was still a little worried. The bandage should be cleaned first. I'm using this to stop the bleeding in such a hurry. I don't know if it will get infected in the future. Lu Ning felt a headache and laughed at the same time. Sister Ling Yan, we only have a little more than a day left. The right thing to do is to get through this. You just know what's going on in your mind. Were you attacked? That white-collar man, but he's dead. Lu Ning casually brushed off the topic, but I need to rest. Now the invisible ghost has killed someone, but I don't know about other ghosts. Sister Ling Yan.
Can you?
You go to sleep first. There is only Yin Lian's body in the room. I think you won't mind. I'll guard the door. Ling Yan nodded. Lu Ning thought about it and finally took off the dagger from her waist and handed it to Ling Yan. If someone wants to break in by force, you will need a weapon. It is likely to be a substitute ghost.
Got it.
Ling Yan took the dagger and held it in his hand. I'll return it to you when you wake up. After everything was explained, Lu Ning dragged her tired body to the bed in the room where the corpse was not and took a look at the other bed. The white sheets completely covered the person on the bed, and there was a layer of coagulated blood on her neck. Yin Lian. Her death seemed to have happened a long time ago, but also seemed to have happened only yesterday. I'm so tired, Sister Yin Lian. Lu Ning murmured softly, leaned back on the pillow, and slowly closed her eyes. It was raining heavily, with occasional lightning flashing across the sky. The people fleeing in panic were still running for their lives. Wei Boyong and the two lovers had already taken shelter in the gardener's hut and saw the scenes in the two living rooms that looked like a scene from a horror movie. However, in the eyes of the three people who had truly experienced more than 5 days of terror, this was no longer a shock. Is it safe here? The man and the couple asked tremblingly. How should I know? Wei Boyong slumped on the ground, breathing heavily. I've never run so fast in my life. If I can be caught up, I'll admit it, okay? Brother Yong. Why are you hesitating like that, a grown man? Although Wei Boyong was exhausted, he still had a lot of energy when he shouted. A man should be decisive in doing something. Your wife still needs your protection. Brother Yong, we haven't got the marriage certificate yet. The man scratched his head awkwardly. Is this the time to care about this? Wei Boyong glared and turned to the woman. Girl, tell Brother Yong, do you like him? I like it. Although the woman's voice was low, she answered without hesitation. Did you hear that, kid? If you are a subordinate of my Brother Yong and can't even protect a woman who likes you, don't even think you are with me. Why are you suddenly talking about this, Brother Yong? The man was a little panicked. Is your brain a mess? This is clearly a rule to kill us all. How can we survive if we don't fight? If you dare to do that, I will kill you. The man hurriedly shook his head. No. How could it be? Brother Yong, I will never run away. The word escape opened his mouth. The man's eyes widened, and he pulled the woman back in fear. Wei Boyong also reacted quickly. He put his hand on the ground and immediately rolled to the side. Wisps of black smoke began to seep out from the roof of the wooden structure very quickly. At this time, most of Wei Boyong's body composed of black smoke had formed behind him.
Run.
Wei Boyong casually picked up a folding stool and threw it towards the black mist and rushed towards the door while crawling. When he turned around, he found that the couple had been blocked in the room by the black mist. The two of them were trembling and hugging each other. My feet were weak with fear. Not knowing where he got the courage, Wei Boyong suddenly turned around and rushed back, pounced on the body placed in the hall of the hut. This action immediately attracted Hei Wu's attention, and he immediately reversed direction and moved towards Wei Boyong.
Haha.
I knew you were a coward when you were alive. You're still a coward even after you die. You want to kill me? I'll grind you to dust first. Wei Boyong laughed wildly, took out a lighter from his pocket, and lit the bed sheet wrapped around the body. Strangely enough, it was raining heavily outside, but the room was unusually dry, and the moisture on the body seemed to have been drained a lot after these days. Wei Boyong actually lit a flame. Brother Yong. The man panicked and looked around but couldn't find anything useful. Wei Boyong had been caught by the black fog, and countless black smoke pressed him into the black fog, like a bottomless black hole. Wei Boyong was also very ferocious at this time, and he was still roaring. What are you afraid of? You will die even if you are afraid. Burn it for me. I will die with it.
Wow.
The man turned around and saw the woman, with tears streaming down her face, kicking over an oil barrel in the corner, and the sound of liquid sloshing inside. Wei Boyong still had half of his body outside at this time. When he saw the oil drum, he immediately laughed. Ha ha, sister, well done. You thief. Today, Brother Yong will compensate you, and we will go to Hades together. You got it easy. Ah ha ha. The flame on the corpse was beginning to die out. The man trembled as he picked up the oil barrel and unscrewed the lid. A strong smell of gasoline rushed out of it. The woman also ran over. Together, they held on to the bottom of the barrel and rushed towards the corpse. Brother Yong. Farewell. The window of the gardener's hut reflected a bright fire, and two figures rushed out of the house accompanied by shrill screams. The flames devoured the wooden structure, but they were unable to get out of the house. Only streams of black smoke came out from the gaps between the doors and windows, slowly gathering into a ball in the air. A flash of lightning lit up the sky, and the rumbling thunder that followed woke Lu Ning from her dream. The room was dark, but there was still some brightness during the day, and Lu Ning immediately noticed that there was another person in the room.
Onziao.
At this moment, Ling Yan and Hong Ziho seemed to have a little dispute. Hong Ziho felt that Lu Ning was very dangerous and wanted to take Ling Yan away, but Ling Yan naturally didn't want to leave. The two kept a certain distance and were trying to convince each other. After listening for 2 minutes, Lu Ning slowly sat up, coughed lightly, and said, "Stop arguing." Hong Ziho glared at Lu Ning. "Your identity is still unclear. You have no right to speak here. Since last night, Sister Ling Yan and I have been together. The substitute ghost has no chance to attack us at all." Lu Ning smiled slightly. "On the other hand, Uncle Hong, we can't guarantee whether you are safe during this period." Enough. Ling Yan suddenly raised her hand to stop the two from continuing. "I believe in you too, so please stop arguing here. Let's revive Yin Lian now and sort out all this chaos. Will she be able to figure it all out after resurrection?" Hong Ziho expressed his doubt. "I don't deny that she is very smart, but so many days have passed. Do you still plan to let her analyze changes that she herself is not aware of? We found the blood of the divine bird, so we are qualified to use it." Lu Ning climbed down from the bed and held out her hand. Ling Yan took out the bottle of blood from the cabinet and handed it to Lu Ning. The two walked to the bed where Yin Lian's body lay. The bed sheet was pulled open, and Yin Lian was still lying there. If one ignored the wound on her neck, it looked like she was still sleeping soundly. Lu Ning picked up the bottle, unscrewed the cork, and slowly tilted it. The red blood fell on the skin, and immediately spread out as if it had life, penetrating into the skin. Yin Lian's face, which had turned blue due to death, began to improve slightly. Seeing that the blood of the divine bird was really useful, Lu Ning was no longer stingy and poured the whole bottle of blood on Yin Lian. What followed was a scene that seemed like a miracle. The huge wound slowly closed and recovered, without leaving even a scar. The color of death gradually faded, revealing a pale complexion. Finally, under Lu Ning's extremely expectant gaze, Yin Lian's chest trembled slightly. "Sister Yin Lian." The person on the bed opened his eyes. After a moment, his gaze focused on one place, scanning the faces of the 3 people in the room one by one. He opened his mouth and uttered a familiar voice, Am I not dead yet? Yin Lian sat up a little dazed, glanced out the window, put her hand on the shoulder of Lu Ning, who was holding her other hand tightly, thought for a moment, and immediately smiled. The power is out. How many days has it been? On the 6th day, the ghost destroyed the generator. Ling Yan replied. So, you all know the information about the mirror ghost and the possessed ghost? As soon as this was said, Hong Ziho's eyes widened immediately. How did you know? Uncle Hong, don't be anxious. First tell me how I came back to life. Sister Yin Lian, I'm sorry. You are not truly resurrected. I found the blood of a divine bird, which can temporarily resurrect people for a period of time. Lu Ning raised her head, her tone full of apology. I see. So you just want me to help you analyze the situation? Yin Lian did not look disappointed, as if she had expected it. Yes, we are in a very critical situation now, and I feel that I can no longer cope with it, so. Well, first let's sort out the current situation. The situation of the 3 ghosts and the situation of the new ghost. Hong Ziho couldn't help interrupting her again. How do you know there is a new ghost? Lu Ning was also somewhat surprised. Yin Lian was killed by the mirror ghost. It was fine that she could guess the information of the original 3 ghosts, but this new ghost. It will be around the next day. Yin Lian frowned slightly. But do you still have time to listen to this explanation now? Time is short. Tell me what you know quickly. According to my speculation, the invisible ghost, mirror ghost, and possessed ghost are all ghosts that originally existed here. There are internal conflicts between the invisible ghost and the possessed ghost. The mirror ghost is relatively independent, but there should be a certain connection. The reason is that Fong Min, who was possessed on the first day, still translated the method of sending away the invisible ghost, hoping to use our hands to get rid of the invisible ghost. However, although the ghosts have internal conflicts, they are still united in hunting people. It is best not to find loopholes in this regard.
Why do you say that?
Ling Yan asked. The one who caused the power outage can only be a possessed ghost with a physical body, which means that the ghosts are also working hard to create conditions for killing each other. Yes, on the day you died, these 2 ghosts teamed up to commit a double kill. Lu Ning added. How does this help us now? Hong Ziho was a little anxious. The ghost's identity. Yin Lian replied, if this is just a game of ghosts killing people, the information in this house is too rich. It is obvious that something happened to the Tang family, but what happened to their people after the accident? How did Tang Yuanzhen die?
Could it be that?
He turned into a ghost and became the earthbound spirit of this villa? Among the 3 ghosts, which one do you think is Tang Yuanzhen? Ling Yan asked. Probably neither. This time it was Lu Ning who answered. It seems that you have found some information. In fact, among these 3 ghosts, the invisible ghost's walking range is very fixed. It always patrols in the corridor. What if this is its fixed route? Or was it originally given this mission by the people here? A name instantly flashed through Lu Ning's mind.
Aline?
This name appeared quite a few times in Tang Yuanzhen's diary. Tang Yuanzhen would entrust this person with many things. Lu Ning originally thought that this might be a loyal old servant in the villa, but now she thinks this might be a ghost under Tang Yuanzhen's control, Alan, or any possible ghost servant. If this identity is confirmed, then we will have a clue as to why the possessed ghost has a grudge against it. This is actually not too difficult. We don't know many characters who have appeared in the history of the Tang family. Joseph, Tang Yuanzhen, and Tang Yuexin are almost the main ones. Ling Yan said. Lu Ning took the opportunity to briefly tell Yin Lian about the discovery of the diary in the basement. Yin Lian glanced at Lu Ning's expression and said, I think I know where the problem lies. But this has nothing to do with our current crisis. I'm telling you this just to let you know that the collection in your hands may be a targeted prop, specifically targeting a certain ghost. The dagger is aimed at the substitute ghost. Lu Ning said, then, Sister Yin Lian, can you deduce who the substitute ghost is now? Tell me about the death list and today's situation. Lu Ning and Ling Yan are relatively isolated from the crowd, and here is Hong Ziho's introduction. You guys have been together since this morning, until you were blocked by the black fog? Yin Lian confirmed with Hong Ziho, thought for a moment, and said, Among the people who didn't come down from upstairs, see if there are any who were killed by the substitute ghost. If so, the people still alive upstairs are the most suspicious. If not, the people downstairs are the most suspicious.
Ah?
On the other hand, if my speculation is correct, 2 people will die in a room upstairs, and it is safe for us to go there now. A. Safe? The invisible ghost has killed someone. The black fog chased someone away, and either it has already taken action or is still chasing. Uncle Zhang's apprentice in the corridor is probably dead. If the 2 people upstairs are really dead, we still have a safe period before Yang Na's ghost is successfully transformed. Yin Lian got out of bed immediately, stretched her arms and legs, and walked towards the door. Lu Ning's brain was still following her thoughts, and she subconsciously followed Yin Lian's steps. Yin Lian, why are you trying so hard to help us? Hong Ziho opened his mouth and asked this question. My original idea was to let as many people as possible escape. However, because of me, this game that should have been easy difficulty turned into a hellish one. So I have to do something. Yin Lian said something that was a little hard to understand, rushed up to the 2nd floor, and started knocking on doors one by one. Soon, Gong Sun Yu walked out of the room trembling. The old man had been so scared these days that he dared not walk around. Now, he almost had a heart attack when he suddenly saw Yin Lian. Lu Ning and Ling Yan supported him and explained for a long time before he recovered. In another room, the woman who was in the same group as the white-collar worker was lying on the bed with a strange smile on her face. She was also in a hugging position, her body stiff, and it was obvious that she had been dead for some time. Finally, as Yin Lian said, the body of another band member who was killed by the mirror ghost after his throat was cut was found in a single room. Why 2? Hong Ziho looked at the young man's body, his eyes full of disbelief. It's not that he didn't accept that someone was killed, but everything was just like what Yin Lian said, which made people feel a chill in their backs. In a power outage environment, the mirror ghost has almost no conditions to kill people. Such conditions can only be created by other ghosts. The most convenient one is, of course, a substitute ghost. Yin Lian pulled a bed sheet over the young man's body and walked towards the door without stopping. We didn't see a doctor during this round. Of course, Mr. Gong's son could also be a substitute ghost. I have no way of judging. Gong Sun Yu, who was following behind the others, turned pale. I might be a substitute ghost? I just present all the possibilities. Yin Lian seemed to know that time was running out, and she no longer cared about other people's emotions. She kept talking as she walked. So, in addition to guarding against the substitute ghosts, you also have to be careful to prevent the substitute ghosts from hiding in the dark to create favorable conditions for the mirror ghosts. In addition, at this time, the group happened to pass by the stairs leading to the hall and saw a couple supporting each other, walking back from outside, all soaked in rain. Hey, are you okay? Hong Ziho shouted immediately. The couple looked up but couldn't see clearly because it was too dark. However, they recognized Hong Ziho's voice and quickly answered. Uncle Hong. Brother Yong is dead. Wei Boyong is dead? Hong Ziho was shocked, and Yin Lian beside him sighed. In order to save us. The man cried, we burned the hut along with the ghost's body, but we don't know if it will work.
Huh? Wait.
Did Yang Na die after lunch? Yin Lian suddenly turned her head and asked the person next to her. Yes, we were not in the room at that time.
Oops.
Lu Ning also realized a problem. This was a very obvious thing, but amid the ghost's pursuit and all the hustle and bustle, no one actually thought about it carefully. The 3 hours have been compensated. Yin Lian immediately raised her voice. Everyone, pay attention to your surroundings. Yang Na may have turned into a ghost. Everyone was startled, and their spirits were tense again. However, the ghost did not appear. Yin Lian led the others to walk downstairs carefully. The protective shield was still there. After walking in, people felt a lot more at ease. Yin Lian? The woman in the couple asked timidly. I have been resurrected temporarily. I am not a ghost. You don't need to be afraid that I can come in. Yin Lian explained casually, her eyes still looking around. What should we do next? In this short period of time, Hong Ziho has come to trust Yin Lian very much. Tomorrow is the most dangerous day. Doctors probably don't need to hide anymore, because the number of ghosts will be equal to the number of people, and every ghost will come out to hunt us down openly. But this is also our chance. If we can kill the substitute ghost with the dagger in Lu Ning's hand before it commits a crime, we can have one more chance to survive. In addition, the collection we have in our hands should also come in handy. Just as Yin Lian was about to explain the distribution of the collection, Zhang Fuyuan walked out of the corridor with his apprentice. Both of them had fatigue written all over their faces. Lao Zhang, are you okay? No, the ghost didn't chase us. We ran away for a while and didn't see a ghost. Zhang Fuyuan sighed, pulled the apprentice beside him, and the two walked towards the protective shield. And the change only takes a moment. In the dense darkness of the corridor, a muddy black shadow suddenly rushed out, penetrated Zhang Fuyuan's ribs from bottom to top, and came out of his chest, leaving a column of blood. It happened so fast that no one reacted. Zhang Fuyuan even turned his head to look at his apprentice in confusion. Then his body fell heavily to the ground, completely losing his life. It's safe. After the evil spirits showed their killing efficiency, no one could feel happy for half a day's safety. On the last day, 9 ghosts and 9 people, this was a dead end with no solution. The only remaining flaw is the substitute ghost. Yin Lian became the only person who spoke at this moment. Everyone cooperate to help Lu Ning kill the substitute ghost, so that at least one person can survive. Having said that, she hesitated slightly, stood up, pulled Lu Ning, and went upstairs. No one asked them where they were going. Although no one distrusted Yin Lian at this point, they also knew that no matter how capable Yin Lian was, she would not be able to save everyone from this situation. Who is the one who will die? If only one person can live, who is it? There was a hint of suspicion in everyone's eyes. On the other side, Yin Lian took Lu Ning to the balcony on the 2nd floor. Sister Yin Lian, you pulled me here because... Lu Ning leaned against the door, her arms subconsciously wrapped around her chest. Seeing her like this, Yin Lian didn't care. She walked into the rain, holding the railing and looking at the rain outside. Let me take another look at the outside world, even though it may be fake. Fake? There is no need to kill the substitute ghost. There is one person who can survive. Only you, and I know about this. Yin Lian looked at the rain scene leisurely, her tone gentle, but it made Lu Ning feel a worse headache. I have kept it a secret for you until now because there is no room for any more trust crisis. You didn't intend to hide it from me at all. You just wanted me to do a favor, right? I want to survive. I thought you could understand. Lu Ning showed a pleading look. Being alive is not an excuse to deprive others of their lives. If I had known this earlier, I would definitely stop you. Yin Lian turned around and stared into Lu Ning's eyes. But it is because of my risky move that I have the possibility of survival. I am gambling on the 5-day ghost transformation rule. And surviving is the reward for my winning the bet you survived because of Joseph's pen. Yin Lian interrupted Lu Ning. You didn't know? I don't want to say it because it's all nonsense to others. The body you found in the basement is Tang Yuexin's, right? Lu Ning took 2 steps back. I guessed all of this, and it seems I was right. Yin Lian shook her head. Then we have roughly figured out the situation of the 3 ghosts. The invisible ghost is a Lin, or any important ghost servant. The mirror ghost is Tang Yuexin, and the substitute ghost is the complex formed by Mensel devouring the souls of Tang Yuanjin and many innocent people. I only found out about this later. Lu Ning calmed down. Of course, these were all intelligence we didn't have access to at the time. But you found clues from the diary and determined the rules of turning into a ghost in 5 days before Song died the next day. Right? Really not. Lu Ning laughed. Sister Yin Lian, this may be the only place where I am ahead of you. The 5-day rule is just my guess. Guess?
Ah.
When I saw the killing rules on the first day, I thought about this question. How can I design it so that everyone will die? Yin Lian frowned. 9 places, either equally divided in the last 3 days, or divided 30% to 60% in the last 2 days. I can find a way to let the ghost kill everyone. I chose the latter because it seems more reasonable. After all, I am used to considering the worst possibility. I see, so that's why I have to kill someone before the ghost does. Lu Ning's tone changed. If the one who did it was a human instead of a ghost, would it not be possible to transform into a ghost? This is only a 50-50 possibility, but since there is a 50-50 chance, why not try it? After all, it can't get any worse, right? You are not a happy person. Yin Lian sighed. Lu Ning was stunned for a moment, not knowing why she brought up this matter, but she immediately said, "No, what I said that day was true. There is no need for me to lie about such things." "I didn't say you were lying, Lu Ning." Yin Lian waved her hand, indicating that she could speak. "Your way of thinking, your calmness towards the dead, and your current nonchalant attitude towards killing people all show that you are not as happy as you remembered. Maybe you didn't lie, but you also said that there are many gaps in your memory." I've been a little confused for a long time. But the environment is not the only factor that determines a person's character. Lu Ning, you should at least find out who you are first. Lu Ning was silent. In any case, the person you killed is already dead. I have no right to ask you to pay for his life, but I don't think people should die in vain. That I had no choice. It was a split-second decision. Lu Ning felt that all the strength in her body had disappeared. He is a traitor. I must stop the ghost from killing people. Since such a good opportunity has appeared. A traitor? What happened that night? You got the sleeping pills when you went to get them, right? What happened next? Lu Ning pressed her head and chuckled. I was really dizzy that night. My only thought was to take the initiative when the ghost attacked and find out the ghost's details, so I put some sleeping pills in the food. But I still felt that I was wrong. After everyone fell asleep, I hesitated and left the chair and just squatted in the dark, unable to make a decision.
Oh.
But that man was not asleep. That upstart. Even the people on shift had fallen asleep without him noticing, but he secretly took out his phone and started taking pictures of the people whose faces could be clearly seen around the candle. That's when the flame turned blue. Lu Ning's mind was groggy at the time, and she just subconsciously felt that something was wrong, so she sneaked up on the nouveau riche from behind. Just then, she saw that the phone was in camera mode, and the sleeping man in the firelight made movements in the camera that had never happened in reality. Then, as if repeating the action countless times, Lu Ning quickly reached out and grasped the camera of the mobile phone. With the other hand, she grasped the utility knife that she had prepared long ago, pressed it against the nouveau riche's neck, and slashed it fiercely. The killing conditions were destroyed, and the mirror ghost could not kill people. However, Lu Ning could not judge the ghost's killing method from this thing at that time. She thought the ghost was in the mobile phone, so she secretly destroyed the nouveau riche's mobile phone and ran back to her seat. She was still wearing a bloody shirt, and it couldn't be seen even if she had a new one. However, she had to cover it with Yin Lian's suit, so the fresh blood naturally got on it, and only Yin Lian, who changed clothes later, knew about it. As a result, the next morning, the mirror ghost ran into my room and squatted there. "Sister Yin Lian, I killed you." Lu Ning told the story in one breath, with unstoppable regret on her face. It's easy to talk to others, but when facing Yin Lian, she doesn't know how to tell this to herself. Then, save one person. After a moment of silence, Yin Lian said. Lu Ning was stunned for a moment. In addition to yourself, go and save one more person. Don't just want to keep yourself alive, try to help others survive as well. There was no resentment on Yin Lian's face, but instead a smile. Can you ever forgive me? No matter what the reason, taking someone's life is still wrong. This is true for you, and it is also true for your trial of Xiaodeng. You make your own judgment on right and wrong. So it is not that I forgive you, but whether you are willing to forgive yourself.
Well.
Should they die? Yes, because it would cause greater casualties. However, this judgment is only made by you and me based on our own interests, and my death is just an accident. Lu Ning, since you think it is a mistake, go and make up for it. Halfway through her words, Yin Lian's expression suddenly changed, and she slowly fell to her knees. Lu Ning rushed over in a panic and supported Yin Lian. They both knew that the time for the blood of the sacred bird was approaching. Why so fast? It's been less than an hour. Resurrection is originally a very luxurious thing. It's amazing that I can experience it once. Yin Lian turned her head and looked at the rain scene outside the window. It might be fake, but it was the last natural scene she could see. If this kind of game continues. Yin Lian raised her hand with difficulty and landed on Lu Ning's head, but she was unable to move. Continue? Lu Ning paused slightly. Forget what I said first, work hard to live, and stick to your original ideas, Lu Ning. At this point, Yin Lian's voice became softer and quieter. Only when Lu Ning leaned close to Yin Lian's mouth could she hear the last few words she said. We may even come from different worlds, so I'm really lucky to know you. The arms dropped down. As Tang Yuanjin finally concluded in his diary, the resurrection like a mirror, a flower in the water, and the moon finally leaves behind a happy dream, and after waking up from the dream, what remains in the heart is just the fact that the deceased is gone. When the people in the hall saw that Lu Ning was the only one walking back, most of them guessed what had happened. Is it all over? Ling Yan asked. Lu Ning walked down slowly and nodded. Yin Lian's body was left on the balcony. If she liked the view outside, that would be the best place for her. I have some news for you all. Lu Ning pulled out the chair at the main seat of the long table, sat down, and crossed her hands on the table. At this time, Uncle Xing and Yu Jisong had also returned to the hall. Except for the doctor, 9 people gathered together. We now have a chance to survive, but we can do more. Lu Ning slowly took out the things from her body one by one and arranged them on the table. The face of nothing, the message in a bottle, the ritual dagger, Joseph's pen. After her action, the others also took out their own things. Yu Jisong's spiritual summoning catalog and Qingjing pills. The Bagua wooden sword in Hong Ziho's hand. The red quicksand in Uncle Xing's hand. The painful memory in Ling Yan's hands. In addition, they also have the past camera on the second floor, the golden prayer statue brand that has been branded on the body but has not been used many times so far, and the corrupted hand that is not of much use. We are not completely powerless, especially now. Lu Ning slid the letter in the bottle aside. First, we need to verify whether the substitute ghost is really the doctor, and then find an opportunity to kill him with the ritual dagger. The dark environment is not conducive to the mirror ghost committing crimes. Group actions require carrying combat-capable objects. Except for the user of the Bagua wooden sword, everyone should take Qingjing pills. No comment. Uncle Xing's red quicksand is not suitable for use in wide spaces. We chose the corridor on the first floor and divided it into isolation zones there. The purpose is to force ghosts to take detours when chasing instead of protecting themselves. Because the amount of quicksand is limited, please ask Uncle Hong and Uncle Xing to carefully study where to draw it. Hong Ziho and Uncle Xing nodded. The face of nothingness can avoid ghosts, but if we get too close, we will be discovered. We need someone to keep an eye on the ghost's movements at all times and find a way to notify everyone. Let's go together. The male couple said in a hoarse voice, and the woman next to him nodded. Let Sister Ling Yan give the pain memory to you. Use it when necessary. It can slightly stop the ghost's pursuit. Ling Yan said there was no problem. Finally, Yu Jisong, if we can survive the first 4 hours tomorrow, you will use the spirit summoning catalog immediately. We will go upstairs to find the spell and give it to you. As early as when he killed the white-collar worker, Lu Ning was basically sure what Joseph's pen was used for. And during the final conversation, Yin Lian also helped Lu Ning determine the answer. Joseph's pen. Anyone who carries this will only be hunted down by the mirror ghost. Lu Ning explained the purpose of this collection. You will only be chased by the mirror ghost? Yu Jisong understood immediately, and his eyes lit up. The current conditions were not conducive for the mirror ghost to kill people. As long as the person holding this pen was careful, it would be a golden ticket to immunity from death. Can you take this thing out? We won't mind if you bring it with you, Ling Yan said. Of course I won't give this to others directly. I'm just telling you what it's for. Tomorrow each of us may need to replace the collection in our hands. This is just in case. Lu Ning threw the Wuji face to the couple, put away the remaining things, and then stood up. During this last period of time, we will familiarize ourselves with the escape route from the main house and show you the location of the laboratory. After everything is ready, Go to bed early. We have to hold out for 24 hours tomorrow. At this time, with 9 people left, everyone finally reached a consensus. Amidst various complex emotions such as anxiety, fear, excitement, and anger, the 6th day is about to come to an end. Lu Ning stood at the staircase between the first-floor lobby and the second floor. There was no one around her. Everyone had already separated to the positions agreed upon in advance. Lu Ning stood here to wait. A figure appeared at the door of the hall. It was a doctor. Although it was still raining heavily outside, there was not a single stain on his body. At this moment, his face was no longer humble and respectful, but with a wicked smile, staring at Lu Ning upstairs. On the last day, ghosts no longer had to hide. The ghost raised his hand and gently touched his neck with his thumb, then laughed maliciously. Lu Ning just sneered and pulled out the ritual dagger from his waist. Don't pretend, you can communicate. After she killed the upstart, she knew that these ghosts could talk to people. But she didn't think she could convince the ghosts to let anyone go, and she didn't believe in ghosts, so she had given up on this path a long time ago. However, today it would be a good choice to stand on opposite sides and mock each other. The time has not come yet, the ghost can't kill me, and I don't have the ability to catch up with the other party at such a distance and stab him. What else can I do except have a verbal fight? Anyway, Lu Ning is almost going crazy these days. So, my dear lady, which one of us will you choose to be your farewell? The substitute ghost really spoke. You must know that only 2 of your companions will be born today, and it is not certain whether I will die or not. The ghost substitute raised his index finger and sighed. It's come to this point, and you are still so naive. Young lady, have you forgotten the 3-hour correction principles so quickly? Lu Ning was stunned. Each of our companions will wake up 3 hours earlier. This is to compensate for your initial 3 hours of safety. You clearly discovered this, but didn't you pay any attention to it? Now the substitute ghost's smile has changed into a polite gentleman style, but the words he said make people feel like they are falling into an icy cave. Yin Lian was killed in the timeline that just passed the next day. If the compensation principle is fully applicable, Yin Lian will wake up as the last evil spirit before the next dawn.
No.
I resurrected her with the blood of the sacred bird, so the time should not be. Do you still think it will reset? Do you believe this yourself? The substitute ghost was actually a monster that was created by mixing the memories and lives of countless people, and it easily seized Lu Ning's psychological weakness. Becoming a ghost doesn't eliminate wisdom and experience, but it will make people lose their emotions and hearts forever. The price you get is the powerful strength that only ghosts can possess. The substitute ghost opened his arms and said, By the way, I'll tell you that the dagger in your hand is indeed a tool used to seal me, but pay attention to this word, seal. From ancient times to the present, seals are only used to be broken. With just a dagger, it won't take me too long to leave. So, what do you want to say? Are we hopeless? Lu Ning's face darkened. No, souls that have struggled are more likely to become high-quality companions. Your performance has satisfied us, so you may exist forever. This sentence seemed to reveal some information. Lu Ning's thoughts raced, and she immediately grasped the key point. Eternity. You want to say, although we have an absolute advantage, it's good to save some energy. Miss, you may not know that becoming a ghost does not mean the end. We can even become companions. Ghosts exist forever. Although you will no longer feel close to your friends at that time, you can be together again. Isn't that great? The substitute ghost's voice gradually became a little low, as if it contained infinite temptation. It's just a different way to live. Instead of dying in terror and pain, it's better to gain eternal life with us. Isn't this what people have always been pursuing? Power and eternity. Don't you desire these? I don't desire it. Lu Ning interrupted the substitute ghost's words of persuasion. You just said that only struggling souls can become excellent companions, and now you are advising me to give up resistance. I really can't believe you, Mr. Menzel. Even though he was exposed, the ghost substitute was not upset and continued to smile. You have a very clear mind, which is admirable. I am even more looking forward to your life after you become our companion. It's too early to say it. Be careful not to take it back. The substitute ghost laughed again, waved his hand, turned around, and walked out the door. Mr. Menzel. Lu Ning suddenly called it. Do you regret it? The substitute ghost did not look back, obviously knowing that this was impossible. Whether you can come back or not, I will definitely send you to Hades first. Lu Ning put the dagger back on his waist, and the figure of the substitute ghost slowly disappeared in the gradually fading laughter. Killing people isn't scary, but these guys are starting to destroy my heart. Before the war began, Lu Ning had already realized that this last day would not be easy. Dear passengers, the 7-day trip to the haunted manor has come to an end. I hope this unforgettable memory will be engraved in everyone's memory forever. At 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, the return carriage will arrive at the door of the main house of the manor. At that time, it will be the end of this journey. I hope you will enjoy the last day. Additional tips about ghosts. 7. Ghosts cannot be killed. They can only be sealed or exiled. Destroying the body of a ghost can cause certain damage to the ghost and hinder its ability to move, and it will also cause the ghost's hatred. In addition, in some special situations, ghosts will also have greater hatred for some people, including using collections, destroying the ghost's killing actions, escaping from the ghost's pursuit. The following 3 collections will also cause the ghost's hatred to increase: using the 8 diagrams wooden sword to stab a ghost, using the face of nothingness to be discovered by the ghost at close range, using the pain memory to hinder the ghost's actions. This rule reminder is over. I wish you all a pleasant journey. The last message was received, and everyone read it within a minute. The couple was squatting in a room on the 2nd floor and ran out in a hurry after reading the text message. Why did you come out? Lu Ning had been walking around outside. When she saw the expressions of the 2 men, she immediately asked, "These things that cannot be used indiscriminately." The male couple was a little flustered. Lu Ning had already finished reading the message, stuffed the phone into her pocket, and immediately started walking towards the balcony as planned. It's the last day. Aren't you waiting to be killed? Don't even think about the side effects. Do what you need to do. We need to leave alive. The black fog invaded from the roof and soon condensed into a solid on the 3rd floor. It went straight to the stairs, but found a figure at the other end of the 3rd floor. Hong Ziho held the wooden sword, took a fighting stance, and stared at the black fog with a serious face. However, the ghost did not show any fear and let out a muddy roar and slowly floated towards Hong Ziho. With this as a signal, the battle began. Ling Yan climbed out of the window. Behind her, dense black lines like hair emerged from the shadows and launched a crazy attack with the momentum of chopping people into pieces. After just 1 or 2 attempts, Ling Yan found that the ghost's mobility was actually very poor. The attack lurking in the shadows was obviously an ambush to gain an advantage. Once such a crazy attack began, it would expose its own direction. Among all the people, Ling Yan, the only one who had used the Bagua wooden sword to stab a ghost, was the ghost's first target of hatred. She did not waste this opportunity and was the first to pull the most difficult to guard against among the 6 ghosts out of the main house. "Everyone, we're relying on you guys." Ling Yan shouted and ran outside with a black shadow like a lump of mud. In the kitchen, Uncle Xing sat on a simple chair, holding a shotgun and gently wiping the ace and barrel. His expression was extremely focused, and the wrinkles on his face were gathered together because of his slightly narrowed eyes, making him look even older. Suddenly, the wall behind Uncle Xing began to move slightly, and a human-like outline began to appear on the wall. 2 sharp claws poked out from the wall and approached quietly.
Boom!
The shotgun roared, and the fire instantly illuminated the house. The ghost that came out of the wall was shot back into the wall, making a howling sound like metal scraping. People are afraid of the unknown. The original 3 ghosts are scary, but their abilities and weaknesses are already known to us. Even if we can't deal with them, we can still avoid them if we want. This is what Lu Ning said at yesterday's simple strategic meeting. Since yesterday, or even earlier, the ghosts have to rely on substitute ghosts for help, and even look for traitors to complete the murders. So the original 3 ghosts are not a problem. The key lies in the three new ghosts that will confuse us later: black fog, ghosts in the walls, and ghosts in the shadows. Everyone basically understands their killing methods or movement patterns, and today's primary goal is to find the killing limits of these three ghosts. There was not much time, so the three people with the highest combat effectiveness took on this task first. As for the method, it was also very simple. As long as people took the initiative to look for ghosts, the ghosts would definitely take the bait. They are very good at relentless pursuit. If we take advantage of this, there will be some danger. However, this way we can form a local 6-on-3 situation. The substitute ghost will definitely hide, and the mirror ghost will not easily attack. In this way, we only need to guard against the invisible ghost. In a single room, more than a dozen candles were lit, illuminating the entire room. A couple stayed in the room. The hand of decay was still in their control, allowing them to judge at any time whether the ghost was approaching the room. At the same time, Lu Ning and Yu Jisung also came outside quietly. Although it was a rainy day, the rain blocked more than just humans. The bad weather conditions are obviously trying to keep us inside the house, so we can do the opposite and put the battlefield outside. It's very likely that certain conditions outside will limit the killing power of the ghosts. As long as we catch them once, we can find their weaknesses. Of course, this requires testing with one's life. Holding Joseph's pen, Lu Ning was not afraid of the ghosts outside chasing her. On the other side, Yu Jisung had also prepared a spirit summoning catalog and could summon ghost bodyguards to protect her at any time. The two of them were also the safest among the remaining people, so they naturally took on the role of support. Hong Ziho had already rushed down the stairs and ran into the back of the main house through the back door. The black mist immediately dissipated into wisps of smoke. At this time, Lu Ning had also run over in a detour and immediately stopped when she saw the change in the mist. "Uncle Hong, don't run indoors. It seems that it can't maintain its shape in the outside world. Learn." Hong Ziho didn't say much, gave a thumbs up and ran straight towards the shooting range. As for Lu Ning, who was less than 10 meters away from him, the black fog ghost really ignored him. The black smoke in the sky slowly floated away along the route that Hong Ziho had taken and soon disappeared without a trace. At this time, loud gunshots were heard from the main house. The battle between Uncle Xing and the ghost in the wall had been going on for about a quarter of an hour. Even though the ghost in the wall could be repelled by bullets, he was unable to get close to Uncle Xing at all. The two of them circled around in the kitchen and confronted each other, which allowed Uncle Xing to gradually figure out the ghost in the wall's offensive tactics. It can't leave the wall. With the advantage of being able to pass through walls, this ghost cannot leave the wall. Even if it rushes out of the wall to attack, its lower body is still connected to the wall. Although it can sneak into the ceiling, the ground seems to be a restricted area. In addition, the distance its body can stick out of the wall is also limited. Perhaps it is difficult for others to deal with this ghost, but Uncle Xing was able to slow down the ghost and attract its hatred. On the other side, Ling Yan's situation was a little difficult. The shadow ghost's body that looked like a lump of black mud was very conspicuous, and its movement was also a little slow, but other than that, it had no other weaknesses exposed along the way, and Ling Yan even had to turn back to hook it back to continue running. From the ghost chasing people to people leading the ghost. But the ghost's attack on Zhang Fuyuan really left a big shadow on the people who witnessed it, so Ling Yan was still cautiously guarding against its sudden attack. 2 hours passed peacefully in this tug of war. The original three ghosts seemed to have a tacit understanding and did not appear. Only the three new ghosts were still attacking relentlessly. Lu Ning walked around and roughly determined the positions of the three ghosts. Although the fact that the substitute ghost did not appear gave her a little pressure, the most important thing now was to preserve her combat effectiveness. The original plan was to take 2 hours, after which the three people responsible for pulling away the ghosts had to be safely picked up. This was when the power of the spirit summoning catalog would need to be used. Yu Jisung began to chant the spell in a low voice in the hall on the first floor. As the whispering sound gradually became ethereal and gloomy, a chill descended on the main house. The patterns on the spirit summoning catalog gradually became blurred. Finally, driven by a mysterious force, Yu Jisung opened another pair of eyes. The eyes belonging to the ghost shared its vision with him. It was not a scene that humans could understand. Meaningless lines and chaotic colors mixed into a disgusting, broken picture. A large amount of incomprehensible information filled the brain, making it impossible to think too much. Chaos, rage, hatred, and resentment come to an abrupt stop. Just the empathy at the moment the contract was signed made Yu Jisung break out in a cold sweat, and his head ached. He rubbed his temple and looked around. There was no entity there, but his perception told him that the summoned ghost was here. The uncontrollable murderous intent and malice almost contaminated the surroundings, and Yu Jisung had no doubt that if he relaxed a little, he would be torn to pieces on the spot. The summoning is complete? Lu Ning walked in from the damaged gate trembling a little. She was already pale from the cold after being in the rain for a long time. Now she looked like a drowned chicken. However, Yu Jisung, who also went out, was not much better. In fact, because of the yin energy brought by summoning ghosts, the water on his body even showed signs of solidification. Done, let's go get them. No, you adjust yourself first, you look very bad now. If Lu Ning was still pale, Yu Jisung's face was now blue. Summoning ghosts was obviously not free of charge. Yu Jisung now looked as if he hadn't rested for several days, and his cheeks were slightly sunken.
Ai fine.
At least this can last for a day, otherwise it would be a big loss. Yu Jisung wanted to grin, but the muscles on his face were a little stiff. He twitched twice and stopped trying. He raised his head and looked to the side and ordered, "Go to the kitchen and drag the ghost in the wall." "Are you really okay? You have to trust me." Yu Jisung pulled his face hard, rubbed his hands violently, and walked towards the kitchen. Before I reached the door, Uncle Xing came out of the kitchen. "Uncle Xing, is it safe inside?" Lu Ning asked. Uncle Xing nodded and gestured for paper and pen. Yu Jisung took out his mobile phone, turned on the handwriting mode, and handed it to him. The movement of the ghost will cause the wall to change significantly. The attack speed is relatively fast, and the body can be stretched, but only the upper body can stick out of the wall, about 3 meters away. In addition to the wall, the ceiling can also be sneaked in, but not the ground. After Lu Ning and Yu Jisung exchanged what Uncle Xing had written, they looked at each other and nodded at the same time. "Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Xing, but we'll have to trouble you to go with us to pick someone up." On the second floor, Zhang Fuyuan's apprentice and Gong Sun Yu were arranged to hide in a room. Neither of them had any hidden treasures, so they were naturally the most dangerous. However, Lu Ning and others wanted to test the ghost's weakness, and they couldn't tell what to save their lives, so they had to let the two find a place to hide and call for help at any time. However, the ghost didn't seem to be in a hurry to kill the target without combat power at this time. When the three rushed upstairs, they were still safe. "You are finally here." Gong Sun Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He was old and weak, and the chance of survival was the lowest among the evil spirits. But he didn't know what luck had allowed him to live to the last day. At this point, he naturally didn't want to die. The substitute ghost didn't come? Both of them shook their heads. Lu Ning couldn't help but look worried when she saw this. She didn't expect that the substitute ghost, who had such a big advantage, would not even show his face. This was completely different from the threats he made before. Then, they picked up the couple in the candlelit room, and the 7 of them returned to the hall together. At this time, Ling Yan also happened to return. Yu Jisung immediately let his evil spirit force the shadow ghost to leave and rescued Ling Yan from the pursuit. Not long after, Hong Ziho, who was soaked all over, also appeared at the gate. Before entering the door, he grinned and laughed. "I tried the ability of the black smoke. It can't kill people outdoors." Although Lu Ning said this happily, her expression changed. "Tried? Uncle Hong, what did you use to try it?" Hong Ziho ruffled his hair, looking very proud. "Hee, I saw it just hanging behind me without attacking, so I just stood there and waited. Guess what IT just circled around me. It didn't attack me. But this is too dangerous." Lu Ning was anxious. "Uncle Hong, have you forgotten what we said yesterday? It doesn't matter if you test the ghost, but protecting yourself is the priority. You're taking a risk like this. We have to take risks. Hong Ziho waved his hand to interrupt Lu Ning. This is a life and death contest. Since we have taken on the responsibility of testing, we must do everything to the end. Lu Ning, you do want us to pay attention to a lot, but the final decision on what to do is still ours. You can ask Ling Yan and Lao Xing to see what they think. Everyone's eyes fell on the other two people who were responsible for attracting ghosts. Old Xing couldn't speak, but just smiled, while Ling Yan spoke. This is what we decided long ago. We want to test out what the ghosts can do. Sister Ling Yan, why are you also? Lu Ning, this must be done. If we are timid and give up when we see something, it will ultimately mislead our own judgment. Now, at least the result is fine, isn't it? Then, Yu Jisung also said, I actually think the same. Lu Ning, you are too cautious. I don't know why you are so concerned about safety now, but you have to understand that there is no safety at all now. If you don't take risks, you will die. But if you take the risk, you'll probably die. Lu Ning turned his gaze towards him. If I have to make a self-evaluation, Lu Ning is the kind of person who makes a lot of preparations in order to hit the target with one shot. This is her own opinion. In her personality, there seems to be an aversion to uncertainty. This does not mean that Lu Ning will not take risks or make attempts similar to gambling, but it affects her choice of action. I see. She didn't know which approach, hers or everyone else's, would allow more people to survive, but she would not dwell on what had already happened. The ghost's attack this morning was just a test. If I'm not mistaken, they are also waiting for the last two companions and will catch us off guard. They also know how to strategize. They have been plotting against us the whole time, from using substitute ghosts to set up the trap in the beginning to using the information released to us to sow discord. There is no doubt that the ghosts know our progress. Otherwise, the information they send each time would not seem to cause confusion so just right. Lu Ning took out a chocolate bar from her pocket, peeled it, and put it in her mouth. It was getting close to noon, and she was cold and hungry. The wet clothes stuck to her body and made her feel extremely uncomfortable. But there are still 20 hours left. We still have to prepare for the night. Remember, if you feel dangerous, go to the lab. The door there will at least provide a little resistance. However, there is only one way into the lab, so be prepared if you want to go in. Don't worry, no one can sleep. Yu Jisung joked and took out some food. Everyone had prepared emergency food in their pockets early in the morning, and the day would probably be spent like this. Lu Ning ate slowly, analyzing the ghost's actions in her mind. The operation in the morning was not without flaws. Lu Ning would not be surprised even if 1 or 2 people were killed. However, 9 people were actually fine. Such a close call was not something that could make people laugh. They want to kill at night? Assuming the worst-case scenario, the evil spirits were just trying to play tricks on humans, so it would be more reasonable to take away everyone's hope before the time came. However, Lu Ning subconsciously felt that this was not right. That substitute ghost is very problematic. It tells a lot of lies that are easily exposed, and it can be said that it is nonsense from beginning to end. But if there are 1 or 2 facts mixed in, it will make people completely uneasy. Completely confused. Afternoon. 9 people sat around the table, not daring to move a step. As the flame on the hand of corruption turned blue, everyone's spirits immediately lifted. Yu Jisung quickly summoned his own evil spirit, and the air suddenly became chilly and cold, making people shiver. A shadow suddenly emerged from under the table, and at the same time, black fog began to seep down from the ceiling. All-out attack. Block it. The black shadow that was about to eject was intercepted in mid-air by something, and the first round of murderous intent was quickly stopped, but then the wall began to slowly creep, and the sound of someone stepping on the floor was heard. They're all here.
Onze a hochuted.
They are covering the attack of the 2 new ghosts. Escape immediately. It is not a good idea for everyone to gather together. Providing ghosts with multiple options will only increase the mortality rate. But on the other hand, only in this way can the people who hold the collections take care of each other. New ghost. Song and Peng Lingling died almost at the same time. This attack can be said to be the most powerful surprise attack by the ghosts. It is also the first time that 4 ghosts appear in such a lineup at the same time. Lu Ning quickly fled from the main house, But at this moment, she suddenly discovered that everyone was running in different directions.
Wait.
Where are they? Only Ling Yan and Uncle Xing ran out after him. The rest of them actually stayed in the house. Yu Jisong went upstairs, and Uncle Hong seemed to have run to the backyard. Ling Yan glanced back hastily. No time to talk about this. The shadow ghost is out. It's not the point at this moment. Lu Ning suddenly saw a figure standing in the distance in the hazy rain, with one hand in his pocket and the other hand raised, waving at him a few times.
Who?
Substitute ghost. Ling Yan and Lu Ning shouted one after another. The shadow was too blurry to be clear, but who else could be wandering around leisurely outside now? Chase him. The three of them rushed towards the figure without hesitation. The figure seemed to be teasing on purpose. As soon as he saw someone chasing him, he turned around and ran away. In a few seconds, he ran out of the villa building and rushed into the jungle. Are you still chasing? Ling Yan paused slightly. What we have is enough to kill it. Chase it. Lu Ning did not stop, but her wrist was immediately grabbed by someone. It's Uncle Xing, Uncle Xing. When the substitute ghost is alone, it is our chance. If we don't take advantage of it now. Uncle Xing quickly let go of his hand and gestured with his hands. Ling Yan beside him immediately translated, "Don't enter the forest. Be careful of traps." Lu Ning glanced into the forest, somewhat unwillingly. The figure was still standing in a slightly visible place, as if luring her to rush in. You are right. Lu Ning wiped the rain off her face and suddenly remembered something. She turned her head to look behind her. Where was the shadow ghost chasing her? Except for the rain, everything around her was peaceful. An ominous premonition came over me. No, let's go back first. However, in most cases, those who rush back like this will find that it is too late. Just as they approached the gate, the three men saw the female of the couple kneeling at the door in a daze. No one knew where her rotten hand had been thrown. The look on the woman's face was dull and desperate. She didn't react at all even if someone came back. Sister Sue, where are they? What happened? Ling Yan squatted down and comforted her softly. He put on a mask, and then he was captured. The woman spoke a few words incoherently, then slowly turned her head to look at Lu Ning, revealing a miserable smile. We clearly persisted until the last day, and we clearly did everything you said. Why did someone still die? Why was it him? Because he wants to save you. Lu Ning's voice was a little stiff. Being seen in close quarters with a mask on will attract a lot of hatred. If there is only one ghost, he can keep you safe. When the woman heard this, she suddenly burst into tears. If you don't want him to die in vain, tell us which ghost took him away. Although she knew it was inappropriate to ask this question now, Lu Ning knew there was no time. The wall. Okay, please cheer up. Otherwise, it would be meaningless for him to risk his life to save you. Lu Ning took a quick look and saw that the appearance of many ghosts had lowered the temperature in the room to a bone-chilling level, and it was still not getting better. She and Ling Yan quickly worked together to pull Sister Sue up. At this moment, a sound of falling was heard from upstairs. Gong Sun Yu's body was half splattered with blood, and his old face was completely bloodless. He lay in a panic between the stairs on the first and second floors, trembling as he stretched out his hand and shouted to the people downstairs. That young man was killed by the shadow.
Killed.
It seemed that Zhang Fuyuan's last disciple also could not escape this disaster. What about the others? I saw Xiao Yu chasing in one direction, saying he saw a substitute ghost and wanted to catch it. Gong Sun Yu pointed tremblingly at the second floor. Uncle Xing went upstairs and helped the old man down and sat back on the chair. Lu Ning looked in that direction and felt a slight movement in his heart. Yu Jisong saw a substitute ghost? That's what he shouted. Indeed, if you are talking about a method of dealing with substitute ghosts that kill people upon contact, in addition to using pain memory to immobilize the body, the spirit summoning catalog is also a method of capturing without making contact. We also discussed this issue last night. So what do we see? Ling Yan asked this question. Lu Ning clenched her fist and slammed the table hard. New ghosts also have entities. Our discussion last night was heard, and they took advantage of us.
Counter-exploitation.
Take advantage of our urgency in hunting down the substitute ghosts, separate us at the critical moment, and then kill us. Lu Ning raised his head and looked around, and also realized this problem. We are under the surveillance of ghosts. The mirror ghost can know what is happening here, so it follows us at all times, not only ready to kill us, but also to pass on messages. Then what chance do we have of winning? Sister Sue replied blankly, with information asymmetry. What chance do we have of struggling? Yes. On the second floor, there's a camera. Lu Ning gritted her teeth and walked upstairs. I set a timer for the camera. If we don't start the past shooting mode, it can still record normally. Now, let's go and see if the substitute ghost in that corridor is real. In the past, the consumption of the camera in normal recording mode was relatively low. Lu Ning had already reset the shooting time, and everything that happened within the previous hour was recorded. Hong Ziho and Yu Jisung were nowhere to be found, so the five of them took the camera downstairs and started checking it. The small playback window of the camera was not big. Except for Ling Yan, who stood nearby to guard against the ghost's sneak attack, the other four adjusted the time of the ghost's attack and began to replay what happened in the corridor. Although the light was dim, the image from the camera was very clear, perhaps because it could capture ghosts. The first thing that appeared was a neatly dressed figure, neither fat nor thin, walking in a very relaxed posture, with only the back view. But even with the back view, everyone could recognize that it was a doctor. It's really a substitute ghost. No, we still want to see the front face. Lu Ning adjusted the projection progress. At this time, everyone should still be in the lobby downstairs. The doctor walked to the corridor on the second floor, closer to the stairs in the lobby, made a gesture, and then went into a room next to it. Less than a minute later, the doctor came out of the room again. This time he walked to the second floor railing and poked his head into the hall, then turned around and went back into the room. Then Yu Jisung rushed into the corridor, followed by a clearly visible mass. Perhaps he didn't expect the ghost to hide from people, so he ran directly towards the camera lens. The substitute ghost waited until Yu Jisung ran past before coming out of the room and disappeared around the corner of the corridor. Then, probably realizing that he was tracking the wrong person, Yu Jisung ran back. Just at this moment, the doctor appeared from the other end of the corridor again. After discovering Yu Jisung, he immediately went into the room where he was hiding. Yu Jisung followed him in. Lu Ning's body couldn't take it anymore. She had suffered severe blows continuously in the past few days. She had to work all night before her fever subsided and was hit on the head by a white-collar worker when she came back. Then it rained heavily and was corroded by the coldness of ghosts. The only thing that allowed her to hold on until now was an unwillingness to give up that supported her actions. However, after the ghost easily used her previous plan to kill two people, Lu Ning was about to lose her temper. Let me take a look. Ling Yan immediately took Lu Ning's hand, took her pulse, and pressed her forehead. Her heart is beating very fast, and it's too cold for me to tell if she has a fever, but she definitely can't continue in this state. I can go on. Lu Ning gasped and touched his head. A trace of blood had seeped out of the bandage again. The wound on his head seemed to have split open again. However, the pain made his dizzy head a little clearer. It's not that bad. Let's go to that room. Ling Yan had no choice but to support her, and the five of them walked upstairs and came to the room where the substitute ghost had entered before. This is a single room, with only a single bed placed near the window. Now a rope is tied to the bedpost, and the other end of the rope hangs down from the window. Looking down from the window, the rope just hangs down to the ground. Is it here to lay out the ropes? Ling Yan continued to check the rest of the things in the house in confusion, but found nothing. The substitute ghost has no special mobility ability and can only go downstairs with ropes like humans. Lu Ning walked to the window, put his hands on the windowsill, and looked outside. There was a mark on the ground that was obviously dragged by something about 1 or 2 meters long. Drag marks. There was grass below, and footprints and the like could not be seen at this distance, but there was an obvious trace of dragging, which was very strange. It seems that the substitute ghost ran away from here, and Yu Jisung chased it out. Ling Yan's search was fruitless, and he could only admit this. Lu Ning held onto the windowsill and slowly sat down on the ground.
Lu Ning,
Gong Sun-yu, who was closest to her, quickly stepped forward and helped Lu Ning up. At this moment, Lu Ning suddenly let out a low laugh. Is this a coincidence? Or is it destined?
Oh.
Gong Sun-yu cried out in pain and stumbled back a few steps, stopping only when he bumped into the wardrobe. There was a dagger stuck in his heart. The whole thing was gone, leaving only the handle outside. This sudden change immediately startled the other three, and they all looked at the two in surprise. At this time, Lu Ning seemed to have recovered some of her spirits. She leaned against the wall with one hand to support herself and slowly stood up. She looked at Gong Sun-yu with a cold look in her eyes.
You.
Gong Sun-yu raised a finger and pointed at Lu Ning, his eyes full of disbelief. The biggest difference between you and me is that you always like to play with humans before killing them. Isn't a cat and mouse game fun? Lu Ning tilted her head, her tone becoming somewhat crazy. But if I want to kill someone, I will do it immediately. Whether it's planning or inducing, I never drag my feet. Mr. Menzel, are you surprised? Hearing this name, everyone's eyes fell on Gong Sun-yu again. It seems that I was careless. Gong Sun-yu's expression suddenly changed. He was no longer shaking with fear and looking near death after being stabbed. He stood firm again with a mocking smile on his face. But you are really brave. Even your friends who have been searching with you since the beginning did not hesitate. If I don't take action, I'm afraid I won't have a chance. When you create an opportunity to separate us next time, Gong Sun-yu will disappear forever, and by the way, a false news that a certain ghost has killed someone will be given. This is your plan, right? Should we say it's a plan, or just go with the flow? The ghost stand-in spread his hands and shook his head with some regret. In fact, we had a lot of fun and didn't make any deliberate plans. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been stabbed by you, right? I said I would send you to Hades. Your persistence is truly admirable. The substitute ghost didn't show any sign of defeat at all. Instead, he fiddled with the dagger on his chest with interest. This thing can only seal me for a period of time, but my killing quota is full. It's useless for you to kill me. It's useless? Lu Ning smiled. You are the only ghost responsible for planning the murders. Without you, can the remaining ghosts really work together? Probably not. The substitute ghost responded to Lu Ning's words with a regretful tone that couldn't be more fake. But your so-called goal of surviving together is nothing but a joke. The rest of the time is almost entirely ours. Lu Ning was silent. After all, instead of going to so much trouble to find me, you should have done it earlier.
You
may have found the method? The substitute ghost smiled faintly and pointed at Lu Ning's clenched left hand. I should have discovered it earlier. Lu Ning walked towards the substitute ghost and stood in front of it. The once kind and gentle old man has now been replaced by a ghost. However, the remaining words of the old man still remained in Lu Ning's hands. She opened her hand and showed a wrinkled piece of paper. On it was written a line of last words in a very bold handwriting. The old man is waiting for you in Hades. Grandpa Gongsun trusts me so much, I certainly won't let him down. When the substitute ghost heard this, he gave a weird smile, and then his body stood still. Lu Ning lowered her hands and turned to look at the three people in the room. There was neither joy nor sadness on her face. They're all gone. And someone else will die tonight. The countdown reached 14 hours. The two new ghosts, the invisible ghost, the black fog, and the mirror ghost have not taken action yet. It was getting dark outside, and the few candles on the table were the only light. Although everyone's cell phone could provide illumination, the light from a flashlight was not as safe as the light from a candle. Yu Jisong and Hong Ziho were still missing. The four of them searched around in the afternoon, but couldn't find them. The two people holding the Bagua wooden sword and the spirit summoning catalog were not so easy to die, but it was very disturbing that they had not appeared for such a long time. Lu Ning only had a few useful props in her hand, and the ghost probably didn't attack because she didn't find a chance. Shall we still go look for them? Ling Yan was always a little worried. It wasn't that dark outside now, but it would be completely dark in an hour, and then there would be no chance. We can't help even if we go there. Sister Sue's voice was muffled, and she sniffed from time to time. Although the cold in the room had dissipated a little, it was still like winter, and gradually some people began to show symptoms of a cold. Just then, a slight sound suddenly came from the direction of the window. A window that was originally closed suddenly opened, and the wind and rain outside immediately blew in, even extinguishing one of the candles on the table. What's going on? Ling Yan stood up immediately, but Lu Ning beside her held her hand to prevent her from passing. The windows are all locked. There's no reason to open them suddenly. Uncle Xing over there immediately picked up a candle and inserted it into the rotten hand, and in an instant the flame turned blue. Really? Lu Ning folded her hands and stared at the candle flame, unhurried. The substitute ghost has found a helper who can replace him in creating murderous intentions for the mirror ghost, so he decided to kill people directly.
Bang!
The second window opened, right behind Lu Ning. Let me guess. The abilities of the newly born ghosts are not truly random, but are related to the deceased? The third window continued to be opened. The first one is Black Mist, whose intention is to protect himself. Fong Min corresponds to the wall ghost, and Yang Na corresponds to the shadow ghost. However, I am not very familiar with these people, so I don't know their personalities and hobbies. But I know Song and Pang Lingling better. From the first day she entered the main house, Pang Lingling showed a strong interest in the furnishings in the house. Although she suppressed it later, Lu Ning still remembered it. So you can manipulate things in the room?
Or
Can you manipulate inanimate objects? At this time, all the windows were open, and the cold wind rushed into the room, but stopped just before approaching the bodies of the people sitting at the table. You can't kill anyone.
Lu Ning sighed.
A circle of red quicksand surrounded the four people, dividing the world inside and outside the circle. Ghosts cannot set foot on the red quicksand. Not only the ground, but also a certain area above it is an absolute forbidden zone for evil spirits. It is for this reason that this ghost can only make trouble in the house, but can do nothing to the four people gathered in the hall. This bit of red quicksand had used up the last of the stock. Theoretically, it would be safest to spread out a surface large enough for a person to stand on. However, as mentioned before, there simply wasn't that much red quicksand to waste, so Lu Ning only used it as the last resort. Just then, a figure appeared outside the door. Those were not the two people that everyone was waiting for, but a group of people who were all wet. A flash of thunder passed by, dimly illuminating the familiar faces in front. Zhang Fuyuan, nouveau riche, duo in a band. Man with dyed hair. The dead walked stiffly into the hall, looking as if they were dead. Except for a few people whose bodies were missing, including Yin Lian, Song, and Pang Lingling, who should have turned into evil spirits, everyone had mirrors hanging on their hands and bodies and slowly approached the long table. Even after so many days of being frightened by evil spirits, the scene before them was still incredibly horrifying. Don't move. They can't get close to us. Lu Ning shouted loudly, stopping Sister Su, who was about to escape. It wants to use these bodies. Ling Yan looked at the corpses created by the invisible ghost with some disgust. Their limbs were broken, and their steps were twisted and funny when they walked. Some of them even crawled forward. Such an act of insulting the dead was simply unbearable. Uncle Hong. Ling Yan, who was most familiar with Hong Ziho, still recognized the last person who appeared even in such darkness. The corpses gradually surrounded them. Controlled by evil spirits, they were unable to step into the area of red quicksand, but they could form a circle outside to block their retreat. What should we do? Sister Su looked at Lu Ning in panic, only to find that the person who had been making decisions was now holding his head and shaking. Headache. Lu Ning now felt as if a spoon was inserted into her brain and stirring it around. She felt dizzy, and it was already her limit that she could grit her teeth and not scream. She had no time to think about the current situation.
But
was this an attack by a fierce ghost? Lu Ning could no longer tell whether her wound had worsened or she had been attacked. She knew that Joseph's pen was still in her arms. If a ghost other than the mirror ghost could attack her, did it mean that she had made a mistake in her judgment? At this moment, her arms suddenly tightened, and Ling Yan and Uncle Xing carried her out on the left and right, with Sister Sue following closely behind. At the moment when they rushed out of the red quicksand circle, a strong wind blew, and a dark shadow swayed faintly outside the window. The corpses around them pounced on her like zombies out of their cages. Sister Sue, take Lu Ning to the basement. Ling Yan raised his hand and tore away the painful memory. As the pages of the notebook shattered, the horrific phenomena around him stopped at the same time. Shrill ghost cries came from outside the window, corridors, ceilings, and any other possible corners. For a moment, it was impossible to tell how many vengeful spirits were lurking here. Sister Sue took this opportunity to catch her breath and dragged Lu Ning to the second floor. Ling Yan jumped forward and snatched the Bagua wooden sword from Hong Ziho, and Uncle Xing also raised a shotgun.
Ah!
Let's go! There was a roar of gunfire, and the powerful impact of the close-range shotgun fire smashed the head of a corpse into pieces. Then, the two men ran out of the door and left this dangerous place. On the other side, Sister Sue took Lu Ning and opened the laboratory passage according to the method everyone had said before, and Lu Ning fell into a coma. Sister Sue tore off the bedsheet, wrapped Lu Ning in it, and carried her slowly down to the underground, and only relaxed a little after entering the blood-soaked wooden door. After lighting the candle again, Sister Sue carefully checked the surroundings. Although the laboratory also had a weird feeling, it at least gave people a sense of security compared to the chaos outside. She looked at Lu Ning, who was unconscious on the ground. Now Lu Ning's face was pale, and her forehead and arms were abnormally cold when she touched them. Sister Sue carefully checked Lu Ning's condition and found that the bandage on her head had long been soaked with blood and sweat. "It's so cold. And I'm sweating." Sister Sue talked to herself to give herself courage, tore off a bedsheet, helped Lu Ning up and planned to unwrap her and rebandage her, but she found that Lu Ning's breathing had become weaker and weaker. Hey, don't die." Sister Sue was panicked at this moment. She quickly removed the cloth and wrapped Lu Ning with the bedsheet, but she couldn't think of any other good solution. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. Sister Sue reached out her hand tremblingly, fumbled in Lu Ning's arms, and took out Joseph's pen. I don't want to die." After hesitating for a moment, Sister Sue put the pen back. But you are dying soon. I will wait until you die before taking it. That will be fair to you." She hesitated for a long time, took it out and put it back several times, and finally made up her mind. "I'm sorry, Lu Ning. I don't want to steal yours, but in this situation, I can only think of something for myself." The memory of pain lasted only a short time, less than half an hour, and the immobilized evil spirit quietly moved again. Ling Yan and Uncle Xing were lost in the darkness. As the sky grew darker, they could only try to get closer, but they didn't know where was the right place to stay. "Hello." Suddenly, a call came from the darkness. Ling Yan subconsciously turned around and took a picture with her mobile phone, and immediately saw half of a hideous and terrifying ghost face. In an instant, she raised the wooden sword and prepared to stab, but the ghost-faced man quickly took 2 steps back and shouted, "Don't do it."
I'm Igrekutski song.
Hearing this, Ling Yan paused slightly. Uncle Xing's phone also shone over. When the light became a little brighter, the two of them saw that it was indeed Yu Jisung in front of them, but he had become different. The originally handsome face was now covered with protruding blood vessels on the entire left half, like earthworms clinging to the face. The most terrifying thing was that those protrusions were still wriggling slowly, as if some living thing was moving inside. This is even more frightening than before. "Yudot, how did you become like this?" Ling Yan hurriedly slashed twice with a wooden sword to get Yu Jisung to stay away. Yu Jisung couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw this. The other half of his face was still normal, otherwise he probably wouldn't even recognize himself. It was no wonder that the two of them reacted like that. "I let my ghost possess me. Now I have some of the power of the evil ghost and can protect you. Where is Lu Ning? Where is Uncle Hong? Where did they go?" Uncle Xing shook his head. Ling Yan said, "We got separated. We can't trust you now that you're like this. Isn't there any risk of being possessed by a ghost? If I don't possess it, I will die." It's hard to explain. Anyway, we have to find other people quickly. Now I can see the location of the ghost. I can't describe the vision. You can only rely on me now. At night, it is simply the kingdom of ghosts. If you run for a little longer, something might happen to you. Can you be trusted? Ling Yan was still very cautious. Yu Jisong had no choice but to spread his hands. I am now half human and half ghost. The wooden sword in your hand is also effective against me. If you are worried, you can monitor me. Okay, let's go to the lab. Time did not allow for delay, so Ling Yan had to remain vigilant. The three of them returned to the main house with Yu Jisong's guidance. The bodies gathered in the hall were gone, and only the blood and flesh on the ground were still glaring. Yu Jisong was lighting the front, and seeing the scene inside the room, he could imagine what had happened before. Where have you been? Ling Yan couldn't help but ask. We were all waiting for you, but you didn't come back until it was almost dark, and now you've become like this. I went to the greenhouse. Yu Jisong smiled bitterly, walked up the stairs to the second floor, and had to explain to Ling Yan and Uncle Xing. I was being chased by two ghosts. Although the evil ghost I summoned could handle one, it couldn't take care of my safety. Just when I thought it was all over, my evil ghost sent me a message. This evil ghost can merge with the human soul, thus transferring its power to the human body. This will naturally have side effects. If the fusion state is not resolved within a certain period of time, the evil ghost can kill Yu Jisong's soul and occupy his body. But at the critical moment, Yu Jisong could no longer care about so much. We must go back alive. That was not only the agreement made by the 9 remaining people the day before, but also the promise he made in his heart to those dead brothers. Even if I become neither human nor ghost. The secret passage was opened again, and the three of them walked towards the laboratory cautiously. The candlelight behind the door, at the end, gave people a sense of security. Ling Yan whispered, Lu Ning, Sister Su, we're here. Then she pushed the door open and walked in. On the floor of the outermost room, a sheet covered a person. This way of covering the whole body made the three people feel a little uneasy. Yu Jisong immediately squatted down and lifted the sheet, revealing a body lying on its back with blood gushing from all 7 orifices. It's Sister Su, dead for a while. Yu Jisong reached out to feel the skin of the corpse and came to a conclusion. Ling Yan and Uncle Xing looked at each other and immediately rushed into the inner room. But Lu Ning was not there either. What the Hades? When Yu Jisong heard Ling Yan say that Lu Ning was not there either, he immediately felt a headache. Sister Su's murder meant that this place was no longer safe, but how could Lu Ning run away? Regardless of whether she was conscious or not, she should still be here. Wait. There seems to be a message here. After lighting up the interior, Ling Yan suddenly discovered a message written with those materials in the corner of the middle ritual room. I have left. I cannot stay here for long. The handwriting was hasty and sloppy, and for convenience, he didn't even have time to write his complicated name. It looked like he left in a hurry. Out of trust in Lu Ning, the 3 people who saw this line of words didn't think much and ran to the door immediately. Unfortunately, a cloud of black smoke had blocked the door. Although the black fog ghost did not dare to approach the blood-soaked wooden door, it was able to block the narrow passage. Oh no! Get out of the way! There were 2 loud shouts, one in front and one behind. Yu Jisong had been pulled over by Ling Yan's shoulder and passed. With a swing of the wooden sword, he plunged firmly into the black fog. There was no scream this time. The black fog just shrank quickly and retreated a little, but it still blocked the road. Get out of my way! He actually used this momentum to force the black fog into the passage. Yu Jisong and Xing Shu followed immediately, but unexpectedly, at this moment, the candlelight behind them went out instantly. What's going on? The sudden loss of sight, even though Yu Jisong now had ghost vision in one eye, still caused him to panic for a moment. On the contrary, Xing Shu, the veteran, was not in a hurry. He stuck his shotgun into the blood-soaked wooden door and reached out to turn on the flashlight on his cell phone to provide lighting for the front. But at this moment, invisible ghost. Yu Jisong's roar echoed in the passage. At this time, Ling Yan had stabbed the black mist ghost with several consecutive sword strikes, forcing it to retreat far away. Upon hearing Yu Jisong's roar, he immediately turned back to provide support. Seeing this, Yu Jisong rushed forward and pinned Ling Yan down. A few wisps of black smoke passed over the two men's heads and almost caught Ling Yan. The three people in the passage all had a fierceness in them. Whether it was Uncle Shing's courage after walking off the battlefield, or Yu Jisong's ruthlessness to pursue his obsession at all costs, or Ling Yan's decisiveness gained from years of martial arts training, they were all enough to support them in daring to fight back directly against evil spirits. Unfortunately, such power is not enough to guarantee victory. The invisible ghost is a ghost after all, and it didn't react even after being shot. After all, only a few ghosts can be physically harmed. It just paused for a moment, then picked up Uncle Shing. At this moment, Ling Yan also pushed Yu Jisong aside, rushed over quickly, and stabbed with a sword. Gah! Although the wooden sword worked again this time, it broke suddenly when it stabbed. Ling Yan was caught off guard and bumped into the invisible ghost. The invisible ghost roared, let go of Uncle Shing, reached out his hand, and grabbed Ling Yan's neck. Ah! Uncle Shing let out an indistinct roar and swung the ace of his gun down hard, but it was to no avail. The invisible ghost had already grabbed one of Ling Yan's arms, and when he was about to bend it back, he suddenly let go for some reason. Ling Yan fell to the ground in the air and coughed violently twice, as if he couldn't believe that he was still alive. At this moment, another ghost howl came from beside him. Yu Jisong jumped up suddenly, and his entire left hand turned into a black ghost claw and pounced on the black fog ghost that was blocking the road on the other side of the passage. Go! The ghost claw transcended the limits of yin and yang and pressed the black fog ghost to the ground. Seeing this, Ling Yan immediately pulled up Uncle Shing, and the two of them quickly rushed past Yu Jisong and the black fog ghost. When they were about to turn back to help, Yu Jisong's body, which was originally steadily suppressing the black fog ghost, was suddenly pulled back by something and immediately became unstable. You guys go away. I can't control them anymore. Yu Jisong let out a howl that was not sure whether it was crying or laughing, and his ghost claws stretched out a little longer, clamping the black fog ghost between his claws. At this time, his strength was barely enough to withstand the siege of the two ghosts. Ling Yan gritted her teeth, turned around, and ran towards the exit of the passage. Uncle Shing hesitated for a moment, his eyes struggled slightly for a moment, and his hand holding the shotgun seemed to be even tighter. Uncle Shing! Yu Jisong let out a sharp scream, and his still human arms struggled violently to reach for a cell phone, illuminating his face. Those devil-like blood vessels now almost cover the entire face.
I'm doomed.
Get out now. He couldn't say much, but Uncle Shing already understood what the man meant. Without hesitation, turn around and leave. When I climbed out of the passage again, it felt like a lifetime ago. However, before Ling Yan could turn around to confirm the situation behind her, she was startled by the light and heat wave outside. Since it had been either raining or cold before, she actually felt that the sudden warmth was very comfortable. But the thick smoke that followed was very choking. Ling Yan hurriedly opened the door, and what came into view was a burning corridor. The large number of wooden structures and the strange dry environment inside meant that the flames could not instantly engulf the entire main house, but they spread in an orderly manner, as if they were carefully designed. Ling Yan covered her mouth and nose with her sleeves and rushed to the corridor window. She looked down to confirm the landing point, and then climbed out through the window. The rain soaked people to the bone. Ling Yan wiped off the rain and looked up. She found that there were flames burning behind the windows of the 3-story building. Puffs of black smoke came out of the windows, with faint sounds of crying and roaring, rushing straight into the sky. Uncle Shing! Ling Yan couldn't care less. She put her hands around her mouth and shouted at the window on the 2nd floor from which she jumped out. However, Uncle Shing did not appear at the window. He's dying. A voice came from behind. Ling Yan turned around suddenly and found that it was Lu Ning who had gone somewhere. At this moment, she had rebandaged her head, holding an umbrella, looking at the window with a blank look and standing quietly behind Ling Yan. This was so abrupt that Ling Yan couldn't help but move away from her. Immediately, Ling Yan saw what Lu Ning was holding in his other hand. It was a dressing mirror, classical in shape, and looked like something that had been taken out from somewhere in the main house. Uncle Xing, his internal organs were damaged by the previous attack, so he can't run far.
So he will probably stay.
Lu Ning didn't care about Ling Yan's step back. She just said this in a calm tone. Yu Jisong was eaten by the Black Fog Ghost, and his self-destruction before his death also annihilated the Black Fog Ghost. Uncle Xing knew that his injuries were serious, so he didn't plan to drag us down. After a while, Lu Ning suddenly tilted his head, as if he was listening to something, and then said with certainty, "Uncle Xing is dead, but he forced the invisible ghost to violate the restrictions on killing methods, so the invisible ghost was forcibly sent back to Hades. Is that right?"
Who are you talking to?
Ling Yan interrupted Lu Ning's monologue. "And the mirror ghost." Lu Ning blinked and smiled at Ling Yan, but the smile seemed increasingly pale and powerless. "We failed. Sister Ling Yan. We killed all the people the ghost wanted to kill. Those calculations that we thought were useful actually only delayed death a little bit. In the end, it didn't change anything." Ling Yan's gaze shifted to the mirror. "This is not a collection because it is not a tool that can be used to resist attacks from evil spirits. However, it also has a special function. Talking to ghosts, huh? Talking to the mirror ghost. Do you remember when we found the laboratory? I checked the skeleton of the corpse and confirmed that it was a female. After Sister Yin Lian told me that it was Tang Yuexin, I did not connect the previous events." Lu Ning's tone was melancholy and filled with regret. "I should have gone back to check the contents of the body. In fact, we weren't the first to discover the lab. The first to discover it should be the Nouveau Riche. They found the laboratory and Tang Yuexin's mirror, talked to the mirror ghost inside, and began to create killing conditions for the evil ghost. However, 3 people died one after another after that, which also proved that the evil ghost had no intention of taking any agreement into consideration. But what's the point of knowing this now? The mirror ghost is talking to you? Just don't look in the mirror. It can still communicate with people directly, and it will tell you almost everything it knows." Lu Ning knocked on the back of the mirror. "Unfortunately, I can't confirm how much of it is true and how much is false. Since there is no need to lie to us now, just take it seriously and listen. If that's the case, it's the only one that hasn't killed anyone yet. Its purpose now must be to find an opportunity for the 2 of us to be reflected in the mirror. Otherwise, it won't be able to do anything." It didn't move the next day either. Lu Ning smiled bitterly. "I was the one who killed the upstart. Now that things have come to this, I can say that I did not kill the wrong person." It was the first time that Ling Yan heard Lu Ning say this. "So that's why you said there must be a vacant spot?"
Yeah.
I was expecting more. When I woke up, I saw Sister Sue's dead body with blood gushing out of all her orifices. Lu Ning didn't know what happened while she was unconscious. The only thing she knew was that the evil ghost seized the opportunity to kill Sister Sue. That's why she left the message that it was unsafe there. Later, after finding the mirror on Tang Yuexin's body, Lu Ning quickly left the underground. At that time, her headache and coldness seemed to have disappeared, so at this time of night, Lu Ning decided to give everyone an obvious mark. She went to the basement, found the fuel and matches she needed to start the fire, and began setting fires throughout the main house. The generator had broken down a long time ago, but fortunately for them, they saved a lot of fuel. Lu Ning burned all the way from the 3rd floor to the 1st floor, and before this time, Yu Jisong had led the way back. It is just such a coincidence that has led to the current situation. "Sister Ling Yan, let's find a dark place to hide until dawn." Ling Yan was stunned, and was about to answer when a loud noise suddenly came from above her head. There was a heavy knocking sound on the 2nd floor window, which was particularly eerie in the quiet night. The 2 men immediately raised their heads, only to find a figure appeared on the window. In the firelight, a figure with twisted arms appeared in the window. He smashed his head against the glass, causing blood to flow, until he attracted the attention of the people below. Then, In front of the two people's astonished eyes, he opened his mouth run. The sound seemed to be mixed with blood, hoarse and unpleasant, but it echoed throughout the entire manor. Uncle Xing is not dead yet. The two people who realized this fact immediately understood what was going on and turned around and ran away. The mirror ghost is lying, which means... Before they left the main house, a sound of trampling mud came rushing over, and the invisible ghost rushed directly towards the two of them. Get out of the way. Ling Yan and Lu Ning separated, one on the left and one on the right. Lu Ning was shorter, so she slipped past the invisible ghost. However, Ling Yan was grabbed by the arm and was thrown up by a huge force and thrown back out of the wall of the main house. Lu Ning stopped and turned back to rescue him. Ling Yan rolled on the ground to cushion the force of the fall, and suddenly his hand touched something. It was the mirror and pen that Lu Ning had just thrown away. When she looked up, she noticed that shadowy people were beginning to appear around her. Uncle Xing at the window had disappeared, as if he had been dragged away by something. Not far away, Lu Ning was circling with the invisible ghost as she was trying to go back, but her physical condition couldn't support it, and she was lifted up after just 2 moves. At this moment, Ling Yan had no time to think. He reached out and grabbed the pen and a handful of mud, squeezed it hard, and threw it at Lu Ning. Thanks to years of martial arts training, the mud ball hit Lu Ning steadily. At the same time, the invisible ghost who had grabbed Lu Ning and wanted to kill him couldn't help but let go, allowing Lu Ning to fall. In the interval between the rise and fall, the army of corpses had already arrived. Inside and outside the house, they were surrounded and slowly approaching. Lu Ning grabbed the ball of mud and turned back in shock, only to find that Ling Yan was face to face with a corpse. His suit was stained with mud, and his hair was soaked by the rain, but he still stood straight between Lu Ning and Ling Yan, separating the two. Yin Lian's body was holding a mirror in her hand, facing Ling Yan. At the same time, 2 bodies holding mirrors appeared at the windows on the first floor of the main house. It turned out to be you. Ling Yan saw her own blurry image reflected in the mirror by the firelight, but that was only because of the rain outside. The more mirrors in the room should have reflected her clearly. The corpse naturally would not give any answer. Sister Ling Yan. Lu Ning grabbed the ball of mud, completely at a loss, but Ling Yan's mind became extremely clear at this moment. Keep running. Don't look back. After shouting out the last words of his life, Ling Yan rushed out and quickly smashed the window with the elbow, then reached out and pressed a corpse behind the window to the ground. At the same time, the mirror in the corpse's hand also fell to the side.
Clang.
Then, a sharp pain of cutting came from the neck. How long had passed since he escaped? Lu huddled in a small shed, hugging his knees, his body cold and his heart even colder. In the end, she was unable to save a single person. She was lucky enough to save her own life.
Can't do it.
The faint morning light was already visible outside. I didn't know when the rain had stopped. The early morning air began to become exceptionally fresh, and even the sound of birdsong could be heard faintly. But the person is gone. Lu Ning moved, and her stiff body fell to the ground, and it took her some time to get up. I don't know if it was a coincidence, but the place she chose to hide after running into the greenhouse was exactly the handicraft workshop where she and Ling Yan first found the wooden sword. In fact, there was no need to hide. Lu Ning knew that all the ghosts had already used up their quota of killings, and she was already safe. But even so, she didn't want to go back to the main house. Dragging her weak body, Lu Ning stepped out of the shed. The sky gradually brightened, and the ground was muddy and wet after 2 days of heavy rain. Only a small path paved with blue stone slabs was passable. There was a faint sound of a bell, but before Lu Ning could think about where the bell sound came from, the sound of a mobile phone text message came out. Lu Ning stood at the gate of the villa. With a feeling of anticipation or confusion, she silently waited for the so-called returning vehicle. It didn't take long before a carriage appeared on the mountain road in the distance with the sound of horse hooves. It was not a carriage running on the ground, but 4 majestic black horses with blue-black flames on their feet, pulling a carriage as big as a train, moving steadily in the air about 20 centimeters above the ground. A driver, whose torso and limbs were longer and thinner than those of an ordinary person, was driving the carriage. The most special thing about it was that its head was not a human head, but a white paper lantern with firelight shining through it. The outside of the lantern had a circle of 10 heavenly stems written in ink. The high-standing collar of the black cloak completely covered the neck, and the lantern was embedded in the collar.
Good morning, miss.
After the carriage stopped, the driver did not get off, but stretched out his white-gloved hand and gently pressed his chest. It was a very attractive male voice, with a polite and gentle tone, which was completely inconsistent with Lu Ning's idea of the mastermind behind the scenes.
Are you
Coming to pick me up? Lu Ning asked. Yes, this carriage is here to pick up the tourists from Haunted Villa No. 6 to number 10 and take them to the distribution area. Don't worry, you can relax in the carriage. If you have any questions, I can answer them for you as much as possible. After saying this, the driver did not make any movement, but a door at the front of the huge carriage behind him opened. Now, you can let those who haven't come out yet come out. Lu Ning was stunned when he heard this. I am the only one left. The driver's tone was a little surprised. Really? There's only one person left? That's not what I expected. But if you're the only one here, please get in the car. We still have room to pick up the rest. The rest? Thinking of what the driver had said before about Haunted Manor number 6 to number 10, Lu Ning couldn't help but have a guess. Yin Lian's words still echoed in her mind. If this game is to continue, should I continue to enter such a dangerous world? This question is not suitable for you to answer now, young lady. The driver stretched out his hand to the door. Please get in the car. After healing your body and restoring your memory, I will answer everything I know for you. Lu Ning looked at the coachman. His lantern-shaped head made it impossible for her to judge his attitude. Finally, she made up her mind and got on the carriage directly. The moment she walked into the car door, a sharp scream came from behind her head. A gray-black mist rushed out from the back of Lu Ning's head, condensed into a twisted, roaring ghost face in midair, and disappeared after a moment. Lu Ning turned around and witnessed the ghost face, and also recognized this face. Song. After the ghost face disappeared, a warm feeling flowed into Lu Ning's limbs, the accumulated coldness was dispelled, and the feeling of fatigue disappeared instantly. The wound on the head, the dirt and blood on the body all disappeared, and the clothes returned to the way they were when she first arrived at the haunted villa. Immediately afterwards, countless fragments of memory suddenly appeared in Lu Ning's mind, gradually filling in those incomplete memories. During this process, the carriage had already started moving again. It circled steadily at the entrance of the villa and headed down the mountain. A bell rang again from the villa behind him, as if seeing off the last tourist. Just after turning a corner, and the villa was no longer in sight, Lu Ning had already accepted the loss of her memory. Mixed feelings. She was probably the one who least deserved to survive in the entire villa, not because of her qualifications or anything, but because the last thing in Lu Ning's memory was suicide. Are we all dead? Yes, miss. We have given you a temporary second life. From a human perspective, you have already died once. The driver really answered every question. Lu Ning leaned against the carriage and looked around inside. It's the size of a train compartment, but its layout is like a bar, except there are no waiters at the bar. A wide variety of drinks are placed on the cabinet behind the bar, and there is a refrigerator and a vending machine with snacks next to it. Lu Ning found a bottle of orange juice, took it, and opened it to drink. The cool, sweet, and sour taste rushed into her mouth, refreshing her spirits. She carefully sorted out her memories and also remembered what happened before she came to the haunted manor. We are deeply sorry for your death, so here is a chance for you to return. However, a true resurrection is not a miracle that anyone can pray for, so you need to fight for it with your own abilities. A voice full of temptations, a huge room with dim light and crowded with people. You will face all kinds of situations. In the process, courage, strength, wisdom, and luck will make you stand out. After the final test, you will be resurrected with everything you have learned here, and a perfect body. Perhaps it was this last sentence that touched Lu Ning. She committed suicide because she had been suffering from illness for many years and could no longer bear the unreturned medical expenses her parents had invested in her, as well as the increasingly frequent pain. But if I can go back healthy. Those memories were not false. Her parents loved her so much, and because she had been sick since childhood, she was taken care of in many ways by her classmates and teachers, and the doctors they found did their best to relieve her pain. Lu Ning is indeed a person surrounded by this love, but in Lu Ning's heart, which has become increasingly perverse due to illness, this love has gradually turned into unbearable despair. So, even if there is only a little hope, she will grab it. I agree. Lu Ning agreed to the conditions proposed by the tempting voice without hesitation, and then her memory related to death was temporarily erased, and she was sent to the testing site with the others. Haunted Mansion. Can I really be resurrected? This is the second question. It's up to you. Mississippi miracles are miracles because they are extremely difficult to achieve. If you want to return to your former world, you must pass 5 tests, not simple tests like this haunted manor, but tests that can really affect your mind and soul. Of course, before that, you can also choose such a simple test field to accumulate experience and the currency necessary for living in the distribution center. Currency? Your phone now has the personal data query function installed. The overall evaluation you received in this haunted villa has been converted into the corresponding currency and deposited into your personal account. Lu Ning immediately took out her phone and glanced at it. The battery was full again. She swiped it and found an app with a crow icon. After entering, Lu Ning's personal page was immediately displayed. However, except for the name and a number, all other information on this page was blank, and there were options such as account, friends, and mall below. You can fill in your own information, and there is no problem if you don't fill it in. No matter whose client you use, you will open your own account information, but if you use it by yourself, others can see your information. In addition, the other functions are also very useful in your life in the distribution center. Don't worry, there is enough time to familiarize yourself with them. The driver explained considerately. Lu Ning nodded and opened her account. Account balance, 3,100. Check details. However, it was quite disappointing to check the details, as it only showed a description like Ghost Manor, Test, Entry 30,100. You said before that I shouldn't be the only survivor in Ghost Villa, so how many people do you expect to be there? Lu Ning asked. We expect 7 people, no more than 10, and no less than 3 is normal. The driver replied, Haunted Manor is indeed difficult, and the elimination rate required for the test is also relatively high, but it is rare to have only 1 person left. Lu Ning went over the events of the past 7 days in her mind. 7 people survived? Even if she wasn't in such a bad situation later, she didn't think that this number of people could survive. How is this possible? The driver smiled and said, Miss, we are about to arrive at Haunted Manor number 7. The rules are no different for you, so why not take a look? Lu Ning was stunned, pulled open the black curtains of the window and looked out. The scenery was exactly the same as when I left before, and the villa in the distance was slowly approaching. But there were few people standing in front of the door. The 2 men and 2 women all had dazed and grief-stricken expressions, and their level of embarrassment was not much different from Lu Ning's before. But there are 4 people? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to pick you up for your return trip.
Please get in the car.
Return? Can we go home now? A woman with disheveled hair rushed to the front of the carriage, regardless of the driver's strange appearance, grabbed the driver and asked loudly, My job is to take you back to the distribution center. I am not responsible for what happens afterwards. The driver said soothingly, but you are all right now. Please get in the car, have a good rest, and enjoy some drinks and snacks. That will be very helpful to you. A man with glasses and split hair nodded, stepped forward and pulled the woman away, then said to the driver, We got it. Thank you for coming to pick us up. What's your name? You are too polite. My name is Chuang, and I am just a driver responsible for picking up tourists. If you need anything, please feel free to let me know. The 4 people got on the car one after another and went through the same wound treatment and clothes cleaning as Lu Ning. After discovering Lu Ning in the car, the 4 people did not show any surprise. Instead, they chose a place farther away and sat together. Seeing this, Lu Ning didn't want to talk anymore. The carriage set off again. This time, Lu Ning observed the outside. Soon after leaving the villa, the carriage entered a fog. After the surrounding scenery became clear again, it drove on another identical mountain road, but the direction changed to uphill again. Is this a lot of parallel worlds? In front of another haunted mansion, this time there are 5 people. But all 5 of them were men, and they all had a ruffian air. Although they also had blood on their bodies, they did not look as frightened as the previous 4. Instead, they stood at the door with their heads held high and got into the car cursing as soon as Chue Ying greeted them. Hey guys, there are actually people here earlier than us. Lu Ning was sitting close to the front of the carriage and was not noticeable, but the 4 who directly occupied a table were more conspicuous. The first man who came in noticed them immediately, and the man who came in later saw the bar. There are also drinks. This trip is not in vain, brothers. The next few people who came in had the same tone. 2 of them cheered after opening the refrigerator door, and soon each of them took a can of wine, clinked their glasses together, and started celebrating. It was obviously impossible to expect these people to stay quiet. After drinking half a can of wine, they began to walk towards the 4 people impatiently, saying some dirty jokes, which scared the 2 women and made them shrink back inside. The 2 men blocked the people inside. The man with glasses seemed unwilling to argue and said calmly, "Brothers, it's not easy to survive in such a hellhole. If you want to have a drink, I'll accompany you." "Brother? Haha, get out." A girl with a non-mainstream hairstyle, who had long hair tied in a braid at the back of her head, reached out and pulled the man with glasses, trying to pull him out, but she failed to pull him out. "Brother, those who can come out alive are quite capable. I don't want to cause any trouble." The man with glasses pushed up his glasses frame and lowered his voice slightly, but the drunken guys didn't listen to him at all. They teamed up and lifted the man up. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. "Chue Ying, is violence prohibited here?" Lu Ning deliberately amplified the sound so that everyone could hear it. Chue Ying's answer was even clearer. "Dear lady, violence is prohibited here. If you are caught resorting to violence, a corresponding amount of currency will be deducted as punishment. What happens when the buckle is over? If the currency in the account is not enough to offset the deduction, it will be forced to enter the elimination scenario to earn enough fees to repay." What is the elimination scenario? It's a place with high risk and high reward, with a survival rate of about 1 in 10,000, and there is no upper limit on the currency you can obtain. Having said that, I don't recommend you to consider it, Mississippi. After all, more than 1 million people have entered the elimination scene so far, and no one has come out alive. Chue Ying's voice carried a hint of laughter, but it had a different meaning to everyone's ears. "You won't tell me if I don't ask, right? Of course, if you don't have the desire to explore yourself, why should I help you?" At this time, several men wearing glasses were already frozen there. Of course, they were not drunk, and they didn't know much about the accounts, but they understood something as obvious as death. The man with glasses gently broke free from the entanglement of several people, nodded to Lu Ning to express his gratitude, and then asked loudly, "Mr. Chue Ying, how do I get the currency?" "Of course, you can accumulate it through various testing sites. You can also trade with other tourists. We won't prohibit it." At this time, a pale-faced young man among the 5 people suddenly thought of something and suddenly asked excitedly, "Then can we exchange superpowers? For example, the abilities of those evil spirits, and—"
"No, sir."
The falling fire cut off the young man's delusion. The purpose of currency is to allow you to have better living, learning, and resting conditions in the distribution center. It is also a measure for signing up for the upgrade test. No matter what, you will not be able to obtain any extraordinary abilities in the distribution center.
Please keep this in mind.
At this time, the car stopped again. The next haunted house has arrived. Lu Ning drew aside the curtain and found that there were even more people this time, a total of 9. A somewhat unkempt man and 2 who looked like twin sisters stood in the front among the 9 people. Their positions vaguely revealed their status relationship. "Dear visitors, this is the carriage that will take you back to the distribution center. It will help you relieve your fatigue from the past few days. Haha, I've finally been waiting for this." The man in the front looked very cheerful. You could tell that he was genuinely happy, and his experiences over the past few days didn't seem to have any serious impact on him. "Who are you?" The twin sister with long hair and elegant manners asked. "My name is Chueying, and I'm just the driver responsible for the pickup. If you have any questions, you can ask me on the bus, and I will do my best to answer them." "Chueying, right? Nice to meet you. Thank you for your hard work in picking me up. Big Mo and Little Mo, get in the car first. We'll talk after we get in." The man ran to the car in 2 or 3 steps and opened the door in time. "Hey, there are other people." The man was stunned when he got on the car, then immediately put on a hearty smile. "My name is Tuman, hello." It's not too late to introduce yourself after everyone gets on the bus. The other twin with neat short hair and a very capable look pushed Tuman onto the bus from behind and stood outside waiting for the people behind him to get on first. The long-haired twin took the lead, leading the people behind him to get on the bus one by one, and the short-haired twin got on last and closed the door. These people did not communicate at all, as if everything was fixed. This level of tacit understanding was completely unheard of among the people before. Are there already 3 groups of people? The long-haired girl looked around the car and smiled. "Let me guess, are you all from Haunted Hill?" The braided man grinned, staggered to the long-haired girl, raised his hand with a smell of alcohol, and smiled obscenely. "Girl is really smart. Do you want it?" Before he could touch anyone, in the blink of an eye, his raised arm was grabbed and twisted behind his back, and then he was pressed against the bar next to him. The short-haired girl's move was as fast as lightning. Before Lu Ning could see her movements clearly, she had already pulled out the ice pick from the ice bucket on the bar and stabbed it down Xiao Mo. "Xiao Yan." 2 men and the long-haired woman shouted at the same time, but they were still a little slow. They all went straight through the base of the man's whip and nailed him to the bar. The feeling of the cold metal scraping against his scalp immediately sobered the man with braids up. Lu Ning couldn't help but twitch her eyes slightly. Although she knew that there must be several powerful characters among the 9 people who survived, her ferocity was still very intimidating. "Old 4. The short-haired girl called Xiao Mo let go, and the other 4 surrounded him. The braided man was so scared that his legs went limp. After the ice pick was pulled out, he still couldn't stand up, but he couldn't face it, so he shouted at the front of the car. "Chueying, isn't this an act of violence?" "Of course, sir. Although no actual damage was caused, 100 currency will still be deducted as a warning. Miss, blatant violence is not allowed in the pickup car or at the distribution center." When he heard that he had been deducted points, the man with braids immediately showed his smug look. "Little girl, you don't know what's good for you. You'll cry when you're thrown into the elimination scene." Xiao Mo frowned, looked up and asked, "What is currency? Where can I see it?" "You already have a personal terminal in your mobile phone, and the account contains the currency information." Except for Lu Ning, everyone took out their cell phones almost at the same time. Many people were watching carefully, but Xiao Mo just glanced at it after opening it, and then cast his eyes to the front of the car. 2,700. Too many points deducted? Does it mean that I can beat him up another 27 times? I hope you don't think so. Different values will be deducted according to the severity. You just didn't cause any damage. If. Understood. Xiao Mo interrupted Chueying and turned to look at the man with braids. "So, if you dare to touch my sister again, I can beat you 27 times like I did just now." "Chueying, is that right?" This time even Chueying couldn't help but sigh. "Yes, miss." The guy with braids wanted to be stubborn, but when he looked at the numbers on his phone, he stopped talking. At this time, the elder sister put her arm around Xiao Mo's shoulders, pulled her aside, and said gently, "Xiao Yan, how many times have I told you? Violence can't solve the problem. We have already left. Don't be so tense, relax." After some persuasion, Xiao Mo's expression finally improved a little, but she still glanced at the people gathered around the bar with some resentment. "I don't solve problems with violence. I only use violence to solve violence." Several people over there were about to cry. Xiao Mo's quick and decisive attack just now made people know that this girl was not easy to mess with. The man with braids also dared to tease others because he could not use violence in the carriage, but he ended up running into such a bad star. At this time, Two men came over, took a bottle of beer with a smile on his face, put it on the table, and opened the bottle with his fingers. Everyone, I'm sorry, our Xiao Mo is just outspoken and worried about my sister. I'm sorry if I offended you, but I'll drink this bottle and apologize to you. Let's let this matter go. After saying that, he raised the bottle, tilted his head back, and drank all the wine in one gulp. With a staircase, the 5 people half pushed and half reluctantly went down. Lu Ning saw 2 men quickly blending in with the others, while on the other side, one of the twin sisters was still looking at the internal structure of the carriage, while the other one sat on the seat with her arms folded and closed her eyes to rest. One is responsible for uniting everyone, one is responsible for observation and inference, and one is responsible for force. The 3 of them play distinct roles. Based on these characteristics alone, Lu Ning can almost infer what the action structure of their team is in the past few days. However, is it really just the level shown on the surface? Lu Ning did not dare to look down on anyone, even if the other party had already shown some strength after all. She herself was just a sophomore who was suffering from a long-term illness. Even compared with some veterans in society, she was probably inferior, not to mention these people who were obviously at the leadership level. Everyone had read the account, and some quiet discussions would always be heard, but Lu Ning couldn't hear them clearly. In such a delicate balance, the carriage arrived at the last villa. That's not what happened. There were also a few people who pulled aside the curtain to look and shouted in surprise. Lu Ning was a little late, but when she looked out the window, she was indeed shocked. Of the last villa, only ruins remain. In contrast, there was a group of people standing at the gate of the villa, whose momentum and expressions were completely different from the previous 4 groups. The clothes of these people were also dirty, but unlike Lu Ning, who seemed to be fleeing, these people looked like they had returned victorious from a war. They were waiting at the door with a relaxed and even laughing look on their faces. 18 people. There was no need for any communication. The number of survivors alone was convincing enough. Even the 9 people in the Tumun group were at least within the estimated number of survivors Chue Ying had mentioned, but now these 18 people. Lu Ning really couldn't help but ask, how did they survive? Even if there is more room for maneuver, 18 places. There is no way to squeeze them in, right? There are already 21 people in the 3 demon slayers. This number not only shocked the people in the car, but even Chue Ying seemed a little surprised. Dear tourists, this is the carriage that will take you back to the distribution center. It will help you relieve your fatigue and relax your body and mind. Forget the polite talk.
Can we get treatment?
Among all the people, the one in the front was a girl with long hair and delicate features, wearing a dark blue hooded sportswear. She had a dull expression, and no emotion could be seen in her eyes or her movements. Her words were also flat, without any ups and downs. Once you get on board, all your pain will be relieved. Even those who are resurrected by the blood of the divine bird will never die again, right? Lu Ning was shocked and leaned against the window. Of course not. He was alive when he was taken away. There is no way he could be dead. Miss, you have discovered a very useful piece of information. Chue Ying's words made Lu Ning feel like something exploded in his mind. Outside, there was laughter and joy. Great, it's just as Miss Ching said. This way, we don't have to worry. Ha ha ha, it seems like ghosts are nothing to be afraid of. However, after Miss Chung said calmly, get on the bus, no one said anything, and everyone quickly lined up and squeezed onto the bus. The carriage immediately seemed much more crowded, and in fact there were more empty seats. However, the new people on the train all looked relaxed, chatting while taking drinks from the refrigerator, as if they were really out on a trip. A group of movie stars. Lu Ning complained in her heart. After getting on the bus, the memory will be returned. So far, even the 5 men who looked the most brainless have not shown any expression that they are dead. It turns out that none of them who got out alive relied on luck alone. Miss Chung, who got on the bus last, still showed no emotion, but she felt something was wrong if she said it was a 3-no account. She found a seat and sat down, then took out her phone and started looking through it. She obviously found the personal terminal app quickly. Since she was sitting close to Lu Ning could even slightly recognize the number after she opened the account. 4 digits.
Why?
Interested? Miss Chung raised her head when her eyes were noticed. Although her tone was calm, she was surprisingly not cold and took the initiative to extend a hand. Chung Wuling, nice to meet you. My name is Lu Ning. Lu Ning stood up and shook hands with her, and at the same time saw the amount on the phone in her hand. Account balance, 4,800, check details, curious? Chung Wuling didn't block it. Lu Ning just nodded and took out her cell phone. This is 3,100. I don't know how others are. Yeah, I'm curious too. Li Rong, Xue Tao, you two come over here. The command was not spoken in a loud voice, but it immediately attracted 2 young men who were chatting at the bar to come over. Open your phone, find the app with the crow pattern, and let me check your account. Okay. In response to Chung Wuling's commanding tone, the 2 young men turned on their phones without hesitation. Soon, the accounts of both people were displayed. Li Rong's account was 1,200, and Xue Tao's was 700. Why do you have more than me? Xue Tao looked surprised, and Li Rong wasn't particularly clear either, but having more of this stuff wouldn't be a bad thing.
Right?
Li Rong has done more, and this is based on our performance over the past 7 days. Chung Wuling saw the 2 people's puzzled expressions and said, although I don't know the specific evaluation criteria, it is certain that the more you do, the more you'll get. Xue Tao, you don't have to be discouraged. If nothing unexpected happens, those who do nothing but survive will probably only get around 300 points. But there are very few people like this, right? That's right. Although we all followed your orders and did a lot of things, otherwise we wouldn't have so much debt money. If you really want to calculate it this way, who among the survivors didn't do anything? The 2 young men were smart and were not particularly optimistic about the score.
I'm not saying this time.
Chung Wuling was looking through the various information in his personal terminal while explaining to the 2 people. After this experience, we have both the experience and the basic funds. In the next test, it is very likely that some people will take a more negative attitude to ensure their survival. However, it's not that easy. 2 men and the twins had walked over at some point and continued Chung Wuling's words. 2 men grinned and said, my name is 2 men. 9 of us survived, which I already think is not easy. Seeing so many of you, I am really curious. Please forgive me if I make you unhappy. The twin sister also smiled and nodded to the others. My name is Mo Shirin, and this is my sister Mo Lianren. We survived together. Chung Wuling stood up and shook hands with the 3 people one by one and introduced himself. Chung Wuling, you probably haven't heard of my name.
Oh.
Miss Chung, are you implying that we are not actually from the same world? Mo Shirin said with a chuckle. Indeed. 2 men's eyes lit up, so we really might be from different worlds? Considering that we speak the same language, even if it is, the gap wouldn't be that big. Lu Ning also joined the conversation. This lady. Mo Shirin looked at Lu Ning. It seems that she got on the car before us. Yes, I'm the only survivor, so I'm also curious about how you did it. 2 men laughed and was about to speak when Mo Shirin interrupted him. We just felt that everything was suspicious, so we didn't believe in those things at all. When the ghost appeared, we tried to escape. After 7 days, most people were dead, and we just survived by luck. Didn't you go looking for the hidden treasures? Xue Tao asked immediately. Collection? Mo Shirin was stunned, and 2 men also showed a puzzled look. If you hadn't been looking for those collections, you wouldn't have been possessed by the substitute ghost in the mensal manuscript. Chung Wuling looked at Lu Ning. Lu Ning, you probably found the manuscript at the beginning, which led to the release of the substitute ghost. If you failed to stop the killing in the first 2 days, there would be a more serious disaster later. Indeed.
Lu Ning nodded.
But that's already the limit, right? We are completely lucky to survive. How could you 18 people do it? Mo Shirin showed just the right amount of curiosity. Li Rong scratched his head. We also listened to Miss Chung. We did whatever she told us to do, and that's how we survived. You have to ask her. It wasn't difficult. We found most of the collection, including the mensal manuscript, in the first 3 hours. There was no way to stop the ghost killings on the first day, and I didn't stop it. Yes, we completely dispersed and acted separately. I wondered why we did that when it was so dangerous. Xue Tao called it, with lingering fear. It's wrong to be afraid. There are only two situations for ghosts on the first day. Either they kill people quickly to create terror, or they kill people cautiously to get a quota. Either way, it's beneficial to us humans. The entire first day is a safe time except for the 3 people who were killed due to bad luck. This is also the best time for us to gain an advantage. Chen Wuling explained to Xue Tao, and then continued. Everyone return to the hall at noon and search each other. At that time, 2 people have already been killed, the invisible ghost and the person who found the manuscript. But this doesn't affect it. Everyone has to take out what they have found, and then I will check them one by one with the letter in the bottle. Wait, how do you know a ghost can disguise itself as a human? I don't know. I was just taking precautions to prevent a ghost from sneaking among us from the beginning. Chen Wuling glanced at Lu Ning. The substitute ghost had too many weaknesses, so it didn't survive the first day. Lu Ning couldn't refute. The substitute ghost is almost no different from an ordinary person except for its ability to kill with one contact. After it took over Gong Sunyu's body, it also became physically weak, otherwise Lu Ning would not have been able to succeed so easily. However, it is easier said than done to find the substitute ghost and seal it with a dagger on the first day. This not only avoided 1/3 of the crises in the next few days, but also helped Chen Wuling establish enough prestige. The next day, we took advantage of the invisible ghost killing people and performed the banishment ritual. No, wait. Banishing ritual? The Mensar manuscript is a scam, but the rituals on it are real. Have you tried it? Chen Wuling asked. The blood sacrifice is not enough. Isn't this the biggest obstacle to the execution of the banishment ceremony? The blood of the sacred bird. Chen Wuling pointed out. The blood sacrifice requires human portions, but not human blood. The activity of the blood of the divine bird can offset more than 30 human portions. If I were to describe Lu Ning's feelings now, it would probably be the same feeling as when she compares answers with top students after an exam. Everything seemed to be a matter of course for Chen Wuling, finding the message in the bottle, testing out the substitute ghost, discovering the location of the laboratory. The most frustrating thing was that he had done all these things himself. The results are completely different. The next day, the threat of the invisible ghost was lifted, and we could feel more at ease. Although the mirror ghost's elusive killings are a bit hard to guard against, after the 4th message told us its killing limits, it failed to kill anyone in those 2 days. A ghost really can't cause any trouble. The light gradually dimmed. There was a bright wall lamp shining inside the carriage, but it was gradually falling into darkness outside. After the initial excitement, most people found a seat to eat something, and the occasional person walking around was no longer so noticeable. After some discussion, 2 men and the Mo sisters returned to their own teams. Chen Wuling also went to check the account status of other people. Lu Ning sat alone in front of the carriage and slowly calmed down. To be honest, Chen Wuling's words really stimulated her. This is probably how it feels when you know there are so many ways to survive, but you don't make the right choice. Although Lu Ning survived in the end, it was completely different from what she had fought for herself. She was jealous. On the other hand, Mo Shiren's obvious lie also made people feel uncomfortable. Chen Wuling did not expose it, and Lu Ning was too lazy to expose it. After all, the Tumen team seemed very strange as a whole, and no one knew what they were hiding. Are they going to start intrigue again? Thinking of this, Lu Ning felt a slight headache. The carriage stopped. The door in front of the carriage was opened, and Xue Ying floated onto the carriage like a ghost. It was very tall, and its lantern-shaped head could even touch the top of the carriage. It was dressed in a black suit-like uniform and a light gray cloak. After getting on the carriage, it bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Dear tourists, we have arrived at the distribution center. Before you get off the car, I need to announce the precautions of the distribution center." The carriage immediately became quiet. Even the breathing sounds became barely audible. The distribution center will be the most important living area for you after the tests and trials. The currency you earn will be used for various expenses in the distribution center. Please abide by the order and rules of the distribution center, otherwise you will be punished by having your currency deducted. Each time you pass any test field or test, you will have 15 days of free living in the distribution center. After 15 days, You must enter the next test field or test, or you can pay a certain amount of money to extend the stay period, which can be extended for up to half a year. The distribution centers are divided into 5 levels according to different levels. There is not only one distribution center for each level. If you want to upgrade your level, you must pass the upgrade test. Those who pass the level 5 test can be truly resurrected. The upgrade test will charge a registration fee according to different levels, which is also to ensure that everyone has sufficient strength. Finally, the distribution center has all the living infrastructure and service facilities you can imagine. Please use them as much as possible. Although no extraordinary ability exchange service is provided, the knowledge you have learned and the physical fitness you have gained through exercise will follow you into the test field and test. Now, the functions of the personal terminal on your mobile phone have all been activated. If you are ready to welcome the new world, you can get off the bus. After saying this, Chue Ying bowed and disappeared as a wisp of green smoke. Lu Ning, Cheng Wuling, 2 men, the twins and the man with glasses were the first to stand up and walk towards the car door. The air outside is cool and slightly damp, with a hint of autumn. When you get out of the car, you'll see a completely different scene. This is an open square. The ground seems to be paved with black marble. There is a faint fluorescence between the gaps. There are rows of mercury lamps neatly arranged in the square. The faint and gentle white light illuminates the surroundings and even forms several light columns with condensed water vapor in the air. There are countless stars twinkling in the sky, but there is no moon. A galaxy like a silver thread stretches across the center of the stars, as if it is flowing slowly. In the more distant horizon, there are some aurora-like celestial phenomena, occasionally flickering, which is magnificent. The tallest row of silver lanterns in the center of the square paved the way to the town not far away. The lights of thousands of houses lit up the night of the town. There were no modern iconic high-rise buildings, and the tallest lights were only about 3 stories high. They were scattered in an orderly manner and looked warm and peaceful from a distance. It's beautiful. 2 men raised his head and stretched, then heaved a sigh of satisfaction. It's not a bad thing to be able to live in a place like this, right? The people who got off the bus later also exclaimed in amazement. Above their heads were the vast stars, and in the distance were thousands of bright lights. Such scenery could not be seen at the same time. Let's go. Cheng Wuling didn't say anything, just took a step forward after saying this. Oh my, you are such a realistic lady. 2 men shook his head, stretched his body for a while, and then caught up with the few people who had already set out. In addition to the carriages parked on one side of the square, there were many other vehicles parked along the way. Not to mention the normal ones like cars and trucks, there were also hovercrafts, rocket capsules, yachts, helicopters, and the like. Some of the vehicles also had people getting off, and they even raised their hands and greeted people passing by outside. People always like to gather in groups. By the time Lu Ning reached the town's wall, the team already had nearly 100 people. In front of an ancient gate, a few people squatting at the door saw the people coming outside. Suddenly, they jumped up and rushed over as if they saw a star, shouting, "Newcomers are coming. Come and greet them." These people rushed to the front of the crowd with an extremely hospitable attitude. Lu Ning slowed down his pace imperceptibly, allowing the people in front to meet these people who were waiting there. "Brother, do you need a tour guide? There are a lot of important things to know in the distribution center. We can help you figure it all out since you are new here." Beginner's Guide contains some notes and precautions for passing the test. There are only 10 copies. Everyone, this is essential if you want to get through the most difficult initial stage. Only unity can overcome difficulties. If you want a reliable backer, you might as well consider joining our team. Let's level up and revive together.
Stunned.
This is the reaction of most people. Although various demand and service relationships will be formed immediately when there are a lot of people, this routine of squatting at the door and waiting for people. It doesn't seem right no matter how you look at it. Is this true? How much? Is this? Some people actually asked about the price. The manual is 100 yuan a copy. It's fair to everyone. Brother, I tell you, you won't be cheated if you buy this. Although it's a bit expensive, it's worth it. If you don't believe me, you can take a look at the catalog and the first 2 pages. I guarantee you will be satisfied. Selling must be done diligently. However, this team of nearly 100 people could not be stopped by a few people. More people chose to ignore it and started walking inside. Unexpectedly, more people poured out, both men and women. In addition to the tour guide selling things, there were also a few beggars. Luning dodged left and right, but was still grabbed by the arm by a somewhat old man. Girl, do you need me to introduce you? I've been here for almost a year, and I'm familiar with everywhere. 50, and I'll take you around all the places. A year may not seem like a long time, but how many times had he passed through the testing grounds during this period? How did he end up in such a miserable state? Don't believe him. He is just a scoundrel who has fallen behind. He might get killed. Girl, it's us, the elite, who have to lead the way, right? A woman pushed the man aside, but she didn't look elite at all. Human beings. Suddenly, a sigh came from behind. Luning turned her head and saw that it was Chung Wuling. This girl moved freely in the crowd. With her head lowered, she was so low-key that no one noticed her. If she hadn't spoken, even Luning wouldn't have noticed that someone squeezed over. She quickly followed suit, lowered her head and blended into the crowd, leaving it to others to deal with it. The chaos didn't last long before a loud shout was heard. Get out of the way. What's wrong with you? If you're broke, go take the test. If you want to die, go to the elimination. Don't you feel ashamed of blocking the newcomers? A man and a woman walked over from the wide road in front of the door. The man was wearing military green camouflage with a long knife hanging on his back, while the woman was wearing leather armor with 2 pistols on her belt. When these 2 people, who looked extraordinary, came over, the people blocking the door immediately dispersed, but they still stood nearby and did not leave. It's really unbearable to have this happen every 3 months. The woman pressed her forehead and tapped the man. Ask me. The man glared with his tiger eyes and scanned the crowd. He said loudly, listen, anyone who has earned more than 3,000 can step forward. We at Silver Star Club welcome all the talented people to join us. Whether it's resources or connections, we are number 1 here. TSK, the 3,000 Points Club, aren't they still here to recruit people? Luning heard someone nearby say this in a low voice. Indeed, the Silver Star Club is also trying to attract people, but the 3,000 is a solid result, and this standard line can be said to be beyond the reach of many people. You are 3,000 too? Mo Shirin's voice rang out among the crowd. 3,400 to join the club, what? Who asked that just now? The man stared in one direction. The crowd dispersed, and Mo Shirin and Mo Lianren still stood together. Facing the man's questioning, Mo Shirin was not afraid. You are really amazing. I just reached 3,000. I wonder if it meets the conditions you mentioned? The man's brows relaxed after hearing this. If you meet the requirements, you can come over. But my sister is not qualified enough. Could you please show some mercy and let my sister join the club as well? Luning didn't know what Mo Shirin meant. She naturally knew that Mo Lianren was only 200 to 3,000 short, but Mo Shirin deliberately didn't say this, which made people confused. Sorry, we have rules. The man refused, with a look of contempt in his eyes. If your score is too low, you are likely to be a burden. We don't support idle people. This sentence was undoubtedly a map cannon, and many people immediately became dissatisfied. Since they saw the weapons on the 2 people, no one went up to provoke bad luck, but just began to disperse and leave. Some left, while others responded. The 3 people walked towards the man, and after verifying their account information, the man nodded and allowed them to stand behind him. Luning noticed that there was a person in Chung Wuling's team. Does that mean there was someone else who performed well besides Chung Wuling? Just as he was thinking about it, the man suddenly came over with 3 people and stopped in front of Chung Wuling. This brother said. He pointed at the person in Chung Wuling's team, nodded to Chung Wuling and said, you are the actual leader this time, and your score must be higher. So do you want to join us? Chung Wuling glanced at the person behind the man, turned his gaze back, and shook his head slightly. Thank you very much. I think a standard of more than 4,000 would be more suitable for me. There was a low murmur of laughter all around. The man's face darkened. Even if you performed well this time, It doesn't mean you can do the same in the future. Don't think that 4,000 points is amazing. So, where do you get the advantage of having too low scores and being a burden? Chung Wuling shook his head.
You recruit others in this way.
I have reason to doubt the true strength of the organization behind you. I'm sorry to bother you anymore. After saying that, he turned and left. Although the onlookers didn't dare to make any noise, everyone saw that the man was trying to hold back his laughter. The man, realizing this, was furious and turned around and left with the 3 new members. The woman who came with the man did not leave with him. She watched the previous scene as if she was watching a play and then stood up. My name is Yen Danqing, and I'm here to earn some extra money for you. She looked more confident than those who came up to sell their products, and some of the people who had dispersed stopped to listen to what she had to say. You're curious? I'm more convincing than anyone else here, because I'm already at the 2nd level. Yes, I'm the one who has passed the 1st level test, as you know. Of course I can help you. Compared to the people here who are selling manuals, I can directly answer any questions you need to survive at this stage. How much? Lu Ning suddenly asked. Yen Danqing smiled slightly. 503 hours. There were sounds of people gasping all around. 500 is almost half of most people's income this time, and this price is enough to discourage many people. Can we share it?
Someone asked.
Of course not. One person works for 500 yuan for 3 hours and 10 people work for 3 hours, which is 5,000 yuan. I'm not here to earn a few cents to support my livelihood. I've been through a test field, and I should know what I'm going to face in the future. What's wrong with spending some money for my life? Yen Danqing said it easily, seemingly without considering the fact that most people were short of money. I agree. Lu Ning walked out. Will you answer all my questions in 3 hours? Let's draft the contract directly. Yen Danqing said simply. Wait, count me in. The man with glasses also walked out of the crowd, and then Mo Shirin also walked to Yen Danqing's side. No one else came out. Let's go, sign the contract, and settle the bill. You 3 made a wise choice. The information center is a 2-story circular building that looks like a stadium. After entering from the main entrance, there is a wide hall with a row of 20 information desks in front and high-tech self-service inquiry machines on both sides. Yen Danqing led the 3 people through a side door and entered a room divided into small spaces by metal partitions. They randomly chose a room and went in. After a while, they took out 3 contracts. There were very detailed terms written on it, which basically meant that Yen Danqing would be responsible for answering all questions within 3 hours based on his knowledge, without any falsehoods. He also had to lead several people to understand the functions of the main facilities for survival and life in the distribution center, and the remuneration was 500 points. Whenever you trade with other humans here, you must get this kind of official contract or certificate. Otherwise, don't blame others if you suffer a loss. Yen Danqing signed his name and handed it to 3 people separately. With humans? Most of the service facilities are automated, and this part of the consumption will flow back to the government, so there is no need to worry about being cheated. Seeing that the 3 people had signed, Yen Danqing was also very satisfied. He put the contract back into the room and explained, after signing, you can see the specific contents of these contracts in your personal history records. Then let's look at the most important things first. Lu Ning said about the test site and the test. Just ahead. The information center's information desk and self-service inquiry are where you can apply. Behind the information desk were slender people similar to Chuaying, wearing the same style of black dresses. The only difference was that their heads were display screens, which looked a bit funny. Both parties can apply for it anywhere. The test field can be applied for at any time, it's free, and it's highly random. For a first-level person, the maximum score that can be obtained in the test field is 5,000. The usage mechanism of the machine is the same as the terminal on the mobile phone. It is all personally bound, so there is no need to worry about being manipulated by others. Yen Danqing brought them to a machine that looked very similar to the self-service ticket machines at the airport, except that it had more buttons. She reached out and pressed the screen, which suddenly lit up, with many items appearing on it. Yen Danqing picked out a few to explain. The first item is information exchange, which is similar to a forum. It is an open communication place, including all people from the same class and distribution center can speak here. But it is also full of a lot of false information and other things, so don't believe it. The second item is the intelligence house, where you spend money to buy intelligence from the official that has nothing to do with other people's private information, such as the estimated information of a certain test site you have experienced, the overall results, the highest score, the highest survival. But there is no way to predict it, so how to use it depends on your own ideas. Then, Yan Danqing skipped the middle items and went straight to the last one. The Apply. There are only 2 items in it, the test field and the upgrade test. Once you click on them, your phone will receive relevant information, and you can just follow the information. The key point is that you have to pay for the upgrade test, 5,000 points each time. Once, Mo Shirin grasped the word keenly. That's right. It's still possible to survive even if you fail to upgrade. This doesn't stop you from trying again, even though it's not a good thing. Also, 5,000 is the first level fee, which is already 10,000 when it comes to me. Yan Danqing left the machine and the screen went dark immediately. She walked out of the information center with 3 people and pointed to a rectangular building opposite with green lights flashing on the edges. Across the street is the hospital. In addition to the injuries you get from physical training here, the most important function there is soul monitoring. Yan Danqing puts a lot of emphasis on the term soul monitoring. As the name suggests, it is to monitor whether your soul has any abnormalities. This information can only be obtained in the hospital. Abnormalities are divided into 5 categories: erosion, frenzy, decay, infection, and lysis. Your current status will be given in percentage. What effects do these things have? The man with glasses asked hurriedly. I don't know. It seems that people above the 4th level care about these very much, so I tell you that this is very important. The hospital will provide treatment, but the cost is extremely expensive and comes with many side effects. The only thing I can tell you is that these are symptoms that can be brought out of the test field and cannot be cured normally. Don't get infected. Yan Danqing warned the 3 people seriously. After going out and turning right, they passed an area with a very compact building layout. Residential areas are probably another thing you need to consider. Different accommodations have different prices, but sleeping on the streets is definitely not a good idea. Remember that our physical condition when we enter the test site is the same as our physical condition here, so if we get sick here, it means we increase our chances of death. However, Yan Danqing did not take the 3 people in, but turned a corner and walked towards another brightly lit area. There was a park there, with a huge black stone monument standing in the center. Countless names were engraved on it, glowing faintly under the night sky. This is the person who has successfully advanced to the 5th level and entered the final exam so far. Lu Ning raised her head. The height of the stone tablet was nearly 10 meters. There were names flashing on both sides, but some were still glowing faintly, while others were dim. The dim names will gradually fade away, while the bright names will slowly become more deeply imprinted. As you can see, there are still about 200 names flashing here. You can probably guess what this means. Alive or dead. But it's just a name. How many people know who is who? Lu Ning was silent.
You don't have to worry about this now.
The key points are the buildings on both sides of the park, the library, and the martial arts hall. Yan Danqing promptly pulled everyone's eyes away from the stone tablet. Knowledge and martial arts. This is probably our greatest reliance for survival in the test field. The library is a very classical Chinese building, while the martial arts hall is a castle full of Western style. These 2 places have different charging standards for different requirements. After all, they are places for rich people to spend money. However, even if you are poor, the most basic things are indispensable. They can be said to be the most critical functional buildings here. Yan Danqing led the 3 people into the 2 buildings to check the charging standards and then left quickly. Such a place is not an area where newcomers can stay permanently unless the income is more than 3,000 each time to really learn something valuable. Okay, there's still an hour left. You guys have a general idea now. Do you have any questions? After visiting several places, they finally returned to the information center. Yan Danqing clapped his hands and asked the three people with a smile. Mo Shirin immediately asked, "What do the test sites look like? Are there any differences?" Of course they are different, and we will definitely not use the old test fields. The first-level test fields include survival, confrontation, secret, and hunting. A test field may contain multiple types. For example, you have to survive and confront at the same time. Secret will provide you with some personal secrets, which is more troublesome. Finally, hunting requires you to kill or seal certain monsters in the scene. Why can you survive even though you failed? Luning asked. Classification except for the survival category, which directly gives you a number of days to survive. The other categories are not survival missions. For example, if you fail in hunting but the scene time is up, you will not die, but the score you get will be very low, so low that you can't even afford to eat. The elimination scene. The scene where the score is reset to 0. What is it? The man with glasses asked. Yan Danqing shuddered. I don't know. No one has ever come out alive, so no one can tell what happened in there. I would rather die than go in there. Change the question. Is there any difference in the test? Mo Shirin said. The first-level test must be a single type of survival, which has been confirmed by many people. But it is difficult to pass the test because it requires not only survival but also score requirements. If you can't reach 3,000, you will be considered unqualified. Since there is no upper limit on the score of the test, it is not very difficult. Can you tell me about your test? I want to know what it was like. When Yan Danqing heard this question, he couldn't help but sigh. It's no use knowing that. What I went through was a nightmare from a little boy. Luning had also read some horror stories with similar themes, and she immediately imagined a lot of the content. We were in a nightmare from the beginning. Unfortunately, no one noticed this fact at first. Later, as the nightmare deepened and the world became more bizarre, we realized it. But waking up was a luxury at that time. We wanted to wake up the little boy, but couldn't find his true self. Many people died miserably.
So,
3,000 points is actually not difficult. Yan Danqing suddenly sneered. As long as you make it out alive, you can always get 3,000 points. That being said, Yan Danqing still explained her mission process in detail to several people. To be honest, she was also quite confused, and she managed to get through just under the limit. If it weren't for two people with good intelligence and martial arts leading the team to a comeback, I'm afraid everyone would have died. Then, Luning and the others raised some questions about the details, and gradually they had a vague understanding of the future tasks. In this question and answer, time passed quickly. When the time came, Yan Danqing did not stay any longer. After saying goodbye, she walked into the information center and soon disappeared. According to her, only people of a higher level can return to the distribution center of the previous level. She must have gone back now. Mo Shirin then said goodbye to the two and left. The man with the eyes stayed for a moment and said, "Thank you for what you did before. My name is Pang Xiaodong. If I have the chance, I will repay you." Luning knew he was talking about the incident in the car, but she was just using someone else's strength to her advantage, so she didn't take credit for it. It was just something that happened to me, and I just happened to want to know. The rental gap in residential areas directly reflects the gap between the rich and the poor for the people living there. It was a large tiled house with a dormitory, where 50 people shared a narrow space, as wide as 2 aisles except for one bed. In necessary circumstances, no distinction was made between men and women. The rent for such a house was 5 cents a day. The slightly fancier, 16-person dormitory-style room with cramped bunk beds is 10 minutes a day. These two are also the choices of most people. After all, there are plenty of places outside, and having a place to sleep is enough. Luningza looked at the room with a price tag of 21 days and fell into deep thought. The 4-person room had a shared wardrobe and table, and it also had a toilet and kitchen, which was like a shared apartment. To Luning, the public bathhouse she had passed by before didn't seem like a place suitable for her to solve her hygiene problems. 300 points in 15 days. It would be better to ask Yan Danqing to spend more money. This is probably what the saying "it's hard to go from luxury to frugality" means. Amid the envious eyes of the 5-minute staff waiting in a long line next to her, Lu Ning took out her phone to swipe her account to get her key. We don't provide room change service here. It's all a matter of luck which roommate you meet. No special arrangements will be made except for gender. The owl-headed service staff behind the counter said in a shrill voice. Even for a room of 20, the service attitude is still terrible. Lu Ning did not argue about this and took the key, a cardboard card. Enter the number above in your personal terminal. Only the resident can open this room, and the daily rent will be deducted from your account. If you don't want to continue renting, you must go to the counter to check out. Otherwise, your money will continue to be deducted. Understand?
No.
Lu Ning quickly entered the number. When she put away her phone, she found that the people in the queue next to her were staring at her with burning eyes. No matter how calm she was, she felt a little uncomfortable under the stares, so she left quickly. After finding the residential building where she was sitting and going up to the 3rd floor, she realized what a cramped place it was. There are 4 households on each of the 3 floors. There is no corridor except for the stairs. If people from 4 households come out at the same time, the space at the door of each floor will probably be full. Lu Ning opened the door of her room. The interior space looked okay. The lights were bright, and it was obvious that the people inside had not yet gone to bed.
Good evening.
Chen Wuling, who was sitting on a bed near the door, greeted Lu Ning expressionlessly. Besides her, the 2 beds near the window were also occupied. On the left was a very elegant and beautiful woman who looked no more than 25 years old. She was sitting on the edge of the bed in a very upright posture, holding a book in her hands. On the right is a woman with a gloomy look. She has shrunk into the quilt, sitting on the bed, leaning against the wall, looking over here, with an expression that says I'm in a bad mood on her face. Thank God, we finally have a 4th roommate. The woman holding the book said with a smile, My name is Xu Xingrua. Nice to meet you. My name is Lu Ning, hello. Lu Ning is not very good at talking to people she meets for the first time. Xu Xingrua didn't care about Lu Ning's somewhat clumsy response, but looked at the gloomy woman opposite.
Su Jilan.
The gloomy woman said unhappily. We know each other. Chen Wuling didn't wait for Xu Xingrua to remind herself. That's even better. Xu Xingrua stood up and said to Lu Ning, you can take a rest first. There are some food in the kitchen. I'll go get it. Then, she walked into a small door with great interest. Lu Ning was stunned for a moment, and her eyes wandered between Chen Wuling and Su Jilan. You'll get used to it. This is how I was treated when I came here. Chen Wuling didn't care at all. I should be grateful for the favor I received. Why didn't I control my mouth at that time? From this perspective, my roommates get along very well with each other. Lu Ning sat on the empty bed, and soon Xu Xingrua brought out a bowl of steaming fried rice and stuffed it into Lu Ning's hands without giving her a chance to refuse. Okay, now we can continue the topic we were just talking about. As if something big had been solved, Xu Xingrua happily sat back on her bed and picked up the book. Lu Ning took a closer look and found that it was the so-called beginner's manual. Did you really buy this? This guy bargained down the price to 10 points and even gave away a few gifts. When the deal was done, the guy almost cried. It's not good to say it out loud. I also need to save some money. People who live in a house worth $20 have no right to talk about saving. What's wrong? Are you still feeling bad? Miss 4,000 points. You dragged me here by force. 300 for 15 days. Poor people like me can't afford this price. Although Su Jilan was complaining, she didn't sound really angry. You two have known each other for a long time? Lu Ning also noticed that the relationship between them was unusual. Su Jilan nodded. We are from the same world. This guy is an actor who wanders between first-tier and second-tier movies all day long. I am a novelist and sometimes a part-time screenwriter. We have worked together once. It's fate. What a bad fate. Su Jilan had a look of despair on her face. Perhaps because she was too familiar with Xu Xingrua, she was pulled out of the crowd and ran here to rent a house. However, the two of them singing the same tune made Lu Ning feel better. I was just about to say, aren't we trying to save money on the room? Why don't we go to the next test site earlier? Xu Xingrua forced herself to change the subject. Early? Su Jilan immediately shook her head. Are you crazy? I don't want to be on edge all the time. You know what a Hades of a place the testing ground is. Why are you so excited? Don't you want to be resurrected? Since you want to be resurrected, it is important to quickly accumulate points and level up. This way we can maintain our advantage. More haste makes waste, don't you understand? However, Luning agreed more with Xu Xingrua's opinion. No matter how long it takes to pass the test, it will take 7 days here. If you want to make good use of your time, the test site is obviously more suitable. It's so dangerous in there. What if someone dies? Su Jilan turned her head and looked at Luning. You'll have to go in sooner or later. You'll have to face these things sooner or later. Cheng Wuling also agreed. The first level test score is only 5,000. With 2 more tests, we will be able to save enough money to guarantee a promotion. It is not suitable to stay here for too long. 2 more times? Su Jilan's mouth twitched. Roommate, can I ask how much you earn this time? 4,008. No, I won't go. I'm not the same kind of person as you. Xu Xingrua showed a disappointed look. We are old friends. If we go in together, we can take care of each other. Do you want to be alone later? Who is alone? I also passed the test site with a few people, okay? You guys listen, I, Su Jilan, want to stay here for the full 15 days to make the most of my free time before making any plans. It's useless for anyone to persuade me. After saying that, Su Jilan covered herself with the quilt and lay down on the bed without saying anything. Xu Xingrua smiled softly and gestured to Lu Ning and Cheng Wuling to whisper. The night deepens. Since this decision has been made, this period of time should be used for rest and preparation. 10 days later, at the self-service inquiry machine area of the information center, Lu Ning, Cheng Wuling, and Xu Xingrua pressed their application buttons together. Applying at the same time can only increase the chance of entering the same scene, but there will definitely be few new people applying at this time. Lu Ning's phone immediately received a message. Dear visitors, your test site application has been approved. Now please follow the instructions and go to the next location to receive the content of this test site. Go to bus stop number 1 at the distribution center within 2 hours and take bus No. TH 1386. Wish you a pleasant journey. Lu Ning was stunned for a moment and looked at Cheng Wuling and Xu Xingrua beside her. Do you have any tips to request? I have to go to a room inside. Cheng Wuling glanced at the message. Why? The prompt is different? It seems different. Xu Xingrua put down the phone. I was asked to go back to the gate of the residential area and get on a carriage. There was no way to avoid separation, and they didn't know whether they had entered the same testing ground. The 3 of them had to wish each other a happy new year and go their separate ways. Lu Ning rushed to the station and saw a bus parked there. It was red and white, and the style was very old. People could take a small floating board to move around in the distribution center. The significance of the station was at most to provide a free means of transportation. Lu Ning had never thought that there was such a use. There was a driver sitting on the bus, dressed in the classic attire of the non-human service personnel here. There was a rose on his head, and a few thorns were faintly sticking out of his collar. Hello. I'm here to participate in the test field. Lu Ning walked to the door of the car. Just as she said this, the driver suddenly stood up, raised his hand, took out a letter from his pocket, and threw it on the first row of seats. Lu Ning, this test field is a closed field, seeker of the Holy Scripture, and the global time is 40 days. As an additional reminder for newcomers, please pay attention to playing your role well, which will help your survival and evaluation. Thank you. Lu Ning vaguely felt that this time would be very different from the last time at the Ghost Manor. Well, please get in the car. Lu Ning walked up and picked up the envelope at the signal of Rose's driver. Just as she tore it open, there was a noise behind her and the car door closed. At the same time, she also received a new text message. Visitor Lu Ning, this journey is for the seeker of the Holy Scripture. Please check your specific identity information and mission details in the letter. The journey time is 40 days, but you can choose to return to the distribution center early after completing the mission. This time's tips. 1. Everyone has their own secrets, some of which are insignificant, while others may lead to fatal disasters. 2. There are no necessary role-playing requirements for the tourist's own identity, but taking actions that are inconsistent with the identity may cause difficulties in subsequent actions. 3. Don't assume that everyone has the same goals as you. 50 years ago, Danma, a city near the border, was a poor city with poor transportation, high autonomy, and a mixed population of multiple ethnic groups. The backward thinking and economy restricted the development of the small city and also brought about a high crime rate. Although it once prospered temporarily due to the discovery of a gold mine, it declined again after it was discovered that most of the ore veins were actually pyrite. The turning point occurred 50 years ago. A flying object suspected to be a UFO fell into the mountains southwest of the town, and this phenomenon was noticed by many people, which immediately attracted attention. That era was also the era when alien fantasies were most prosperous. Under this impetus, a national expedition team entered Danma. Although the news about UFOs gradually died down after that, the national attention brought more than just one team. In order to facilitate the transportation of instruments, the first road to Danma was built. The undeveloped scenery here also attracted much attention, and the specialties of the mountains became famous as the traffic was opened. In the next few decades, Danma's development was almost advancing at a rapid pace. Your tutor Fan Xiaoyan is guiding your senior Yenyu to complete a paper on urban development and folk culture. During the process, she discovered the vague record of UFOs in Danma's history. At the same time, because of Danma's unique cultural background and characteristics, she decided to take Yenyu to Danma to find out. The two of them have been gone for more than a month. Except for the first 2 weeks when you received a safety message from Yenyu, there has been no news since then. Summer vacation is here. Worried about your senior and tutor, you take a car to Danma under the pretext of traveling. You are a sophomore student, quiet and studious. You are grateful to senior Yenyu for introducing you to a tutor. However, you and Fan Xiaoyan are just acquaintances, not very close. Your identity is secret man, keep your own secrets, complete at least 2 personal goals, and when the other secret people die, you can choose to leave. The way to leave is to go more than 10 kilometers away from the city of Danma. Belonging to the secret person, Lu Ning's secret. 1. Your grandfather once performed border defense work in Danma and was also one of the witnesses of the UFO incident 50 years ago. Because of this reason, you clearly know that it was indeed a disc-shaped aircraft that crashed in Danma, and for some unknown reasons, you blocked the news. 2. You learn from your senior Yenyu that your tutor Fan Xiaoyan seemed to have visited Danma several times before this project, for unknown reasons. In addition, Yenyu also told you before leaving that if you did not send back her safety information, you should not tell outsiders about your teacher-student relationship with Fan Xiaoyan. 3. Some diaries and notes left by your grandmother contain information about the outside world. Although these descriptions are vague, they have left a deep impression on you. By studying some records that are suspected to be talismans, you seem to have mastered some unconventional knowledge. And this knowledge also provides you with a vague ability to peek into the invisible. 4. When you searched for information about Danma before you set off, you found a rather secret forum and learned about the 10 strange things that have happened in Danma's development in recent years. Your intuition tells you that these things are not ordinary and have something to do with you. 5. Your most direct and important reason for going to Danma is to investigate the cause of your mother's death. However, because the circumstances of your mother's death are too strange, you have to suspect that this is related to the mysterious phenomenon in your mother's family, and your father's lack of grief is also suspicious. The goals that Lu Ning needs to accomplish on this trip. 1. Find mentor Fan Xiaoyan. 2. Find senior sister Yenyu. 3. Take Yenyu out of Danma's range. 4. Explore the secrets that were covered up 50 years ago. 5. Clarify the cause of the mother's death. The relevant information is attached. When the bus passed through a long dark tunnel, Lu Ning finished reading the contents of the first letter. Not long after, all the lights on the bus suddenly went out, and darkness completely enveloped the bus. Lu Ning did not panic, but calmly folded the paper in her hand and put it back into the envelope. After waiting for a moment, a ray of light illuminated the bus. Between darkness and light, Lu Ning was already on a long-distance travel bus. A woman in casual clothes was taking a nap against the window next to me. Behind her were tourists of all ages, some wearing tour group hats. After a long ride, many people began to feel sleepy, and the smell of food was still wafting in the car. Luning picked up the envelope and suddenly found that the content on it had changed. It was no longer the previous mission introduction. Personal information has been transferred to the mobile terminal. Your luggage is a brown travel backpack on your head and a dark blue plastic suitcase in the luggage compartment of the car. Personal ID card, bank card, and other items are in your pocket. Good luck. After Lu Ning finished reading these lines, they also disappeared. However, the things attached to the back are still there. It included a typed summary of the 10 most bizarre events in the forum, several incomprehensible transcripts from my grandmother's notes, a photocopy of my parents' photo, a photocopy of my grandfather's young photo, and several photocopies of newspaper clippings. The afternoon sun made people lazy and sleepy. Lu Ning slowly leaned back in the chair, put the envelope in her arms, and squinted her eyes, pretending to want to sleep. Outside the window, a huge billboard passed by. Danma, your dream home. In midsummer, the weather in the south is humid and hot, but in Danma, a mountainous and forested area, the temperature is slightly lower, and you even need to wear long sleeves when going out in the morning and evening. The long-distance bus arrived at a hotel near the edge of the city in Danma. Passengers got off one after another. A group of middle-aged people who looked like a tour group were the first to take their luggage and go into the hotel to check in. While waiting for the luggage, Lu Ning took a look around the hotel. It looked like a modern city, with many exotic buildings. Master, is there anything worth visiting in Danma? Lu Ning asked while the driver was smoking nearby. Danma, there are many places to visit there, such as the Municipal Garden, the Clock Memorial, the Avery Cathedral, and the Tsuyan Natural Exhibition Hall. These are all attractions in the city. You can also go to the forest area on the mountain to see the villa area and the hunting ground. If you have money, you can rent a villa there and live there for 2 months.
Wow.
The driver said this, smacking his lips enviously. Lu Ning thanked them politely. At this time, she had almost packed her luggage. She easily found her suitcase and hurried into the hotel lobby. The arrival of a large number of customers made the counter very busy. Several lines were formed. Amid the noisy voice, someone suddenly said in a low voice near Lu Ning, "Friends from the distribution center?" This sudden sound was indeed unexpected, but Lu Ning seemed not to have heard it at all. She walked straight in the direction she had originally walked to the newspaper and tourist information rack provided by the hotel and picked up a few small brochures introducing the attractions. The man who said that shrugged his shoulders and walked back to the rest area. 2 young men who looked to be in their 20s were sitting on a circle of brown sofas. One of them gave the man who came back a thumbs-down gesture and said with a smile, "What a shame. We didn't find anyone. There's no harm in trying." At this distance, Lu Ning could no longer hear clearly what they were saying, but based on the previous sentence alone, she could conclude that these 3 people were from the distribution center. However, this time was different from the haunted mansion. Not only because of the number of people, but also because the type of mission was likely to be a combination of confrontation and secret. Among the 4 types of tests that the first level may encounter, survival is the simplest. Although there is great external pressure, everyone is on the same front. If internal discord can be eliminated, sacrifices can be controlled within a certain range. In confrontation, each tourist will be assigned to a predetermined camp. There are more than 2 camps in the entire test field, and their goals are likely to be completely opposite. In such a situation, killing all tourists in the opposite camp is an inevitable choice in 90% of confrontation scenarios. On top of that, if you take secrets into account, the difficulty will be raised to another level. Secrets will make tourists fight each other, even people with the same goal, as you may stab you in the back because of their own secrets. Because you can't know where the danger will come from after the secret is exposed, everyone will be more cautious, sensitive, suspicious, and even would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. As for hunting, it continues to increase external dangers, but there is no sign of that yet. Lu Ning's letter clearly stated that all the remaining secret people must be killed. She was not sure how many secret people there were in total, nor how many camps there were, but this condition was enough for her to regard anyone from the distribution center as an enemy. Just as all kinds of thoughts were turning over in her mind, her cell phone suddenly vibrated. This time it was not a message from a mysterious official, but a message received from the terminal's friend list. I am in Danma and received a reply. The note is Shu Xingrua. Luning didn't have many friends. Apart from the 3 people in the same dormitory, there was only Pang Xiaodong. According to the information I learned before, communication was only possible when they were in the same distribution center or scene. So it seemed that she was really lucky this time. But is a confrontational scenario really okay? Luning hesitated for a moment, but still sent a reply to Shu Xingrua. I am here too. I received a message from another person. We can meet when we have time. Soon, Shu Xingrua received a response. Luning looked at the message with a slightly solemn expression. Shu Xingrua's personality is not casual, but she does seem to be somewhat unfussy in what she says and does. This kind of personality is not reflected in her tone, even when she is chatting using messaging tools.
So,
She is now under information monitoring? Although it's not particularly strict, she has to be careful not to reveal too much information. The other person is obviously Chung Wuling. This message can be used to directly reply to both of us without revealing any of our information. Is it necessary to be so cautious? Just as I was thinking about it, Chung Wuling's text message came. If Xu Xing is in trouble, I will find her first, and be careful not to reveal your identity. Luning replied okay, and went to queue up, and soon booked a single room on the 10th floor of the hotel. She had enough money in her card, so she didn't have to worry about financial problems for a short time. After arriving at the room and putting down her things, Luning immediately connected to the hotel's wireless network and began searching for local news in Danma. Luning walked out of the store and looked at her harvest with satisfaction, a string of jade beads woven with metal wires. Each jade was the size of a pigeon egg, and both the color and workmanship gave off a sense of expensiveness. In fact, if it was really sold, it would be worth a lot of money. But it is a vicious creature. Fatty Jiangtong was once a troublemaker in Beijing, until one day he offended a person of considerable background and took refuge in Danma, and then he stayed here. He had seen some people like Lu Ning before, and his attitude was more respectful than deferential. After all, the store that could hang that mirror must have some similar background behind it. Because of this attitude, Jiang Tong did not object when Lu Ning asked for the jade necklace. He also left Lu Ning a phone number, saying that she could ask this person if she couldn't solve the problem. Can Lu Ning remove the evil spirit from the jade string? Of course not. The fact that she had acquired the ability to see did not mean that she had the memory to learn all kinds of spells. Even if she did, the things she had secretly learned as written in the letter would probably not be of any use. However, on the other hand, Lu Ning, who can see, can handle this thing better than ordinary people who cannot see. As night fell, an off-road vehicle drove into Danma City. Xiao Shifan is a typical second-generation rich man who is low-key. His biggest hobby is to travel by car with a few friends, which can last for 2 or 3 months. Of course, this is the identity background setting of Xiao Shifan, the tourist. Sitting in the front passenger seat was Yuan Shi, Xiao Shifan's girlfriend, and they were actually acquaintances who had known each other at the distribution center. The 2 people in the back seat were companions who had just met in this test field, Yi Fei and Song Baohua. Yi Fei had been through 2 tests, and being young and energetic, he didn't take the difficulty seriously. Song Baohua had been through 3 tests, claiming that he had muddled through, and was still struggling on the poverty line, looking like he was almost 40 at the age of 27 or 28. Seekers. This is who we are. After Yi Fei first called out his identity, the other 3 also relaxed a little. Although they each had their own secrets, they had been divided into 2 camps. After comparing their pursuit missions, they were confirmed to be the same, so this temporary friendship became a little stronger. We are finally here. Why did they insist on having us come here? Song Baohua looked at the neon lights outside with a lack of interest. Anyway, let's go find out what this star spirit is. Yi Fei was a little impatient. Xiao Shifan sneered. Find out? Do you want the people in the opposite camp to find us early? What are you afraid of? Do they dare to assassinate people in this big city? There are many ways to quietly make someone disappear. She was sleeping when Yi Fei woke her up. She was in a very bad mood and rubbed her eyes and started to talk back. Star Spirit, silent plan. It's obvious that they involve some mysterious things. It would be easy for them to make you die without anyone knowing. TSK, you're analyzing it so seriously, but you're actually just afraid. Women are just timid. We're here. Xiao Shifan noticed that She was about to get angry, so he quickly changed the subject. Phoenix Stone Hotel, the hotel where Lu Ning had stayed before, welcomed a group of new guests. Given their status, they were not short of money, so Yi Fei and Song Baogua simply booked a double room. Xiao Shifan and She were not a real couple, so naturally they had to stay separately. However, when they inquired, they found that there were not enough single rooms. I'm sorry, my two guests. It's the peak tourist season now and all the rooms are fully booked. The receptionist apologized to the two with a professional smile. Are all the tourists who come to your place single? Why are all the single rooms sold out first? Yi Fei stood by with the room card and wondered. Song Baogua whispered to the two people, it's safer for two people to be together, so don't be picky. However, She was not happy at all. She looked up at the price list and pointed to the top row, that luxury suite. In the end, Yi Fei and Song Baogua watched She spend more than 10 times the rent to get the room card for the top floor, and then left. Brother Yu.
Yefi patet Xiao Shifan.
At this time, Xiao Shifan had booked a double room for himself, and he immediately understood the expressions of the two people. Surprised? We are just rich this time. She is a real lady. You have to get used to spending money to clear the way. Yi Fei and Song Baogua were not new to the world, so they put away their surprised expressions after hearing this explanation. However, Xiao Shifan smiled bitterly, unable to stand She's character, and they would definitely break up in 2 days. The three of them were waiting in front of the elevator. Just when the elevator reached the first floor, a young girl hurried over holding a blue cloth package. Wait a moment. Xiao Shifan very gentlemanly stretched out his hand to stop the elevator. The girl nodded to thank him and quickly walked in. After the four of them got on the elevator, they found that they were all on the 10th floor, by coincidence. Are you also coming to Danma for tourism? Yi Fei immediately started to find a topic. However, his words did not receive a response, because everyone noticed that the 10th floor button in the elevator went out again shortly after it lit up, and the entire elevator did not feel like it was rising. Xiao Shifan immediately became alert and reached out to press the alarm button, but the button that was supposed to send a call for help was also silent. Break the door. Yi Fei immediately punched the elevator door and shouted loudly. Xiao Shifan kept pressing the emergency button while looking up and down to see if there was an exit. Song Baogua was still calm. He turned his head and glanced at the girl, only to find that she was looking up. Above? Song Baogua also looked in the direction she was looking. At this moment, the lights went out, and the elevator suddenly became pitch dark. Yi Fei started to yell, and suddenly heard a loud bang. The whole elevator shook twice. In the darkness, countless cold and sticky liquids splashed on the faces of the four people. A familiar smell began to spread. The smell of blood. Lu Ning reached out and wiped her face, twisting it twice. The blood had turned cold, and it seemed that the person had been dead for some time, but why didn't it coagulate? Before she had time to think about these questions, the lights in the elevator came on again, and the body of a middle-aged man in a suit and tie fell to the floor. The blood dyed the surroundings red, but the strange thing was that the blood spots were dense and spread out radially, and the actual amount of bleeding did not seem to be much. At this moment, the elevator made a ding sound and opened the door again on the first floor. Before Xiao Shifan could react, screams were heard outside. Murder. It was a new experience to enter the police station on the first day. While Lu Ning was still squatting down to examine the body, the police quickly broke into the elevator. Xiao Shifan and others did not resist, allowing the police to arrest them, and just said calmly, "We need to find a lawyer." When they arrived at the police station, the four people were separated. Lu Ning sat in the interrogation room and waited for a while before two policemen, a man and a woman, walked in.
Tell me about the situation at that time.
The two policemen pulled out chairs and sat down without saying anything harsh. Lu Ning carefully looked at the two policemen's expressions before saying, "It has nothing to do with me." The elevator was broken, and there was a power outage for a while. That's when the body suddenly appeared in the elevator. We checked the surveillance footage, but there are only images and no sound. What happened to you at that time? The male police officer asked. It was just very chaotic. I was trapped in the elevator, and there was a power outage. Oh, and there was a loud noise in the middle, which seemed to be the sound of a body falling. It was also at that time that I felt blood splashing on my face. You are very calm. Seeing that Lu Ning remained calm when talking about the corpse, the female police officer looked at her with suspicion. That's my personality. After Lu Ning answered like this, the female police officer nodded to the male police officer, took out her cell phone, stood up and walked to Lu Ning, and suddenly lowered her voice. Do you have any impression? She took the phone, quickly opened the camera, and pulled out a photo, which was a photo of the scene at that time. However, Lu Ning instantly realized that her purpose was not the photo, but the terminal with a crow pattern on the phone interface before opening the camera.
Sorry, no.
Lu Ning quickly cooperated and began to act. Okay, according to our investigation, you guys are new to Danma, so your suspicion is not high. Please leave a contact number. If we need to contact you for anything, please cooperate. Okay. Lu Ning followed suit, took a piece of notepaper, wrote down a string of numbers, and handed it to the female police officer. Although no one knew why a murder case could be tried so hastily, Lu Ning was released soon, but there was no sign of the other three people. She gave the policewoman her own mobile phone number, not the terminal's communication number. Soon a text message popped up on her phone. My name is LV Binging, are you Crow? Lu Ning, Distribution Center. Okay, I and the male police officer are both, but our mission identities are slightly different. Can you explain your mission? We are looking for cooperation. Sorry, this is a secret testing site, so I can't talk nonsense. It's a pity. No matter what, Danma hides a huge secret. Since you don't want to talk about it, I can't tell you too much. When you go back, search for Danma 4 years of curse reincarnation, and maybe we'll find something that will interest you. Thanks. After this sentence, there was no reply. Lu Ning also knew about the so-called curse of reincarnation, but she didn't expect the police to take it so seriously. Among the 10 strange events, the curse of reincarnation is not ranked high, but the content is quite interesting. Since about 20 years ago, there have been foreign tourists disappearing in Danma City every 4 years. For this reason, the city has repeatedly emphasized the dangers of traveling in the mountains. Bubbles kept coming out of the black quagmire. Human corpses were soaked in the rotten mud with a faint green color. The procession was like zombies, and they walked into the death zone one after another until their bodies were covered by mud. Overlooking all this, Lu Ning could not feel any fear or sadness, as if all this was natural. When I opened my eyes, there was already bright light outside, and even with the curtains blocking the view, I still felt a little hot. The air conditioner had stopped due to the timer. Considering that Danma was still quite cool in the morning and evening, it was probably already noon. Lu Ning didn't know why she was so tired, and she couldn't remember much of the nightmare just now. She rubbed her eyes, unplugged the charging plug of the mobile phone on the bedside table. The battery of the mobile phone in this test field has returned to normal, so charging is also necessary, and glanced at it. More than 20 messages. Most of them were from Chum Wuling, who didn't seem to care why there was no reply, and just sent over the messages she received. There were 2 messages from Xu Xinghua, both about the time and place, but not about what happened. July 12th, 10 a.m., in the 3rd conference room on the 4th floor of Danma Daily Building. July 14th, 9 p.m., box number 3 on the 2nd floor of Hongxiu Opera Theater. Today is July 8th. Lu Ning had not made any plans to go there. Although the message was sent by Xu Xinghua, the trust between them was not that strong. She also had to consider whether the other party had a hostile identity towards her. Chum Wuling's information was much more useful. Not only did he have a list of all the real power holders in Danma, but He also had information about the origin, preparations, and related projects of the Frost Day celebration. The most useful information was about the test site. The two camps that have been confirmed are the Seekers and the Explorers. Their missions are unknown, and whether they are hostile or not is unknown. The Seekers seem to have the largest number of people. Although it was only the simplest faction information, Luning would not forget the name of this test site, Seekers of the Holy Scripture. As for the Explorers, it seems that they are in opposition to the Secrets. But since Secrets can only fight alone, wouldn't it be much more difficult for them to face people from the same camp? Or will the missions of the other camp also limit the possibility of joining forces? Things seem to be getting more and more interesting. Lu Ning jumped out of bed, changed her clothes, and quickly left the room. She's going to 3 places today: Avery Cathedral, the Clock Memorial, and the Danmar Historical Museum. These 3 places are directly related to the top 10 strange rumors in Danmar. Avery Cathedral corresponds to the rapidly declining crime rate here in recent years. As a place with local gangs and various forces intertwined, Danmar has always been chaotic, but in recent years, Avery Cathedral has become famous for its extremely high probation rate. It seems that many evil people have never done evil again after being forced or curious to go to the church to confess. The Clock Museum corresponds to the rumor of the cursed clock. Among the various clocks collected in the museum, there is a clock that can make people lose their sense of time. This distortion even interferes with reality and causes many incomprehensible phenomena. It is unknown where the cursed clock is, but it is definitely in the museum. The Legend of Danmar History Museum is the deleted blank history. Although there are written records of Danmar's history since its founding, in fact these records are incomplete. Part of the history has been deleted in some way, not only from the records, but also from people's memory. The only place that still records those historical fragments is Danmar History Museum. These urban legend-like rumors might just be a topic of idle chat among others, but since they were mentioned on the envelope addressed to me, it meant that at least most of them were real. When Lu Ning was about to leave, she saw a blue cloth package on the table. Did she have a nightmare last night? Xu Xingrua is now sitting in her room. He had never experienced the status of a superstar when he was alive, but now he was experiencing it. In order to prepare for the Frost Day celebration, Mayor Danmar invited 5 well-known celebrities in the domestic entertainment industry to come to Wenhai, and Xu Xingrua, an amphibious star in music, film, and television, became one of the 5 unlucky guys. That's right. Poor unlucky guy. As VIPs, the 5 stars and their entourage were naturally treated to the highest standards, and their accommodation was an apartment-style hotel. Both the itinerary and the remuneration were extremely satisfactory until Xu Xingrua discovered the various surveillance devices in the room. She also understands that some TV shows would use this method to create unexpected highlights, but she is not participating in a reality show. Eavesdropping devices, hidden cameras, and many other small devices whose purpose she couldn't identify were scattered throughout the room, including private areas such as the toilet and bathroom. Xu Xingrua realized almost instantly that this was not a situation that she could complain about. After she found an excuse to visit several other celebrities, she found that they were also being monitored. These are the text messages that were sent out before. Who is the other party? What does he want to do? Xu Xingrua didn't think it was a kidnapping or something like that. With her current status, the itinerary was clearly published on the internet. If something happened, Danmar would definitely not be peaceful. And since she settled down last night, she only got a rehearsal plan and an itinerary. It was an agent who opened up the situation. The young man named Han Een was the agent of another star, but he secretly slipped her a business card during dinner. This business card not only had the usual contact information, but also a phone number. "My name is Han Een, and I'm a mystery seeker like you." This was the first sentence the other party said after the two found an opportunity to be alone. Xu Xingrua, don't be nervous. The reason I'm sure it's you is because my prompt message contains the names of all 6 of us explorers. Han Een was a young man who looked very serious, and his words seemed quite credible. All? To make a long story short, we have to cooperate. Now, you probably find yourself under full surveillance, but our agent doesn't have that problem. You are the only one among the 5 stars that I can confirm as a tourist, and your identity is also very important. Do you know the reason?
Xu Xinghua asked.
I don't know either. Now I can only confirm that this is a measure arranged by Donma. In addition, not only the room but also your main activity venues in the future have been equipped with surveillance measures. Xu Xinghua was not panicked after hearing this, but nodded thoughtfully.
Why?
Have you found any reason in your identity background for you to be monitored? That's a secret. Xu Xinghua smiled slightly, but I can tell you that at least my situation is not that bad right now. What's important now is your activities, if I'm not mistaken, in the next 1 or 2 days. Whether you can contact the outside world will be the key to success or failure. Han frowned and suddenly realized, yes, the information we got is too fragmented. This test site needs information integration. More than that, I think our identities are also very important. Not just you and me, but everyone. The information we have and the level of information we can obtain are different, but the more important point about you is that you are now my only channel for transmitting information to the outside world. Not for the general public, but for tourists.
But this is a camp testing ground.
Han was still a little hesitant. The prerequisite for winning or losing is to survive. Since you already know the list of our camp, you have no choice but to take on the task of contacting them. Xu Xinghua said immediately. You can put the information aside for now. The key issue now is to determine who is in a more dangerous situation. Xu Xinghua had suffered losses before and was extremely wary of such things.
I see.
Avery Cathedral. The Western-style church was not particularly out of place in Donma. When Luning arrived outside the church, she found that there were really a lot of people here. Those who were taking photos with their mobile phones and cameras were tourists from other places, while more locals walked directly into the church. 2 young girls in nun uniforms stood at the door, handing out small loaves of bread wrapped in paper bags. Through the bustling crowd, one could vaguely see the large cathedral inside and the light shining through the colored fragments of glass. A pious and holy chorus melody entered her ears. Although she could not understand the content, just listening to this hymn made Luning feel comfortable. Even the scorching sun above her head became much milder. This is a very special place. Luning followed the crowd in. The decoration inside the church was just like what she had seen in movies and TV shows before, with a solemn and religious atmosphere. The white decorative columns on both sides were engraved with patterns that seemed to be gods, and the walls were painted with huge mysterious runes in gold and silver. If you looked at it for a while, you would even feel as if your mind was being absorbed. In front of the altar in the front of the church stood a young priest with blonde hair and blue eyes. Rows of benches were already filled with believers who came to listen. There were also some nuns and monks scattered around, with pious and expectant looks on their faces. In such an atmosphere, the people who came in just to visit couldn't help but lower their voices and movements. Luning was not affected by this atmosphere. She stood behind a decorative column and looked carefully. She found 2 people in the shadows in the corner, looking at the pastor. They were wearing sportswear that made it easy for them to move around, but Luning could not see their faces clearly. Today is not Sunday, and the afternoon is not usually a time for worship. The blonde priest led everyone in singing hymns and praying, then smiled at everyone, bowed, and walked toward a side door. Someone sitting on the bench suddenly stood up, holding the paper bag distributed at the door with an excited look on his face, and followed the priest into the side door. When Luning came in, she also received a small loaf of bread. She immediately took it out and opened the paper bag and found a number inside the bag. 47. Girl, did you get it? Suddenly, an old man's voice came from beside her. Luning shuddered slightly, turned her head and saw an old man with white hair and beard, followed by 7 or 8 strong men in black suits. The girl from the Een family, who she met on the street yesterday, was holding the old man's arm. At this point, Luning guessed the origins of these people and immediately put on a respectful look. Just curious, old man, can you tell me what this number means? The old man laughed. It's nothing, just a lottery. Draw lots? Luning pretended to be confused. The confessional here is packed every day. People say that those who leave here feel reborn. Avery Church only has so many people, so we had to make this decision by drawing lots. 50 places a day. Lu Ning's mouth twitched. This is really unheard of. It's not easy for Paradel. He led the remaining few people in the church to develop this place into such a prosperous place. But how many people nowadays truly believe in these things? They just want to cover up what they did before under the name of confession and cleansing their sins. The old man let out a long sigh. You just should believe it, right? The late priest was my old friend. The old man smiled kindly. The past is always something that we old people can't forget. I'm talking to you only because I have an unreasonable request. You go ahead. Lu Ning said.
My.
Junior, if you want to quit, you must confess your sins here and take an oath before you can leave according to the rules we set. If you have no intention of using the number in your hand, why not give it to him? It will be a favor to you. As the old man spoke, he pointed to a bodyguard with a scar on his face behind him. Lu Ning immediately handed the paper bag in her hand over. You're too polite to ask for favors. I'm just here for fun. Please take it, old man. Thank you very much. I am Een Han from the Een family. If you need my help, you can go to any store with the Een seal on the sign at the door and find their boss. After that, the old man took the paper bag, handed it to the bodyguard, and gave him a few instructions. The man thanked him profusely and took the bag and ran to line up. The old man turned around and let go of the girl beside him, smiling and walking to the bench to rest, leaving the girl staring at Lu Ning, not knowing what to say. I saw you last night. If it was just to find a topic, Lu Ning would still do it. Really? Last night.
Oh.
The girl seemed to have thought of something and scratched her head. I was just going to a place last night, and only one minor incident happened. Never mind. My name is Een Luo. What's yours? Yem Lu Ning. Come to Danma to play? I guess so. My grandfather was stationed at the border when he was a soldier. He stayed in Danma for a while. Now I am revisiting the place on his behalf. Descendants of soldiers? They are worthy of respect. Een Luo nodded slightly. The old barracks is located 30 kilometers west of Danma. It is now blocked. If you want to go and have a look, you can walk around outside. Old barracks? Een Luo lowered his voice when he heard Lu Ning's question. The place where the UFO crashed was witnessed was nearby. Later, the inspection team and special forces sent by the country blocked the old barracks and the surrounding areas. It was so secretive that even we didn't know what happened there. The blockade has not been lifted yet. The soldiers patrolling there never communicate with us, and we don't know what they are covering up. Lu Ning didn't expect to accidentally learn information from 50 years ago here. Is it strange? If there really is something that has remained there for so many years, it means it cannot be moved. Soldiers are replaced every 5 years to ensure they don't get acquainted with the locals. All in all, it's not a good place. If you want to see it, just take a few photos from a distance and don't get close. This warning was still ringing in Lu Ning's ears when she walked out of the church. Een Luo seemed to be afraid that she would get close to that place, but this behavior itself was very suspicious. Why did she specifically ask for it? Just as she walked out of the door, a chill rose from behind. Lu Ning turned around suddenly and found that 2 people in the crowd were staring at her with cold eyes. It was the 2 people who had been hiding in the shadows before. A man and a woman, both wearing hooded sweaters, which looked a bit strange in this hot weather. Both of them had the emblem of church staff pinned on their chests, but it was impossible to tell from their appearance. Suddenly, the man made a mouthful of words to Lu Ning. It was hard to tell what he said, but one could tell from his expression that he was threatening. But in this way, Lu Ning was no longer panicked. She compared the expression of the woman next to her with the still indifferent one and had already made up her mind. This church, that there is indeed something wrong with it. Since Lu Ning had no intention of sightseeing, she just took a quick look at the memorial hall. It was still early in the morning, enough time for her to go to the History Museum for another look. As we passed the downtown commercial street, a video began playing simultaneously on the promotional screens of several buildings, starting with the Frost Day celebration 30 years ago, which was recorded in video and quickly switched images and numbers all the way to this year. As digital fireworks exploded, several stars appeared on the screen at the same time, followed by wonderful clips of preparations in various areas. In short, the message was that everything was going well, and everyone could look forward to it. People walking on the street stopped to watch and cheer. Lu Ning also stopped, took out her cell phone, and turned on the recording function. The promotional video was only 15 minutes long. Lu Ning waited for a while. After 15 minutes, it was replayed again. This time she was well prepared and recorded the entire promotional video. I just wonder how many people around her who are holding up their mobile phones and cameras are like her? Lu Ning left quietly. When we returned to Phoenix Stone Hotel from the History Museum with nothing to show for it, a fierce quarrel was taking place in the lobby. After just one day, Yi Fei and Song Baogua could no longer stand Yuan Shi. Could you please not be so high profile? High profile? Who was taken away by the police car last night. Isn't that force majeure? Or is it our responsibility? Yi Fei glared at Yuan Shi with a red face and thick neck, and the other party did not show any weakness, glaring back with his hands inserted and a proud face. If Song Baogua and Xiao Shifan had not held them back, the two would have had to fight. The quarrel seemed to have just broken out, and the hotel manager quickly rushed over, asked a few questions in a low voice, and then helped to persuade the two of them, finally calming down their emotions a little. Lu Ning was watching the excitement from the side, and was also a little curious about how they quarreled. Lu Ning had already guessed the identities of these people. Although Yi Fei and Song Baogua were dressed well, their words and actions did not match their clothes. It was the first time that Yuan Shi saw them, so she could not comment. Xiao Shifan was simply held back by the two of them. But this doesn't mean that Yi Fei and Song Baogua are incompetent. Even if they have only experienced one test field, Lu Ning will not look down on anyone who survived, especially. Many of these people must have survived more than one test field, which is even more of a skill. As Yi Fei and Song Baogua boarded the elevator and left, the group seemed to have completely broken up. Xiao Shifan was still with Yuan Shi. Both of them looked a little unhappy, and under the manager's persuasion, they walked out of the door to relax, and the lobby slowly returned to its original order. When the manager was about to leave, Lu Ning hurried over and asked, "Manager, what happened here just now?"
Well,
"I can't say anything about the guests, but we can just persuade the wealthy family." The manager played Tai Chi tactfully. "Thank you." Lu Ning thanked her and left, leaving the confused manager without knowing what she was thanking him for. Back in the room, Lu Ning took out her laptop from her luggage and began to transfer the videos on her phone to the computer, while also looking up a name.
Shun Wenhao,
professor of history at Nanxiang University, a key figure in the academic school, has published many research papers on folk festivals, vocal music and dance, and social structure. He came to Danma to experience the Frost Day festival 4 years ago and lost contact with her. The disappearance of a professor was not a trivial matter at the time, and his family also posted a lot of messages asking for help on the internet. However, time quickly covered up the matter, and now everyone has probably given up. Who would have thought that this person would fall into an elevator in an inexplicable way 4 years later, and both the manner and cause of death became a mystery? Lu Ning opened the notebook and recorded the situation of Shun Wenhao in her memory. Honestly speaking, I thought that 40 days would be enough time to search for clues, but the show of force on this first day made Lu Ning feel a murderous intent coming from the entire test field. After the video was copied, Lu Ning downloaded an editing software, loaded it, and began to study the content frame by frame. Of course, she saw Xu Xingrua appear in the video, but more important was the historical clip about the Frost Day celebration. Another night passed without any nightmares. Lu Ning got up early, put on her backpack, and walked out of the room. Today she planned to go for a walk in the mountains and take a look at the cannibal cave that people had said was so magical. This cave is located near a cliff deep in the mountains and forests, with few animals around. Once, a brave person went in to take a look, but after only a few dozen meters he found a large number of animal and human bones and immediately did not dare to go deeper. This description spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100, and gradually became the legend of the Cannibal Cave. Naturally, this is also one of the 10 strange events. This time when they went downstairs, A group of people had already gathered in the hall. Xiao Shifan was talking to Yuan Shi, and when he saw Lu Ning coming over from the corner of his eye, he raised his hand and said hello. Hi, I didn't scare you that day, did I?
No.
Lu Ning nodded in response. She glanced around and found that in addition to Xiao Shifan and Yuan Shi, there were also the 3 young men following the ghost and a middle-aged man in camouflage clothes. We plan to go up the mountain today. It would be even better if we have the opportunity to go hunting. Are you interested? When Xiao Shifan saw Lu Ning looking at him and the others, he extended an invitation. Lu Ning glanced at Yuan Shi and asked hesitantly, Will it be inconvenient? We will share the guide fee. If you join us, you can pay less. One of the young men said immediately. Yuan Shi also nodded and said, I heard that the mountains are not peaceful recently. We are also planning to have more people go. That's why it's not peaceful. Besides, I can't take so many people with me. The middle-aged man in camouflage suddenly spoke up with a heavy accent. I can't take care of it with more people. You have to take care of your own safety. You don't have to worry about safety. Yuan Shi patted her bag and said, Just give us a warning. Seeing her action, Lu Ning thought for a moment and said, Well, I'm planning to go up the mountain today as well. Sorry to bother you all. A girl joined in, and several young men warmly welcomed her. They introduced themselves on the way. The first one who tried to test the waters in the hotel was called Fei Yunwei. He was cynical and eccentric. The tall and thin one with glasses was named Gao Yunji. He had a sharp tongue but was very nice to women and seemed to be a calm person. The last one who was always smiling was called Lu Chang'an. He spoke in a gentle and soft voice and was the most handsome among the 3. He seemed to have received a good education and had an outstanding temperament. After getting to know each other, the group took a car to the foot of the mountain. There are not many steep mountains in Danma, but there are many forests. The undulating mountains connected together also form a very special environment. The difficulty of climbing is no less than climbing a mountain. When the sun was approaching noon, the 7 people walked into the area that could be called a forest. At the suggestion of the guide, they stopped and started to eat lunch. Director Zhong, there must have been a lot of people coming to Danma in recent years. Why hasn't there been a proper road built on the mountain yet? Fei Yunwei started talking to the guide as soon as he sat down. I'm used to walking on mountain roads. The gentle slopes are not dangerous. Director Zhong seemed very proud of being a local. He was beaming with joy when he talked about it. You guys from other places lack exercise. You start to feel tired after climbing 700 to 800 meters. Hey, Director Zhong, you know we don't usually go hiking. This is our first time in the undeveloped deep mountains and forests. You have to guide us well. Okay, there aren't any ferocious beasts here. It's safe. Is it safe? Lu Ning glanced at the few wisps of black air not far away and remained silent. Fei Yunwei's personality is very suitable for chatting with people. Lu Chang'an helped to guide the topic subtly, and soon they talked about the strange things on the mountain. When mentioning the rumors about the cannibal cave, Director Zhong looked disdainful. It's just a beast cave. So many people are afraid of it. I have been in it once. Really? What's going on in there? There's a stench in there. Maybe there's a wild animal in there. Director Zhong waved his hand. But no one has seen it for so many years. I'm afraid there must be another way out. Xiao Shifan and Yuan Shi looked at each other and nodded imperceptibly. At the same time, Lu Ning suddenly felt the dark air around her thicken, and she immediately became alert. At the same time, there was a rustling sound in the bushes, and the people present were all on high alert. As soon as they heard the noise, several people jumped up.
Bang!
An axe flew over and nailed into the tree. Although it was still more than a meter away from its original target, Gao Yunji, it was enough to show that the axe had bad intentions. What are you doing? Director Zhong cried out in surprise, but no one paid any attention to him. More than a dozen people wearing gas masks and loose hooded mountaineering clothes emerged from the bushes in all directions, holding weapons such as axes and hatchets in their hands, and began to slowly approach them. Who are you? Fei Yunwei shouted, but received no response. He had made preparations before going out, and had a saber in his hand, but who knew he would be surrounded by more than a dozen people? Then again, Why would he be surrounded by unknown people when he went up the mountain? Stay away. Gao Yunji reached out and pulled the axe down, raised it, and threatened loudly. As a man holding a hammer approached, he swung the axe and chopped at him.
Zang!
With a crisp sound, the opponent raised the hammer, and the metal handle just blocked the attack of the axe. Then he pushed forward with force, pushing Gao Yunji back 2 steps, raised his hand, and swung the hammer down. They're going to kill people. Lu Ning's eyes were slightly stern. The appearance of this group of strange people was extremely abrupt, and they came with the intention of killing people from the beginning. It can almost be concluded that they are related to the main line of the whole incident. At this moment, a gunshot was heard. Xiao Shifan and Yuan Shi pulled out their pistols at some point. Xiao Shifan fired first and hit the man who attacked Gao Yunji directly in the head. A spray of blood splashed out, and the man fell down without a sound. Then Yuan Shi pointed his gun at the rest of the people who had gathered around him. When he found that they did not move, he immediately opened fire. The hot weapons instantly reversed the power advantage of both sides. After 6 people were shot and killed in a row, the crowd began to retreat as if they had received some instructions, leaving behind several corpses. By this time the guide was terrified. Check it out. Yuan Shi carefully moved the nearest corpse with his gun and shouted to the others.
Wait.
Lu Ning raised her hand to stop Yuan Shi, picked up a thicker branch, and scratched the corpse's face, easily peeling off the gas mask. No, it was more like the mask fell off by itself than Lu Ning pulled it off. The person inside had turned into a pool of meat paste, with white and red tissues mixed together, emitting an unpleasant stench, and there was not even a bone in it. What is this? Fei Yunwei was also shocked when he saw this scene. Lu Ning rubbed the stick with some meat paste on the grass twice. The grass turned yellow and withered. She immediately threw the stick aside and shook her hand in disgust. Yuan Shi walked a few steps away with lingering fear. Just as she was about to speak, she heard a scream behind her. Several people turned around and saw Director Zhong being hugged by a hooded man. A lot of meat paste flowed out from the gap between the hood and the mask, directly pouring on Director Zhong's head and face, accompanied by a terrible sizzling sound. In just a moment, the man fell to the ground, leaving only a slow, twitching body.
Hey,
This guy is not dead yet? Fei Yunwei looked around at the corpses with a pale face, fearing that one of them would suddenly move. Check it, fix it. Xiao Shifan hadn't finished his words when Director Zhong's body suddenly bounced up from the ground. A large amount of flesh slowly gathered on his head, which had been corroded to white bones. An extremely miserable roar came from his torn throat. He could actually still walk slowly towards the crowd in this way. Even though everyone present had experienced many strange events, such a scene still made them feel creepy. Xiao Shifan immediately raised his gun and pointed it at the body, which was unknown whether it was dead or alive, and shot it. After it fell down, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Are they all dead? Fei Yunwei asked. Lu Ning poked them one by one with a branch, confirming that none of them moved. I knew there was something wrong with this place. Gao Yunji snorted coldly, walked to Director Zhong's body with an axe in hand, picked off the hoodie, which had only some meat paste left inside, revealing the extremely miserable corpse underneath. Let's be frank. We all came from the gathering place, right? Yuan Shi lowered his gun-holding hand, but his expression was still alert. Originally, everyone had their own reasons for not wanting to make it clear, but now that we have confirmed that we are being targeted by something, we should form an alliance. If we continue to disperse like this, we might all die. Ha, I was waiting for you to say that. Gao Yunji agreed readily. We are seekers. I wonder if we are in the same camp as you guys? Even if it's a confrontational mission, the prerequisite is survival. Holding on to the prejudice of one camp can easily hurt others and yourself. But we are also seekers, and I believe we don't have any fundamental conflicts of interest. After Yuan Shi finished speaking, he turned his head and looked at Lu Ning. I'm a mystery seeker. The moment Lu Ning opened her mouth, she said something that stunned everyone. I'm sorry to say that I'm in a different camp from yours. I belong to the minority camp, but this identity doesn't necessarily conflict with you. It's okay for us to cooperate temporarily. We have another way. Gao Yanji's expression suddenly changed, and he raised his axe and pointed it at Lu Ning. Killing you is also a good option. It seems that people who have experienced the test field several times have become more suspicious of others. This thought flashed through Lu Ning's mind, but her expression did not change. That makes sense, but compared to someone like me who reveals his identity, it would be more troublesome if someone among you hides his identity, right? What do you mean? Xiao Shifan frowned. Although the Seekers are the largest faction at the moment, what is the probability that all 5 of you are Seekers? Do you really believe in such coincidences? But it is a fact that you are not in the same camp as us. Gao Yunji said. What did Yuan, she just say? Survival comes first. Let me make an inference. As the majority camp, each of you actually has the least amount of intelligence. On the contrary, I may have a lot of relevant information in my hands. Possible? It's not like I don't have teammates.
Lu Ning smilade.
Do you think that while you can infer that others are tourists from the distribution center, I can also infer your identities? If I fail to meet up with my teammates on time, do you think you can easily avoid the revenge in secret? No evidence. Xiao Shifan said, You said there is no conflict between your mission and ours. We can't believe it. It seems that the cooperation we talked about before was all a lie. What a pity. That's not a lie. Yuan, she said, I hope to reach a temporary cooperation, but I don't want anyone to stab me in the back. I need a proof the weapons are in your hands. Lu Ning raised his hand. I don't have anything that can be used as a weapon. My advantage lies in information. I also try to trade with you with this, but some people are too suspicious. The morning of July 9th was not peaceful. After Xu Xingrua and several other stars participated in the first rehearsal, they had lunch at a local restaurant. This would have been nothing special, but when Xu Xingrua happened to look out the window, he discovered a black fog rising over the distant mountains and forests. What's going on there? As Xu Xingrua pointed out, several other stars also looked over. Is it on fire? It's summer now, so wildfires are more likely to occur. A male movie star laughed. Don't worry, mountain cities like this have experience in dealing with wildfires, so it won't hinder us. But that's not smoke, is it? It looks more like fog. Another female star who was a little timid disagreed. Should we ask the organizer? It's a safety hazard. An assistant was sent out and was quickly informed. There were tourists having a picnic in the mountains, and the follow-up was not properly handled. The fire is not serious and will be solved soon. Don't worry. The male movie star laughed as if he had guessed it right, and the others were relieved. Except Xu Xingrua. The black fog had not been there for long, and the response was that it would be resolved soon, which meant that it had not been resolved yet. In that case, how did they know the cause of the fire? Neither the speed of response nor the details were right. Although she felt a little anxious inside, Xu Xingrua still had a relaxed look on her face. She chatted with everyone inconspicuously while quietly observing the fog on the mountain. After about 5 minutes, the black fog disappeared and everything returned to calm. Xu Xingrua picked up the wine glass and pressed the emergency call button on the mobile phone in his pocket while drinking and cut off the call after 5 seconds. At the same time, Han Yin, who was in the lobby outside, took his mobile phone and made an apologetic expression to several agents around him, then left the table to answer the phone. The target he wanted to communicate with was another explorer, a reporter from Donma Daily named Shen Xinhua. He had already confirmed the identities of several other explorers before, and this one was easier for him to contact. As the other party's identity, the amount of information he could access was much greater than that of a foreigner like himself. Although the other party still had doubts about his identity, he still agreed to cooperate with Han Yin's efforts. Mountain fire this time was naturally in the news. When the call was connected, Shen Xinhua was already driving to the scene. The situation is unknown. Before Han Yin could speak, Shen Xinhua told her side of the situation. The newspaper received the news about 10 minutes ago. I took the initiative to ask for the opportunity to go to the scene for an interview. The police and firefighters were also dispatched, but it was impossible to arrive at the scene now. However, the black smoke has disappeared. Be safe. Another ally warned me that something is very wrong. Shin Shinua was waiting for the red light and couldn't help but chuckle when she heard Han Yin's words. Han Yin, how many test sites have you passed? 2 games, any questions? The female reporter flipped her long hair, saw the traffic light turn green, put into gear, released the clutch, and slowly started the car. I have gone through 4 games, and the biggest realization I have is that if you don't face these things actively, you can only die in ignorance. So, even if I may die, I have to be an understanding person.
Us.
I don't mean to blame you, but since you have enough free time, there is no need to waste it on boring social activities. Pretend to be sick, or find a reason to fall out with others. In short, don't stay in one place. The way is come out on your own. Why are you suddenly telling me this? Ha, you want others to live. Do you need a reason? I need teammates who can help. Can you be that person? Shin Shinua drove the car out of the city and turned into a side road. We will help you as much as we can. We are one camp. Han Yin is still a bit naive. He has only experienced 2 games and does not have a clear concept of confrontational scenes, but this is a good thing for Shin Shinua. There is no lack of malice and conspiracy in this intrigue scene, but it should also be tempered by some trust and kindness. She hummed happily and drove on the winding mountain road. She raised her head slightly and saw in the rearview mirror that the roof of the car was obviously dented a little, as if something heavy had fallen down. Immediately afterwards, 2 hooded men wearing gas masks suddenly appeared on the road ahead, blocking the middle of the road with fire axes in their hands. This doesn't work anymore. Shin Shinua stepped on the accelerator. The speed of the car increased instead of decreasing, reaching over 80 in an instant, and rushed towards the 2 hooded men. The collision between a person and a car did not make a huge sound. Instead, it made a puff sound as if it hit a bag filled with liquid. The car with the 2 hooded men continued unabated and made a loud noise. It hit the guardrail with a sound of braking, and pus mixed with various colors of blue, white, red, and yellow was squeezed out from the gaps in the clothes of the 2 hooded men and sprayed all over the windshield. Shin Shinua reached out and lifted the backpack on the passenger seat, then took out a pry bar from under the seat, opened the door, and got out of the car. The object that hit the roof of the car has been thrown down more than 10 meters. It is also a hooded man, and now he is struggling to get up. Shin Shinua saw that bubbles were gradually emerging from the meat on the car body, and he immediately understood that the body fluids of these monsters were poisonous or acidic, so he ran along the road towards the mountain. After confirming that there was indeed a problem on the mountain, Shin Shinua became even more excited. As a veteran who has passed 4 test fields, she has accumulated enough points, and she does not hesitate to spend part of it to improve her physical fitness and fighting skills. Even if the opponent is a superhuman monster, she does not believe in herself at all. No ability to resist. And the experience of many near-death encounters also told her that if she chooses to leave now, there are some things she will never know. After walking along the mountain road for less than a quarter of an hour, she turned into a dense forest. She found the direction based on her previous memory and soon found traces of someone passing through a bush area. At the same time, 2 figures suddenly emerged from behind the tree on the opposite side. Shin Shinua hid behind the tree, poked her head out slightly, and found that they were 2 people dressed as hunters. They were both around 40 years old, with big shoulders and round waists.
Each held a shotgun in their hands.
Little girl, stop hiding. We are not bad people. A man wearing a bamboo hat on the left lowered his gun and raised his hand to show that he had no ill intentions. My name is Li Zhongxin, and I am a hunter on the mountain. Wang Zhongxiang is also an Orion. The man with a short beard next to him also put away his gun. Are you really hunters?
I was attacked by strange people just now at the foot of the mountain.
Do you know what happened? Shin Shinua shouted loudly.
How could we know that you were attacked?
The mountain is not very safe recently. It's not good for you, little girl, to go up the mountain alone.
Li Zhongxin raplia. Can you take me down the mountain?
Shin Shinua asked tentatively. The 2 men looked at each other, and Li Zhongxin replied, It's not impossible, but we have to hunt today. Do you think you would like to walk with us for a while first? Hunting? I can pay you, and it won't be less than this day, right? Little girl, you don't trust us. Have you brought your mobile phone? The signal on the mountain is still good. You can call someone to pick you up. Li Zhongxin suggested. Shen Xinhua pondered for a moment and sent a message to Hanin. After receiving the other party's reply, she walked out from behind the tree, and the three of them walked up the mountain together. The cannibal cave looks like an ordinary cave. However, the surrounding area is dead silent. Not only are there no birds singing or cicadas chirping, but even the sound of wind blowing through the treetops has disappeared. If it weren't for the fact that people could still hear each other talking, it would be like a world without sound. Such anomalies undoubtedly further proved that there was a problem here. After Lu Ning confirmed that the cave was indeed a cannibal cave, no one dared to go in and take a look. Exploration and seeking death are two different things. Fei Yunwei said confidently, "A place like this looks like a place where one is bound to die. Either we all go, or none of us go. We're all in. If something goes wrong, who will be responsible for sending the message?" Yuan Shi turned on the flashlight and shone it inside. Xiao Shifan took out two button-type walkie-talkies from his backpack, handed one to Yuan Shi, pinned it on his collar, and was the first to go into the cave. As a result, the three young men felt a little embarrassed. Then I'll go in too and take care of things. Lu Chang'an smiled at Yuan Shi and followed Xiao Shifan's steps into the cave. Lu Ning leaned against a tree and did not express any opinion. The other people basically ignored her. As long as there was no unusual movement from such a person who they didn't know whether she was a friend or an enemy, they would just ignore her. However, they were probably on guard in their hearts. At this time, in Lu Ning's eyes, the female ghost did not follow Lu Chang'an into the cave. She probably followed one of Gao Yunji and Fei Yunwei. The female ghost's expression is gradually becoming anxious, and the evil spirit on her body is getting stronger. Although it cannot be felt by others, it is beginning to linger around the people around her. Suddenly, there was the sound of someone pushing away the grass from behind, and the people who had just been attacked immediately put on a vigilant posture. Shen Xinhua and the two hunters also saw several people at the same time. "Hey! Wait, we are humans, not beasts." Li Zhongxin shouted quickly. "Are you tourists lost in the mountains? We are just here to have fun." Yuan Shi did not put down the gun. "Who are you?" For most tourists who are still at the first level, the word run has become a subconscious instinct, even for newcomers like Lu Ning. Everyone present immediately fled in the direction they saw, without even caring about the lives of the two people in the cave. Within a dozen seconds, the cave entrance was empty. Lu Ning took this opportunity to sneak into the jungle, took out her phone, hastily edited a message, and sent it to Qin Wuling, and began to run down the hillside. Unexpectedly, after running a few hundred meters, the sky above her head suddenly became dark. A creepy feeling of terror went straight into people's hearts. Lu Ning raised his head from where he was squatting behind a tree. At this moment, he felt a sharp pain in his eyes. She immediately noticed a problem. The advantage of this identity is that you can see things that ordinary people cannot see, but it also has a side effect, which is that you will see things that you shouldn't see. Chaotic meteors mixed with countless colors streaked across the sky, tearing the blue sky into countless tiny fragments. Where the meteors passed, black objects of the same incomprehensible composition emerged, exacerbating the erosion of the sky. In just a few seconds, blood began to flow from Lu Ning's eyes. The power of the eyes was exhausted, and the scene just now seemed to be just an illusion. After Lu Ning closed her eyes and opened them again, the sky was still as clear and blue as before, and there was no monster. But she still felt cold in her heart. It was some kind of creature, or a certain group. Lu Ning didn't know if they were the real monsters on the mountain, but that was undoubtedly a goal that she couldn't reach at the moment. If the mission this time required confronting a monster like that, no one would be able to escape. After she relaxed a little, Lu Ning felt a cool sensation on her face. She wiped it and found that her hands were stained with blood. Strangely enough, with so much blood flowing out of her eyes, she not only did not feel any pain or vision loss, but she could see the scene more clearly. At this moment, a message sounded from the cell phone. Chum Willing's reply was quick. Monsters definitely exist, but there are more weird things in the whole Danma. Who created the monsters? They are definitely not natural things. In the next few days, you should try to move around in the city and investigate the Danma Central Hospital. You should get something. Lu Ning was a little surprised, but a strange movement immediately attracted her attention. Not far from him, a forest under the hillside suddenly parted, and a man emerged. It was the woman in the trio who appeared before. Since she suddenly dispersed without saying anything, Lu Ning didn't pay much attention to her. However, just the brief contact before gave her a high probability of confirming the identity of the other party. It is a distribution center for tourists. Just when Lu Ning was about to step forward, the other party raised the camera hanging on his chest and took a picture at the sky. Immediately, she was also discovered. You are the person who was at the entrance of the cave just now. Shen Xinyu saw Lu Ning and just smiled slightly. Are you a tourist from out of town? Distribution center. Lu Ning said directly. Shen Xinyue's face condensed slightly, and her professional smile disappeared immediately. You are also… Wait, how did you know? We'll talk about this later. Did you see something? Just now, something flew by in the sky. Can you see it? Shen Xinyu showed a somewhat shocked expression. How can I give you such great convenience? What is your identity? Not an illusion. Seeing that Lu Ning's face was slightly unhappy, Shen Xinyu thought for a while, picked up the camera, and called up the photos taken before. I followed the photos all the way, and only through the camera can I record those things. How about it? Do you want to take a look? Are you a secret explorer? Lu Ning asked instead of going over. It seems that you are no longer a mystery explorer. My name is Shen Xinyu. I am indeed a mystery explorer, with a good defensive mentality. Shen Xinyu put down the camera and resumed her smile. Let's talk about cooperation. I don't think our mission is conflict. The fact that you can travel with so many people also proves that your camp has no restrictions on acting alone. How about working together before falling out? Shen Xinyue's performance is undoubtedly that of an experienced veteran. It seems that it is normal for him to speak directly about cooperation and betrayal. However, this is probably the person Lu Ning will face in the future. As he gets higher and higher, no one in this class can simply survive, and no one takes these things seriously. Conditions for cooperation. Lu Ning narrowed her eyes and said, I was attacked by unknown humanoid monsters on the way here. Although they should be dead, I suspect there are more. These monsters are probably related to the monsters in the sky. I work in a news agency, so naturally I am more informed, and most importantly, I'm a local. You should have investigated the monster that attacked you. But I can keep this part of the information myself to earn points instead of sharing it. You probably don't know what the final scoring criteria are, right? Shen Xinyue's words really made Lu Ning interested. As the basis for cooperation, I might as well tell you that higher scores have nothing to do with factions or survival. Your personal performance is the only thing that determines the score. Completing the mission is only the most basic score guarantee. On top of that, the number of branch lines explored, the number of truths revealed, the degree of personal identity completion, and actions that directly affect the overall situation will all be calculated into the individual's final overall score, and information is the basis of all of this in any test field. Those who have a good grasp of the information position undoubtedly have a natural advantage. Lu Ning believed that these words were basically true. She could also check the information at the distribution center, but it cost points, so she didn't go out of her way to check it. But if these were all true, it would lead to another question. Information is the biggest advantage? No, it's just to gain an advantage.
So, I don't mind sharing.
If your eyes can see those things, this is the so-called compensation. The average advantage of everyone's initial identity is equal, but this difference will lead to different results. You will understand it after you have more experience. Finally, do you want to cooperate? Shen Xinyue's strength and confidence made Lu Ning suspect that she still had many things that she had not said, but this was normal. The two did not trust each other. After exchanging terminal numbers far apart, they separated again. Shortly afterwards, Lu Ning met a rescue team and was taken out of the forest without explanation. What on earth is she doing? This is a question that Lu Ning has been thinking about in a series of previous encounters. How many camps are there in this confrontation? So far, it has been confirmed that neither the Seekers nor the Explorers have particularly aggressive tasks. The man in the church who clearly showed a threatening look to him may be able to judge that among the other camps, the secret people he is in is a camp that is born to kill each other. In this way, he has been involved in a battle between 4 camps. She didn't believe that there was no confrontation between all the camps, otherwise there would be no point in distinguishing them. However, the scope of her access was really limited, and she couldn't have a holistic understanding of what was happening in the entire city. This is completely different from the small world in the villa before. Thanks for your reply. The reporter who came to interview thanked Lu Ning and immediately rushed to the next person. Of course, Dama Daily is not the only media here. After the rescue team closed the mountain, more media came to get first-hand information. Lu Ning was the first to be sent down the mountain, and then Gao Yunji and Fei Yunwei were also brought down by the search and rescue team, followed by Yuan Shi and Xiao Shifan. This man looked a little more embarrassed, but he didn't have any embarrassing injuries. Neither Lu Chang'an nor the 3 people coming out from behind came out of the mountain. Where are you? Lu Ning couldn't help but send a message to Xin Xinhua for fear that this person would die somewhere early. I'm a reporter. I can just sneak into any interview crowd. If I want to exchange information, just bring something valuable and send it to this email address. The other party responded quickly and sent an address. What information do you have? How about 20 years of newspapers and video materials from the month before and after the Frost Day celebrations, as well as a list of 136 missing persons, including identification information? Shen Xinhua casually threw out a substantial price tag. After returning to the hotel, Lu Ning once again inquired about information about Donma's previous missing persons. After receiving the information from Shen Xinhua, she started a comparison and quickly identified more than 20 missing persons on past celebration videos. The resolution of the video taken too early is insufficient, and I don't have time to conduct such a large number of comparisons. It's better to ask someone for help. Lu Ning called Yuan Shi. Based on her status, this young lady should have no shortage of technical support. When it came to the truth behind the scenes, Yuan Shi came downstairs immediately. She does have the qualifications to call for foreign aid outside this closed world. Yuan Shi can also get help from her family. The same thing happened to Xiao Shifan. The 2 made copies of the list and images, and then contacted each other here. Lu Ning watched from the side and probably understood that this was the convenience brought to them by the status of these pursuers. They were unable to sense extraordinary situations, but they had good behind-the-scenes abilities. Everyone's initial conditions are different, but they should all be average.
Shen Xinhua is right.
Every tourist in the distribution center must have their own advantages, unless they haven't realized it yet. The comparison volume is huge, and it will take about 17 hours to complete the entire search. Yuan Shi quickly got the results. So long? The lack of clarity will require post-processing, and a large number of hours of video may even need to be compared repeatedly. Before that, let's summarize the current situation first. Xiao Shifan did not see any monsters in the cave. He just heard them. It was a cry similar to that of a human baby, but Xiao Shifan and Lu Chang'an were not stupid. The fishy smell emanating from deep inside was enough to make them turn around and run. What's more, the slight vibrations from the ground and walls directly indicated that the monster was quite large. But these are not problems, as they have seen monsters before. The key point is that the footage sent back by the miniature camera that Xiao Shifan dropped along the way only shows scenes of rocks falling and mud splashing in the cave, while there is not even a shadow of the monster that should have appeared. An invisible monster, its threat level is much higher than the strange man in the mountain. If it were not for its huge size and the noise it would make when moving, Lu Ning even suspected that Xiao Shifan and Lu Chang'an would be assassinated directly in the cave. It's tricky. Yuan Shi agreed with this. There is more than one kind of monster. Where do those weirdos usually live? There are quite a few people in Danma. Why has no one seen them so far? This is too. If they are invisible, it would be understandable, but how can so many weird things be hidden? It is reported that the Yunsong mountain fire has been extinguished at noon today. No casualties have been found so far. The rescue team successfully rescued 17 victims in the fire. The following is a live report. The sound of the evening news came from the TV, and the 3 people in the room immediately shifted their attention to it. Wildfire? A large area of woodland that had been burned to charcoal appeared on the screen. Everything had been destroyed. However, judging from the marked location, it was undoubtedly the place they had been to at noon. Wait, isn't this the place where those weirdos attacked us? Xiao Shifan said directly, and the 2 girls nodded. A word flashed through the minds of the 3 people: destroy the body and cover up all traces. The time doesn't match. Luning paid attention to the scrolling subtitles below. I've checked my phone many times. The wildfire occurred when we were attacked, and there was no fire at all. You mean someone set the fire later to cover up the traces? Then why was there? This is a plan. Yuan Shi pounded the table lightly. Create the illusion of a wildfire and carry out the attack. No matter what the result is, we must launch an operation to destroy the traces. There is no need to consider which side will die. The fire was set after we left, because we didn't see any thick smoke or other fire signs on the mountain. Wait, in that case. Rescue team. Luning said what Yuan Shi wanted to say. Some of the people who wanted to kill us are mixed in the rescue team, or they are simply a branch of the rescue team. Then it is easy to understand why no one noticed these weirdos. They look like humans in appearance. The appearance of humans. Xiao Shifan thought of a terrible possibility. However, Luning thought more. She immediately opened the website to check if there were any reports of missing people in Danma today. Although it was unlikely that there would be any reaction on the internet just one afternoon, she had to confirm some things. If those people are mixed in with the Danma people in human appearance, what about their identity issues? No, they can come here as outsiders and even replace the locals? Yuan Shi's eyes darkened. Doesn't that mean that many people in Danma are? I hope everyone will pay attention to the missing person notices in the next few days, either in newspapers or on the internet. The crime rate here in Danma is already very low. If a large number of people really go missing, it will definitely be a major event, and the media will not remain unresponsive. Based on the common characteristics of the missing persons, we may be able to find a breakthrough. After searching for nothing, Luning's expression became more serious. Then, if there is no such report. If not, either these people are hiding somewhere, or they are pretending that tourists will not react within 2 or 3 days, as Yuan Shi said. The worst thing is that there are also substitutes for these weirdos who disguise their identities. That means that in this secret confrontation scene, Luning and others need to face Legion-level enemies. This guess was sent to Xinxinhua in less than a minute. However, after a long time, there was no reply. Something's not right. Judging from Xinxinua's previous performance, it was impossible for her to choose silence at this time. If it wasn't for her identity, then she must have been entangled in something. This is not a good thing. Even though it's only 40 days, it doesn't mean that no one will die in the early stages. Xiao Shifan thought for a moment and said, I think we need to go take a look. Are you crazy? Are you going to risk your life again? Yuan Shi strongly objected. We go to investigate some problematic things so as not to be deceived. If we really know the danger and act without a plan, we are seeking death. But we have to grasp every clue. Have you forgotten how Zhang died? He was killed by curiosity. Don't you have any idea of how dangerous the situation we are in now? Seeing that the 2 were about to quarrel, Luning quickly separated them. Xiao Shifan and Yuan Shi were obviously friends who had worked together in several test sites. Judging from their conversation, something unpleasant must have happened before, which led to such a big difference in the action plan. Just at this moment, Xiao Shifan's cell phone rang.
Yes.
Yifei, is there something going on at this time? After the phone was connected, even without the loudspeaker turned on, Luning and Yuan Shi, who were very close, could hear the shrill cries coming from inside. Brother Xiao.
Sister Yuan.
Help! Help, where are you now? Xiao Shifan directly asked the most crucial question. I am driving a motorcycle towards the south of Baichuan Road. I just passed a gas station. Lao Song was killed. They are chasing me. I can't get rid of them. I was wrong before, please save me. Hold on. After saying this, Xiao Shifan stood up, checked his car keys, and was about to go out. Yuan Shi grabbed him and said, "Is your heroism complex playing tricks on you? I won't stand by and watch someone die." Xiao Shifan broke away from Yuan Shi and smiled. "Don't worry, the show hasn't even started yet. How can an actor leave so easily?" "Stop." Yuan Shi grabbed her bag and followed Xiao Shifan angrily. "You don't have to. If you guys die, I'll come back to announce your death. How did I end up with a friend like you?" Xiao Shifan grinned and smiled happily at Yuan Shi, then said to Luning, "Then we will leave first. We will contact you if anything happens."
Click.
Luning paused typing on the keyboard. "I have sent you the map of Baichuan Road. Although there are still some problems, they can only be solved after you bring the people back alive."
Come on.
"You're a nice person, too." The two of them quickly left to rescue people. Lu Ning sat in the room, zoomed in on the road, and slowly looked along the way. Evergreen Garden. Cemetery? This was probably the part of the road that seemed more prone to problems. After checking the information online, Lu Ning found that this part was indeed a bit subtle. The cemetery is jointly managed by the municipal government and Avery Cathedral and is intended to commemorate the martyrs who died in the border defense and those who later made outstanding contributions to the construction of Donma City. There is a road leading to the cemetery on the other side of the cemetery, and there are few vehicles except for funerals. Avery Cathedral undertakes some funeral services and even has a group of priests who take turns to guard the cemetery. This is actually very strange. Although the cemetery is a very meaningful place, it is a bit too much to send priests to guard it. Generally speaking, people with reliable backgrounds and enough courage are sufficient to serve as guards. The reason for using insiders is usually that there is a secret that they don't want others to know. Lu Ning took out her notebook, wrote down the cemetery, drew a line between the cemetery and the church, and marked it with annotations. This notebook already had all the suspicious things she had encountered since she came to Donma. She was not going to add more for the time being. These investigation tasks were enough. The bodies that disappeared and appeared in a 4-year cycle Donma concealed most of the information about this. Police?
Government.
There should be an association involved in metaphysics in Donma suspected to be investigating the crash of a UFO 50 years ago, possibly related to the witchcraft of the Mother Line Frost Day celebration. Video recordings have been available since 20 years ago. The person recording the video has a high chance of becoming a missing person. Unknown cursed beads. Avery Cathedral. 2 people whose identities are unknown. The male is most likely a crow. Low crime rate. Cemetery. Suspected to have a church secret. Hospital. To be investigated. Man-eating cave in the mountain. Confirmed monster. Monster in the sky. Invisible. Hooded attacker. Non-human. Seeker and explorer quests the exact impact of identity alignment. Chun Willing. Why does she know so many things? Lu Ning had never shown this note to anyone. It was something she had been thinking about. However, these pieces of information contained many things that seemed to be consistent but actually could not be explained. She could see the logical relationship behind them, but some information was still missing. It's only been a little over 2 days. Lu Ning was sure that the part she saw was only the information that she should be able to access with her identity, and more tourists knew something else, so she had to piece the puzzle together slowly. There's no time. For some reason, this sentence suddenly flashed through her mind. Could she get such news from this intelligence? Or was it a warning from her intuition? Or, just like the incident at the haunted manor, if the ghosts killed enough people 2 days ago, she would automatically go to the worst outcome? I made a mistake. There must be some things in this world that should never be touched, some secrets that must never be discovered. They do exist, but we ignore them. This is retribution. It will be my turn soon. I am very scared. Lu Ning, I know this request is too much.
Please save me.
I still garbled characters. An automatically generated document appeared on Lu Ning's computer. The content above could be said to be a distress signal. Although it seemed to have no beginning or end, Lu Ning immediately realized who sent this message. Is it Yenyu?
But why is it in this way?
Or why is she able to use this supernatural form to convey the message? Did she receive her message? If so, why didn't she reply immediately? Thinking about his mission, Luning suddenly noticed a problem. Meet the instructor Fan Xiaoyan and the senior Yenyu, but just take Yenyu out of Danma. Does this also imply that Fan Xiaoyan has no hope of being rescued or necessary? A chill rose from my heart. She thought that the 40-day mission was enough for investigation and accumulation of strength, but even if she didn't waste too much time, her mission was on the verge of failure from the beginning. Don't panic if this is sent by Yenyu if it's not sent by Yenyu. Luning stood up and began to circle slowly in the room. This time, the danger of not being a central mystery made her fully feel the inadequacy of her planning. As she thought of more and more things, she gradually lost sight of the key points. At this moment, a few fireworks suddenly lit up in the distant sky, exploding into a group of colorful fireworks in the air, which was very beautiful. Seeing this scene, Luning realized that there was a rehearsal for the Frost Day celebration tonight. These fireworks were probably a preview of the ignition device and also a pre-festival entertainment. That being said, Xu Xingrua and the others were also rehearsing in the next few days. The two addresses she sent were most likely the locations for the rehearsal. This was the only way they could exchange information. No, that's not what I meant. Luning suddenly had an idea and immediately started to look up the schedule of the celebrity group in Danma. Since there was a promotional video, these had probably been published online. Looking at it this way, although not every day is fully booked, there are indeed a lot of interviews, fan events, and other things, and there are also many social activities. The interview with Danma Daily on July 12th and the opera at Sui Garden on July 14th are both on this long list. In this case, the purpose of Xu Xingrua specifically naming these two places is to ask for help. Danma Daily, Shun Xinyue's workplace is there. In other words, Shun Xinyue is probably the person Xu Xingrua can turn to for help there. If the conditions are similar, there should be someone in the Red Sleeve Folk Art Theater who can help. Without the help of a private identity, the person who can help is probably a crow from the distribution center, and this leads to another inference. Xu Xingrua, Shun Xinyue, people from the Red Sleeve Theater, and X as the intermediary to communicate. These people are almost certainly in the same camp. This mission provides them with the conditions to quickly gather. In other words, they cannot unite quickly. If so, they're the weaker side. It seems that Xu Xingrua has also considered this issue. Her request for help. No, this is a rally. Luning doubted whether she was overthinking it. She wanted others to infer two times and places to this extent. Was this really what Xu Xingrua wanted of her? The answer is obvious, no. Xu Xingrua just gave her a chance to join the group at the right time and place. She didn't just want people from the same camp, but all possible allies. Whether Luning could think more was not a consideration. As long as she believed and went there, things would develop naturally. On the other hand, if Luning didn't go, it wouldn't be a hindrance to the team. Ha! Luning rubbed his temples and threw himself on the sofa. As expected, everyone was investigating Danma's weirdness at their own pace, and Xu Xingrua just did the most important thing at the moment: gather everyone together. I have informed them as much as possible, although many people have not responded. That's enough. Xu Xingrua leaned on the sofa, holding a bug in her hand, throwing and catching it. Compared with the tension of the past few days, her mood finally eased a little. The surveillance device that she had pretended to accidentally destroy was not repaired, which meant that the other party's reaction was not that quick, and they might not even notice her situation. Although this meant that the other party's surveillance range was larger, it was a good thing for her personally. How many people do you think will come? On the other side of the phone, Hanin still remained skeptical. Through the channels of explorers and personal connections, it stands to reason that more than 10 people should arrive at the Danma Daily building the day after tomorrow. This number has already exceeded the total number of explorers and may be comparable to the largest camp. But would these people really go to a party where they don't know the details? They will come. Everyone who has survived several test fields has strong confidence in themselves. Moreover, every invitation we send out gives them something to rely on. In this case, even if it's just a casual occasion, what's wrong with that?
But that's...
Don't worry, since everyone is here, nothing will come of it. Besides, the party on the 12th is just a prelude. I can't go there.
What?
Then. Someone will help me take care of everything. You just need to go there when the time comes. By the way, what is your personal goal? I'm sorry, I don't want to tell anyone. Xu Xingrua smiled, didn't ask any more questions, said goodbye, and hung up the phone. Many people are destined to have sleepless night. Just after midnight, Lu Ning, who was lying in bed checking online information, received a text message from Xiao Shifan saying he was safe. We have received Yi Fei. He is safe and has returned to the hotel. We will contact you tomorrow. Yi Fei was brought back safely? That's a good thing. At least I can understand what happened over there and why someone died. I was thinking about what happened in the past few days and fell into a deep sleep without realizing it. The humans submerged in the quagmire finally revealed their heads from the other side. With mud all over their heads and faces, sliding down their skin, their clothes were completely gone, and everyone walked up the shore from the other side of the quagmire in neat and slow steps, as if reborn, and walked into the unfathomable darkness in the distance, disappearing without a trace. A hole appeared in the sky, and Lu Ning instinctively felt that she could no longer observe this scene. Her body flew uncontrollably toward the sky straight into the hole. When she felt something again, it was already a vast nebula. She shuttled through the nebula like a meteor. Between the birth and death of countless stars, the universe evolved into an increasingly complex galaxy structure. Time and space gradually became blurred, and then she saw the light. Lu Ning stood up, the morning light shining through the slits in the curtains onto her face, a little blinding. She couldn't help but squint her eyes, reached out and touched her neck, and found that the cold sweat on her body had not yet subsided. What did I dream about? She grabbed the backpack at the foot of the bed and took out the string of jade from it. Surprisingly, the black evil spirit on it had faded a lot at this moment. It could be said that half of the evil spirit had disappeared. This isn't normal. Logically speaking, evil things should accumulate more power as they cause trouble. I've never heard of anything causing trouble being able to get rid of the evil. It seems necessary to make that call. Before that, Lu Ning checked the messages on her phone. Yuan Shi said that there was an important discussion today and that she would have to come back to deal with the problem from last night. Xiao Shifan took Yi Fei to look for Song Bagua's body, but did not give any detailed information. It seemed that although their attitudes had eased somewhat, they still had reservations about her. But this is also expected. Soon, Lu Ning dialed the number that the fat man Jiang Tong in the antique shop gave her. She didn't have to wait too long before a man who sounded lazy answered the phone. Who is it? Don't you know I'm still sleeping so early? Lu Ning glanced at the clock in the room. It was just past 8:30. A day's plan begins in the morning. Business is coming, boss. At the same time, Yuan Shi also met a capable young man in the municipal office. Good morning, everyone. I am the person who is in charge of Miss Yuan Shi's investment negotiation this time. My name is Kong Si. The young man had a polite smile on his face, and his attitude was very humble, but he didn't put himself down too much. Yuan Shi had seen such smart-looking people before, and she didn't hate dealing with such people. So, what should I call you? Oh, although I still have some personal duties, my main job is still to be the mayor's secretary. You can just call me Secretary Kong. I wonder if you... That's great. Mayor Xiang Wenhai is still so busy? I remember I greeted him a long time ago. Yes, I'm really sorry. Because the celebration is coming soon, the mayor has to check everywhere every day. We are so busy that we don't even have time to eat. We even want to hire some temporary workers to help. Kong Si said half-jokingly, but Miss Yuan Shi's investment plan is also serious. Donma's development requires big companies to come here to develop. History has given us a good inspiration. Okay, but you have to know that I am only conducting preliminary inspections. Although I personally have a certain degree of decision-making power. But if you want me to convince the board of directors, I need some practical things. Yuan Shi chuckled. Secretary Kong, why don't you take me around Donma today and introduce the advantages here? This was a simple hut. Sunlight filtered in through the narrow window, providing the little light in the room. It was dark, damp, and stuffy. If it weren't for the sound of brushing teeth coming from the bathroom, Lu Ning would have found it hard to believe that this ghost place was actually inhabited. On the phone, who was in charge of the local special abilities external relations, just got up when she arrived. He yawned, said hello, and then went straight into the bathroom to wash up, leaving Lu Ning here. After getting used to the indoor environment, Lu Ning sat on a wooden chair that looked a little cooler and looked at the structure of the living room, if it could be called that. An old-fashioned TV was placed on a cabinet in the corner, and a radio was placed on top of the TV, with the antenna sticking out next to the only window. The walls were covered with advertisements, news clippings, and sticky notes, and a large pile of documents was scattered on the sofa, leaving a space for one person in the middle. The trash can was full of plastic bags of instant coffee and disposable lunch boxes, which had begun to emit a slight odor in such an environment.
Ah.
Sorry, the air conditioner is broken. The young man walked out of the bathroom wiping his face with a gray towel, looking much more refreshed than his previous confused appearance. He sniffed twice, then took the garbage bag out of the trash can, opened the door, and put it outside. Then he took out 2 glasses from the cabinet and placed them on the coffee table. What would you like to drink? Water will do. The young man walked into the kitchen, took out a large mineral water bottle with the label torn off, poured water into 2 cups, took a big gulp himself, and then let out a long sigh. What's your name? My last name is Lan, the Lan of Jilan. Although I have a full name, Lan Yushu, you can call me anything else if you want. My name is Lu Ning. Lu Ning simply skipped the opening remarks and took out the jade necklace from her backpack.
Oh.
When Lan Yushu saw the jade beads, an expression of interest immediately appeared on his face. Where did you find this? A tomb robber wanted to sell it, and I intercepted it when I saw it. However, when I got it, the evil spirit of this thing was probably about 3 times as strong as it is now. What did you do? Lan Yushu took the jade string and examined it carefully. Seeing that he seemed to know something, Lu Ning told him about the dream he might have had in the past few days. But Lan Yushu didn't think it was a dream. There are many ways to eliminate evil spirits, but this is definitely not one of them. The more reliable explanation is that when the jade string was causing trouble, it clashed with something, which consumed its power. Conflict? Maybe you've been targeted by some other evil creature. These old evil creatures fight fiercely with each other. You have a little spiritual energy, so it's normal for you to be entangled by them. How about it? Do you need my help? Lu Ning nodded immediately. 100,000 as a deposit. Lan Yushu immediately made an offer. Although this price was expected, Lu Ning actually did not have that much money. It's too expensive. I can see that the evil spirit has decreased. At least I can judge that it can affect me at present. As for the future, I may not have time to consider this danger. After a few days, Lan Yushu raised his eyebrows. What are you going to do in Danma? My mother is a witch, or something similar to that. In fact, all of my mother's family are witches. But not long ago, my mother died in a strange way. I thought it was very strange, so I did some research. And here are the results. After hearing this description, Lan Yushu knew that Lu Ning had concealed a lot of things. He couldn't help but rub his eyebrows. But you went in the wrong direction. It seems that you know some of Danma's situation. Should I say it's lucky or unfortunate? I've been involved. It seems like you guys are not completely ignorant of this. Lu Ning asked back. The young man with psychic abilities stood up from the sofa and paced around the room. He stopped when Lu Ning felt dizzy. He rummaged through the pile of documents, pulled out a bundle of bound forms, and said, How much do you know? The hospital, the church. Lu Ning spread her hands. The wildfire that happened on the mountain yesterday, and what happened in the cemetery at night. Did you know about it? Some are clear, and some are still under investigation. Lan Yushu threw the form into Lu Ning's arms and crossed his arms. We dare not station too many people in Danma. This place is weird, and even we can easily die. But at least there is an information network. The form contains the information of the people we have investigated recently. Pei Xian. Lu Ning only checked the profile picture, and the speed was still very fast. Who is this person in the church? The man who gave me a threatening look when I left that day was named after this. He and Yu Chan were abandoned babies taken in by the church when they were young. They were probably less than 20 years old. When they grew up, they lived in the church and did some work as helpers. Some nuns wanted to let these two children join the church, but the priest said that they should wait until they were 18 years old and had a clear understanding of the world before letting them make their own choice. Father? Paradel. He is a very good pastor. People call him Father out of respect. Lan Yushu took a sip from the water cup and continued, he never forces others to believe, nor does he refuse outsiders to visit. Of course, he is very strict about prayers, but this is normal. On the other hand, even if non-believers seek help, he will patiently solve the problem. It is not an exaggeration to call him a psychologist. He does not have any bad reputation here. But it's weird, isn't it? Lu Ning turned a page and saw the information of another girl named Yuchan. There is no one in this world that everyone likes. If this was just a village of a few dozen people, it might be possible, but the population of Danma. Yes, but unfortunately we cannot conduct a further investigation. What do you mean? Something is stopping us, and this something is probably something you can access. Lan Yushu smiled. How about I help you solve the problem of the jade string, and you provide us with information? Make a deal. You are very cunning little girl. Lan Yushu picked up a tattered book under the coffee table, stuffed it into a canvas backpack on the sofa, and opened the door. It's so hot in this place. Lead the way. At least the hotel provides air conditioning. Psychic abilities exist in this world, perhaps just to deal with ghosts and evil spirits. The Psychic Ability Association is also a secret semi-official organization with no fixed base. All members are running around the country to investigate supernatural events that may cause harm. Danma's anomalies in recent years naturally could not escape investigation, but this place has been developing better and better in recent years, and no major incidents have occurred. The association had to let go of some surveillance personnel, and others had to do field work, so it was impossible to transfer a large number of people to stay here. So, how many people can you mobilize? If we're sure there's a problem, we can even contact the military. Lan Yushu looked at the room while holding the tattered book and only gave a brief answer to Lu Ning's question. That means there aren't many people now. Less than 2 slaps.
Lan Zushu sai.
So little. There are not many people with psychic abilities. Some of them are only willing to make money with their abilities, and some do not want to get involved in dangerous things. After eliminating these people, the association has reached its current size. To be honest, do you want to join after this incident is resolved? The ability of the eyes has always been a scarce resource. Lu Ning was stunned for a moment. But couldn't you see the evil spirit on that thing before? I have a simple feng shui formation in my house. It disappears when I take it out. This is exactly what Lan Yushu is good at. Feng shui masters are good at divination and formation, and the art of arranging troops and playing the game was not lost in Lan Yushu's hands. After a detailed survey, Lan Yushu quickly locked onto several corners of the room. There is indeed something wrong with you. This is not surprising. Lu Ning just nodded and then asked, Then can you tell when the problem started here? This is very important. That's a bit difficult. The source is not with you. I may have to look for it. Do you have time these 2 days? Sorry, I have some plans that are related to this matter.
That's fine. Lan Yushu interrupted Lu Ning.
We've been investigating here for a long time, but haven't found any clues. Now that we've found a clue from you, we can't let it go. I'll give you my contact information. If you find anything new, please contact me as soon as possible. I'll call other people to investigate together. Is there anything else you need? Methods of self-defense. I am not good at anything other than my eyes. I hope to have some self-defense tools, weapons, spells are fine. This is not difficult. Lan Yushu flipped through the book, grabbed 3 or 4 pages, tore them off, and handed them to Lu Ning. Inside it are the basic formation formulas and diagrams for the illusion game Confusion, the formation game Wood and Stone, the breaking game Heavenly Wolf, and the killing game Purple Pivot. If you concentrate on studying them, you will probably be able to use them. Remember to return them to me later. Thank you. You can take the jade string. It should be a very good magic weapon. Then, I won't be polite. Lan Yushu stuffed the jade string into his backpack, then took out a charcoal pencil and wrote and drew on several corners of the wall. This will probably keep you from being disturbed by that weird thing for 2 or 3 days. I hope our investigation will make some progress during this time.
Yes.
At this moment, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Lu Ning vigilantly went to the door and took a look. She found that it was Xiao Shifan and Yi Fei, so she opened the door. We are back. Do you have guests? Xiao Shifan leaned down and saw the orchid tree in the room. I found aid. What did you find? Song Bagwa's body is nowhere to be found, and the cemetery is as if nothing happened. Xiao Shifan sighed. Yi Fei next to him looked pale and haggard, and it was obvious that he had been greatly frightened. It's hard to deal with if the person is just missing. Lan Yushu walked out, nodded and greeted Xiao Shifan and the others. Missing persons, strange corpses, and the seal from the police station. The things behind this series of things have formed a complete chain. After learning about this, Lan Yushu hurriedly left the hotel. It seems like you have found some pretty good help, Xiao Shifan said. I don't know how much of an effect it will have yet. By the way, there's a rally tomorrow, and there might be a lot of people attending. Do you want to come? It should be possible. Xiao Shifan glanced at Yi Fei. I'll follow you. You must not be alone again. And don't go to those strange places to explore. Something bad will happen. Yi Fei shouted nervously, but what is that gathering about? Do you know the details? It was organized by someone I know. Lu Ning ignored his attitude and explained, then extended her hand to Xiao Shifan. I wonder if you brought anything else? Xiao Shifan nodded, took out a mobile hard drive from his pocket and put it in Lu Ning's hand. I haven't had time to look at it yet, but the backup is already done. Do you want to hear about what happened last night? It's quite strange. Although Yi Fei was being chased, the other party didn't take action. Until we rescued him. We have confirmed that there is a problem there. There are too many possible reasons why you were able to escape. There is no need to speculate now. Lu Ning took the mobile hard drive back to the room and started the computer. Xiao Shifan and Yi Fei also came in, and the three of them checked the analysis and comparison of the videos together. Of the 136 missing persons, 119 had appeared on the video, a ratio high enough to confirm that there was some connection between the two. These people were evenly distributed in the Frost Day celebrations over the years, and their identities were different. The only thing they had in common was that they were visitors from other places. And if Lu Ning was right, the bodies of these people should have appeared at some point in the future and then been secretly collected. But this secret was kept very secret. Xiao Shifan, when you were taken to the police station that day, how were you interrogated? They said that this case is too bizarre and the evidence is insufficient. They hope that we will cooperate with the investigation before the results come out and not tell anyone else, so those witnesses also disappeared later? No, wait. The previous disappearance led to the subsequent disappearances. Why didn't the police find such a chain? And they were all tourists from other places? Is there any need to ask? They must have found out. They are in cahoots with those guys. This place is simply a family of officials and bandits. Yi Fei held his head and screamed. What should we do? Now that Lao Song is dead, the three of us will definitely disappear one day.
Calm down.
Xiao Shifan held down the emotional Yi Fei, and it took a while for him to calm down. At least we will be fine in the near future. We have people in the police station, and they will contact us if anything goes wrong. Lu Ning picked up the phone. She just felt it vibrate, which must be a message. Shen Xinhua. Something unexpected happened. It is not impossible that the enemy may come from all over the city, but we definitely have corresponding means. There will be a meeting at my place tomorrow, and there should be a lot of crows coming by then. It will be in the third conference room on the 4th floor of the Danma Daily Building at 10 in the morning. Is she really the one in charge of this rally? Lu Ning forwarded the information to Xiao Shifan and Yi Fei. After contacting Yuan Shi, the four of them quickly decided to go together tomorrow. After Xiao and Yi left, Lu Ning began to learn the 4 feng shui techniques left by Lan Yushu. In fact, this is quite difficult for a beginner. At least this day, she has not been able to master any of them. July 12th has finally arrived. The Danma Daily Building, with a total of 18 floors, is also an extremely tall building in the city center. After the 4 people registered visitor information at the door, they took the elevator with their temporary passes. 4th floor. What time is it now? Xiao Shifan turned around and asked. 9:30. We came a little early. But someone should be here too. Lu Ning sent a message to Shen Xingyue and received a reply soon. When the four of them found conference room No. 3, they happened to see her coming from another corner. You guys are here really early, but Shen Xingyue took out her card and opened the door of the conference room. Inside was a long used star table. The chairs around it were arranged slightly unevenly. The same goes for decorations. The celebrity delegation has just left, and now this place is available for use. But you'd better wait a moment. I don't know how many people there will be today,
Shen Xingyue said.
They also use this place. Let's use it as a lounge, wait. Shen Xingyue reached out and took down a delicate small box from the jewelry shelf, opened it after flipping it twice, and there was a letter lying inside. To attendees, I am Xu Xingrua, the organizer of this meeting. Unfortunately, I cannot attend due to identity issues. I hope that you can help me get out of my current predicament at the next meeting. In addition, although I was unable to attend, I asked another person to represent the meeting to prevent everyone from suspecting each other. The agent's name is Cheng Wuling, and she will definitely not disappoint you. The letter was very short, and the handwriting was quite hasty. It seemed that Xu Xingrua had spent a lot of effort to find an opportunity to write the letter. Cheng Wuling?
Who is this?
Do you know him? Shen Xingyue pinched Xian and asked doubtfully, I thought it was Han Yun's agent. They didn't notify him before. Is this person trustworthy? I know it, but I'm not sure. Lu Ning said this with a trace of doubt. Soon more people came to the conference room. 2 police officers, Lu Bingying and Shi Yi, greeted Lu Ning after seeing her. A young woman with a strong cultural temperament, who called herself Bai Meng, found a corner and sat quietly after entering the room. A fashionably dressed young man and a girl in black, named Luo Lin and Sun Maju, met downstairs and came up together. Han Yin, who looked meticulous, also entered the room and introduced himself to everyone. Finally, when the time was about to reach 10 o'clock, the door opened again and 2 girls walked in. Cheng Wuling was slightly different from the previous impression. Her face was a little tired, her long hair was tied into a ponytail, and she held a large folder in her right hand. Her body was straight. After entering the door, she immediately took a step sideways, revealing her behind.
Girl.
The girl in a dress looked a little panicked when she saw so many people and stammered. My name is Zhao Yinran, and I am the pursuer this time. Hello, everyone. Oh. So, is that Cheng Wuling over there? Shen Xingyue asked. It seems that Xu Xingrua has already informed you. That's great. Cheng Wuling walked to the front of the conference room without hesitation, put the folder on the small table next to him, and clapped his hands gently. My name is Cheng Wuling, and I've been entrusted to take charge of this meeting. We are all tourists from the distribution center, so there is no need to hide this. The goals of this meeting are twofold. The first is to summarize and integrate the information in everyone's hands, and the second is to invite those who are interested to participate in the next rescue operation for Xu Xingrua. Wait a minute. Policeman Shi Yi raised his hand to stop Cheng Wuling from speaking. Although it may not sound nice. But everyone has things they don't want to talk about. I don't think it's that easy to integrate and summarize, right? As for saving people, it sounds very dangerous. Yes, that's why I came here. Cheng Wuling nodded to Shi Yi. I am well aware of your concerns, so it doesn't matter. You just need to follow the progress of the meeting and participate in the discussion. You can keep secrets if you don't want to talk about them because they have nothing to do with our main storyline this time.
What did you say?
Yi Fei blurted out. At the beginning, I think I should introduce myself first. My name is Cheng Wuling, and I am a trainee researcher at the Danma Life Science Institute. My father, mother, and grandfather all used to work at the institute, so I have a high chance of becoming a full-time employee in the future, and my authority is higher than you might think. Everyone had introduced themselves before, but no one had directly given their background like Cheng Wuling. Both my grandfather and father have passed away due to the same muscular dystrophy disease. To investigate this reason, I came here. My identity and background are roughly as follows. On the other hand, my camp for this mission is the hidden man. Lu Ning's heart skipped a beat, and her hands under the table clenched slightly. The hidden man? I've never heard of this. Shen Xinhua frowned. About the secret man. Why are you not in the same camp as us? Faction has nothing to do with whether you are hostile or not. Cheng Wuling interrupted Shen Xinyue's words forcefully in a tone that left no room for doubt. Unlike you, I know very well who my enemy is. The mission of the Hidden Man's camp is to protect his secrets from others, complete at least 2 personal goals, and kill all the remaining Hidden Man. All dead? This time almost everyone looked surprised. That's right. My enemies are people from the same camp. If you are not secret people, at least I will not regard you as enemies for now. As for whether there is hostility among you, please resolve it by yourselves. Cheng Wuling picked up the folder and pulled out the first document from it. In the next period of time, I will organize the intelligence I have collected these days according to my own ideas. You can give your opinions at any time. I will give suggestions based on your stories. There are no mandatory requirements. If you think you will expose any information, you can remain silent. Alternatively, if you feel that you don't need these, you can leave. The city of Danma can be roughly divided into 5 parts according to the power division. The Danma government represented by Xiang Wenhai represents the most official faction, and is also the party involved with various forces. The Frost Day Festival is currently the only major event related to this faction. Then the police station is also directly under this party. The 3 events including the Danma tourist disappearance incident, Danma Ghost Story 7 Nights, and Forgotten History all had to be concealed by the police station. Whether this is a routine action of the police station or instructed by Xiang Wenhai, I don't have an answer yet. It's probably a tradition. Sure, Yi said. We can also see some old files inside the police station. Xiang Wenhai has been in office for a short time, and this matter started a long time ago. It's probably a problem on the police station side. Very good. The police station can be temporarily separated as a small component. You two better pay attention to safety. Cheng Wuling took out a pen and drew on the document in his hand, then continued. The second force is the local underworld. It includes the 5 families of Yen, Fong, Yin, Sun, and Fu, and the 2 pure underworld forces of Shan and Kun. Most of them have gone through the process of cleansing themselves up, and most of the small businesses in Danma still obey the orders of these gangs. It is worth noting that although there are conflicts among the 7 gangs, they are united in facing the outside world. It is precisely because of this that Xiang Wenhai has to get through this party first before he can do his own thing. Why is there no control? Since there is such a trouble here, it should be. The girl named Zhao Yinran asked timidly. The problem of scabies. Besides, they have long stopped doing those dangerous businesses. The long-term closure also makes it impossible to find evidence of crimes committed in the past. Most importantly, the people here are more adapted to the management of these gangs. Cheng Wuling explained, and then said, but there is no one among us who has been assigned to one of those identities? Indeed not. Okay, but these gangs are probably the cleanest forces here. If you can get their support, it might be useful in the future. Next, the third force is the church. Church? Yuan Shi raised his hand. Aren't the church and the government related? Why is it singled out? The church is the most problematic force, and I think some people here have already experienced this. Some things are no secret. Avery Church, the cemetery area, and some of the streets in this area are all under the control of the church, and their decisions are entirely determined by the core members of the church. In other words, Father Paradel. That guy. Yi Fei suddenly remembered something. I was wondering why he smiled like that when we were together. At that time, many people turned their heads. Yi Fei slammed the table in anger. The day before yesterday, when we went to the church to see if there was anything special going on here, a nun pointed us to the cemetery. I turned around by chance and saw the priest smiling at me. I thought he was smiling at everyone. But I don't recommend you go looking for trouble with that priest now. Cheng Wuling's voice just suppressed Yi Fei's tail tone. This is the church with the heaviest mystery. I have no doubt that a rash investigation will trigger an instant death incident. We just need to hide until we are ready. Hide away. Yi Fei widened his eyes. Why do you think you survived? Xiao Shifan frowned. Do you know what happened that night? I know. I can access the camera footage of Baichuan Road, and I know what happened there. You don't have to run away, because with the speed of the thing chasing Yifei, it had 100 chances to kill you, but it didn't do it. Why do you think that is, that you can only kill people in the cemetery? Lu Ning said. Cheng Wuling nodded. It is not difficult to speculate that the church can only carry out passive counterattacks at present. If we are not close, they cannot move us. I don't know when this will fail, but we can maintain this countermeasure for now. Then, the fourth force is my research institute and the garrison. This force is directly related to the UFO crash 50 years ago. What does your research institute study? Shen Xinyue asked. On the surface, it's life science, but it's actually something that was discovered 50 years ago. If I had the authority, I could know about it, but unfortunately I can't now. So there really is something? Is that the culprit of this incident? Most likely. Shen Xinyue sighed and spread her hands to let her continue. The garrison troops will be rotated, and the research institute will be protected by the troops. These two are not under the jurisdiction of any local forces in Danma, but come from the outside. I think the possibility of infiltration of these two cannot be ruled out. After all, human beings study unknown things. There are many examples of people suffering from it. But if there is no problem, I think we can directly connect to the outside world through this line and mobilize the army.
Can you do it now?
Han Yin asked. Unfortunately, no. Lu Ning noticed that everyone's expressions changed slightly at this time, and they seemed to be making some calculations. Finally, the fifth force is also the force I know the least about, the supernatural force. I only analyzed the existence of this force from the daily communication letters of the Institute, but there is no more news. When Lu Ning heard Cheng Wuling mention this, she did not do anything special. She just found it difficult. The identity of a secret person destined her to be an enemy to the death, but she now felt that she had no chance. Cheng Wuling had gradually become the center of everyone's attention. Although she was in the dark, she was clearly suppressed. Without this only advantage, Cheng Wuling, who had mastered a larger amount of information, could easily find a way to kill herself. On the other hand, does she really want to fight with people like this? Lu Ning can take the life of an upstart who intends to hurt others without any psychological burden. She can also decisively kill a white-collar worker who tries to kill her. But this is the bottom line. Killing someone who is considered a friend just to enforce a status conflict is crossing that line. The next step is the connection between all the events. Back to reality. In the main quest of Seekers, preventing the release of the Protoss has already pointed out who our main enemy is this time. In fact, all the clues so far have no connection with this term. Considering that the clues we all have cannot be completely covered, all the strange phenomena so far should be the work of this Protoss behind the scenes. Among the 5 organizations mentioned earlier, the most likely one is the Church, but it is not appropriate for us to start from there. I think everyone has heard about the wildfire incident the day before yesterday. I think some people have confirmed the existence of monsters in the mountains, so why not start from here? We won't go there again. It's not easy to face monsters. Xiao Shifan immediately objected. I have a contact here. As long as you spend a certain price, you can get enough explosives. If any of you are interested, I can give it to you in a while. Cheng Wuling made an offer that was hard to refuse. Most of the people present had experienced the test field several times. Everyone knew that the more outstanding the performance, the higher the score would be. Blowing up the monster's nest was undoubtedly a good opportunity. But why do you want to give up this opportunity? The young man named Luo Lin spoke for the first time. You can do this yourself, right? First, as I mentioned, the price my background does not provide enough financial support. Second, I'm very busy. Busier than you think. The things I'm dealing with are enough for me to get a score close to the maximum score, so it's reasonable to use these excess points to attract some companions. Cheng Wuling gave a calm reply. Well, we'll talk about it later. Let's continue. Yuan Shi took over the business. Okay, the monster on the mountain has been confirmed to exist, and the weirdness of the church can also be basically confirmed. If the UFOs 50 years ago were the invasion of the star spirits, there would be no need to wait so long, so they must have been held back by something. Then, the disappearance of passengers that began at the Frost Day Festival 20 years ago, if there are really continuous disappearances, then this place must be eye-catching, so I made a special search. Although more than half of them were explained away with reasons such as accidentally entering dangerous mountains, there are still some missing persons whose missing person notices were left unanswered.
Oh.
A few perceptive people have already noticed something. I investigated a few slightly famous missing persons, and the interesting thing is, they actually returned home. Home? This is impossible. Xiao Shifan's voice was very loud. Although Lu Ning was not particularly excited, she remembered the miserable corpse in the elevator before. How likely are the missing people like that to be alive? I only found accurate information about 12 people, proving that after being missing for about half a year to a year, these people returned home and continued to work or study. Because everyone kept a low profile, there was no widespread reporting. Chen Wuling took out another document and passed it on. They were replaced. Lu Ning said this after looking at a few photos. Since the people in the city can be replaced, it doesn't matter if we replace a few more. Yes, these people may have been replaced by some monsters, and it is not impossible for them to disperse and infiltrate the whole country, or even the whole world. There is no doubt that they have the ability to multiply themselves, and Danma, as the base camp, is undoubtedly the hardest hit area. The night after tomorrow, we will conduct a rescue operation at the Hongxiu Opera Theater. This is our request to you all. The meeting quickly came to the second item. After Chen Wuling distributed some detailed information, he quickly began the plan to help Xu Xingrua escape from trouble. You can ask us for help for these things. Yuan Shi took photos of several documents and put them away. His expression was much more relaxed. But why do you want to rescue? Can you give me a reason? Since we came here, every move of the 5 stars has been monitored. Although the surveillance around me is not that strict, I still need to find a chance to come out and contact others. Hanin said. Chen Wuling nodded. Because we have previously determined that monsters that can replace human appearances exist. If we leave it alone, Xu Xingrua might be replaced one day. Each of us must keep the clues in our hands, so saving as many people in danger as possible is what we must do. Well, let me explain next. The elegant woman sitting in the corner stood up, walked to Chen Wuling, and bowed to everyone. My name is Bai Meng, and I'm currently an actor at the Hongxiu Theater. I think I'm the only one among you who has mastered this route. Bai Meng's tone matches her temperament very well. She speaks in a way that makes her feel like she is telling a story. Perhaps this is the line delivery skills that actors have? The history of Hongxiu Theater is quite long. The current owner is the 4th generation, and the ancestor of this owner was one of the witnesses of the UFO. This is also the only place that has preserved the only photo that has been lost to the public. Confirmation. But both the boss's great-grandfather and grandfather died in bizarre ways. The great-grandfather kept mumbling, "It's looking for me," within a week before his death, and then disappeared. About half a year later, people found his bones in the mountains and could only identify him based on documents. His grandfather's situation was similar. About 3 days after he screamed, "I understand," like crazy, he died suddenly during his nap without any wounds on his body. Such bizarreness was not enough to scare the people present, but what Bai Meng said next became very important. Both died at the age of 60, about 20 years apart. The day before yesterday, the boss told us that his father suddenly started crying and kept repeating, "So that's what happened." He also insisted on going out even though he was unable to move. Unfortunately, his father had just celebrated his 60th birthday. This is starting to get a little scary. 2 times is a coincidence, 3 times is a pattern. And according to the year, the boss's father was only 10 years old at the time. It is very likely that he had never even seen a UFO, but he also showed the same symptoms. Blood relationship. Sun Maju, the black-clad girl who had been quiet all this time, let out a long sigh. This is the most helpless thing. Just relying on blood to maintain the bond has put them in the cage of fate. This boss is not only worried about his relatives, but he probably feels scared himself as well. It's a pity that my clue has not yet been connected to everyone's main storyline, but with this entry point, I think everyone can find a way to communicate with the boss. It was also my idea to use the performance the day after tomorrow as an opportunity, but Chen Wuling should have improved it, right? Just a supplement. Chen Wuling took over the conversation. The show started at 8 o'clock that night. There were 3 plays in total. The first one, Dianjiangtai, was the opening, and the next one around 9 o'clock should be Fusheng's Hailu. The inner monologue of the two people here provided a dark enough environment for us to carry out the action. Action? We don't have the ability to replace someone, so the only way to successfully rescue Xu Xingrua is to create an accident. Lu Ning heard a hint of cruelty in Chen Wuling's calm tone. In other words, a serious accident will occur at the Hongxiu Opera Theater that night. The popular star Xu Xingrua will die on the spot, and her companions will also be seriously injured. Wait, isn't this a bit too much? Xiao Shifan interrupted Chen Wuling. We can kill our enemies, but these are innocent people. If we implicate them, there are 4 advantages. First, the Red Sleeves Theater can be closed on the pretext of this. Bai Meng's actions can be freed up, and the boss can also concentrate on intervening in this matter. Second, such an incident happened during the star's schedule. Even if they were not injured, being able to arrange for them to leave Danma would save their lives. Third, as one of the few means of direct access to the outside world, if something happens to this group of people, it will definitely attract a lot of attention, and we may be able to get external support. Fourth, this is a test, and I can use it to infer the approximate degree of checks and balances here, and it may also lead to the actions of the mastermind behind the scenes. Are these reasons enough? Enough. Overwhelmed by such momentum, Xiao Shifan shut his mouth. Then, the next step is to arrange this plan reasonably, and Han Yin will inform Xu Xingrua. If you don't want to participate, you can leave now. Chen Wuling looked around, and no one stood up and left even if she didn't say it. Everyone realized the huge amount of information and clues that this group currently possessed, and before any mistakes were made, the crows that were integrated in this way could be said to have become a force in their own right. Tell me, what exactly are we going to do? Yuan, she said. I'll explain in advance that I'll probably have to mobilize some of your resources for this operation. Given my background and my actions over the past few days, I can only arrange an accident, so I need at least one team that can carry out a clearing operation, as well as the necessary cover-up measures. If we want to cover it up, we can think of a way. LV Bingying, one of the 2 policemen, spoke up at this time. Sure, and I will take turns on duty the day after tomorrow. We can arrange the patrol area to that area to ensure that the police mission can be effectively implemented here. In this way, we can probably guarantee that there will be no police intervention at the first scene. I will handle the media side. Shen Xinhua took up Lu Bingying's words. What you need is to report this matter as soon as possible. This is easy. I can make any Danma family famous. The media received the message within 15 minutes. Leave the church's movements to me. Luo Lin leaned back in his chair, his tone full of confidence. I should be able to monitor the church's movements for at least one night. As for the cemetery, I'm worried that there are secret passages on both sides. Isn't that difficult to deal with? I'll take care of the cemetery. Sun Maju took over this difficult matter. I think people like us who prefer to solve problems with force are more suitable for this kind of work. Everyone spoke up, and Yuan Shi was naturally unwilling to be outdone. Then I'll keep an eye on Xiang Wenhai's movements. I've already established a connection. Xiao Shifan and Yi Fei, you 2 can come over and help me keep an eye on him, or you can just hold a few of them back. Then, the external problems can basically be solved. As for clearing the area, the gangs, maybe. They can make sure there are no strangers around there. I'll probably be able to do it. Lu Ning said, I'll handle this. It's also a good opportunity to test the relationship between the local forces. Chen Wuling nodded slightly, took out a pen and wrote down everyone's names on a notebook and finally turned to look at Zhao Yinran, although it may be a bit offensive. But could you please also explain what you can do? Or are you not prepared to participate? Zhao Yinran was startled, and after shrinking for a moment, she whispered, I don't think what I know can be of any help.
I'm sorry.
Then please stay away from Hongxiu Opera Theater. It will be very dangerous. Chen Wuling did not intend to ask further questions. After giving a warning, he turned to everyone and said, Everyone, in order to ensure that our actions have as little resistance as possible, I hope you will not tell others everything. Try to think of an excuse as long as it is after the night after tomorrow.
You don't need to tell me that.
We all understand that. Everyone said this tacitly. After discussing the details for some time, the meeting came to an end. Let's go back and prepare. Everyone don't die. Shi Yi and Lu Binging left first and made a joke before leaving. I won't die easily. Luo Lin grinned and turned to look at Sun Maju. Beauty, can I buy you a cup of coffee before I leave?
Thank you.
Then, why don't we confirm the surveillance route? I don't want our destiny to have another fork in the road. Hanin also hurriedly left after thanking Chung Wuling. Just as people were gradually dispersing, Chung Wuling suddenly said, Lu Ning, can you stay for a while? It seems like you guys still want to reminisce about the past. She reached out and patted Lu Ning. Then we'll go first. I don't think you'll be unable to find your way back, right? See you later. Lu Ning calmly removed her hand from her shoulder. She chuckled and left the room. As a result, there were only 2 people left in the room. Lu Ning, who stood up and was about to leave when she was called, and Chung Wuling, who was comparing a map and some information in front of her right. Lu Ning's heart skipped a beat. She put her hands in her pockets, and her fingertips felt the plastic shell of the utility knife. It was hard, warm from her body temperature, and a little sweaty. But it didn't matter. If it was this distance, this angle, just like she had done before, she could use this sharp knife to cut a fatal wound in an instant. Chung Wuling is not a fighter. He may know some self-defense skills, but he is definitely not someone who can react quickly. All Lu Ning needs to deal with is the aftermath, which may be a bit troublesome. She pulled her hands out of her pockets and shook her head slowly. This kind of killing feels terrible, so terrible that it's sickening just to consider its feasibility. Various marks had been made on the map, showing that Chung Wuling had conducted a very detailed study on this. The location where her pen pointed was an outer city area near the southwest. What have you found? Lu Ning walked over, put his hands on the table, and sat next to Chung Wuling and began to look at the things on the map. Here I have the parade routes for the past 12 years of the Frost Day Festival, highlighted in blue on the map. When she said this, Lu Ning immediately discovered the problem. As a city-wide celebration, the parade of floats would naturally have to pass through various main roads, but the outer city area is much larger, and even for a celebration it would be impossible to pass through all of them. It would only be enough to select a few places to pass through once a year. In this way, the blue line in the outer city is like depicting flower petals, evenly distributing the parade routes of each year. However, the circled area is passed by 12 lines, that is, it must be passed every time in 12 years. That place doesn't have any special meaning. The only thing that's meaningful about it is that it was once the site of a research institute. But after the institute moved away 30 years ago, it became an ordinary urban area, and even new houses were built on the site of the original institute. That's exactly what makes it so suspicious, isn't it? Lu Ning looked at Chung Wuling and found that he also looked up at her. Why didn't you tell me about this just now? Lu Ning asked the question in her heart. I don't have any evidence compared to the real problems you have already experienced and confirmed. This matter still needs to be investigated, and investigation of such things cannot be entrusted to others. Lu Ning understood this idea because she was also a person of the same kind. If she did not have any supporting evidence, she would not believe someone else's one-sided story. Seeing Lu Ning's hesitation, Chung Wuling added, You should know that I did keep a lot of things to myself. For example, a hospital? Chung Wuling once sent a message to Lu Ning asking her to investigate the hospital. Although it has not started yet due to various problems, the fact that this matter has not been mentioned at all today is probably the result of her deliberate concealment. You are very cautious. I have enemies in the open, and the remaining secret people. And my mission also includes not revealing my own secrets, so I have to be careful. But on the other hand, if there is no problem with this operation, then the people here are probably trustworthy, right? I don't believe that under such circumstances, there are still people who dare to attack me openly, as long as this is enough. Chung Wuling gently supported his chin, his eyes swept across the map, and said regretfully, It's just that what we can be sure of is really not enough, and we haven't even fully figured out where the danger in front of us comes from. Maybe we should raise the alert level a bit? Raise it? To the level of war? Lu Ning asked jokingly. I'm afraid it will be necessary. Chung Wuling didn't mean to be joking at all. It seemed that she had anticipated that this incident might really develop into a war. Although we will definitely not be in control of the situation, it is better than dying in obscurity. In this way, everyone's individual combat capability must be improved. Pistols and cold weapons may not be enough. I have to find out more about the situation in the military supply warehouse in the next 2 days. Lu Ning was startled and said hurriedly, "Military supplies? You want to rob military supplies?"
This can be used as a backup plan.
Cheng Wuling said matter-of-factly, "If you were being chased by a group of monsters, would you rather fight them with a kitchen knife or throw a few fragmentation grenades and run away?" That makes sense. Although we have replaced other people's identities, and the surrounding environment seems to be relatively peaceful at the moment, we are still outside the framework after all, and our actions do not have to follow the rules within the framework. Cheng Wuling said as he slowly folded up the map, "What you are worried about being caught for stealing military supplies, losing your freedom and being unable to leave Danma is indeed a concern, but why should I be only detained in Danma?" She explained the matter so clearly that Lu Ning realized the madness beneath Cheng Wuling's calm appearance. If you're going to do something out of the ordinary, make it so serious that you'll be sent out of Danma and tried in the country's capital, or something like that. As long as you can accomplish your personal goals before being caught, this is arguably the safest way to leave. The map was placed next to Lu Ning. The hospital, the old site of the Southwest Research Institute, and the old barracks. Please consider these 3 places carefully. We will start investigating after Xu Xingrua is safely transferred out. I hope you can be prepared. Cheng Wuling didn't wait for an answer and walked out of the meeting room directly. 2 days later, when the hour hand moved to 12 o'clock, Lu Ning and In Luo sat down in a cafe. The environment here is quiet and peaceful, with no one here except the boss and a waiter. The reason why it is so leisurely at noon is probably because this is the Yin family's property. "I heard you need my help with something?" Yin Luo was wearing a blue dress today, and her hair looked carefully styled. She looked youthful and radiant. If no one told her, no one would know that she was from a gangster family. Lu Ning nodded. "I've got into some tough stuff, and it's hard to get out of it right now." "Tricky?" Yin Luo raised his eyebrows. "I don't think an ordinary tourist from out of town can get into any trouble here." After a brief silence, Lu Ning spoke. "I am not an ordinary tourist. I came here for some purpose. Unfortunately, the situation in Danma is more complicated than I thought. Get to the point. I hope that after 7:30 tonight, there will be no strangers around the Hongxiu Opera Theater. Can you help me do this?" The change was so fast that In Luo couldn't think of any connection. She looked at Lu Ning's expression with a puzzled look, but couldn't see any emotion on the other's face. "What are you up to?" "I don't know. I was just asked to do this. Regardless of whether you are helping me or not, I have to remind you. There is a high possibility that some non-humans have infiltrated Danma. A disaster that could sweep across the entire city is very likely to occur in the near future. If you can run, run." As the first person who showed kindness to him when he came here, Lu Ning also reminded In Luo. However, the other party's reaction was unexpected. "I know that. The guessing game probably ends here. Fourth uncle, can you please leave for a while?" In Luo turned his head and greeted the boss at the counter. The boss smiled and nodded, then went to the back with the waiter. Then, before Lu Ning could react, In Luo took out his mobile phone and showed his terminal. "You too." Lu Ning's expression was a little complicated. She really couldn't figure out In Luo's identity. "Let's be frank. Since you mentioned this kind of work, let's communicate in this capacity." In Luo's tone and demeanor did not change, but it was obvious that she was taking this matter seriously. "I have already sent people to investigate the old barracks. All 3 teams returned safely, and nothing was found. But, on the other hand, I have 2 death reports here that may provide you with some clues."
2
deaths? Some things cannot be found by local families like us. Although I am used to fighting alone, there is no harm in handing over some information that is beneficial to both you and me to those who show kindness. The first deceased was a technician in his 40s, and the second deceased was a young man from the Fong family. The 2 had no relationship, but before they died, they both said that they saw something.
C.
Don't be in a hurry. In order to solve this non-coincidental situation, I did a little research on the family backgrounds of the two people and some previous death records. The results are very interesting. Although she said that Lu Ning didn't find it interesting at all. Witnesses. Yes? That's right. It seems that you are making good progress. The witnesses, there were quite a few witnesses of the UFO back then, and these people and their descendants all showed the same symptoms when they reached a certain age: confusion, repeated mumbling, and then tried to leave the crowd. If they succeeded, their bodies would be found somewhere soon. If they failed, they would die suddenly within 2 or 3 days, and the cause of death was unknown. Is there no one taking care of this? If there were only 1 or 2 cases, it would be fine, but if there are so many, Danma's death rate in recent years is at a normal level. If we don't investigate carefully, we won't be able to find out that these people are related to the UFO sighting. As for the crazy people, not many people would pay attention to them, right? Yin Luo smiled coldly and ironically. Just a few dozen cases of mental disorders were divided into several decades, and there are not even a few people who really pay attention to them.
Who would pay attention to them?
No, that's not right.
There are so many anomalies in Danma.
She has encountered so many in just a few days. Even if she investigates carefully, she will find nothing. How come no one cares about such a situation? It seems that you have discovered it too. Yin Luo smiled. The other party's ability is enough to cover all of this up, right? Not necessarily. You should know that there is another more general reason.
What?
Make way for the greater good. Yin Luo ended the topic immediately after saying this. This discussion ends here for now. I can help you with your request. As for what you want to do after this, don't come to me. I've said it before, I like to work alone.
Why?
If the situation is getting more and more dangerous, it's easier to survive if we stick together, right? TSK a newbie? Yin Luo sighed. Lu Ning, right? You haven't been through too little. I have been through 8 test sites so far, not including the first one. I have seen people who had to slash at their former companions because they were assigned to different camps, lovers who had to sacrifice one of them in a choice between 2 options, and brave leaders who sacrificed themselves for the benefit of the team. But those who stayed behind either died with guilt, or became indifferent and cruel, or began to live in a numb state. So, I didn't want any companions from the beginning. You are too extreme. Maybe you will think so, but after you encounter something like this, things will always change. Yin Luo said helplessly. I have no intention of probing into your past. Everyone has their own way of living. Lu Ning nodded to Yin Luo. In the evening, the lights of every household add a quiet night to the city. Danma has preserved its original ecological environment without too much noise of modern cities. Amid the street lights and shadows, a few idle people pass by the roadside stalls. After they stop for a while, the smoke of barbecue rises. What a nostalgic era. Luo Lin sat on the stone steps with a piece of grass in his mouth, holding a dozen skewers of meat in his left hand and a few sliced breads on the oil paper package in his right hand. He picked up one, opened the cut, clamped the skewer of meat, and pulled it down, and a handmade Rujiamo was ready. Standing not far away was Sun Maju, still dressed in black, but with a bulge around her waist, obviously stuffed with something. At the moment, she was holding a bottle of mineral water and looking at the church entrance about 100 meters away. What kind of world do you live in? I actually feel nostalgic. The time had not come yet, so the two had to chat. In the previous exchanges, they mainly talked about how to arrange security and scout the place, but they did not discuss each other's past lives. When I was a kid, I used to fish in the river. But when I was in my teens, my dad took me to the city. Later, I served in the army for 2 years and learned some tactics from an old soldier. I never went to the battlefield. After retiring and returning home, I found a security job and became a single noble. Luo Lin grinned. Coincidentally, my identity this time is the security captain of Danma Central Hospital, which can be regarded as returning to my original job. You are also young and promising, but this era is indeed enviable. Hey, do you want to tell me your story? Luo Lin took a bite of his homemade Rujiamo, but he didn't expect that Sun Maju would respond seriously to his casual question.
My father should be said to be
the leader of the martial arts world?
Puff. Cough. Wait.
Wait a minute. Luo Lin choked, then widened his eyes and looked at Sun Maju carefully. Are you an ancient person? If it's correct according to your view of time. Sun Maju nodded. This is the first time I've seen someone from the past. So, does the Wulian Alliance leader have real martial arts skills? Internal strength or something? This should be available even in your era. We may be better at hard qigong and internal kung fu, but there is no difference in essence.
Oh.
Luo Lin hurriedly added. Sun Maju continued to tell his story. My father is the leader of the martial arts world. In any case, he is in a position like that. All the thieves and knights in the wild will give him face, and the sects with mountain gates will obey most of his orders. However, there is always such a problem in the martial arts world. That is, the most fundamental guarantee of the leader's power is the invincibility of martial arts. But people will always grow old. My father has passed his prime, and I am an old man. It is too early to talk about succession. Just based on these contents, Luo Lin, who was bombarded with countless modern information, could imagine a bunch of things such as greed for martial arts, extermination of the family, hunting down, and revenge. And then my father stepped aside.
Cough.
At least he didn't choke this time. Luo Lin patted his chest and asked curiously, so you are safe? Why did you come here? I was just about to say that 5 or 6 years later, the imperial court suddenly launched a purge and recruitment campaign against the entire martial arts world. Although my father was no longer in office, everyone still respected him and invited him to discuss the matter. Later, we learned that this was actually a planned destruction operation. The emperor wanted to send troops to the northern border, but he lacked troops and money, so he used this banner to rob openly. If it was just bandits who suffered a disaster, no one would care, but even some legitimate sects were destroyed. We had no choice but to unite and resist while trying to negotiate with the imperial court. Okay, I think I know what's going on. Yes, it was a decapitation operation. Although my father did not allow too many corps members to come out because of this problem, he and I were ambushed, and as a result, I ended up here. I'm sorry, but you should know. Everyone knows this, but someone still has to make the attempt. If a war is really started, it will cause chaos in our country and harm our people. Sun Maju looked very serious. I don't think there is anything wrong with this decision. If you deny such an attempt just because of my death, that's not right. But you didn't solve the problem. You just died in vain. If one way doesn't work, then we can take another one. But that's not something I want to think about. My father trusts those people and the new leader, so I also trust them to make the right judgment after getting the news.
You.
Luo Lin's expression was a little complicated. I don't like your way of thinking, but I respect people like you. The time came to 8 o'clock. The bamboo stick wrapped in oil paper fell into the trash, can with a slight sound. Let's get to work, Sun Maju. I'm happy to cooperate with someone like you, but you'd better not use that kind of sacrificial spirit today. I don't mean to sacrifice myself. It's just that fate has taken a bad turn. I know exactly what you mean. Gradually, the two of them developed a tacit understanding and walked towards the church and cemetery separately. The pointer turned slightly, and the hour hand crossed the 9 o'clock dividing line. The moment the first bell rang, the fire illuminated the night sky in a corner of the city. The detonation began. The explosives, which seemed to be designed to burn, instantly engulfed the small theater in flames. Under the cover of fire and smoke, the quietly set burning lines began to carve into the theater's slightly older wooden structure, causing a collapse a moment later. Screams, curses, crying, countless sounds made the theater a mess. Some people who were agile and closer to the door were lucky enough to rush out of the door, but were shocked to find that the street outside was dead silent, with no pedestrians. Help!
Fire!
The emergency call for help from the fire department was answered immediately, but the mobile phone signal became a major obstacle at this moment. The lucky guy shouted out his location loudly, but did not expect the other party to hear him. What happens? Finally, a girl who looked like a student came out from the corner of the road. She had a mobile phone in her hand and seemed to have just made a call. Go call for help. There's a fire, and there are people inside. Why is there no one around here? The girl's appearance could not be seen clearly, but it was always good to have someone asking for help. At this moment, this lucky person was shouting hurriedly but was not particularly alert. In an instant, a handkerchief covered his mouth and nose, and at the same time, he was hit hard in the abdomen, causing him to involuntarily gasp.
Bang. 1.
Then the final uncertainty is eliminated. Chim Wooling picked up the phone and said, "Arrange for the police to arrive immediately. Judging from the response speed of the fire brigade in previous wildfires, they will arrive within 10 minutes, but this is not as fast as the speed you are prepared for."
I see.
Has the person been rescued? They have been safely escorted away. The replacement body has already been burned. Now you just need to deal with the 5 fire spots that show signs of human intervention before rescuing people. The rest will depend on your feedback from various places. After saying this, Chim Wooling tilted his head to think for a moment, glanced at the people on the ground, and said, "There was a person who ran out when the fire started. I knocked him out. You can deal with him while you are cleaning up the mess." Deal with it? Just follow your procedures. A murder case can be covered up. This is nothing, right? Understood. The phone was busy, and the other party had hung up. Chim Wooling looked up at the burning building, but his eyes were not filled with warmth. At the same time, a few hundred meters away from the fire scene, an inconspicuous car was speeding towards the outskirts of the city. Xu Xingrua sat in the back seat, Lu Ning sat in the co-pilot seat, and the driver was Yi Fei. TSK. I thought it was going to be so thrilling. Obviously, today's action was not as exciting as his life-threatening rush on the streets in the middle of the night a few days ago, but at least everything was terribly stable. When the fire started, Xu Xingrua left the theater through a temporary passage and got into a car and was taken away. Chim Wooling had broken down the responsibilities of each person into scattered links, and the responsibilities here were simply not challenging at all. It's good that nothing's wrong. Thank you for your rescue. Xu Xingrua let out a long sigh and said to Yi Fei with a smile, "I'm just driving a car." Although Yi Fei was impulsive, he was not the kind of person who liked to take credit for himself, so he waved his hand immediately. Chim Wooling told everyone what they needed to do. "We didn't know what others were supposed to do specifically, and she didn't tell us," Lu Ning said with a hint of complaint. "While this does prevent internal problems, it doesn't make us feel like a team. You know what kind of personality she has." Xu Xingrua smiled. The 3 of them lived together in the distribution center for a few days and got to know each other a little. Chim Wooling looked cold and unapproachable, but in fact he would answer any questions, and if he couldn't answer, he would just say he couldn't say anything.
He was quite easy to talk to.
He was the kind of person who seemed to be unsociable, but could easily fit into a group. Even I, the person who was rescued, only knew when to find an excuse to leave and then escape directly from the secret passage and get on the car. I didn't know anything else. But from the time arrangement, I also roughly understood more of the plan.
Oh.
Bai Meng and the troupe owner blocked the time of the first scene, so I didn't even have to make an excuse. I could just go to the bathroom to touch up my makeup or something. Then the fire was started using a timing device to avoid the danger of being discovered by someone starting the fire. Next, the ignition devices were cleared before the investigation. If it was her, she would have probably even prepared a fake cause of the fire.
Xu Xingrua said.
Yi Fei smacked his lips again. So she set up the device in advance? What about Bai Meng? Although most theaters are made of wood, that's not all. The fire was just a cover-up. The stage and auditorium are mostly made of non-combustible materials, so you just need to avoid curtains and other fabrics. Of course, the smoke that causes death in the fire only requires some recommended anti-toxic measures to be prepared in advance. The troupe owner will find out the use of these things in a timely manner, and they just need to hide in a place where the fire can't reach and wait for rescue. Lu Ning told Yi Fei what she knew. As for Bai Meng, in order to fully demonstrate the danger of this accident, she will be injured. In addition, the people who come together will inevitably have some minor or serious injuries. Then Xin Xingyue will use such reports to make Xu Xingrua's death seems more normal, even a lucky thing. Only one person died in such a big fire. Are you going to cover it up to this extent? Yi Fei felt terrible hearing this. Since the other party wants to cover up like this, we will use the same method to retaliate. Only if we can detect the problem here can we say that it is the opponent we are really looking for. All the targets we are currently suspicious of are following. No matter which side wants to move, we all take the lead. Then, don't we take the initiative?
No.
Lu Ning suddenly straightened her body from leaning on the chair, moved her fingers slightly, and a few glass beads fell from her cuffs into her palm, making a crisp sound. Our mission is not only to pick people up and leave, there is another possible thing. She stared at a van that suddenly appeared at the intersection ahead and shouted, "Close your eyes." Yi Fei was stunned. Xu Xingrua had already hidden behind the seat. At the same time, the van in front of him turned directly onto the wrong road, and the high beam lights were instantly turned on. The strong light immediately hurt Yi Fei's eyes. Fortunately, even in such a situation, Yi Fei's natural recklessness allowed him to make an appropriate response. He turned the steering wheel and immediately deviated the driving route, narrowly avoiding a direct hit from the opponent. They're going to kill us. Calm down. Find a way to stop the car. Didn't Yuan she lend you the gun? When the van missed its target, it immediately turned around and chased the car carrying the 3 people. Beautiful. Are you going to stab us in the back next? Yi Fei's eyes finally calmed down, but he didn't listen to Lu Ning. Instead, he pushed her hand away and stepped on the accelerator to continue accelerating. What you do? Like to race? Today I'll show them the skills of the car god outside the 4th ring road. Fasten your seatbelts.
Sit tight.
Yi Fei's eyes were red and tears were flowing, but his tone was full of ruthlessness. Lu Ning couldn't stop him, so she quickly buckled her seatbelt again, and then leaned back suddenly. Help me mark the road ahead. The van behind also began to speed up and catch up. Lu Ning quickly took out her phone, opened the map, and displayed the reserved road in front of the car. Yi Fei just glanced at it, then nodded and accelerated again. More than one car. Lu Ning saw that the number of vans appearing behind them quickly increased to 3. She thought that Yi Fei's previous acceleration had caught the other party off guard, and the intercepting car could not go that fast.
Ha ha ha.
Why are you still chasing? You're not giving up, are you? Yi Fei also saw those cars, but there was no fear on his face. Lu Ning was not in such a good mood. She immediately switched to the satellite map and began to check the real-time traffic conditions. If they're going to put up roadblocks on our established roads, then there is a problem. Is there any way to get out? Xu Xingrua poked her head out from behind. She had also taken out her cell phone and started checking the situation. I have sent a message to everyone. If there are no unusual movements elsewhere, it means that the other party has also arranged interception personnel in advance, which means we have a traitor? Xu Xingrua frowned and suddenly noticed a location. Shenyang Road is under construction, and a section of about 800 meters has been blocked. When we designed the route, there was no news of any construction there. Lu Ning snorted coldly, took out a dagger and threw it to Xu Xingrua. Protect yourself. Don't fight those things in close combat. If you get separated, go to the Phoenix Stone Hotel. There will be someone there to pick you up.
Good.
At this time, Yi Fei also drove into Shenyang Road. He had begun to slow down. As a result, the vans chasing him from behind gradually caught up. Fortunately, there were not more of them. They're coming. Xu Xingrua had been paying attention to the situation behind him and immediately reminded him. Yi Fei also quickly drove the car off the regular road, turned onto the bicycle lane, and parked about 200 meters away from the construction area. Get out of the car, let's go. This was also a backup plan for just in case of emergency. After Lu Ning sent the location of this place, he opened the car door and got out, then immediately rushed into the nearest alley. The 3 chasing cars reacted a little slower, and the 3 people escaped into the shadows. But this did not stop them from pursuing him relentlessly. Nearly 20 people wearing hoodies and gas masks got out of the car, holding wooden sticks and sharpened steel bars in their hands. Although they looked better than the previous weapons such as axes and saws, they were still deadly. As if they had received some orders, they dispersed in an orderly manner, splitting into 3 teams and chasing from different directions. Not long after these people entered the alley, more figures slowly walked over from the construction site, also holding various tools in their hands, and followed the footsteps of the people who had left earlier and gradually disappeared into the night. Go through the alley, and there is a residential area on the opposite side. There are almost no people walking around outside the building walls at night. Turn right, and there will be a wasteland. It was originally intended to be used as a park in the residential area, but it has not been built yet. Luning read the map very quickly. The most amazing thing is that she can still recognize the road ahead while running like this. Xu Xingrua was behind with a flashlight, and Yi Fei was running at the end with a pistol. The three of them were not running very fast, and the footsteps of the pursuers behind them could still be vaguely heard. Should we get rid of this batch first? Yi Fei was obviously furious. Xiao Shifan had told him that these enemies could be killed, and he was just as angry as before. The number of enemies is unknown. This is too risky. Luning answered, and suddenly a notification came from her mobile phone, and she received several replies. I will be there soon. 15 minutes to go. Already set off. These were messages from Sun Maju, Luo Lin, and Xiao Shifan. After confirming the enemy's pursuit, their mission was obviously over, and they responded one after another. Luning didn't know what her mood was at this moment, but it was not bad after all. Our people will come. But isn't there a traitor? Wouldn't it be terrible if he comes to help the other side? Yi Fei reacted quickly at this time. It's not like we'll see each other directly. Watch out. At the end of the road was a straight alley. Luning was almost reaching the exit, but at this time the pursuit team also appeared from the opposite side. After the first person saw the three people, he immediately threw the steel bar in his hand like a javelin. After being reminded, Yi Fei and Xu Xingrua barely avoided the attack of the javelin, while Luning had already run out of the alley, and 2 glass beads fell at both ends of the alley without anyone noticing. We have to run separately. Wait, why we need to find out who their target is? Isn't it Xu Xingrua? Wrong. Xu Xingrua turned her head to look at the 7 or 8 people who appeared from the alley and murmured, I know my identity and my secrets very well, so I also know that I am not worthy of being hunted down to this extent. The target this time is not me. Yi Fei glared. Do you mean me? It could also be me. Luning glanced at the road ahead, her tone becoming a little nervous. What we have in common is that we have both been attacked. You were in the cemetery and I was in the mountains. So we need to determine who they are chasing this time and which side is the real instigator. What? Why do we have to test it at this time? You'll die. The enemy's speed is comparable to that of humans, and their weak points are the same as humans. You don't need to worry, because you have a pistol. Luning ran towards the intersection and pointed to the left. I'm on the left, and you're on the right. Just remember to go back to the hotel. If I die, I will kill you. Yi Fei complained loudly while running to the right. And Xu Xingrua did not choose to go the same way as the two of them, crossing the road and continuing forward. After only 2 or 3 minutes, the pursuers also rushed out of the alley. Without any hesitation, they chased in one direction. Then, the area returned to silence again. After a long time, a subtle and crisp collision sound was heard at the exit of the alley, and then a figure suddenly appeared in the air as if a curtain was lifted. Are you really after me? Although it's within my expectations, this is not a good sign. Luning casually threw 2 glass beads up, letting them collide, rise and fall in the air as if attracted by some force, and then knocked them into the alley with her backhand. The illusion of confusion is the only method that Luning can be said to have mastered in the past few days. Fortunately, her identity has enough energy, so it is not difficult to support such a small magic. Although I lost the lead, I guess I have regained the initiative this time. Luning muttered to herself as she dialed a number, which was quickly answered by the other end. Hello? Luning. Is everything okay over there? Luolin, I have gotten rid of the pursuers. The 3 of us will act separately. Now, if it is convenient for you to go and pick up Yi Fei, I will contact Sun Maju to pick up Xu Xingrua. What about you? I am safe. But there is a mole among us, and I want to find this person. Do you have an idea? Do you need my help? Don't worry. The area is not small now. I just found the general direction. I have another question for you. When you were staring at the church, Did you see the adopted man and woman? No, I can only pay attention to the outside, but I guarantee that they did not come out from any official exit of the church. If there is a secret passage, that may not be the case. Okay, then you go find Yifei first and contact him directly. Lu Ning hung up the phone, then called Sun Maju and made the same arrangements. However, there was no unusual movement at the cemetery. Then she made the third call to Yin Luo. Hello? It seems that your operation tonight went smoothly. Even I was alarmed. Yin Luo's tone sounded a little interested, and in the background sound of her phone there were the long sirens of fire trucks and some strange shouts of people. Where are you? At home, that I don't need to rush over there myself, right? That's great. I'm basically sure Pei Xian is our enemy. He's the male of the couple adopted by the church. You have some relationship with the church, right? Do you know the details? You called me in the middle of the night just for this? Pei Xian must have been replaced. His behavior is so abnormal. I noticed it a long time ago. The camps are opposite. He can command monsters. I'm sure of that. He is the only person who has shown obvious hostility to me in the past few days. He specifically attacked me today. He wants to kill people. His camp is completely opposite to ours.
Ah.
That's not good news. Yin Luo still didn't seem to care. What kind of monster are you talking about? They probably disguised themselves as humans and mixed in with Danma. Don't you know this? I mean, non-human appearance. Yin Luo's tone was lazy, but it made Lu Ning's breathing tighten. You haven't seen their true appearance, right? You haven't seen any transformation process, right? Apart from confirming one Pei Xian, you don't know any specific information? That's not enough for me to take risks. And you think there is only one kind of monster here? Have you heard of the Seven Nights ghost talk? This term seemed to have been mentioned at some point, but Lu Ning didn't have a deep impression of it. TSK, the death bus at midnight, the grim reaper above the cemetery, the ghost train in the mountains, the screaming hut by Lake Tosu, the non-existent -7th floor of the hospital, the human flesh workshop that only appears at 0:30, and the corpse forest in the suburbs. I don't think you have studied these carefully, have you? I'm sorry, I didn't. No clues about that, right? But I do, and that's what I'm investigating lately. Everything in this world must be connected, and when concentrated into a small area, the connection can only become closer. This is what Yin Luo believed. She didn't think she had any extraordinary intelligence, nor did she think she had any particularly outstanding characteristics. The only thing she could boast about was probably her ruthlessness and keen observation skills, which she had developed from dropping out of school and hanging out with gangsters. Although this was also not glorious. Judging from her appearance, she is not at all what people often call a gangster. She has no tattoos, speaks elegantly, and treats people gently, even kindly. But Yin Luo had indeed become famous. She looked like a student, but she had already learned to hide a knife behind her smile and had already learned to kill. She would sit next to an old man playing the arrow on the street and listen to him for a whole day, and she would also use the most secretive methods to make people die, without them knowing it. And what was Yin Luo thinking about when a stray bullet pierced her heart? Was she recalling her life, as people say? Equals 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 equals. He's not the brother you remember. Yin Luo seemed unmoved by the scene before him. The entire process of the human body dissolving seemed to be just as normal as the melting of a candle. After the bodyguards on both sides were reminded, their faces finally became less ugly and they straightened up again. If Lu Ning were here, 10 minutes in the morning, she would be able to recognize that the person in the glass box was the bodyguard who had used her number in the church before. It has almost no desire to survive. Any means that are not lethal to humans will make it give up its life. It's really a low-quality thing. Yin Luo pressed a bell at hand, and immediately 2 bodyguards pushed a new glass box into the room. The expressions on their faces were obviously numb. They unloaded the box without saying a word, and put the previous one into the car and took it away. Inside the box was a middle-aged man in a coma, with a thin body. However, everyone in the Een family who was a little older knew this former member of the think tank. Use electric shock this time. Een Luo waved his hand and arbitrarily decided the fate of this person. However, just as the bodyguard was about to connect the electrodes to the base, the door was roughly pushed open, and a young man who was not much different in age from Een Luo rushed in. When he saw what the two were doing, he immediately shouted, "Stop. I thought you could react faster." Een Luo stood up, his tone finally becoming more energetic. "Brother, I think there should be other things for you to deal with now." As Een Luo's elder brother, Een Su can basically be said to be the designated next-generation heir of the Een family. However, due to his age, he has not yet done anything that can convince the public, especially with the backdrop of an outstanding sister. Whether now or in the past, Een Luo has already been in charge of a block of Yin's family. This does not mean that she is more valued, but as the heir, Een Su needs to learn more than just simple things like managing the streets. However, in the eyes of young people, there is a difference between actually doing something and simply learning. What are you doing? I heard that you had some of the brothers who had quit their job recaptured.
Now.
What's going on? Een Su glanced at the glass box. What he cared about was not the life or death of the people inside, but the impact this incident would bring. Kill? I can't kill a dead person, brother. Een Luo sat up and patted the seat he had just vacated. Don't you want to see the secrets hidden in this city? Brother, as the future leader, you should at least know what the darkness in the city is, right?
Een Su Flawen.
He didn't quite understand what Een Luo meant, but wasn't this an opportunity? See what tricks you can come up with. He muttered and sat down. Een Luo smiled and asked someone to bring Een Su a cup of coffee, then ordered the two bodyguards to continue their next work. It turns out that the spectacle of humans automatically dissolving is not the right thing to watch while eating, or even just drinking coffee. The roar of that person was still echoing in his ears. Although it was exactly the same as the cry of a human death, the sight of scattered flesh and blood was undoubtedly a double stimulation to the senses. Seeing their young master like this, the two bodyguards actually felt a subtle sense of balance. Een Luo stood up and said with a smile, "Brother, you are too naive. You reacted so violently to such a scene. I almost doubt your ability. You two should pack up. I'm going to go out for some fresh air." Een Luo, who walked out of the house, was stopped by Een Su, who had chased out. "What's going on? What are you hiding from me? Do Grandpa and Dad know?" It seems that such stimulation did not make him lose his normal judgment. "I don't know, I also investigated because I felt something was wrong. As you can see, these people were former members of the Een family. When were they replaced? Is there anyone in the Een family who is the original member? I can't guarantee it." Een Luo looked at Een Su with a smile. "You mean hush." Een Luo put his finger in front of his lips. "You know it in your heart, but don't say it out loud. You should be happy that you finally have something worth doing, right?" Een Su's expression changed slightly, and then he nodded slowly. "You will support me." You're my brother, that won't change, right?" The two exchanged a meaningful look, and then Een Su strode away. After he left, Een Luo put away the relaxed look on his face and pressed his temples with a headache. Balance. We really need to recalculate the enemy this time. Luning's judgment is probably right, but she doesn't have absolute confidence and evidence. But the success rate of beheading by me is too low, not to mention that dealing with one is not a cure at all. The young lady seems to be in trouble. A man appeared from the intersection and walked slowly towards Een Luo. There was a hint of smile in his tone, revealing a feeling that the two of them were quite familiar with each other. "He Nianqing, we are just temporary partners. There is no need for you to call me that. Although the system and the mafia themselves are not compatible, you and I have already come here to die, so there is no need to dwell on the problems of the past, right?" The man walked into the light. He was wearing a striped shirt and a tie with a butterfly pattern, looking like an office worker who had just come home late from working overtime. "What news do you have?" They really set the theater on fire. The fire was under control. The arrival times of the police, fire brigade, and subsequent journalists were all arranged. If I hadn't known about it in advance, I would have never imagined that there were so many human factors in this matter. He Nianqing took out a cigarette from his pocket, but did not light it. Instead, He twisted off the filter, poured out some tobacco, and pinched the two ends together. Your identity this time is really convenient. Isn't it working for the government? Moreover, a seeker was given an identity with supernatural powers. As a price, I didn't get any information at all. It's a pity that I met an acquaintance like you. A green flame jumped out from He Nianqing's fingertips, igniting the entire paper ball made of a cigarette. A wisp of smoke rose up, circled in the air, and went in a certain direction. How is it going? The Psychic Ability Association has already started to mobilize all the people in Danma. That little girl has really used a lot of leverage. He Nianqing took out another cigarette, lit it, took a puff, let out a long breath, and sneered. Although the enemy tried to reveal some less important information to divert attention this time, it still revealed some flaws after all. Hint: there's more tonight than just that one big event. Yin Luo raised his eyebrows and immediately understood what He Nianqing was referring to. Have you found the missing person?
Ha.
Although not, it's almost there. He Nianqing narrowed his eyes. The police station didn't have time to deal with the latest body. With this clue, we can easily find the several non-humans in the police station. They are all under control now. They didn't fight back? Fight back? You underestimate us. But the tricky part is how to conduct the interrogation afterwards. I don't think they can be used the same way as humans. If it's those guys disguised as humans, then you have to be careful. Yin Luo shook his head. I've done experiments. These guys have absolutely no will to survive. Even ordinary injuries to their limbs are enough to make them completely disintegrate. It seems you've found a lot of that stuff, too. I have a bad feeling, you know? I haven't found a single fool among the people I've come into contact with. From a balance perspective alone, we may be at a huge disadvantage in this faction allocation. What Yin Luo was talking about here were the scene natives like Yin Su. For a veteran like her, many invisible rules were no longer secrets, one of which was the power balance that was bound to form in a confrontational copy. Just like He Nianqing, who temporarily possessed superpowers, but the price was that he was basically blind in terms of intelligence, this balance was aimed at every tourist and at all camps. This kind of judgment was definitely not a mechanical liquidation, but a combination of each person's characteristics to give them advantages and disadvantages. And now, Yin Luo knew that the resources that his camp could mobilize included the entire Yin family and 2 other gangs with good relations, 6 to 7 clerks of the Supernatural Association, and an army that could be dispatched at any time. In addition, judging from the movements tonight, the Danma military, the police station, and some external forces may intervene at any time. With such a force, it would not be difficult to clear the entire city of Danma within 3 days. Remember the testing ground of the Bell of the Demon Tower? When Yin Luo said this word, He Nianqing's expression changed. Dawn came quietly, and the somewhat gloomy sky indicated a sultry day. The moisture on the ground was steaming up, and it was only 6 or 7 o'clock, enough to make a person walking outdoors sweat profusely. When Lu Ning walked back to the hotel, she saw the exhausted trio. Lu Chang'an had returned at some point, and she didn't know what Gao Yunji and Fei Yunwei had been busy with these days. As she didn't trust them, she didn't try to recruit them. Good morning. Fei Yunwei looked haggard, but Gao Yunji and Lu Chang'an looked better. They even greeted Lu Ning and Lu Chang'an when they saw them. Are you back? Is everything okay? Lu Ning asked casually. Haha, it was a close call. Thank you for your concern. Lu Chang'an smiled. What have you been doing recently? I say, if you want to leave, you have to help each other. Fei Yunwei suddenly spoke in a sarcastic tone. It's not that we don't share clues, but don't think we are just wasting our time. At this time, Gao Yunji covered his mouth, then nodded to Lu Ning, as if he was not prepared to speak, and forcibly dragged him back to the hotel. Just because they weren't going to say anything didn't mean Lu Ning couldn't see anything. The ghost had become much thinner. Although she was still following the 3 people, she was no longer as ferocious as before, and the evil spirit around her was almost gone. From the fact that the ghost did not take any revengeful actions, it was very likely that the ghost was actually the protector of one of them. They must have gone to some dangerous place last night. There are mud stains on the shoes, the clothes are all long-sleeved waterproof fabrics, and there are some watermarks and wrinkles on the trouser legs around the knees. These alone are strong pointers. However, Luning did not intend to ask them three. Back in the hotel room, she fell on her back on the bed. Her tense nerves finally relaxed a little, and the fatigue from a sleepless night also surged up, causing her to gradually close her eyes. The noisy information struggled to condense into meaningful sounds in the air. Condensation, the voice, which carried a hint of death, could not reach the ears of the person on the bed. After all, Luning was already fast asleep, and the voice was too small. However, the other party had no idea of this and continued to send distress signals word by word. The doorbell rang, completely disrupting the unstable flow of information in the air and waking up the person in the bed. Who? It's me. Yuan Shi's voice came from outside the door. Let's confirm whether you are back here. Xu Xingrua has been sent to a safe place. Sun Maju will temporarily protect her safety. Last night's action plan was very successful. Lu Ning reluctantly got up from the bed and opened the door. Yuan Shi and Xiao Shifan were standing outside. Seeing her opening the door, Xiao Shifan handed her a file bag and said, "Xu Xingrua asked me to give this to you." I didn't peek. It seems that this is the secret she holds. Lu Ning yawned as she took the file bag, opened it casually, glanced at the contents of the first page, nodded and said, "I see. Although I really want to share it with you, I'm very tired now." "It's okay, you take a rest first, we're going to the suburbs." Yuan, she said. "Suburbs? Where?" "To the east, there is a lush forest that covers an area of about 10 square kilometers. It is quite large, but it is more famous for the nickname given to it by the people here. The Corpse Forest? Well, since this has come to an end for now, we plan to start investigating the ghost stories." Cheng Wuling also specifically mentioned this, remember? Lu Ning nodded. She had already remembered this matter, but it was probably not related to the rescue plan, as Cheng Wuling had not mentioned it in detail that time. "Good luck to you. See you later." After greeting each other, the two left. Lu Ning closed the door and returned to her room. She opened her computer with her eyelids propped open and started a few programs before lying back on the bed. When she woke up, the sun had already set outside and Lu Ning's stomach began to complain. To be honest, she hadn't eaten anything since dinner last night. By chance, she received a text message from Lan Yushu saying that there had been a breakthrough and invited her to have a meal to celebrate. Lu Ning thought about it and replied, "I'll be there soon." Then she checked the computer and confirmed that there was no problem with the program before washing up and leaving the room. The night market was not open yet, but all the restaurants were open. As a half-local, Lan Yushu knew the signature dishes of every restaurant on this street. But to Lu Ning's surprise, it was not just Lan Yushu who was present, but also two of his colleagues. "Let me introduce you. He Nianqing is in charge of our liaison work, and Qin Shui is in charge of surveillance and intelligence." Lan Yushu introduced the man and woman who came with them to Lu Ning. The two of them nodded and greeted Lu Ning politely, as if they knew that Lu Ning might be a companion in the future, and their attitudes were very familiar. Although Lu Ning was not very good at dealing with people, she would respond with enough enthusiasm when others took the initiative to make friends with her. In addition, she was now lowering her posture to ask a few people for some supernatural knowledge. After having a common topic, they actually got along quite well. After a while, the topic turned to business. "Yesterday, while you were taking action, we stopped 2 police cars that had been dispatched ahead of schedule. As expected, the people in the cars were indeed suspicious. Has he been interrogated yet?" Lu Ning asked. He Nianqing nodded. "It took a little time. Those guys are so fragile that I don't even want to call them enemies." "Fragile?" Lu Ning immediately thought of the person who immediately disintegrated after being shot on the mountain that day. The first thing they did when they woke up was to try to hurt themselves, as if they would self-destruct once a certain amount of damage had accumulated. However, apart from the first 2 that we didn't have time to stop, the rest weren't so lucky. He Nianqing said with a bit of pride, their memories still contain the place where the transformation took place. "Perhaps we can find the remains of past victims there, and then we'll have a legitimate reason to request troops." "Where is the place of transformation?" Lu Ning asked. He Nianqing glanced at Qin Shui and saw her nod slightly before saying, "Hospital, Danma Central Hospital." That place is really a den of filth. That's all right. Chen Shui interrupted He Nianqing at this time, then looked into Lu Ning's eyes and said, I think you might want to participate in this operation. Is your ability to read minds? How is that possible? There are just too many people watching. Chen Shui denied with a smile, although you have great potential, it is not allowed to let newcomers directly participate in the operation. Lu Ning was silent for a moment, then said, but even if you don't take me with you, I will still go to investigate the problems in the hospital. I have met many people in Donma, and I can find others who are willing to go with me. You don't trust us to handle this properly? Chen Shui's tone was very confident, but both Lu Ning and He Nianqing beside her felt that it was not very reliable. Lu Ning knew that the enemy was too exposed and too weak, which made it easy for people to think that they were easy to deal with. But she didn't believe in such a feeling the most in her life. Perhaps it was because of her long-term pessimistic attitude towards life that she never thought such a good thing would happen. On the other hand, He Nianqing had a practical judgment. When he truly understood the abilities of his companions, he felt more and more how difficult the enemy that he had not yet touched was, to the point that he suspected that this was a hunting mission, because only that could bring about overwhelming external inequality. But they couldn't explain it directly, and the information brought by the identity of Crow could not explain its source at all, so they had to think of other ways. At this time, Lu Ning's phone vibrated. She said sorry and picked up the phone, and saw that the number displayed on it was Xu Xingrua's. Hello. A forest of corpses. Rumor has it that someone saw more than a dozen bodies hanging from the trees in the forest when he passed by the woods early in the morning. However, after calling the police, no bodies were actually found. After this happened 4 or 5 times, the rumor gradually spread that the forest is alive and will devour the bodies. Xu Xingrua and Sun Maju were walking through this forest at the moment. In the midsummer, the branches and leaves were lush, and the moonlight could not provide enough lighting. The two used flashlights to illuminate the road ahead. Are you sure it's here? Sun Maju looked around. There were still cicadas chirping in the forest, and occasionally startled birds flapped their wings and flew towards the trees in the distance. The breeze blew by, bringing a hint of coolness, but from another perspective, it felt a bit chilly. But Xu Xingrua was very sure. The only advantage I could get from my previous bad situation was the key to the 7 nights of ghost stories. I have given one to Lu Ning and one to Hanin. These 2 are the ones I feel most at ease with. I will go and check the rest myself. In person? You didn't explain the dangers involved. Sun Maju showed a suspicious look. Since you hold such an important bargaining chip, why didn't you bring it up earlier? I've said it before, I only trust 2 people right now. If it's you, it's probably only half. Xu Xingrua walked forward along a path between the trees, tapping his fingers gently on every tree he passed by. Showing my status will only attract special attention from the enemy. After confirming with Lu Ning, I understand one thing more and more. That is, apart from me, no one else has shown that they have the clues to the core. The clues that lead directly to the core. Xu Xingrua suddenly stopped and tapped a tree with his fingers twice, then twice more. After a brief thought, he turned to Sun Maju and said, You are the Seeker, right? Logically, the name of this scenario is Seekers of the Holy Scripture, and you are the ones who occupy the protagonist position. But didn't any of you pay attention? Even though we found so many anomalies in this mission, the core of the mission, the Holy Scripture, the Star Spirit, and the Silent Plan were not revealed. As long as the anomaly is revealed, the things behind it will be exposed. Those things are obviously the ultimate masterminds.
Sun Maju said.
Yes, we have obtained this additional intelligence because of our identities. But after excluding these, where do you think our investigation has progressed? Sun Maju frowned and thought about it, feeling that not much substantial progress had been made based on what was currently known. At the same time, Xu Xingrua had taken out her cell phone and called Lu Ning. Hello? The other party answered the call quickly. Have you seen what I gave you? I haven't finished reading it all. What? Do you have any questions? There are some problems. Sun Maju and I have come to the corpse forest, and now I am standing at the key position. There was silence on the other end of the line for a moment.
Key?
The key to activating the strange phenomenon, in fact, it should be said that it is a fixed means of operation. This is my advantage. That's not an advantage. Lu Ning responded quickly. What you know should be of the same type as the secrets we have. It provides a lot of information about the investigation, but does not have a direct role. However, I am not sure if there are monsters there. It is too risky for two people to go there. You leave immediately. No, that's what's weird. Xu Xingrua peeled off a piece of bark, revealing the wood underneath. The walking corpse is a horror element used by countless people since ancient times. People fear death, and they fear the unknown things that confuse life and death even more. For ordinary people, just seeing an obviously emaciated corpse walking towards you is already a huge mental shock. Of course, this is not necessarily a negative impact. People who are frightened to the point of weakness will soon be eliminated from the test sites at the distribution center. On the contrary, those who can muster up the courage will gradually learn to cope with it and get used to it. Yuanxi fired. The bullet entered the corpse's chest, lifting up a piece of dry, hard tissue like peeling off a rotten board, making a sound like hitting something hard. The impact made the corpse stagger back a bit, but that was all. Like a stone. Yuanxi put the gun back in dissatisfaction. Seeing this, Xiao Shifan no longer prepared to shoot, but just shone the flashlight around and saw the shadowy corpse walking in the forest. "Are you still walking?" he asked. "No. What we have in our hands can't cause any fatal injuries." "No, it's better to say that we haven't even found out what is fatal. When these guys fell off the tree, they scared the two of them. After all, it would be hard to imagine such a hiding method if you didn't know it in advance, as their entire bodies were wrapped around the tree like bark. What's more, these guys were scattered on the surface of a tree and only fell off and turned into human form when they attacked. As for why these corpses became like this, or even whether they were corpses, now was not the time to consider that. Slow speed, strong defense, and no obvious weaknesses. With these characteristics, he should be a guard. Yuanxi took 2 steps back and walked to a position side by side with Xiao Shifan. "Doesn't that prove that we found the right place?" Xiao Shifan grinned. "I'm going to take a risk. I'm going to find out what they are protecting tonight." "With pleasure, Miss Yuan." The two exchanged glances, quickly chose a direction where there were no figures surrounding them, and rushed out. At the same time, on the other side of the city, a pair of rough hands pressed down on the trees in the forest, making a rustling sound. A hunter wearing a military cap poked his head out from the bushes. The dark environment did not seem to affect his vision, and he could identify the road with just the faint starlight. Li Zhongxin was very familiar with such an environment. After all, his identity as a hunter was not like the previous one that he was forced to do. It was similar to his original job before his death, a forest ranger. This was already the 3rd day of surveillance. After he and Wang Zongxiang confirmed that the other party was also a crow from the distribution center, they prepared to do something in the mountains. For example, whether the burning vehicle shrouded in evil black fog really existed. Although there was still the strange cave and the incident a few days ago, Li Zhongxin was not ready to look for more teammates. He always believed that as long as he found strong and reliable companions, 1 or 2 would be enough. Wang Zongxiang was also a person who prioritized the development of force. Even if he was not very good at solving puzzles, he could still overcome difficulties with his skills. There is always more than one path in the test field. Force, brains, luck, any one of them can be passed if it is achieved to a certain extent. Li Zhongxin does not have extra points to develop comprehensively, so he would rather go to the extreme on one path. "Sorry for being late, Mr. Li." Wang Zongxiang emerged from the bushes behind him. He held a small wine bottle and threw it into Li Zhongxin's hand, grinning. "Give me courage." Li Zhongxin thanked him, unscrewed the lid, and took a sip. The spicy liquid slid into his throat, and the stimulation made his fighting spirit even higher. "Did you find anything?" Wang Zongxiang took off a shotgun, but Li Zhongxin just shook his head. "I didn't see any fire. Not even a will-o'-the-wisp."
"Ah.
Is this rumor true?" Wang Zongxiang scratched his beard, but he was not discouraged. Hunting is never something that can be rushed. "I think it's true." As Li Zhongxin said this, He also took off the hunting rifle behind him and stared at the stars of moonlight between the trees with his sharp eyes. Oh, it's so quiet. Li Zhongxin raised his gun and aimed. On a summer night like this, in such a quiet place in the forest, this could only be the place where that thing lurks. I finally found it. The silence in the forest, without even a sound, made the two people's whispered conversation seem noisy, which was undoubtedly extremely abnormal. It's nearby. Wang Zhongxiang suddenly felt a chill on his back. He turned his head quickly and pulled Li Zhongxin behind an old tree. Not far behind them, tiny dots of dark blue flames were rushing through the woods rapidly, swiftly but silently. With Li Zhongxin's excellent night vision, he could see that the flames were wrapped in a mass of black fog of unpredictable shapes. That's it. Wang Zhongxiang let out a low growl, and Li Zhongxin became even more excited. Let's chase. Lake Tosu. The three people gradually approached the lakeshore. Unlike yesterday, this time they were fully prepared. They were already wearing diving equipment, and their ears were tightly blocked with earplugs and earmuffs. Please, Ollie. Fei Yunwei in the middle spoke to the air, and then a wonderful wave of feeling connected the senses of the three people. Although soul synchronization cannot directly transmit sound, it can make the three people have a higher level of tacit understanding, and even simple gestures are enough to convey the meaning. Gao Yunji pointed at his watch and gestured twice. The other two nodded and immediately began to take off their coats. The area of the lakeshore is not small, and even the monsters in the cabin need some time to react, and their only target is the bottom of the lake. After 3 sounds of water entering the water, a strong wind suddenly blew over the lake. Lu Ning put down her phone. She didn't know how much had happened tonight, but she had some premonitions.
Sorry.
So, about me going to the hospital with you. I'm sorry, but I still won't agree. Chen Shui firmly rejected her. It is absolutely forbidden for people who have not received combat training to rashly go to the front line. Although I am not in a position to stop you from going alone, I can stop you from leaving. To put it bluntly, you have to rely on me. Lan Yushu said with a smile. Although his tone was a bit joking, Lan Yushu didn't look like he would help Lu Ning. Is there nothing else to discuss?
I'm sorry.
Chen Shui took out her wallet. Unless there is some reason why you must participate. By the way, your ability is not within this range, and your pupil skills need to be protected. Lu Ning hesitated for a long time, but in the end she couldn't find a perfect reason. It's getting late, let's deal with other things first. He Nianqing eased the awkward atmosphere, took Chen Shui's wallet, and went to pay the bill. Lan Yushu comforted Lu Ning, but he was obviously not at the point where he could change Chen Shui's decision. However, Lu Ning's request to see the capture monsters was not rejected. After paying the bill, the 4 of them went to the place where they temporarily detained the monsters. It was under a semi-abandoned building located in the old town of Danma. Because the economic center has shifted in recent years, few people have come to this place, and even public transportation is pitifully rare. But because of this, the confidentiality is still quite strong. We have 7 people in total. Don't think it's too few. We only have so many people that can be transferred to Danma at the moment. He Nianqing introduced Lu Ning on the way. The one guarding those monsters is an uncle named Liang Shaoquan. He has a good temper, so don't be nervous. As for the other 3, there are other things. If there is a chance in the future, I can introduce them to you. Okay. Lu Ning responded, but his eyes swept towards the building. Evil spirit. Are they those guys? Walking down the cracked stairs, you can see that this place has been transformed into a mixed prison and laboratory area. A middle-aged man wearing a sweatshirt and holding a palm leaf fan in his hand, lying on a beach chair, is enjoying the cool air in front of the narrow entrance. The style of the scene is completely inconsistent with the cold iron railings and glass walls behind. Uncle Yang, we have brought the person here. Lan Yushu raised his hand and waved hello. Lu Ning noticed that there was a bit of respect and admiration in his tone, and the lazy look he had shown before was completely restrained. Oh, are you back?
Let me see.
Liang Shaoquan sat up from the recliner, and the others noticed that he had headphones on one ear and seemed to be listening to something. Chen Shui walked up to him helplessly and took off his headphones, looking at him with a hint of condemnation. Don't be too lax during official duties. The team leader will be unhappy if he finds out.
No, no.
Liang Shaoquan quickly snatched the headphones back and pointed inside. Everyone is asleep. Xiao Xue, you know that my ability is naturally only effective when I am relaxed. Lu Ning also came over at this time. Liang Shaoquan's eyes lit up immediately when he saw her. This girl is not bad. Be careful with your words, Uncle Liang. Chen Shui had to remind him again. Sorry. You are very capable, little girl. I can even feel the energy hidden in your body. You have a bright future. He says this to everyone, but Uncle Liang's vision is indeed very accurate. Lan Yushu whispered in Lu Ning's ear. Lu Ning smiled and immediately saluted Liang Shaoquan. He Nianqing finally walked in, holding a cigarette in his hand, and the lingering smoke completely enveloped the area near the entrance. After checking it, he came over and said, Let's take Lu Ning to confirm whether these captured ones are the same type as those that attacked her before. Please ask Uncle Liang to release one of them from sleep. A young man in police uniform was lying on the concrete floor, seemingly asleep. However, after He Nianqing made a gesture at the door, the young man's body twitched suddenly and his eyes slowly opened. Through the glass wall, Lu Ning could clearly see a flash of ferocity in the young man's eyes. Then, he bounced up from the ground and hit the glass wall at a desperate speed. A stream of blood sprayed radially on the wall, and there was a loud noise. They can't get out. Their powers are the same as humans, and there is nothing special about them. Except that after death, all their cells will self-disintegrate into highly corrosive mucus. As if he was afraid that Lu Ning would be scared, He Nianqing explained a little. At this time, Lu Ning had already used all her abilities. The blood stains could not block her sight. Through the appearance of the young man hitting the glass, she saw the blood in the air was completely boiling. This was exactly what she had seen in the two people in the church before. The young man roared like a wild beast and hit the glass wall again and again. Gradually, besides the blood, something else began to stick to the other side of the wall, and the force of the impact gradually became weaker. Finally, the young man finally stopped. A strange smile appeared on his bloody face, and his body fell backwards. Before hitting the ground, its body turned into pieces of meat paste, which splashed all around when it fell to the ground, turning into an extremely bizarre picture.
How?
I can see their unique aura. Lu Ning had long been mentally prepared for such a bloody scene, and immediately turned to He Nianqing and said, And I have seen such an aura in other places. There are 2 children who were adopted at the church. Their names are Yu Chan and Pei Xian. They have the same blood-colored aura as this monster, but they seem to be able to control it freely.
Surprisingly.
Well, it's not particularly surprising. We have noticed the suspiciousness of the church for a long time, but we couldn't find any clues. This time we have a chance. He Nianqing nodded, opened the door, and the 2 of them left this somewhat unpleasant room. After coming out, He Nianqing exchanged opinions with Chen Shui and Liang Shaoquan. Lan Yushu and Lu Ning were not involved in this process. Then they offered to send Lu Ning back to the hotel. Yushu, you'll be responsible for Lu Ning's personal safety in the next period of time. She is very important to some of our subsequent operations. He Nianqing warned.
Huh?
Wait, you're asking me to protect her? Yes. What's the problem? Lan Yushu was a little dumbfounded. Brother He, didn't we agree to go together? Although that's the case, I think. Lan Yushu wanted to struggle again, but Chen Shui's simple words, obey orders, finally stopped him from thinking about it. The 4 of them said goodbye to Uncle Liang and returned to the old city. Within 5 minutes, a bus arrived at the station, and the 4 of them got on the bus. There was only an old conductor in an old green uniform and a bearded driver on the bus. There were 5 or 6 passengers sitting in the back rows of seats. The dim light illuminated the interior of the bus, which made it feel a little more eerie at night. 4 of you. The conductor yawned, took the banknotes handed over by He Nianqing, tore off 4 tickets and handed them to them, pointing to the back and indicating that they could sit anywhere. After they took their seats, the bus started moving again. To be honest, Lu Ning hadn't seen a bus with a ticket seller for a long time, but the bus she took when she came here also had a ticket seller. It seemed that only the buses in the old city still had this kind of service. After the bus started, the night breeze blowing in from the window was very cool, and she gradually got rid of the nausea she had just witnessed when the monster committed suicide. The journey was boring, so she started asking Chen Shui about her abilities. Among the three people traveling together, Lan Yushu is good at feng shui formations, and He Nianqing is good at moving clouds and fog. Both of them are experts in one thing. Although Chen Shui is not proficient in multiple techniques, she has a wide range of knowledge. This is probably related to her experience as a field team since she was a child. Pupil skills exist in almost every cultivation system, and they are also extremely rare abilities. People with natural abilities like yours have always been treasures in the eyes of various departments, because there is no weak skill in this category. But I can see those things after learning witchcraft. I'm not born with it. Do you think that without any deliberate study or accumulation of special materials, the ability that is awakened by just learning some basics cannot be called innate? Chen Shui explained with a smile. Innate in Xianmen can be understood as talent, which is mostly self-taught. It is almost like you have been blessed by heaven to have this bowl of rice. At least I know of no more than 10 people who are born with special abilities like this. Lu Ning unconsciously reached out to touch her eyes. Although they were not really hers, they were really a golden finger enhancement in this test field. I just don't know how much Cheng Wuling, who is also a secret person, has mastered. According to the so-called equality rule, it is at least not less than what I know. Sister Chen Shui, what are you good at? Espionage. I don't think it has much to do with combat. As for me, it's okay to tell you. Chen Shui was halfway through her words when Lu Ning suddenly made a gesture to silence her. She was slightly stunned and her expression immediately became serious. Chen Shui had already confirmed Lu Ning's pupil skills, so she naturally had absolute trust in her. And Lu Ning did not disappoint her trust. She noticed the trace of blood in the carriage earlier than anyone else.
When did
you catch up? Lu Ning stood up suddenly and turned her head to look in the direction where the blood was drifting. That was the last row of the bus. A man wearing a baseball cap and a green and black patterned shirt seemed to have noticed Lu Ning's gaze and slowly raised his head. A fairly familiar face appeared in Lu Ning's sight. Even though Song Bagua's pupils had turned gray and his lips had turned blue-black, he still had the same depressed expression as when he was alive, looking blankly in Lu Ning's direction. There was no pattern on the clothes, but bloodstains that had long since dried. At this moment, the bus suddenly turned a corner, and Lu Ning, who had stood up, lost her balance and fell towards the aisle. In her astonished eyes, she saw a pair of the dead man's hands reflected. Impossible. Song Bagua is at least 1.5 meters away from here. Get lost. All he heard was Chen Shui's sharp shout, and the knife flashed. The sharp, cold blade easily cut off a pair of purple hands, but only a few drops of sticky black liquid spurted out from the broken wrists, as if the blood had already solidified in the body. It was only then that Lu Ning realized that the person who attacked her was not Song Bagua in the last row, but the passenger sitting next to her. They're all dead bodies. Without time to think, Lu Ning had already shouted out the sentence before logic could think of it. He Nianqing and Lan Yushu, who were sitting in the front seats, also reacted quickly. One raised his hand to light a cigarette, while the other took out a compass from his pocket. It's no use. The conductor at the front of the car suddenly spoke in an old-fashioned tone, with a sound mixed with some kind of echo. This car is used to transport corpses. Only corpses can get on and off the car. Even if you are alive, you will become a corpse before you can leave the car. Playing tricks. He Nianqing flicked his finger, and a ball of fire was shot at the ticket seller, but the ticket seller just stretched out his hand and pinched it, and the flame went out.
Ticket.
As Lu Ning steadied herself, she had already taken out the ticket. She hadn't looked at it carefully before, but when she looked at it again, the words on it were Hades leading to Danma Central Hospital. I can't reach my hand out. Lan Yushu also cried out anxiously. While using the compass to locate the vehicle, he tried to reach out of the car window. However, it was as if there was an air wall blocking his palm. So, did we really encounter something, or was this an intentional attack? Chen Shui tightly grasped the dagger that she had pulled out from somewhere and was on guard against the passengers who were slowly standing up from their seats. If you guys can't find the things, just go back. Why do you want to arrest our members? Although we can just make another one, we can't just ignore such a loss, right? The conductor slowly took out a cylindrical object from the black waste bag containing the tickets. But I didn't expect that you would have to trouble me in the end. I was originally responsible for carrying the bodies. Assassination is not my job. He was complaining like a madman at this moment, but He Nianqing's face changed when he saw what he had in his hand. Hey, Chen Shui, that thing can't be. White phosphorus incendiary bomb. Chen Shui nodded affirmatively. Although I don't know where this guy comes from, I think only those old guys can use this kind of space sealing technology. If the attack power is insufficient, he uses props to supplement it? That's smart. I can't even get out of the smoke. Chen Shui, your ability. We are not trying to escape now. Chen Shui suddenly sneered. The blade cut off another passenger's outstretched hand, as if declaring war, and the tip of the blade drew an arc, pointing at the conductor in the front. It's so hard to catch a big fish. Of course we have to kill it right there. Lu Ning lowered her body. The blood in the carriage was getting thicker. She could only hide beside Chen Shui and think about how to deal with it. At this moment, she felt something on her hand, and she subconsciously lowered her head to take a look. What are the methods of immortals? There was a prefect holding a banquet. A Taoist priest cut a moon out of paper and threw cups to invite the fairies in the painting to the banquet. When they were in high spirits, they entered the moon and drank happily until dawn. Although we haven't reached that level, there are still people who can take objects out of paintings or keep them in paintings. If it weren't for her age, painting fairy Chen Shui would have already become a highly respected senior master in the circle. Due to the versatility of this skill, Chen Shui has always been on the front line, filling in wherever there is a vacancy. As someone who has recently worked with Chen Shui, He Nianqing can feel how stable the situation is with her around. At least he doesn't think that a space blockade can trap Chen Shui. However, the opponent does not think so. You can vent your anger as much as you want. There are dead people on this car. You can kill as many as you want. We can't die a second time. You can't escape. It's meaningless. After I kill you, I have to send you to that hellhole to deal with the aftermath. It's really troublesome. Anyway, it's not my business. It's best to deal with it as soon as possible. As soon as he finished speaking, the conductor threw the incendiary bomb in his hand. Oh no, the incendiary bomb fell from the sky, making a slight sound, but did not explode. Lan Yushu was panting heavily, his hand holding the compass trembling slightly, but he still pretended to be strong and taunted. Go ahead and throw it. Throw a few more. Sorry for talking so much nonsense. The luck is on our side now. Anything that is harmful to us will never happen. Lu Ning's eyes widened. Could Feng Shui be used like this? He could only sit in his seat and could not stand up. You possess some special powers, which is probably why I was assigned here to eliminate you, but I don't possess any special attack power, so why do I have to face such a thing? The conductor grabbed an armrest above his head in great dejection. The corpse in the back seat seemed to have been induced by something and gave up the attack, and the remaining things in the car were just a pile of junk, which posed no threat at all. At this moment, liquid with a pungent smell gushed out from the corners around. What is that? He Nianqing hooked his finger, and the smell mixed with the smoke in the air, which immediately made his face change slightly. It's just a mixture of gasoline and corpse oil. By the way, this is the fuel for this car. The conductor slowly squatted down, dipped his hand on the black grease on the ground, and then rubbed it on his body in disgust. Although, due to their luck, not a drop of oil spread to the feet of the four people, the entire carriage was instantly filled with oil. You rascals, are you going to? Before He Nianqing could finish his words, the ticket seller took out a lighter and looked at him with dead eyes. Whoever got in and out of this car must be dead. You may not believe it, but I won't say it again. Ignition. The fierce flames instantly engulfed the conductor. The flames seemed more intense than usual. They engulfed the front of the car in an instant and quickly burned towards the rear of the car.
Chen Shui.
Open the door. The formation can't hold out for long. He Nianqing yelled. At this time, the flames bypassed them and swept all the bodies behind them into the sea of fire. Lan Yushu's face was pale. Obviously, the luck that was forcibly maintained could not hold out for too long. Chen Shui did not hesitate and reached into her pocket to pull out a leaflet. She had taken it from a young man handing out leaflets when they were leaving the city. Lu Ning thought he had just thrown it away. The flyer was pasted on the window, and a door in a furniture decoration advertisement suddenly disappeared. Then the carriage was forcibly dug open, and a door was firmly embedded in it. He Nianqing quickly turned the door handle, and the wind blew into the interior of the bus, but outside was a scene of speeding by. You can go out. He Nianqing was overjoyed when he found that his smoke had passed through the door. He immediately grabbed the door frame and pulled Lan Yushu, who was sitting on the seat, onto his back. Just as he was about to go out, he was stopped by Lu Ning. Lu Ning, don't go out, look at your hands. He Nianqing was slightly stunned and looked at his own hands. He was shocked to find that the part that was holding the door frame had turned purple, just like the hands of the dead. The heat wave rolled across his cheeks, causing cold sweat to drip down his face. Didn't I tell you? A roar like that of an evil spirit came from the flames. Only the dead can leave the car. No matter what method you use, it will be the same. Destroying the wall is useless. Teleporting is useless. Even if the car is blown up, you will become corpses in that instant. I don't have much offensive power, but I can still leave life behind. Sorry for the trouble. He Nianqing withdrew his hand. Fortunately, as long as he returned to the car, the color of his hand would return to normal. Chen Shui, it seems that I can't help you. Don't panic. Even though she knew about the restrictions, Chen Shui remained calm and even had time to glance at Lu Ning's reaction. And Lu Ning did not disappoint her and did not show any panic.
Lu Ning. Ah?
Lu Ning was stunned when her name was called suddenly. The flames had not yet approached, and Lan Yushu's magic circle had become ineffective. What was blocking the flames were just a few pieces of thin paper. I am known as the painting fairy. As you can see, I am good at sealing things into paintings or pulling objects out of paintings. I cannot use this on living things. I will give you a chance now. If you can come up with a way to deal with this situation, you will be allowed to go to the hospital this time. Lu Ning's eyes lit up. Seriously? Chen Shui nodded. He Nianqing, who was standing aside, looked at Chen Shui, who was training newcomers with ease, speechlessly, thinking that this must be the boss. Lu Ning just glanced at the flames in the car. With the help of the wind outside the door and the walls made of several pieces of paper, the heat was not so obvious. However, the car was speeding madly on the road, and it was obvious that there was something wrong that it had traveled such a long distance without seeing a single person or a single car. It may be dangerous, but there is no risk without risk. A Klein bottle, a solid object without a front or back. Since Sister Chen Shui can change the car body, can we do the same? Without the front and back, there will be no problem for us to get out of the car. Since he didn't know whether the Klein bottle in this world was still named this way, Lu Ning made a special explanation. This answer surprised He Nianqing. He would not be surprised if Chen Shui gave such an answer. After all, he knew his own abilities best. However, not everyone has the ability to quickly come up with a response plan based on the current resources. Just like after he gained the ability of this test field, he relied too much on the communication and concealment functions of smoke. Once he encountered a problem that he couldn't solve, he began to seek help from others and stopped thinking. This is very deadly. Not to mention the various thoughts swirling in He Nianqing's mind, Chen Shui smiled.
Well,
you pass. Lu Ning was stunned for a moment. This answer probably meant that her answer was unsatisfactory. I said before that if we encounter it, we must destroy it. Escape, there is no way to escape. Chen Shui pulled out a notepad, and in the firelight, she could vaguely see all sorts of lifelike drawings on it. These were her real weapons for fighting. Drawing the sword from the painting to open the door was just a casual use of the resources around her. You won't be able to hold out for long. The carriage had turned into a purgatory of flames, and the small piece of pure land with only 4 seats began to be gradually eroded by the flames. After all, there was a limit to how much a piece of paper could absorb, and Chen Shui would not waste too much energy on this. Finally, the paper in the air was truly ignited, and it was burned along with the flames inside, turning into ashes. The Klein bottle exists in 3-dimensional space and has a 4-dimensional concept. With my ability to put it into the interior of this carriage, I can naturally glue the surface and the inside together, but this does not solve the fundamental problem. As if to give a detailed explanation to the newcomer, Chen Shui spoke very patiently and clearly. However, there is another thing in this world that can only exist in the 2-dimensional world, not in the 3-dimensional world. I have tried to materialize this thing. A piece of paper fell with the heat wave, and the short knife pierced through it, nailing the paper to the floor. Then, the floor began to bulge, forming a 3-dimensional structure like a staircase. Soon, this 3-dimensional structure began to be transmitted in the car, but the strange thing was that these steps gradually began to become tilted like corrugated paper and then began to twist and break. Idiots! Even if you destroy the bus, you will die the moment you are exposed to the outside world. Is it so difficult to choose a less painful way to die quietly? I really don't understand you.
Huh?
Did you notice? The bus seems to be a part of you. I knew it when I tried to seal the bus in the painting and failed. But you are probably too focused on moving the corpse. You seem to have no understanding of human art and history, Chen Shui said with a mocking tone. The car body began to disintegrate, but this did not mean that the car body was destroyed. Instead, the entire vehicle began to turn into nothingness, as if it was erased and disappeared from reality bit by bit.
Impossible stair.
Of course, Lu Ning had heard of this. The ever-upward looping staircase created by Penrose and his son was later expanded by many people into impossible art. The conclusion is that they do not exist in the 3-dimensional world. Perhaps higher dimensions can do it, but that is beyond my ability. Everything that is transformed into an impossible step will eventually be forced to disappear because it cannot exist in this world. Chen Shui reached out and closed the door. Although the flames in the car were still jumping, they were receding as the car itself disappeared. The morning star shines in the night sky. Yuan Shi and Xiao Shifan left the corpse forest safely and took something with them. When the weather cleared up in the morning, people passing by the forest could see that the trees were withered and the branches and leaves were scattered, and no one knew what the reason was. Gao Yunji, Fei Yunwei, and Lu Chang'an, who escaped along an underground river in Danma, dragged their tired bodies back to the hotel in the early morning, but the smiles on their faces told them something. In the wooden house at the foot of the mountain, Wang Zongxiang, with one arm covered in blood, put down Li Zhongxin's body with a guilty look on his face. His family members surrounded the body and cried bitterly, but Wang Zongxiang could not tell the truth. Lu Ning was sleeping. The ability of her eyes became more and more free, but the consumption of her physical strength also gradually increased. This was the price of being able to see more things. Lan Yushu booked a room on the same floor and finally enjoyed the days with air conditioning. She was full of expectations for the hospital's future actions. All of this was seen by the people sitting on the top balcony behind the church. Pei Xian sat on a chair nearby, enjoying a watermelon in his hand. There was a computer on a low table, and the man's voice came through the voice. Last night, the Corpse Forest, Midnight Bus, and Tosu Lake were all attacked. Tosu Lake was not penetrated deeply, but the Corpse Forest and the bus have been destroyed. Pei Xian ate a piece of watermelon and threw the rind into the trash can in the corner.
Waste.
As expected, the person behind the balcony decorative column spoke in a calm tone. When Pei Xian heard that person say that, he immediately suppressed his anger. Since you think it's okay, I'll just slack off here. Pei Xian, we promise to give you enough freedom as long as you ensure your own safety. The man on the other end of the computer said, if you really feel angry, it's okay to vent it. Haha, really? I thought you would be mad at the loss of 2 important combat forces. Pei Xian picked up another piece of watermelon and glanced at the decorative column. Anyway, I'm not very good at using my brain, so you guys really helped a lot. It feels good. We are a team. A man's voice with a hint of laughter came from the computer. It is normal to prioritize the interests of the team. As for the death of the two servants, it is still within our expectations. TSK, so that means the silent plan won't be implemented seriously before then? Before that, you and Yu Chan's fighting power will not be fully unleashed. Another person on the balcony explained, and the team that we in the opposing camp have finally put together has begun to have internal doubts. As a result, no matter what instructions their decision-making team makes, they cannot be fully implemented. Everything is within the plan. It's really reassuring to cooperate with you guys. Pei Xian grinned. I've also encountered those self-proclaimed intelligent rascals before. Not only did they restrict me with all kinds of rules and regulations, they also wanted to use me as a knife.
Pretentious. Bah.
I'm not smart, but I'm not stupid. It seems like you've had a lot of experience being cheated. The man on the other end of the computer said, don't worry, in our plan this time, the worst outcome is that the four of us survive, but the mission fails. Okay, anyway, I can do whatever I want, right?
Well.
Don't forget what you promised to do when the silent plan is implemented. Apart from this, you can do whatever you want. We will solve any problems that arise. The person behind the decorative column reminded. No problem. Since you guys give me face, I won't be without team spirit. Pei Xian took a bite of the watermelon and sighed. Winning without doing anything is such a happy thing. When she woke up, Lu Ning felt that she had missed something again. There were several text messages on her phone from LV Bingying, Cheng Wuling, Yuan Shi, and Lan Yushu. She opened them one by one and found that there were quite a few new messages in all of them. LV Bingying told her that the video of her and Yi Fei driving away from the theater on the day of the fire had been found. Although she was not a suspect, she might be questioned by the police in the near future. On the other hand, this incident had attracted widespread attention due to Xu Xingruo's death. The police station might set up a special team to investigate, so she must be careful. Lan Yushu sent a bad news. The companions they sent to investigate the hospital had lost contact. The problems in the hospital were likely to be much more serious than imagined. This was also the reason why Chen Xuesong said this. After all, if the team did not have Lu Ning's convenient and immediate detection capabilities, there would be no way to prevent sneak attacks. Yuan Shi's news was that they blew up an underground cave in the corpse forest last night and dug out 2 eggs that looked like some kind of creature. They hoped to find a more appropriate method to identify them. Lu Ning might be more resourceful in this regard. Finally, Cheng Wuling directly sent an email address. Some information. Log out of the mailbox after reading such a cautious attitude probably means that she has sent something. In fact, Lu Ning now feels a little guilty. Yesterday, everyone went out separately and no one contacted Cheng Wuling. Whether it is self-confidence or selfishness, in fact, everyone has begun to be wary of the inner traitor from the root. Especially as the planner of that action, Cheng Wuling has become the first person to be wary of. What a familiar scene. Cheng Wuling was still dealing with the aftermath of Bai Meng's incident. She probably didn't expect that the trust that she had built up with great difficulty would fall apart just one day later. The originally large team was split into small groups again, which was not a good thing. Lu Ning opened her mailbox, retrieved the document from the draft, and logged out of the mailbox as Cheng Wuling had instructed. There were no personal opinions, just a bunch of straightforward information, transcripts of the 7 nights of ghost stories, a list of church personnel and resumes, the specific time and activity plan of the Frost Day Festival, and a record of nighttime satellite observations of the entire Donma. The information was all labeled with the database of the Institute of Life Sciences, and the number was a full 4 digits. It was unknown how much useful and useless information there was beyond that. Lu Ning quickly browsed through the information, leaving an impression in her mind, and then took out the mobile hard drive and copied 2 copies. The cell phone rang. After the call was connected, Lan Yushu's voice came from the other end. Lu Ning, did you see my text message? I have to go on an urgent mission with Sister Chen Shui and Brother He. We are not in the hotel. Please don't go near the hospital or the church for the time being. If anything happens, Uncle Liang will contact you. I will send you his cell phone number later. You want to go to the hospital? Lu Ning was stunned.
Hmm.
Almost. The two people who went to the hospital to scout the area before can't be contacted now. Brother He's ability is very useful. We won't approach directly. We will go back after finding the person's location.
But
Lu Ning glanced out the window and saw dark clouds. I have a bad feeling about this. You don't have the gift of prophecy, do you? But this trip is indeed a bit dangerous. The two people who went there are one main attacker and one auxiliary. If they can't handle the situation, probably only Sister Chen Shui can break it. Where is your team leader? Lu Ning asked the last person from the Supernatural Association here. The team leader has gone into the mountains. 2 hunters witnessed a ghost train in the mountains last night. One died, and one was injured. He is going to deal with the monster. Anyway, don't move around for now, and try to stay with your friends. Okay, stay safe. Lan Yushu responded and hung up the phone. Lu Ning took out the array diagrams to familiarize herself with their usage, but the bad feeling became stronger. She thought for a moment and called Xu Xingrua and Yuan Shi. Soon, Yuan Shi and Xiao Shifan came to the door. Lu Ning handed them a mobile hard drive. The three of them called Yi Fei and drove to Xu Xingrua's temporary residence. Be quick. It was still working hours, and there were few cars on the road. After slightly avoiding the cameras, they soon arrived at a community with a large number of rental houses on the south side of the city. Sun Maju was squatting at the gate of the community, observing ants, but her alertness was incomparable to that of ordinary people. She raised her head as soon as the car entered the community. Good morning. Yuan Shi rolled down the car window and greeted him. I'm here to pick you up, stop the car, and follow me. Sun Maju stood up and clapped his hands. Before leaving, he took another look at the ant nest on the ground. Countless ants carrying food and eggs crawled out from inside and fled towards the outside of the community. In a rental house, Xu Xingrua sat on the sofa and stuffed a document into the shredder. There was a sound at the door, and soon Sun Maju opened the door and let everyone in. This place was rented in her name, and Xu Xingrua was not worried that someone else would come. Welcome. What brings you here in such a hurry? She smiled, gave up her seat, and pushed a few plates of pastries on the coffee table. You can actually cook with peace of mind. Lu Ning picked up a piece of mung bean cake and said, Cooking is one of Xu Xingrua's hobbies. She doesn't eat much herself, but she feeds the people in the room with all kinds of delicious food every day. Disperse the tension in your heart. The house was small, and 6 people filled the living room. Lu Ning wasted no time and immediately expressed her bad premonition. If it were any other time, I probably wouldn't tell anyone, but this time my identity has some special abilities, and I'm worried that this time it might have a big impact. Very big? Yi Fei swallowed a mouthful of food and finally made room to speak. How big is it? The whole Danma? I think this kind of map cannon is too much. Xiao Shifan shook his head and said, Our time is not even halfway through. Even if it is a confrontation scenario, it is impossible to start the final battle at this time. Did you have this premonition recently? Sun Maju asked. Yes, something bad has definitely happened. By the way, someone from the Paranormal Association group I contacted has gone missing in the hospital, and others are on their way to check it out. No matter how you think about it, this is not a good sign. Lu Ning knew that these people were strong, but not invincible. Perhaps they could rely on Chen Shui's ability to break the deadlock to protect themselves, but was it really that easy?
Cough.
The smoke was filled, and the green flames illuminated the surrounding space that seemed to be made of flesh and blood. Purple blood vessels were beating vigorously under a layer of transparent film, and mucus was dripping slowly, making a disgusting sticky sound. He Nianqing covered his lower abdomen, where blood continued to seep out. Simple emergency measures were unable to heal such a wound. A loud thunder announced the arrival of a midsummer rainstorm. The whole city was shrouded in rain, and the summer heat of the past few days was completely cleared away. Many people opened the windows and breathed in the moist air, feeling so refreshed. Chen Shui stood in the corridor on the east side of the first floor of the hospital. Around her, the ceiling and even the ground were forcibly opened by things like doors, windows, and pipes, but there was nothing. Lan Yushu was using a compass to detect, but still found nothing. Sister Chen Shui, let's leave here first. This place is too weird. He and Yanqing disappeared just when the three of them turned a corner, and after Chen Shui discovered him, she immediately opened all the places where people might be hiding and came here. There were no traces, not even a signal for help. Chen Shui really wanted to turn the place upside down, but her strength was not enough to tear down the entire building. Will it be the same as that bus? Lan Yushu racked his brains to think of something. This building is not a living thing. I've tried it. Chen Shui gritted her teeth and stepped out of a door on the wall. Let's retreat and contact the team leader and Lu Ning. Okay. Lan Yushu quickly followed and fled from this strange building. The sound of the rainstorm covered everything in the city, and the people in the house fell into an inexplicably dull atmosphere. Xu Xingrua brought out some food from the kitchen for everyone to replenish their physical strength. There was also an egg on the table, which was taken out by Yuan Shi. The bus, the woods, the mountains. It seems that all these strange places have become active overnight. Xiao Shifan frowned. He didn't expect so many people to take action at the same time. From the information sent by Cheng Wuling, everyone can also clearly see that these strange stories must be related to the so-called star spirits. However, although they defeated two monsters, they could not figure out the connection between them. Lu Ning felt pain in her eyes. She couldn't help rubbing her eyes, but after her vision blurred, she suddenly saw the scenery outside the window changed. In the rainstorm, several black shadows as big as tall buildings stood in the distance. The black vortex in the sky could not be concealed even by dark clouds. Just as she realized what was happening, a giant hand made entirely of unknown matter pressed down from the clouds, and the impact that seemed to be real instantly made her vision go black.
Ah!
A scream was heard in the living room. Lu Ning was curled up in the corner of the sofa, holding her head and twitching. What's wrong? Xu Xingrua rushed to her side, tightly grasped Lu Ning's wrists, and found that her hands were cold. Ahem, I think. I know. Her vision was not cut off. Lu Ning endured the pain and maintained the scene in front of her. A light feeling made her vision gradually move to various areas of the city. In the familiar square in the city, the decorated celebration float was empty, and the big screen showed July 26th at 3:12 p.m., which was the only light still flickering in the darkness. From the shadows of the buildings, people could still be seen moving around. A broken flag was rolled up into the air in the strong wind, piercing the center of the screen like a spear. After a burst of sparks, the last light disappeared. Continuing forward, a pickup truck without a license plate stopped on the side of the road. A young girl was dragged out of the car by a black monster. The girl had already stopped breathing, but her eyes were still staring at the sky. The other two companions in the car were even more miserable. One had her heart dug out, and the other had her head cut open in the middle. Blood was all over the car. The clothes of the three victims looked very familiar. The future? No, is it real, or... Waves of dizziness rushed through her head, and Lu Ning tried hard to maintain consciousness. She felt that there was something here, and it must be something very important. The monster's sharp claws tore the girl's body apart. As her internal organs splattered, a piece of paper stuffed in her pocket was thrown out and fell to the ground, instantly becoming dirty with mud. Lu Ning saw this moment, and at the same time, she also reached her limit. One of the envelopes she received from the bus when she first entered here. Loss of consciousness. That's me. Lu Ning rolled off the sofa, her head hitting the edge of the coffee table, and she couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. Such noise also alarmed Xu Xingrua, who was in the kitchen. She put down what she was holding and returned to the living room, just in time to see Lu Ning sitting up with her head covered. Are you okay? The bloody scene was too scary, and no one present understood what happened. They could only help Lu Ning clean up the blood. After that, Xiao Shifan and Yi Fei left first, leaving Yuan Shi here to contact until Lu Ning woke up.
I'm fine.
Lu Ning rubbed his head and sat back on the sofa. He quickly went over everything he saw in his mind and sorted out his thoughts before continuing. Who else is here? I have something important to say. We are here. As soon as the bedroom door opened, Yuan Shi walked out leisurely, moved a stool over, and sat down against the wall. Sun Maju was sitting on the balcony paying attention to the movements downstairs, and at this time, he just waved his hand. I'll just tell you what I just saw. I saw a Danma on July 26. The end of the world has come there. Doomsday? So fantastic? Yuan Shi tilted his head, and it's 10 days later? Can your eyes see the future? They didn't mean to disbelieve it, but their expressions seemed a little caught off guard. Giant monsters were roaming around the city. There were no pedestrians or troops to be seen. Everyone was hiding in buildings waiting to die. All systems were nearly paralyzed. Hiss. Yuan Shi took a deep breath. The worst-case scenario. Sun Maju thought. But fortunately, this is probably not the future. When I tried to see more, I saw a car escaping from Danma. The 3 people in the car had been hunted by monsters, and one of them was me. What? Xu Xingrua's expression changed. You mean that you? Yes, that person has a completely different face, but he has the same clothes as me and a document that he obtained from the distribution center before coming here. Lu Ning pointed at herself. Another tourist from the distribution center who also replaced my current identity. Her time was 10 days ahead of ours. When she died, I was able to temporarily peek into that world through her eyes or her resentment. Basis. Yuan Shi crossed his arms and said with a hint of doubt, when I first arrived in this world, I also saw another doomsday scene in Danma. It didn't rain, and there were also giant creatures destroying the city. However, it was probably because I was not familiar with my abilities at the time, so I couldn't maintain such observation for too long. The reason why I guessed it was another world is because we all know that there is more than one such test site, right? This is not enough to be evidence, but I will believe you. Yuan Shi raised his chin slightly. If what you said is true, then we at least know that destruction will come in at least 10 days, so the 40-day deadline. It is the longest deadline for our opponents. Xu Xingrua could also hear it. It is better to say that it is the last time for us to launch a devastating disaster, even if our opposing camp fails. Therefore, the mission of us pursuers is to stop. Now it is clear that if we don't stop it, the doomsday you mentioned will befall Danma, and we who have not completed the mission will have no way to escape, and the result will definitely be death. Sun Maju continued. Should we say they are worthy of being survivors? Lu Ning only expressed it briefly, and they already understood what she meant. We don't have much time left, do we? Yuan Shi was a person who acted immediately. After hearing the news, he immediately took out his phone and walked back to the bedroom to call someone. Xu Xingrua also started to send messages in the Explorer group. It was obvious that the previous step-by-step plan had to be adjusted. As for Sun Maju, she had nothing to do. She knew very well that the more critical the situation, the calmer she had to be, especially when she was a military unit. At this moment, Lu Ning felt a sense of exhaustion coming over her. It seemed that her previous abilities had been overdrawn again, and her eyes had returned to normal again. In order to replenish her strength, she immediately went into the kitchen to find something to eat. Just at this moment, Lan Yushu called. The news that He Nianqing was missing made Lu Ning feel something was wrong. She explained her problem of overdrawing her strength. Lan Yushu said it was okay, they would come over soon to check the situation, and the team leader was also returning to the city. After hanging up the phone, Lu Ning thought about what happened yesterday. The bad feeling became clearer and clearer, and she gradually figured out the problem. Why did those strange stories break out almost overnight? As urban legends, they should have been hidden in Danma and difficult to investigate. Although the key in Xu Xingrua's hand was something that pointed directly to the core, how could so many strange stories be discovered overnight without any connection between them? Ghost train, hospital, midnight bus, corpse forest. We were led astray. The bad thing is we don't even know if this is a decoy or something else. If she knew that someone had been to Lake Tosu, she would probably understand something even more. Even if she confirmed that there was a problem, she could only bite the bullet. The other party had no intention of covering it up. This was both a conspiracy and an open conspiracy. Even now, except for Pei Xian, she had no idea about the other enemies. Not long after, Sun Maju went downstairs to pick up 3 people. Chen Shui and Lan Yushu knew them. The last one was a handsome young man with a cold expression and a tall figure. He was also the leader of the Supernatural Association group in Danma, Tan Chong. Lu Ning's condition was quickly checked out. It was just ordinary spiritual energy exhaustion. She just needed to rest. However, at this critical moment, there was not much time for her to rest. Lan Yushu used a simple feng shui formation to gather spiritual energy to help Lu Ning recover. After she reached the level where she could see, they set off immediately. During this time, Xu Xingrua was not in a position to interrupt, and only after several people left did she look at Sun Maju, and the meaning in her eyes was very clear. Now Lu Ning is a key figure, and there are only a few scenes where the character is followed, which makes people very uneasy. Sun Maju nodded and hung up the phone to Luo Lin, but the matter was so important that she set off on her own. Yuan Shi came out after making a phone call in the house and hurriedly said goodbye and went downstairs. Cars and people soon started passing through the rain, and the house suddenly became empty. At this time, a message appeared in the mobile phone group. A link corresponds to a simple web page with only pictures, one by one of photos taken of an ancient note. Xu Xingrua was stunned for a moment when he saw this, and glanced at the sender Xin Xinhua. In front of the hospital, there was almost no one on the road due to the weather. Occasionally, a few cars passed by and stopped. Danma Central Hospital is a half-research and half-medical facility. Generally speaking, only seriously ill patients come here for treatment. This year, due to the improvement of Danma's overall medical policy, the number of patients here has also decreased. Lu Ning took another look at the superficial situation of the hospital. Because it is quite old, although it has been renovated, the hospital only has 4 floors above ground and 2 floors underground. The 3rd and 4th floors are laboratories and offices for various researchers, and many departments that use expensive instruments are also there. The 2nd floor is for intensive care, and the 1st floor is used as a general diagnosis and treatment place, which can be regarded as an idle place. For inpatients, there is also a 3-story independent building at the back of the hospital, with 2 sky bridges connecting the 2nd floor area of the main building of the hospital. Finally, in addition to hospital buildings such as the morgue, the underground is mostly used as a warehouse and water and electricity main valve settings. Next, there are the strange stories about the hospital. 2 security guards were patrolling at night. When they took the elevator to the 2nd floor below ground, they were chatting with their colleagues and did not notice anything unusual. When they found that the elevator took longer to descend than usual, the indicator light above had shown the floor number 7. After the elevator door opened, a bloody and smelly air floated in, which made people instinctively fearful. The 2 security guards did not dare to go out at all. They desperately pressed the button to close the door and go upstairs. Fortunately, no other strange incidents occurred. The elevator closed the door and returned to the 1st floor. Afterwards, the 2 security guards quickly resigned and left Danma, but the incident slowly spread. Now it seems that it is very likely that such a floor really exists. After getting off the car, Chen Shui held up a piece of paper. Raindrops disappeared when they fell at that height. This method was more convenient than using an umbrella, but unfortunately the range was not very large. She covered Lu Ning as well. Lan Yushu put on a raincoat, and Tan Chong held an umbrella. Lu Ning knew at a glance that both of them had a certain spiritual aura. "Let's go in." Tan Chong was the first to walk into the hospital with a stern face. There was a strong smell of medicine on the 1st floor. Apart from a few registration rooms that were still open, there were not many people moving around. Chen Shui pointed the way and led the group into the corridor on the right, walking deeper into the hospital. Lu Ning observed the atmosphere in the hospital along the way. Perhaps because someone had died here, a layer of deathly aura was deposited on the ground. If one did not identify it in detail, the deathly aura would confuse one's eyes. Here, several people came to a corner. Not far away was the elevator room. Nearby were the tea room and the place where cleaning tools were placed. He Nianqing disappeared when he turned this corner. Lu Ning slowly concentrated her mind. Her eyes had just gotten better and were still a little sore, but she couldn't care less about that now. The Black Death energy gradually changed color, and the depth began to be distinguished. A line of blood was forcibly separated from the death by the pupil technique and extended forward. I found it. Lu Ning raised his head and narrowed his eyes. But this is the blood of killing. It is only slightly better than the breath of death. The person is still alive. Prepare for battle. As soon as Tan Chong finished his words, 2 rays of light, one purple and one gold, flew out from his waist and began to circle over everyone's heads. Lu Ning quickly closed her eyes. Although it was the first time she saw it, she immediately realized what it was. It was as if 2 small suns were flying in the air with strong spiritual power. The black air on the ground was instantly evaporated when it touched the sword. This was probably a flying sword. Team leader, please restrain your spiritual light. I'm afraid Lu Ning cannot look directly at your flying sword right now. Sure enough, Chen Shui's words also confirmed them. Tan Chong nodded, and the strong light in the air gathered and became gentle, but still dazzling. Lu Ning breathed a sigh of relief, nodded to the 2 of them, followed the blood flow and started forward, and soon arrived in front of the elevator. Is it really here? It's not that Chen Shui and Lan Yushu had not checked this place before, but the button was only on the 2nd floor below ground, and they couldn't find anything special.
It's
an illusion. The problem with the elevator was clearly visible to Lu Ning. In her sight, there was another elevator overlapping with this elevator. Only the familiar blood-red mist was lingering in every corner. For most people, only the physical elevator could be started, and the virtual one would not be affected.
Can you start it?
Tan Chong asked stiffly. I think so, but... Lu Ning hesitated for a moment and continued, I can see that the danger here is far beyond my expectations. The difference between the blood mist on the bus before is like the difference between a mountain and a stone. This is a qualitative difference. It's okay. Chen Shui, and I will go down and you just need to start it. Tan Chong glanced at Lan Yushu. Protect her. Lan Yushu shrugged. I'll listen to you, team leader. Things had come to this point, so Lu Ning had no choice but to follow Tan Chong's instructions and activate the virtual image in the elevator, which was not difficult for her since she could see. Then, Tan Chong and Chen Shui walked into the elevator, and the door slowly closed, and then opened again. At this time, the person in the door had disappeared, and the blood mist elevator had moved downwards. Don't worry. Looking at Lu Ning's worried face, Lan Yushu comforted her and said, You have seen Sister Chen Shui's ability, and the team leader's flying sword is indestructible. We just need to wait. No, I always feel. Lu Ning raised her head, and the blood in her vision slowly faded away. As the power was removed, the breath of death that seemed to be able to submerge the soul gradually returned to a chaotic state. At this moment, she saw a piece of text drawn by water vapor in front of the elevator button. Don't approach without permission. The enemy can teleport in an instant. Lu Ning felt her hair stand on end. The overly eye-catching blood color obscured the text and made her miss this important reminder. The change happened in an instant, and Lu Ning had no time to react. Instead, Lan Yushu shuddered, and several copper plates flew out from under his raincoat. Then the raincoat deflated, and Lan Yushu appeared 2 steps away. That was a close call. Was this the thing that attacked Brother He? His eyes were full of astonishment. It's going to attack again, I'll warn it. Lu Ning had to use her pupil technique again. It didn't matter. The air around her was already filled with crimson blood-red fog. In a flash, a fog block on the ground near her left began to wriggle, and black cracks instantly tore the surface of the ground. At the same time, Lu Ning quickly took a step back and pointed her finger at the ground. Po Yun, get out of the way. Lu Ning's timely reminder allowed Lan Yushu to avoid Lei Ting's counterattack, but his expression became even more shocked. Is it Sisters Su Jun's Lei? Didn't I tell you? They are still alive. They are continuing to fight inside, and part of the attack has been diverted out. Don't be distracted. Lu Ning shouted loudly to wake Lan Yushu up. At this moment, her mind was extremely clear, and the pain in her eyes made her spirits continue to rise. 2 red fog blocks began to surge. Sure enough, the opponent could tear more than one space. Take 2 steps back.
Snap. Crash.
The wall was cracked by the whip, and a window was completely shattered. Such a terrible force was definitely intended to kill people. This gave the two a chance to catch their breath. Luning acted decisively and rushed to the broken window. He put his hands on the windowsill and jumped out. Lan Yushu then flipped out. Luning rolled on the ground and immediately felt a sharp pain in her palm. The broken glass that fell on the windowsill still cut her hand, and now her hands were stained with blood. "What are you doing?" A security guard walking nearby rushed over angrily with an umbrella in hand. He heard the sound of breaking glass and rushed over just in time to see two people climbing out of the window. Lan Yushu was about to explain when Luning's expression suddenly changed. She had already seen fog beginning to appear in the air outside. The bone spear pierced through the man's body and then retracted. How could it be that we've already come out? Lan Yushu seemed to find it hard to believe. Luning endured the pain and pulled out a few pieces of broken glass from her hands. She glanced around and said through gritted teeth, "This is still within the hospital area, or the hunting range of that monster. It's strange. Since it doesn't care about killing ordinary people, shouldn't it have been discovered long ago?"
Could it be?
Just then, two cars drove in to the door one after another. "You guys are so embarrassed." The familiar Gao Yunji trio got out of the car in front. They seemed to be more confident now, and had changed into field combat equipment. Fei Yunwei, one of them, had a smug look on his face. "What are you three doing here?" The people who got out of the car behind were Yuan Shi, Xiao Shifan, and Yi Fei. Yuan Shi had a look of obvious dissatisfaction on his face. Fei Yunwei couldn't help but snorted when he heard this. "We were working together happily before. When did you get together with this suspicious girl?" "The three of us have our own reasons." "Don't say you don't know. This hospital has a lot of things going on. Don't stay here. Leave quickly." Luning was too lazy to talk nonsense with this person. She quickly got up and ran to Yuan Shi's side. The red fog blocks outside were generated slowly, and the next attack had not yet formed, so she had to leave before that. TSK, how embarrassing, Ollie. The female ghost in the air suddenly swooped down and swallowed a blood clot that was about to solidify. "Fortunately, I didn't cooperate with you." "What did you say?" Lan Yushu was about to get angry, but Luning stopped him. "I have found the entrance to the -7th floor, and those who should go there have already gone down. I hope you won't make trouble." "We're not causing any trouble. We came here to investigate what's going on here." Although what he said might be a bit offensive, you guys are really helpless, right? Lu Chang'an hurriedly tried to smooth things over. "We have medicine in the car. Do you want to get some bandages? Is this female ghost your alliance?" Luning looked at the ghost floating in the air. This did circumvent some of the enemy's attack methods, but she didn't think that the monster underground could be dealt with so easily. "No matter what, we have to take a look." Yuan Shi took out his pistol and loaded it and gave Xiao Shifan a look. "The enemy is a living creature that can be killed. We have already confirmed this. Even if it has some special abilities, it is still a living creature. It is easier to deal with than ghosts and zombies. In that case, why don't we all go together?" Lu Chang'an suggested. "It will be safer if there are more people." This proposal was accepted. Soon, Lu Ning and Lan Yushu, who had bandaged their wounds, led everyone back into the hospital. However, this time, as soon as Lu Ning entered the door, she realized that the hall was empty. "What's wrong? Everyone in the registration room has disappeared. Could it be that the monster has started to hunt? It's better to think about whether the hospital staff are still human." Xiao Shifan raised his pistol and kept an eye on the surroundings.
It was too quiet.
There might be a fight going on underground, but there was no movement on the ground. Even the red fog in Lu Ning's field of vision disappeared. The situation is a bit bad. "Ollie, are there any living things around?" Fei Yunwei shouted into the air, but the female ghost just shook her head. As they slowly walked to the elevator, everyone's nerves became increasingly tense. Lan Yushu wiped something off his face that was not sure whether it was water or sweat, took out a compass and began to explore the surrounding situation. At this moment, the door of a nearby office suddenly made a slight sound and slowly opened. "I received an order." Accompanied by a vague whisper, a man in a white coat walked out of the door carrying a folding chair. He was over 2 meters tall, and his muscles seemed to be about to explode. The sleeves of his clothes were completely stretched out and turned into rags. His eyes were bloodshot, and saliva mixed with blood foam was constantly flowing out from the corners of his cracked mouth. He looked truly hideous. "You just leave quietly, and nothing will happen." The muscular giant raised his free hand and pointed at the people in front of the elevator. He staggered over and muttered threatening words. Seeing him like this, Yuan Shi and Xiao Shifan fired at the same time in tacit understanding.
Gah!
The giant's eyes widened, and he swung the folding chair in his hand at high speed, and 2 bullets were deflected at the same time. Then he squatted down and rushed over in an instant. "Ollie,
Eat it!
following Fei Yunwei's roar, the female ghost in the air swooped down, her claws condensed into substance, transforming into thick black mist in the air, and instantly tore 8 bloody wounds on the giant's shoulder.
Oh, 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 oh.
The pain made the giant's roar a little distorted, but it did not affect his sprint at all. Fortunately, the distance was a little long, and everyone hurriedly dispersed. With a loud bang, the giant's head came into close contact with the elevator door. While he was dizzy from the collision, Yuan Shi shot him in the back of the neck, and the bullet went straight into his brain. This time the giant finally twitched and collapsed to the ground. Solved? Yi Fei was hiding in the farthest place. He already regretted following in. Dead. Life signs disappeared. Lu Ning watched as death energy began to condense on the sturdy man's body and suddenly heard the sound of glass breaking in the distance. What sound? Several people noticed it, and Gao Yunji immediately ran to the corner to take a look, just a glance, and then he ran back immediately. There's a group of these muscle guys coming over there. Are you kidding me? Fei Yunwei glanced at the slightly dented elevator door, and his eyes twitched. Just now, Ollie's ghost claw would have torn ordinary people into pieces, but this guy only had some wounds on his shoulders. If Yuan Shi's gun was not powerful enough, it would probably take a long time to deal with this one alone. How many are there? Xiao Shifan was calm. He checked the pistol bullets and asked. I didn't look closely, but there were at least 7 or 8 people approaching, and one of them was holding a fire axe. I guess that was the sound of breaking glass just now. Let's go upstairs. Yuan Shi glanced at the stairs at the end of the corridor. Go upstairs? There might be someone upstairs. We need to see if there are any normal people left in the hospital. If the entire hospital has become a den of monsters, then are the doctors and patients upstairs the same? We need to find out. Lu Ning thought of the security guard. No, there are still people here. What is going on here? Xiao Shifan rushed to the front and ran upstairs quickly. Then Yuan Shi and Yi Fei followed. Lu Ning and Lan Yushu just glanced at the trio, and Gao Yunji had to nod. Let's go upstairs. Just as they ran up to the second floor, a middle-aged doctor came hurriedly and was shocked when he saw the gun in Xiao Shifan's hand. Who are you? The gunshot just now. Don't kill me. I don't want to. Dr. Zhang? Hearing the panic sounds outside, a nurse came out of the room and saw several people. She screamed and shrank back into the room. She'll call the police. Go ahead and report it. The police station is full of those things. Lu Ning rushed over breathlessly, wiped his eyes, and found blood on his fingers again. What do you want to do? This is a hospital, and there are patients everywhere. Dr. Zhang was so scared that he sat on the ground and kept talking, but there was no sign of change. Nothing happened upstairs? Yuan Shi asked, pointing a gun at him. What is it? There's no one on the first floor. Where are the people from your hospital? No one?
Impossible.
There are more than 10 people on duty today.
They.
Dr. Zhang paused before he could finish his words. A white bone blade pierced out from the wall behind him and pierced through his abdomen. Alert! The blade was lifted up, and Dr. Zhang was precisely cut into 2 pieces like tofu. Then a hole was cut in the wall just big enough for a person to pass through, and then it was kicked away.
Boom.
Dust was flying, and the nurse who had just hidden in the room slowly walked out. Her eyes were bloodshot, but there was no change in her body, except for the arc-shaped bone blades growing from the index fingers of both hands. Xiao Shifan's face looked extremely ugly. Stitcher, you can activate it. I received the order. The nurse stepped out and looked around. The Legion will be fully activated in 30 minutes. Before that, we will make the hospital our territory. Legion? Yuan, she snorted. Is it really here? Be careful. The nurse swung the blade, and several people who had seen this thing cut through walls like cutting vegetables quickly dodged, but Gao Yunji and the others behind also ran up at this time. What the Hades is this? As soon as Fei Yunwei saw the nurse, he immediately started cursing. Unexpectedly, the tip of the knife hit him, and a piece of his hair was cut off, exposing his scalp. He broke out in a cold sweat. At the same time, screams began to sound around. They're taking action. Let's deal with this thing first. Lu Ning was pulled aside by Yi Fei. Perhaps he felt that he could not intervene, and Lu Ning probably felt the same way. However, the nurse was obviously much more difficult to deal with than the group of muscular men downstairs. She still looked like a human on the surface, but her body was extremely flexible. Lu Ning even saw her reverse her joints and even dent her bones to avoid bullets. She was not very fast in wielding the bone knife, but her reaction and accuracy were extremely terrifying, and she was always aiming at the vital points. Going upstairs is a bad idea. Yi Fei's muttering sounded in my ears. Lu Ning, let's run. We have already entered a snake den. It won't be embarrassing for us to run away. But how to run? The stairs were blocked, and the windows were not something that could be smashed at will. Lu Ning knew that the enemy had officially started to take action, and perhaps the entire Danma would begin to fall into chaos. But this ouch! The muscular men downstairs also rushed up the stairs. Fei Yunwei was the first to panic. He hurriedly called Ollie back to protect them. However, he didn't expect that the muscular man threw the axe out directly before he ran upstairs. The strength and speed of these guys were extremely amazing. Almost when Fei Yunwei realized what the other party had thrown out, a splitting sound was heard around him.